In his previous life, Lengming had a secret crush on Wen Wan. He was a useless, illegitimate child whom everyone could step on. She was a bright, noble young lady and campus belle. In others' eyes, he was nothing but a sycophant clinging to the young lady. And the person he secretly loved, too, thought highly of herself. Time and time again, she humiliated him, trampled on his dignity, mocked his persistence, and shattered his hopes. Even worse, to protect her white moonlight, the person she adored, she cruelly fabricated evidence and framed Lengming as a murderer. Both of them were reborn. Lengming knew all too well how vile Wen Wan was. His once deep feelings for her had long been worn away. So he abandoned her completely. Yet the arrogant young lady grabbed his hand and announced loudly to everyone in the wealthy circle, "From today onwards, he is my boyfriend. Whoever dares to bully him will be kicked out of this circle by me." However, under the gaze of everyone, Lengming resolutely shook off Wen Wan's hand. In a soft voice, he said, "Young lady, save your kindness for someone else. I don't need it anymore." Wen Wan's pupils contracted sharply. Later, she had someone make an extremely luxurious cage out of gold and gems and cruelly locked him inside. "You won't love me anymore, will you? Then I'll keep you imprisoned and chained forever until you're willing to love me again." Chapter 1. I'm guilty. Sentence me to death. The case of Lengming, son of Yangqing's real estate tycoon, accused of murder has caused a huge stir. As expected, this vicious murder case finally went to trial at 10 a.m. today. It is reported that the key evidence confirming Lengming as the murderer came from his fiancée's personal testimony and a video she provided. We are at the entrance of the Intermediate People's Court, bringing you live coverage. At the entrance of Yangqing Intermediate People's Court, reporters from Yangqing Evening News, Legal Daily, News Weekly, along with countless self-media creators, online video influencers, ordinary citizens, and onlookers, all waited for the criminal trial to begin. The case had garnered such high attention because the suspect was Lengming, the youngest son of a real estate millionaire, and the one who accused him of murder was Wen Wan, daughter of Yangqing's top tycoon and Lengming's fiancé. The fiancé, turning against her fiancé for justice, combined with the grievances of wealthy families. How could it not attract attention? 10 a.m. the trial officially began. The judge's bench, the public gallery, and the prosecutor's seat were all occupied. The courtroom was crowded with people, bustling with noise. Only the defender's seat was empty. Lengming, his hands and feet shackled, wearing an orange prison uniform, was escorted out by 3 detention officers. He sat down on the defendant's chair in the dock. Lengming noticed a woman in black clothes and sunglasses sitting in the public gallery. She was still breathtakingly beautiful. Her long black hair draped over her shoulders, her red lips as enchanting as flames, and a bright red poppy was embroidered on her waistband. Cold, glamorous, poisonous, arrogant, and ruthless. She was the woman he had loved for 10 years. She was his fiancée. And she was also the one who had fabricated evidence to frame him as a murderer. Judge, the prosecutor has stated the cause of the victim's death. Defendant Lengming, since you have not appointed a defender, do you choose to defend yourself? Everyone's eyes turned to Lengming. In the public gallery, Wen Wan crossed her arms and looked at him too. Her eyes were hidden behind sunglasses. No one knew what she was thinking. Lengming smiled, his tone listless. "Actually, it's useless to say anything now, isn't it? Others might not understand." But Wen Wan immediately knew what he meant. This man had secretly loved her for 7 years, loved her for 10 years. He had given her his whole heart, exhausted everything he had. 17 years of his life, all fed to a dog like herself. Judge, you may defend yourself. If there are indeed doubts, the prosecution will conduct further investigations. Lengming shook his head. Then let me say this, I didn't kill anyone. The real murderer is Hung, my half-brother. All that so-called evidence was forged by my fiancée. She just wanted me to take the blame for my brother. Would any of you believe that? As soon as he spoke, the courtroom erupted in an uproar. Wen Wan, who was at the center of the storm, sat as steady as a mountain. She didn't even shift her posture, still as noble and aloof as ever. Many people cast glances at her. Some were confused, some felt sorry for Lengming, some gloated, and some sighed in regret. Judge, order. The court relies on facts and evidence. All evidence now points to you. Lengming turned his head and locked eyes with the proud woman in the public gallery. His gaze was clear yet painful, and his spine remained unbent. He loved her, but he also had his pride. Under Lengming's stare, Wen Wan remained unshaken. She spoke slowly, each word clear and cold. "On the night of the crime, your brother was with me. How could he have time to commit murder?" She curled her lips slightly. "Momo Hotel, room 702. You can check the records." This simple statement made Lengming's eyes redden. He tried his best to hold back his emotions. Under everyone's sympathetic gazes, he bit his lips until they bleed. "Judge, defendant, do you know the victim Wang Hao?" Lengming, "Yes." "Judge, please explain how you got to know Wang Hao." Lengming, "That day, I was having dinner with my fiancée. Wang Hao had drunk a lot and insulted my fiancée with his words. To protect my future wife, I got into a fight with Wang Hao. Judge, Wang Hao was killed in his home. Is this incident related to you? Ji Lengming, no, I didn't kill him. Judge, your fingerprints were found on the murder weapon left at the scene. How do you explain that? Ji Lengming looked at Wen Wan. There was a terrifying hatred in his bloodshot eyes. Wen Wan's heart ached under that gaze, but she remained calm and composed on the surface, as if nothing had happened. That dagger was given to me by Wen Wan. The murder scene was rearranged. Everyone present thought Ji Lengming's claim was absurd and ridiculous. Was he implying that the prosecution had been tricked? Little did they know, Wen Wan was the only daughter of the Wen family, and the Wen family held immense power in Yangcheng. Her name was Wen, meaning gentle, but her personality was cautious, heartless, overbearing, and paranoid. Although she liked, she could be meticulous and caring. But to those she hated or didn't care about, she would show no hesitation in striking them down. For her beloved brother Ji Hong, she would not only rearrange a small murder scene, she would even spend the Wen family's entire fortune to win the favor of the country, if needed. Ji Lengming knew no one would believe him. Wen Wan was too powerful, domineering, and arbitrary, like a natural female emperor. He knew her so well. The frame-up scene she had arranged would be flawless. Wen Wan walked to the witness stand. Judge, do you confirm that the defendant Ji Lengming is the murderer in this case? Wen Wan stood not far from Ji Lengming. A faint, cold fragrance from her body drifted over. Once, this scent had filled him with love. Now, it had become a poison he wanted to avoid at all costs. Wen Wan, yes. That one word sentenced Ji Lengming to death. In fact, even the judge couldn't understand why a fiancé would step forward as a witness immediately after her fiancé was accused of murder. According to investigations, the engaged couple had a decent relationship. The man loved his fiancée deeply and would grant her almost any wish. The judge, as a man himself, thought he would never be so humble to his wife. Unable to hold back, the judge asked, "Isn't he your fiancé? Why did you accuse him so quickly?" Wen Wan paused for 2 seconds before smiling. He's just a son-in-law recruited by the Wen family. No different from a cat or a dog. If he does something wrong, we can just replace him. Such blatant, humiliating words made many people in the gallery whisper among themselves. The solemn courtroom erupted in chaos once again. Order! Order! Ji Lengming hung his head slightly, his fists clenched so tightly that his fingernails dug into his palms, causing a stabbing pain. But this slight pain was nothing compared to the agony in his heart. Less than a 10,000th of it. Am I just a cat or a dog in your eyes? Wen Wan's gaze fixed on Ji Lengming's face. Ji Lengming, the illegitimate child of the Ji family, looked like his mother. He wasn't as handsome as Ji Hong, but he had a grows-on-you charm. The only thing he could offer her now was this face she could never get tired of looking at. In my eyes, you're not even as good as a cat or a dog. Her voice was light and soft, devoid of any affection or mercy. Ji Lengming clenched his teeth, filled with overwhelming sorrow, and demanded, "Then why? Why didn't you reject me that night? Why did you still admit I was your fiancé?" The eyes behind Wen Wan's sunglasses flickered slightly, but the fluctuation quickly subsided. "I thought the person with me that night was your brother." Wen Wan's tone was flat, but her words were like sharp knives, each one dripping with blood. "You know, I've always only liked your brother. As for you, maybe I was just bored. It was interesting to see you secretly in love with me, so I played along for fun." Ji Lengming felt a cold chill spread through his body. Clearly, he was a man who stood tall and upright, but at this moment, he looked inexplicably pitiful. Chapter 2. I am guilty. Please sentence me to death. This is a courtroom, not a marketplace. Refrain from irrelevant chatter. Defendant Ji Lengming. Do you acknowledge that the person identified by Ms. Wen Wan in the surveillance footage is you? Ji Lengming's mind was shrouded in chaos. He stood on the precipice of collapse. The presiding judge, observing Ji Lengming's silence, inquired once more. Defendant Ji Lengming. Do you acknowledge that the person identified by Ms. Wen Wan in the surveillance footage is you? This footage is fabricated. It is false. Ms. Wen Wan had someone reshoot it. You have all been deceived by her. Ji Lengming's anguished cry reverberated through the courtroom. He spoke the truth, yet none of the esteemed officials or officers present believed him. The presiding judge, who had initially harbored a flicker of sympathy for Ji Lengming, now regarded him as a fool beyond redemption. Defendant Ji Lengming. Do you possess sufficient evidence to substantiate your claims of fabricated evidence? How could Ji Lengming possibly have proof? Wen Wan was astute enough to leave no traces for others to grasp. She was the sole daughter of the Wen family, the exclusive heir to the DS group, with an impressive pedigree and a demeanor reminiscent of her father, ruthless, domineering, and cunningly cautious. How could he ever hope for a chance at redemption? I have no evidence. Ji Lengming's shoulders sagged in defeat. He thought, perhaps it would be best to let it all go. This world truly holds no allure. The only person who loved him, his mother, had exhausted herself to return him to the Ji family, only to pass away. In the Ji household, he was not a young master, but merely a despised, illegitimate child. In his heart, there resided a girl of unparalleled brilliance and grace. Yet, she treated him as a mere plaything, summoning him at will. indifferent to all he had done for her eyes sparkling only for others. The Ji family was affluent, yet he held no claim to inheritance. His nominal father supported him solely under societal pressure. No one cared for him, loved him. He had no friends, no kin. His aspirations were modest: a small home, a job, perhaps a child, to live a harmonious life. Yet, even such humble desires seemed impossibly distant. Seated in the defendant's chair, despair surged within him. He clutched himself tightly. In this world, no one would embrace him again. He could only hold himself. Perhaps it would mitigate the pain that engulfed him. He pondered, why not die like this? To perish would be a relief. Confess your guilt. It would be for your own good and mine. Wen Wan's voice, devoid of emotion, rang out, as tranquil as still water. Surely, you would not wish to bring shame upon the Ji family, would you? Ji Lengming lifted his head once more. His features exuded a gentle softness, his gaze devoid of aggression. He was inherently out of place among the elite, yet even after enduring such torment, he still clung to hope. As Wen Wan regarded Ji Lengming, a pang of dull pain coursed through her heart. It seemed that throughout these years, the only one who had remained by her side was him. He had been nothing but kind to her. Ji Lengming's dark gaze settled on Wen Wan. She could sense that this man, who had accompanied her for so long without seeking anything in return, was enveloped in an overwhelming aura of despair. Had he come to terms with it? Had he resolved to fulfill her wishes? She should have felt joy, for she had alleviated a significant burden from Ji Hung. Yet an unsettling feeling gnawed at her, as if she were on the verge of losing her most precious treasure. Miss Wan. The way Ji Lengming addressed her momentarily stunned Wen Wan. Ji Lengming smiled and asked, if I were to die, could I entrust my remains to you, Miss Wan? His smile radiated warmth, yet it pierced Wen Wan's heart deeply. I will donate all my organs, and after death, I wish to be cremated. With no ashes to be kept, simply scattered. Is that acceptable? Wen Wan remained silent. However, upon reflection, she realized that besides herself, there was no one else willing to claim his body. She forcibly suppressed her unease and panic. If you confess, I shall take care of your remains. Ji Lengming's smile blossomed even wider, reminiscent of their first meeting. By the moonlight lake, the newly returned illegitimate son of the Ji family had been struck by the matriarch and, feeling wronged, wept by the water's edge. She had tossed him an apple, urging him to cease his tears. The jade-like youth had smiled radiantly at her. That smile, on that night, rendered the stars in the sky dim. Thank you, Miss Wan. I confess. The presiding judge inquired. Defendant Ji Lengming, do you confess to your actions without reservation? Ji Lengming tilted his head back, as if gazing at the heavens. Yet, within the enclosed hall, there was no blue sky. I am guilty. Please sentence me to death. The defendant Ji Lengming was found guilty of intentional homicide. With the facts clear and evidence sufficient, this court finds the charges substantiated. The verdict is as follows. Defendant Ji Lengming is sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. The news of Ji Lengming's death sentence spread like wildfire. Countless individuals applauded in delight, with news reports declaring he had brought this upon himself. The Ji family hurried to distance themselves from Ji Lengming. Ji Hung narrowly escaped disaster and promptly fled abroad to ski and play golf in celebration. The Wen family announced the annulment of their engagement to Ji Lengming, asserting that it would not affect the relationship between the Wen and Ji families. From the moment of the death sentence to its execution, a span of 7 days elapsed. During those 7 days, not a single soul came to bid him farewell. As for his fiancée, Wen Wan, Ji Lengming had overheard prison guards mention her impending engagement to Ji Hung, said to be a wedding for the ages. How tragic Ji Lengming's fate was. 17 years of youth spent merely to illustrate the unwavering love of others. On the eve of his execution, Ji Lengming signed the voluntary organ donation agreement, perhaps out of pity for his plight. A prison guard took the initiative to bring him a new set of clothes and negotiated with the kitchen staff to improve his meals. Ji Lengming had never anticipated that the last flicker of warmth he would experience in this world would come from a stranger. On the day of execution, the sun shone brightly, heralding splendid weather. In the detention center, one could even glimpse the lush green camphor trees beyond the numerous barriers. Ji Lengming's method of execution was lethal injection, comprising 3 injections. The first was an anesthetic. The coroner worked swiftly. Within 10 seconds, Ji Lengming fell into a deep slumber. The second injection, a muscle relaxant known as pavulon, followed. The third, potassium chloride, was administered via a remote injection pump. In his dreams, he may have wandered through beautiful realms. A smile graced Ji Lengming's lips as his heart ceased to beat. Time shifted, day and night cycled, flora withered and flourished. And then, time reversed. Ji Lengming awoke from his slumber. He threw off the covers, hand pressed to his chest, still savoring the heart-stirring dream. The courtroom scene lingered vividly in his mind. So real, so helpless. Yet where was he now? Gazing upon the room. At the mountains of books and papers piled upon the table, Ji Lengming's eyes welled with tears. This was the basement he had inhabited for over a decade. He was in the Ji family. He had been reborn. Before he could ponder further, a knock resounded at the door. Lengming. Xiao Hung and the others are playing in Xioshan and forgot the picnic supplies. Could you ride your bike and deliver the grill and charcoal to them? Upon hearing the sounds from outside the door, Lengming felt a chilling sensation course through his veins, swiftly followed by a fervent excitement. This woman, this voice. He would never forget. The tormentor of his past 10 years, his adoptive mother. Lengming trembled with agitation, his eyes gleaming with a fierce and sinister light. Very well. Have they not always deemed me a worthless wretch? Is it not believed that anyone can trample upon and humiliate me? This time, I shall ensure that the G family knows no peace. Chapter 3. She has reincarnated. Before opening the door to the basement, Lengming's countenance was fearfully grim. Yet, upon the door's opening, his expression transformed rapidly into one of the same old timidity, adorned with a smile that radiated sunshine, tinged with an air of obsequiousness. He stood before the door, arms crossed, looking displeased as she regarded Lengming. Why have you taken so long to open the door? Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you? A cold smirk curled within Lengming's heart. A mere minute. And she dares claim it is a long wait? I beg your pardon, madam. I shall not delay again. His suitably humble demeanor evoked no suspicion from He. Xiaoheng has gone to Qiushan for a picnic, but he forgot the grill and charcoal. You must ride over and deliver them. Upon hearing He's request, Lengming recalled the events of the same day in his past life. He remembered that in his previous existence, he had followed He's instructions and ridden his bicycle to deliver the grill to Heng and his companions. However, he had forgotten his phone and returned to retrieve it. It was then that he witnessed He bringing a young celebrity back to the mansion. Later, he discovered that Dessen and Heng were both absent from home, leaving the grand mansion an ideal venue for clandestine rendezvous. In his previous life, he had been too cowardly to reveal the secret he had stumbled upon. This time, very well. Lengming wore a warm and gentle smile. Yet there lingered a hint of bashfulness in his demeanor. Although his features appeared ordinary, an inexplicable charm radiated from him, captivating He's attention. I saw the weather forecast. It predicts rain today. Should I bring a coat for young Master Heng? He eyed him suspiciously before scoffing. Oh, so you're no longer adopting the pitiful route, but have opted for flattery? Truly, the offspring of a lowly birth. If you manage to please me, I might even consider letting you move out of the basement. Lengming maintained a constant smile. Then I thank you, madam. Satisfied with Lengming's perceptiveness, He beckoned him. Come with me. I will fetch young Master Heng's coat for you to take along. They ascended to the 3rd floor, where Heng's bedroom was located. He and Dessen's bedroom was on the 2nd floor, and Lengming remained on the 2nd floor as well. He discreetly adjusted his phone to camera mode, and when the coast was clear, he swiftly placed it inside a flower pot in the corridor, angling it perfectly to capture the view of He's bedroom. He wondered what delightful surprises this device might yield. After acquiring the items handed to him by He, Lengming retrieved a somewhat dilapidated bicycle from his underground residence. This bicycle was his own purchase. The G family owned private cars, yet Lengming had never been permitted to ride in one. Unlike Heng, who was the legitimate son, Lengming was but an illegitimate child. The legitimate son attended an elite private school, always chauffeured and adorned in garments costing no less than 10,000. Receiving lavish gifts during holidays, surrounded by numerous friends, and frequently indulging in summer camps and vacations. The illegitimate child, however, was confined to public schooling, living on a meager monthly allowance of $500, with clothes and shoes costing a mere $10, worn until they fell apart, and even then, he could hardly part with them. During holidays, he could only work, never enjoying much personal time. To save time commuting to school, Lengming had to write assignments for others, answer exam questions, and relay answers during tests, ultimately saving a small sum to buy this second-hand bicycle. Upon learning that Lengming had a means of transportation, He said nothing further, though she often tasked him with riding across the city to deliver items. Just as now, when she could have easily sent a driver or called for a taxi for the grill, she insisted that Lengming cycle for dozens of miles. Upon exiting the G family mansion, Lengming did not, as in his previous life, foolishly ride his bicycle. Instead, he found a taxi driver, paid him, and instructed him to deliver the items to the resort at the foot of Qiushan, completing the task with ease. He then proceeded to an electronics market to procure a batch of inexpensive electronic components and computer assembly parts. Fortune favored him, as he managed to acquire a high-spec set of components at a low price. Once assembled, this computer would rival those costing several tens of thousands. Having graduated with a degree in electrical engineering, Lengming was adept in programming, hardware, and software, capable of crafting electronic devices with ease. Currently, he aimed to assemble a series of miniature surveillance cameras. He then sought out an affordable inn to stay, fully dedicated to soldering circuits and assembling computers. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, the gloomy sky began to drizzle. Within half an hour, the rain intensified, transforming into a torrential downpour. The television blared local news, repeatedly advising residents to refrain from unnecessary outings, especially near mountainous areas, cautioning against potential flash floods and landslides. Lengming drew back the curtains to glance outside before returning to his previous position, a cold hardness flickering in his eyes. He recalled that on this very day in his past life, a flash flood had struck Qiushan. At that time, he had reached the foot of Qiushan, only to hear that Ji Hung and the others were trapped on the mountain. Without a second thought, he had rushed up the mountain, solely for the sake of Wen Wan, the one he cared for most. Wen Wan and her companions had taken refuge in a mountain pavilion, with torrents of water rushing down behind them. In a moment of peril, Wen Wan had sustained a severe injury to her leg while attempting to save Ji Hung from being swept away by the raging waters. Ji Lengming had braved the cascading mud and debris to carry Wen Wan down the mountain, ensuring her wound did not become infected. Upon reaching the hospital and tending to her injury, Wen Wan had not expressed gratitude. Instead, she had slapped him and demanded to know why he had not arrived sooner. After cycling for 4 hours through torrential rain, he had been met with nothing but a slap. Reflecting on that moment, Ji Lengming now recognized his past self's folly. No longer would he tread the same path. Whether Wen Wan lived or died was of no concern to him. Qiushan, the mountain pavilion. The winds howled, and the flood raged. The group of young people who had been playing there were now pale with fear. Wen Wan was drenched, yet she did not cry like the other girls. When will the rescue team arrive? She asked, urgency lacing her voice. Soon, came the reply. They said they would first send drones to deliver life jackets and ropes, and we must stay put and not move. Tell them to hurry, Wen Wan urged. At that moment, a torrent of water surged from the side, and Ji Hung, who had been holding onto the railing, lost his grip and was swept away by the muddy waters. Quick as a flash, Wen Wan grasped Ji Hang's hand. However, the force of the water was overwhelming, and she too was carried off, slamming against a large tree before coming to a halt. Dazed, her head spun with blinding lights and a cascade of unfamiliar memories flooded her mind. Fortunately, Ji Hung quickly regained his footing, wading through the water to pull Wen Wan back into the pavilion. A crowd gathered around them. Wen Wan, are you all right? Wen Wan. Wen Wan lay sprawled on the ground, her body coated in mud, a jagged wound on her leg oozing blood profusely. She could hear someone calling her name, yet she was too consumed by her plight to respond. Her mind was inundated with a torrent of memories, many of which she had never experienced before. Those memories tortured her, rendering her nearly lifeless. With her eyes shut tight and her teeth clenched, murmurs escaped her lips, sounding unmistakably like the name Ji Lengming. Was she calling out for Ji Lengming? Nonsense. How could our Sister Wan possibly utter the name of that scoundrel? And yet, it was true. Sister Wan detested that clingy pest the most. Unbeknownst to her, the voices outside were speaking of her condition. At that moment, every fleeting memory in her mind was intertwined with Ji Lengming, his living presence, his departed spirit, the boundless compassion he had shown her, the companionship he provided during her most solitary times, the countless philosophical discourses he shared, his humble demeanor, and ultimately, the tragic end that befell him. Henceforth, her life of tranquility was extinguished by him, and her suffering began with him. Among the memories flashing before her, there was a vivid recollection of her abandoning an entire engagement ceremony and a multitude of media interviews, frantically driving to the cemetery in her wedding gown, just to stand before his grave and ask, "Do I look beautiful today?" After asking, tears streamed down her face like a torrential downpour. In the fragmented moments of time, she had gone mad searching for every trace he had left behind, scouring countless corners, exhausting immense resources, yet she could not even find a single photograph of him. She was incapable of reminiscing over objects that reminded her of him. Her madness intensified. She scattered Ji Lengming's ashes and erected an empty tomb in his memory. In the end, she purchased an entire cemetery, creating a garden adorned with pavilions and exquisite decorations, lavishly piled with jewels and luxuries, all to honor a singular spirit tablet. She remained unmarried for life, conducting countless selections in hopes of finding a substitute with a similar visage among the youth. A myriad of people came and went around her, yet none resembled him. She exacted vengeance on all who had wronged him, building an unprecedented commercial empire. Yet what she truly desired was merely the presence of the man she had unwittingly slain. At the memory's conclusion, she bequeathed all her possessions, stipulating in her will a single request, to have her ashes scattered in the same place as his. If they could not meet in this life, then in the next, they would intertwine once more. The immense anguish nearly engulfed Wen Wan, her once fair face marred by tear streaks, her heart a cacophony of pain. Unable to contain herself any longer, she let out a desperate scream. Ji Lengming. Wen Wan opened her eyes. The sky was a deep black. A biting wind whipped around her, and the tumultuous roar of rushing water echoed in her ears. Before her lay the verdant promise of 18. She had been reborn. Chapter 4. She had been reborn. Sister Wan, where are you going? Do not impede me. I must descend the mountain. Wen Wan rose to her feet, her piercing gaze sweeping across the crowd before her. These individuals were once companions within her circle, but to her current self, they felt utterly foreign. The rescue team will arrive shortly, and besides, your leg is injured. Ji Hung interposed, his brow furrowed with concern. Wen Wan, however, remained unmoved, her icy, piercing eyes fixed on him. All present noticed the change in Wen Wan. She seemed imbued with a fierce intensity, emanating an inexpressible sense of oppression that left others feeling uneasy. Yet, Wen Wan was preoccupied with the passage of time. According to her memories of the previous life, Ji Lengming had found her shortly after her injury, carried her down the mountain, and taken her to the hospital for stitches. This time, she did not want him to endure the arduous trek again. She intended to descend the mountain to meet him, accompany him to the hospital, commend him for his efforts, embrace him, and kiss him, rather than slapping him as she had done in her past life. "Do not stop me. You cannot hinder me," Wen Wan declared, her long legs striding into the torrential rain, swiftly disappearing from sight. At 10 o'clock that evening, a number of guests began to check into a budget hotel. Intermittent sounds of revelry echoing, yet none disturbed Lengming. The computer was assembled and ready for programming. His pinhole camera was nearly complete. Upon returning to the G residence, he merely needed to find an opportunity to stealthily slip into their respective rooms to install it. What occupied his thoughts was what time would be most suitable to return to the G household. The torrential rain had ceased, and the rescue team in the nearby autumn mountains likely had already mobilized. Ji Hung and the others should have been rescued by now. However, returning now would likely render him a target for Qin He's wrath. Yet, if he did not return, his phone hidden in a flower pot risked being discovered by a watchful servant. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Lengming felt it was time to go. Thus he checked out and returned to the G residence. At the foot of the autumn mountain, Wen Wan was caked in mud, her left calf bearing a ghastly gash that intermittently seeped blood. She had lost a shoe, revealing a small foot riddled with scars. Earlier, she had descended the mountain in search of Lengming, but despite searching high and low, she had failed to find him. She remained undeterred, persistently inquiring if he had been located. "Miss, we truly have not found the person you mentioned. Since the rain stopped, we have searched the main road several times, yet we have found no one. Moreover, the forestry staff stated that no one has ascended the mountain since the downpour began. Are you certain you are not mistaken?" Wen Wan wished with all her heart that she was mistaken, yet the events of her previous life remained vivid in her memory. Lengming had braved a landslide to carry her down the mountain, prioritizing her wound-esque treatment, yet she had repaid his kindness with a slap. Only later did she learn that Lengming had been sent by Qin He to deliver a barbecue grill after having endured over 4 hours of travel. Exhausted as he was, he had still smiled and reassured her not to worry while carrying her down the mountain. How could she possibly forget such a good man? Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in Wen Wan's mind. The grill. Go inquire with the resort manager if anyone delivered a barbecue grill. Her words were abrupt, leaving those around her puzzled. Soon, someone returned with news. Yes, someone had delivered a barbecue grill, along with a coat that seemed to belong to young Master Hung. Wen Wan swallowed hard, her spirits lifted significantly. And where is the person who delivered the grill? The resort staff informed her that the individual who brought the grill was a middle-aged taxi driver, not a youthful lad of 18. Wen Wan was left dumbfounded. One of her accompanying bodyguards, who had been tirelessly by her side, could not help but ask, "Miss, who exactly are you searching for? Should we not visit his home to inquire?" Wen Wan's thoughts were in disarray. She pondered why reality diverged from her memories. At the same time, she felt a compelling need to visit the G household. Qin He had persistently bullied Lengming. She needed to stand by his side. To the G household. "I must arrive there as swiftly as possible." The bodyguard queried, "What about the ongoing search effort here?" Wen Wan boarded the nearest vehicle, leaving behind a terse command. "Continue." The driver sped off, disregarding traffic regulations, and in less than half an hour, a sleek black Aston Martin screeched to a halt in front of the G mansion. Without waiting for the servants to announce her arrival, Wen Wan boldly entered the G residence. She was covered in mud, blood trickling down one leg, her appearance undeniably disheveled. Yet no one dared to underestimate her. Upon entering the G family estate, the scene in the garden caused Wen Wan's pupils to constrict. Time rewound 30 minutes prior. Lengming's return was impeccably timed. The G residence was devoid of anyone except for the servants. He retrieved a mobile phone concealed within the second-floor flower bed, stashed away his belongings in the basement, took a shower, changed his attire, and contemplated heading to the kitchen for something to eat. Just then, Qin He returned with Ji Hung. After being rescued, Ji Hung had been taken to the hospital for a thorough examination, a fact that Qin He had been informed of well in advance. In a flurry, Qin He rushed to the hospital, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon hearing from the doctor that her son was unharmed apart from the shock. A tempest of anger brewed within her. Upon seeing Lengming, her ire found an outlet. Lengming was in the kitchen, preparing a bowl of noodles, the water already boiling and bubbling with heat. Qin He stormed into the kitchen, seizing the pot of scalding water and hurling it at Lengming. Boiling water splashed, searing him to the core. Instantly, his exposed arms became red and swollen. Ji Hung, witnessing the scene, could only offer his mother words of comfort. "Mom, what are you doing? Be careful not to hurt your hand. If you want to hit him, let the servants do it. Why do it yourself? Besides, I'm fine." Qin He's anger surged further upon seeing Lengming's silence, and she lashed out with a kick aimed at his knee joint. Her strike was forceful. The knee, a fragile point in the human body, buckled under the pressure, and Lengming found himself kneeling on one knee. "You bastard. If my son had been harmed, I would have taken your life." Lengming, racked with pain, struggled to breathe as scalding water flowed down his back, each drop feeling like a knife piercing his skin. He lowered his head, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, yet he refrained from uttering a sound. He understood that the more he resisted, the harsher Qin he would torment him. The more he displayed emotion, the more fervent her desire to vent would become. The only way to protect himself was to minimize his presence. Gritting his teeth, Ji Lengming calmly stated, "I'm sorry, madam, young master, I was in the wrong." Ji Hung, accustomed to Ji Lengming's subservient demeanor, said nothing more, merely wanting to urge his mother to leave. "Mom, let us go? Don't linger here. You might catch his bad luck." Upon reflection, he realized he had a point. "You kneel outside. I won't allow you to rise, even if your knees become ruined." Ji Lengming furrowed his brows, his gaze tranquil like a still pond. "As you wish, madam." With that, he stood and went to kneel in the garden. Meanwhile, Wen Wan, having arrived at the Ji residence in a frenzy, was met with this heart-wrenching scene. The person she had longed for a lifetime was now kneeling by the marble-paved path, drenched, with his exposed skin covered in large blisters interspersed with blood, clearly scalded by boiling water. The living room was ablaze with light, filled with the cheerful laughter of the mother and son, interspersed with the clinking of glasses. In that moment, Wen Wan's fury knew no bounds. Chapter 5. She was reborn. Miss Wen. The Ji family's butler hurried after Wen Wan, unable to inform Qin he due to her swift pace. Ji Lengming, hearing the commotion at the estate's entrance, looked up to see, under the dim light, a girl as ethereal as a jade fairy. Her exquisite features, slender frame, and graceful demeanor exuded an air of lethal elegance. Even after 2 lifetimes, this reunion stirred the strings of his heart with her unparalleled beauty. Ji Lengming quickly lowered his head, closing his eyes, and upon reopening them, his heart was calm once more. No matter how beautiful she was, what did it matter? He had become heartless. The servants in the living room, alerted by the noise outside, rushed out to check. Upon seeing Wen Wan, they excitedly reported to Qin He, "Madam, it's Miss Wen. She has arrived, likely here to see young Master Hung." Hearing of Wen Wan's arrival, Ji Hung set down his spoon, preparing to greet her. "Mom, Miss Wen probably heard I was discharged and came to check on me." Qin He was equally pleased. The Wen family was a prestigious lineage in Yanqing, with enterprises spanning the nation and connections reaching far and wide. Moreover, Wen Wan, being the only daughter, was exceptionally capable, already managing a company behind the scenes at the tender age of 18. In contrast, the Ji family was merely a newly affluent real estate family, dependent on the Wen family for support. Aunt Wang quickly informed the kitchen to prepare some desserts. "The Mont Blanc from last time, Miss Wen loves that. Oh, and remember, use less rum. She doesn't tea like it too strong." Aunt Wang, the Ji family's chef, happily went to the kitchen upon receiving the instructions. As Ji Hung sought out Wen Wan, he found her standing in the center of the garden, gazing at Ji Lengming with an expression that was complex and incomprehensible to others. Ji Lengming, too, was fixated on her, their gazes locked, leaving no space for a third party. "Who did this to you?" Wen Wan's voice was low but icy. Ji Lengming was perplexed by her inquiry. Hadn't she never cared about his well-being before? Moreover, why was she in such a state, her clothes muddied, and her leg injuries left untreated? It had nothing to do with him. Ji Lengming maintained his usual calm tone. "I made a mistake. Madam is merely punishing me." Wen Wan smiled. She beckoned her bodyguard. "Bring my personal doctors here." The bodyguard replied, "You have 3 personal doctors. Which one would you like?" Wen Wan replied, "All of them." After saying this, she turned to Ji Hung, who stood in the corridor. Upon hearing Wen Wan's words, Ji Hung assumed the doctors were for him and quickly interjected. "I've already been examined at the hospital. Aside from a bit of shock, I'm fine. There's no need to call in extra doctors." Wen Wan's gaze brushed past him as she strode toward the living room. She looked disheveled, yet her eyes were razor-sharp, exuding an aura of impending storm. Ji Hung felt somewhat perplexed by Wen Wan's disregard for him, but followed her nonetheless. In the living room, Qin He donned a coat to signify seriousness. Upon seeing Wen Wan enter, she quickly called out, "Wen Wan, are you all right? I heard from Ji Hung that there was a flood on the mountain, and you insisted on coming down. Did you hurt yourself?" Qin He then noticed that Wen Wan had not changed her clothes. "Oh dear, how did you get so dirty? Quickly, go take a hot shower. And your leg, my heavens, what a large gash." Wen Wan casually sat on the sofa, gesturing toward the garden. "Was it you who made Ji Lengming kneel out there?" Qin He was baffled as to why Wen Wan was suddenly bringing up that useless person. Her previously calmed emotions flared up again. "Wen Wan, you have no idea how infuriating that man is. I sent him to deliver the barbecue, and he didn't even offer to help you when it rained heavily. Just think, if something had happened to you, wouldn't he be guilty of abandoning you in your time of need?" After a long-awaited return, Xiao Hung came back safely. Yet this good-for-nothing didn't utter a word of concern. The moment he arrived, he headed straight to the kitchen to slurp noodles. How can one possess such a heart? While his brother faces uncertainty outside, how can he, as a younger sibling, indulge in noodles with such nonchalance? Such a person deserves punishment. Even heaven would not tolerate it. Listening to Qin He's words, Wen Wan displayed little emotion, merely inquiring of the bodyguard beside her, "How long until the doctor arrives?" The bodyguard replied, "No more than 10 minutes." Qin He and Ji Hung shared the same thought, presuming that the doctor was summoned for Ji Hung. A mix of joy and pride surged through Qin He. Xiao Hong is merely overly anxious. He is not gravely ill, but another examination would be prudent nonetheless. Who said anything about checking Ji Hong? Wen Wan interjected. He was taken aback for 2 seconds. Isn't it for Xiao Hong? It's... Wen Wan smiled. It's for you. He, perplexed, responded. For me? I'm perfectly fine. Wen Wan gestured to the bodyguard. Bring a bucket of hot water from the kitchen. He and Ji Hong were left in the dark about Wen Wan's intentions, their hearts fluttering with unease. Sensing that something was about to unfold, he forced herself to suppress the ominous premonition, smiling as she asked, Wen Wan, what is going on? Why do you need hot water? Ji Hong, seated beside Wen Wan, began discussing desserts. My mother heard you were coming and instructed the chef to prepare Mont Blanc for you. Last time you enjoyed it quite a bit. My mother remembered that. See how much she cares for you. Wen Wan beamed, though her smile did not reach her eyes. Please thank Annie for me. I promise I'll finish the Mont Blanc today. Before long, the bodyguard returned, carrying a metal bucket filled with steaming water. Following him was the chef, presenting a small piece of chestnut Mont Blanc on a silver platter, the faint scent of alcohol wafting through the air. Wen Wan stood, designating a spot in the living room. Auntie, come here and stand right here. He was baffled. What is happening? What? Wen Wan, lacking patience, directly pulled he and firmly placed her in the designated spot. Auntie, stand still. I want to observe you closely. After saying this, she picked up the Mont Blanc and resumed her seat on the sofa. Even if he were oblivious to many things, she sensed that the current situation was amiss. Her smile became strained. Wen Wan, what is wrong? Why must Annie stand here? Are we taking pictures? Wen Wan ignored her. She lightly tapped the silver spoon against the platter, glancing meaningfully at Ji Hong. Ji Hong, remember today? The cryptic statement left Ji Hong puzzled for 3 seconds, but in the next moment, he grasped Wen Wan's intent. Suddenly, He's shrieks pierced through the luxurious Ji residence. Wen Wan's bodyguard poured the entire bucket of boiling water over He. The abruptness of the act left everyone in the room momentarily stunned. By the time they regained their senses, He was rolling on the ground within the circle Wen Wan had marked, her visible skin, face, arms, thighs, turning crimson. Ji Hong, startled, stood up. Wen Wan, what do you mean by this? Wen Wan savored a spoonful of dessert, relishing the taste. Not far away, He writhed in agony, while Ji Hong's eyes burned with fury. The entire Ji household, numbering over 10 individuals, watched the girl indulging in food, none daring to move. Wen Wan finished the dessert and set down the platter. As I mentioned, Ji Hong, remember today? Leaning against the back of the sofa, arms crossed, she exuded the demeanor of a queen wielding absolute power. Ji Lengming is mine. From now on, for every ounce of harm inflicted upon him, I shall repay it in kind. Ji Hong was taken aback by her domineering declaration. Chapter 6. Late affections are worth less than weeds. Wen Wan had timed everything perfectly. In one moment, he was screaming in boiling water. In the next, Wen Wan's entire team of personal doctors arrived at the Ji residence. With a hasty instruction to treat her, they hurriedly ushered Ji Lengming away. Upon hearing the cries echoing through the Ji residence, Ji Lengming had yet to react when Wen Wan's bodyguard seized him. What is happening? Wen Wan had already opened the car door. The bodyguard, understanding the situation, carefully maneuvered Ji Lengming into the car without aggravating his injuries. Wen Wan then slid into the car beside him. As the door closed, the confined space filled with a faint scent of grass from Wen Wan. Drive. The driver asked, Miss, where to? DS Hospital, Wen Wan replied, her tone devoid of emotion. The driver remained silent, but the bodyguard in the passenger seat spoke up. Miss, are you certain about DS Hospital? At this hour, the attending physicians should be resting. Wen Wan's voice was flat. Then wake them all up. I want to see those old geezers when we arrive at DS. The bodyguard was taken aback. Wen Wan, unwilling to squander time, swiftly lowered the partition. The car sped away, the driver maneuvering the Aston Martin with remarkable agility. Inside the vehicle, as soon as the partition was down, Wen Wan eagerly grasped Ji Lengming's hand. Ji Lengming, caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, instinctively withdrew his hand upon realizing her grip. Miss Wen, I believe we are not yet familiar enough. Call me Wen Wan. Ji Lengming's heart raced. He sensed that this version of Wen Wan was different. The Miss Wen before him seemed transformed. Wen Wan took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her, fearful of startling him. I know you like me. She gazed into Ji Lengming's eyes, her gaze fervent and intense. I've realized that I also like you. I wish to be with you. I want you to be my boyfriend, to marry me, and to have 3 children with me. If you agree, I will immediately inform others to prepare for the engagement ceremony. Do you consent? Ji Lengming's heart raced uncontrollably. It wasn't he that Wen Wan's words moved him. Rather, he recognized that this Wen Wan was no longer the 18-year-old version he once knew. She, too, might have been reborn. Ji Lengming, subtly probing, asked Miss Wen, what prompted such thoughts? Wen Wan closed her eyes, lowering her gaze, a hint of melancholy gracing her exquisite features. To be honest, I had a dream where I lost you, and I could never find you again. The brevity of her words bore a poignant sorrow. Yet, to Ji Lengming, they struck like thunderclaps. He had guessed it. Wen Wan, too, had been reborn. Ji Lengming was at a loss for how to feel, his emotions a tangled web. If it were in their past life, Wen Wan's willingness to speak such words would have left him ecstatic for 3 sleepless nights, dreaming of vibrant fireworks and budding romance. Alas, in this life, late affections are worth less than weeds. He no longer desired them. Miss, I feel you are better suited for young Master Hung. I am merely a lowly illegitimate child, and Wen Wan's brows furrowed immediately. What illegitimate child? I want to allow you to speak like that. Being with me, you will be the honored guest of all of Yang City. Who dares to deem you lowly? She clutched Ji Lengming's hand fervently, terrified that he might reject her. Lengming, promise me, and I shall provide you with the finest treasures the world has to offer. Whatever you desire, I will endeavor to fulfill. Just agree to be with me. Ji Lengming stifled his impatience, once again withdrawing his hand and shifting slightly away from Wen Wan. My apologies, miss, but at this moment, I harbor no romantic inclinations. We are still students, and our studies must take precedence. Please drop me off at the next intersection. I need to procure some medicine from the pharmacy. Wen Wan surmised that perhaps she had been a tad too hasty, and that Ji Lengming, frightened by her fervor, was attempting to maintain a distance despite his evident affection for her. She resolved not to rush the matter, opting for a more gradual approach. Once she had steadied her emotions, she spoke. Your injuries appear quite severe. You ought to visit a hospital for a proper examination. Rest assured, we shall arrive shortly. The hospital she referenced was a prestigious private establishment owned by her family, frequented by the affluent and elite, boasting exceptional medical expertise. Whether it be a minor burn or a complex heart transplant, the success rates were among the best globally. Upon arriving at the hospital, the elite team of specialists had been summoned en masse. Faced with Wen Wan's commanding presence, they were left with no choice but to comply silently, hoping to treat the patient swiftly so they might return home for a well-deserved rest. Ji Lengming felt exceedingly uncomfortable being surrounded by a throng of medical personnel for an entire hour. This attention was foreign to him. In the past, when unwell, he would either endure the discomfort alone or wait in line at a public hospital, mingling with the general populace. He was merely a worthless bone in Wen Wan's eyes. He found the bustling infusion hall to be far more relaxed. The blood tests and examinations were exhaustive, with various practitioners checking his pulse, examining his tongue, and lifting his eyelids, all in fear of overlooking any additional ailments. Seizing a moment when Wen Wan was distracted, Ji Lengming discreetly signaled to the bodyguard, indicating that if he had any needs, he could seek assistance from Wen Wan's father. The bodyguard nodded in understanding. Wen Wan was behaving rather unusually, almost obsessively. In their past life, she had also been unyielding, leading to continual clashes in their perspectives. He did not wish for her to meddle in his current life and choices. The doctor concluded the examination, instructing Ji Lengming to apply ointment consistently to avoid scarring and to keep the wound dry. The extent of the burn was significant, and he was advised to avoid pressure while sleeping. If any inflammatory responses arose, he was to return for further evaluation. Upon hearing there were no serious issues, Wen Wan finally exhaled with relief. All right, I understand. However, her anxiety prompted her to inquire once more about the precautions before she guided Ji Lengming out of the hospital. The air was refreshingly crisp after the rain, invigorating even in the late hours. Ji Lengming, wishing to escape the confined space with Wen Wan, seized the initiative to announce his departure. Miss, thank you for your care, but I must return. Please provide me with an itemized bill for the medical expenses. I will find a way to reimburse you. Wen Wan's heart ached at Ji Lengming's aloofness. Why are you being so formal with me? You shall not treat me with such distance. Moreover, for tonight and tomorrow, until your injuries heal, you must stay with me. We can discuss other matters afterward. Ji Lengming had never encountered such obstinate and domineering behavior from Wen Wan. If he were the Ji Lengming known for his unrequited affection, he would have eagerly accepted her terms. Yet, at this moment, he felt nothing but exasperation. Miss Wan, you claim that I harbor feelings for you, but I believe this to be a mere misperception on your part. I do not feel any emotional inclination in that regard. Perhaps my previous actions have led to your misunderstanding, for which I sincerely apologize. I kindly ask that you refrain from pursuing me further. I am but a humble individual, unworthy of your grand gestures. Wen Wan was torn between anger and sorrow, repeatedly attempting to grasp Ji Lengming's hand, only for him to evade her touch. She longed to embrace him but hesitated, mindful of his injuries. She was bewildered, unable to discern what had gone awry. Ji Lengming had been hopelessly in love with her. He had secretly adored her for 7 years and had stood by her side for a decade. How had she realized his affections? It seemed to have occurred after their college entrance exams, when Ji Lengming achieved remarkable results, becoming the top science student in Yang City. Jealous, Ji Hung had rallied a group of affluent youths to invade Ji Lengming's private sanctuary. In that basement, they discovered the acceptance letter from the prestigious A university and a tin box filled with trinkets. Recognizing the contents as her own discarded items or those lost to time, Wen Wan recalled how Ji Lengming had returned to find his cherished box ransacked and had confronted Ji Hung and his entourage, despite being outnumbered and beaten. Reflecting on the timeline, the college entrance exams had just concluded, and soon they would be able to check their scores. What transpired next? She recalled how she had compelled Lengming to tear up the acceptance letter from a university, forcing him to leave his home and accompany her to study abroad in W country, thus becoming her personal attendant. She had squandered so many of his years. Miss, the boss requests your return. With frustration boiling within her, Wen Wan snapped back to reality upon hearing the bodyguard's words. She had an inkling of her father's intentions. Coincidentally, she had matters to discuss with him. In this lifetime, she would not repeat her past mistakes. She would repay the debts owed to him with her lifetime. Chapter 7. I have taken a liking to someone. Driver, please take Lengming home. And remember, ensure he enters the house. The term home indicated that she wanted to see Lengming safely inside, not merely dropped off at the gate. Understood, miss. Lengming sighed in relief. Thankfully, he had earlier suggested to the bodyguard that they contact Wen Ren, Wen Wan's father. Despite Wen Wan's usual rebelliousness, she would not dare defy her father at this moment. With her father overseeing matters, he could pursue his own objectives. I shall take my leave now. As Lengming stepped into the car, he felt a firm grip on his arm. He turned to find Wen Wan gazing at him intently. What is it? Wen Wan bit her lip before speaking. I will seek you out again. Also, everything I said earlier was genuine. Hand over your phone. Lengming replied. I don't have it. Wen Wan produced her own phone. What is your number? Lengming promptly recited a series of digits to avoid prolonged entanglement. Is your WeChat the same? She inquired. Lengming nodded. I will contact you, and you must not refuse. Let us try being together. Let's discuss it later. With that, he withdrew his hand, entered the car, and shut the door in one fluid motion. Upon returning to the G residence, Lengming was surprised to find the estate unusually quiet, with only the gatekeeper on duty. Upon inquiring, he learned that he had suffered burns from boiling water and had been taken to the hospital, leaving all the servants to attend to her. The grand estate was devoid of inhabitants. Lengming thought to himself that this was a fortunate turn of events. Unbeknownst to him, Wen Wan had unwittingly aided him tremendously. He had been fretting over how to stealthily install pinhole cameras throughout the estate. With the absence of people tonight, it was the perfect opportunity for him to carry out his plans. Returning to the basement, he counted the pinhole cameras he had gathered, a total of 32. Lengming calculated the time once more, his movements swift and agile, thoroughly familiar with the circuitry of the G family. He was confident that before dawn, all the electrical connections would be completed, preparing all the necessary tools in the stillness of the night, under the cloak of darkness. 32 miniature cameras were concealed in various corners of the grand estate. They served as a pair of eyes, silently observing all the inhabitants, like ethereal specters. In the private medical center, he had just received a sedative and finally succumbed to slumber. Ji-hung stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, clutching his phone, his eyes ablaze with a crimson hue. He could scarcely fathom that Wen Wan would dare to act against his mother. Moreover, it was all for that disreputable, illegitimate son. This affront was utterly intolerable. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Ji-hung glanced at the screen. It was a call from Ji Dessen. Hello, Dad. Yes. I've already contacted the Wen family to see how Wen Ren intends to handle this. How is your mother? She just fell asleep. The doctor mentioned she needs careful nursing, and her immunity is low, which may lead to inflammation. Make sure to take good care of your mother. Spare no expense. I will visit when I can. Understood. Xiaohong. Ji Dessen paused. I do not wish for this incident to affect our relationship with the Wen family. You comprehend my meaning, do you not? Ji-hung understood his father's implication all too well. Rest assured, my relationship with Wen Wan remains unchanged. He forced a light-hearted smile. Besides, aren't we supposed to study abroad? Once Mom recovers, I'll start packing. Ji Dessen responded with a satisfied hum. After the call ended, Ji-hung exhaled deeply. He did not mention Lengming, but he trusted Ji Dessen had his own judgment. As long as Ji Dessen emotionally favored him and his mother, taking action against that bastard would pose no significant risk, as long as he refrained from fatal consequences. Ji-hung gritted his teeth, a flash of crimson passing through his eyes. Just because he could not openly confront Wen Wan did not mean he would spare Lengming. The more fiercely she defended him, the more he would make that scoundrel suffer. Ji-hung opened his phone and sent a message to his friend, Chen Shanghai. Are you there? Chen Shanghai, who came from a prominent background, outwardly engaged in a renovation business, but his family also dabbled in gray and black industries. Thus, procuring someone to handle a bloody task would be relatively easy. What is up? Just say it. I want to deal with someone, preferably discreetly. Chen Shanghai replied with a voice message. What the hell are you planning, bro? Ji-hang's tone turned cold. That cheap brother of mine has somehow entangled himself with Wen Wan. Last night, in a fit of rage for him, she scalded my mother with boiling water. How can I possibly endure such an affront? That illegitimate son? He certainly deserves a good thrashing. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll ensure no one finds out. The voice message ended. Ji-hung let out a long sigh, feeling considerably relieved. At the Wen residence, the night was late, yet the lights burned brightly. Wen Ren was still awake in his study, calmly practicing calligraphy. In the blink of an eye, as he was immersed in his art, the study door swung open, and the brush in his hand flew from his grasp, striking the intruder at the door. Wen Wan, accustomed to her father's temperament, tilted her head and deftly avoided the brush. She strode into the study, unabashed. Still practicing calligraphy? You clearly lack the composure required for such an art. Wen Tongren's brow furrowed deeply, as if he could crush a mosquito. Is this how you speak to your father? Wen Wan scoffed coldly. What else? Respect begets respect. You throw a brush at me and expect me to treat you kindly? The patience Wen Tongren had cultivated dissipated entirely. Wen Wan, I will grant you one more chance to speak properly. Ignoring her father's admonition, Wen Wan declared, I'm not going to W country. Arrange for me to attend a university instead. Wen Tongren was struck with incredulity. What did you just say? Surely you're not so old that you can't hear clearly? Wen Tongren's stern stare could kill. Give me a reason to allow you to attend a university. Wen Wan replied, I'm interested in someone who will be attending a university. Wen Tongren grit his teeth and asked, is it that boy from the Ji family? Wen Wan clarified, not Ji Hung, but Ji Lengming. Furious, Wen Tongren seized the inkstone from his desk and hurled it at Wen Wan, splattering ink across the floor. You're causing a ruckus in the Ji family for that illegitimate son. Wen Wan, with a few drops of ink on her clothes, cast a glance at the mess. I do not consent. I will not permit you to be together. If you dare associate with him again, do not set foot in this house. Wen Wan felt her ears ring from Wen Tongren's shouting. She casually dug her pinky into her ear and said, I did not seek your approval. I merely came to inform you of my decision. Wen Tongren, bewildered, stared at his daughter in disbelief. Wen Wan remained unfazed, embodying the demeanor of a shrewd businesswoman, well prepared. Haven't you been troubled by the significant drop in profits from the fashion industry, even contemplating cutting that line of business? Give me half a month, and I will not only eliminate your financial deficit, but also guarantee a threefold profit. So what do you say, Boss Wen? Care to wager with me? Chapter 8, 500,000. Ji Lengming had not emerged from the basement for 2 consecutive days. He had cooked a pot of rice in the kitchen, eating cold leftovers when hungry and drinking cold water when thirsty, dedicating nearly 24 hours in a state of heightened concentration to programming. At first glance, he was writing standard programs. In reality, he was implanting viruses. Once the target's phone was activated, the virus would automatically download, monitoring the phone's every action in real time. In addition to writing the virus, he also developed a virtual dialing software capable of mimicking any number to call or text the target. He sent messages to Ji Hung, Qin He, and Ji Desen, crafting content that would compel them to click. The message to Ji Hung mimicked a reunion invitation. The one to Qin He was a promotional message for new products, while the one to Ji Desen was an invitation for a repeat service from a call girl. Based on his understanding of these 3 individuals, such content would undoubtedly prompt them to open the messages. Sure enough, within an hour, the phones of Ji Hung, Qin He, and Ji Desen were all under his surveillance. As Ji Lengming perused Ji Hung's chat history, he discovered that the young master had contacted Qin Shanghai. Qin Shanghai was a significant figure in Ji Lengming's mind. Though he appeared to run a renovation business, he had extensive entanglements with both the legitimate and underworld, especially later, when he acquired a fierce and loyal subordinate who feared neither dirt nor danger and was willing to undertake countless dirty jobs, unflinchingly devoted to Qin Shanghai. Eventually, when Qin Shanghai encountered legal troubles, this loyal subordinate willingly took the fall for him. Ji Lengming had once inadvertently heard tales of this fierce subordinate. It was said that Qin Shanghai had aided him during his most desperate times, after which the subordinate never acknowledged another master. As Ji Lengming reminisced about Qin Shanghai's exploits, Ji Heng's phone buzzed again. In the private hospital, Qin He was applying ointment while Ji Hung sat on a nearby sofa, engrossed in his phone. After declining an invitation from an unknown classmate for a graduation reunion, he received a message from Qin Shanghai. Qin Shanghai, Henggu, I found the person for you. Just give the order, and we can take action this week. Ji Hung, is he reliable? Qin Shanghai, absolutely reliable. Let me tell you, his family is in dire straits and desperately needs money. You give him cash, and he will serve you loyally, without being clingy, a truly useful asset. Ji Hung, very well. Tonight, I will lure that scoundrel out, and we shall take action. Qin Shanghai, okay. Ji Lengming observed the chat dialogue projected on the computer screen, a cold smile creeping onto his face. However, upon reading the phrases about the person being found and his family encountering difficulties, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Perhaps this seemingly loyal and non-adhesive assassin could be the one to take the fall for Qin Shanghai in the future. Ji Lengming began to formulate a plan in his mind. He moved his mouse, scouring the internet, and soon found the contact information for a paparazzo. This paparazzo, known on Weibo as super photographer, specialized in exposing scandals in the entertainment industry. His approach was indirect, utilizing a teaser format. For instance, if he captured scandalous footage of a certain celebrity, he would post a teaser on Weibo, using vague descriptors like W's surname, single, previously had a triple ex-boyfriend, to hint at the celebrity's identity, followed by a brief mention of the scandalous act, concluding with "see you on Monday," prompting internet users to speculate. When the celebrity saw his post, they would naturally reach out to him upon realizing their negative news had been caught. Subsequently, both parties would negotiate a price to buy out the scandal. If the price was agreed upon, the teaser would vanish. If not, The paparazzo would release it online to gain followers. Among all registered paparazzi on Weibo, this super photographer was the boldest and most meticulous, which was precisely why Ji Lengming sought him out. Ji Lengming retrieved a video recorded 2 days prior, featuring Qin He and a young star. He was fortunate. The chemistry between Qin He and the star was explosive, guaranteed to set the internet ablaze. The video had undergone image processing, clear enough to reveal not just their faces and figures, but even the moles on their bodies. In other words, these two had no way to deny their involvement. Ji Lengming captured a screenshot and sent it to the super photographer, adding a note with a figure of 500,000. The super photographer responded immediately upon receiving the image. "Did you take this?" Ji Lengming did not reply. After a few minutes, the super photographer, having verified the authenticity of the image, began negotiating the price. 500,000 is too high. I can offer you a maximum of 100,000. Ji Lengming didn't reply with text, but sent another screenshot, this time of a different paparazzi studio's Weibo. The message was clear. If the price did not meet expectations, he could seek cooperation elsewhere. Super photographer, wait. How many of such photos do you have? If there are plenty and they are explosive, I wouldn't mind offering you 500,000. Ji Lengming still refrained from sending a textual response and instead sent a video clip lasting approximately 20 seconds. The super photographer opened the video and immediately realized this was a lucrative deal. He felt that Ji Lengming's offer of 500,000 was an incredibly fair price. Super photographer, please provide your account. I will transfer the money immediately. Ji Lengming typed, I will send the account tonight. After finishing, he logged off. The paparazzo was left puzzled as to why the account details would be sent later that evening. As night fell, at 7 o'clock, Ji Hang's call came as expected. Ji Hang made an effort to keep his voice calm and steady over the phone, ensuring no suspicion arose. Ji Lengming, my mother has suffered severe burns and is in the hospital. You are also part of the Ji family. My mother has never lacked for you in terms of food or clothing. At the very least, you should come to the hospital to see her. Ji Lengming's heart was as clear as a mirror. He recognized this was Ji Hang's ploy to lure him out. Surely, once he stepped outside the Ji family's door, he would fall prey to the attack orchestrated by Chun Changhai's hired hand. Ji Lengming adopted a more amiable tone, meek and cautiously ingratiating. All right, I'll be there shortly. By the way, which hospital is your mother in? Ji Hang provided an address. Ji Lengming understood. He hesitated briefly before asking, should I bring some fruit? Would that seem too frugal? Ji Hang chuckled inwardly. This fool truly believed someone would eat what he brought. Ji Hang, not at all. Just buy whatever you like. My mother doesn't care about that. After their conversation concluded, Ji Hang sent a text to Qin Shanghai. You can proceed with the arrangements. I've convinced him to leave the house. Qin Shanghai, received. Ji Lengming tidied himself up, slung his bag over his shoulder, and rode his old bicycle out of the Ji residence. He acted completely normal, entirely unlike someone who held the upper hand. First, he visited the local market, browsing several fruit shops. Then he checked the prices at a large shopping mall, back and forth, genuinely resembling someone preparing to visit a sick relative. Throughout, Ji Lengming pretended not to notice the person tailing him, behaving as expected and cooperating fully. It was only when he rode into a dimly lit alley that his entire demeanor shifted, his defenses finally heightened. Without light, without surveillance, cloaked in darkness, and devoid of a third-party witness, this was an ideal crime scene tailor-made for a perpetrator. Sure enough, the individual who had been following Ji Lengming made their move. Chapter 9. The common people do not deceive one another. In the dark alley, Ji Lengming subdued the struggling individual before him. He had been prepared. Knowing Ji Hang had hired someone to assault him, he had equipped himself with a stun baton in advance. The stun baton proved effective, swiftly taking down the imposing man before him. Subsequently, he leisurely retrieved handcuffs, securing the man's arms behind his back. Stop struggling. I know you were sent by Qin Shanghai. Wei Zhen paused momentarily at the words, only to resume his vigorous thrashing. Let me go? I have nothing to do with Qin Shanghai. Do what you will, but do not cast aspersions on others. Ji Lengming sat down heavily on Wei Zhen's back, prompting a pained cry from him. How much did Qin Shanghai promise you? Wei Zhen stubbornly retorted, I don't know what you're talking about. Get off me. I can't breathe. Ji Lengming, I know your family is in dire straits and you urgently need money. Hasn't Qin Shanghai yet transferred the funds to you? Why be so loyal? Tell me, what difficulties are you facing? If it falls within my means, I wouldn't mind lending you a hand. Wei Zhen was uncertain of Ji Lengming's intentions. Was he attempting to sway him? Qin Shanghai had indeed yet to pay him, only promising to settle the account after the job was done. He was genuinely in need of money. His ailing mother required surgery, but the family was impoverished and could not possibly come up with the 20,000 needed for the operation. Qin Shanghai had promised him 5,000 upon completion of the task. 5,000 was enough to keep his mother going, and he could then seek assistance from others. As a person at the bottom of the social ladder, powerless and without influence, he could only sell his services. Driven by his thirst for money, Wei Zhen swallowed hard. What can you offer me? Ji Lengming smirked. 500,000. Wei Zhen's breath hitched. 500. 000 was a sum that a person at the bottom could hardly hope to earn even in a decade of toil without eating or drinking. Wei Zhen hastily inquired, You can truly give me 500,000? Ji Lengming replied, Yes, just provide me with an account number. Wei Zhen, what do you want me to do? Murder? Arson? Engage in fighting or extortion? Ji Lengming revealed a resigned smile, stating, I am a person of integrity. I do not require you to commit acts of violence. All I ask is that you obediently follow my commands. Rest assured, everything will remain within the bounds of the law. Wei Zhen, calculating in his mind, pondered his current destitution. With nothing left to lose but a worthless life, he found it hard to believe that this individual would deceive him for a mere 500,000. Yet, the sudden windfall was hard to dismiss. First, tell me, what exactly do you need me to do? Ji Lengming had meticulously plotted every detail. A glimmer of cold light flashed in his eyes. I require a visible executor. You are precisely the right fit. He briefly recounted his grievances with Qin Shanghai and others, emphasizing his status as an illegitimate child and his determination not to live in subservience. He concluded, if you heed my instructions and assist me, not just 500,000, but even 50 million, you shall earn. Wei Zhen was utterly enraptured. With a decisive clench of his jaw, he resolved, all right, I will do it. If you truly have 500,000, I will follow you for life. Ji Lengming released Wei Zhen and requested his account details. Please provide me with your account number. Wei Zhen recited a string of digits. Ji Lengming swiftly relayed this information to the super photographer. He handed Wei Zhen a mobile phone, stating, from now on, contact me using this phone. I will reach out to you as well. Even Wei Zhen, who was usually slow to catch on, sensed something amiss. This person had prepared too thoroughly. Not only was he aware of Wei Zhen's intentions to ambush him, but he also knew of his financial desperation and had now equipped him accordingly. Wei Zhen found himself ensnared in his web, with no room for resistance. A wave of apprehension washed over him. Did you know I was tailing you the entire time? Ji Lengming chuckled softly. Not only did I know you were following me, but I also understand the nature of your dealings with Qin Shanghai and his cohorts. The chilling realization struck Wei Zhen as he recalled Ji Lengming's earlier inquiry about how much Qin Shanghai had offered him. His heart raced with dread, sensing Wei Zhen's fear. Ji Lengming offered a slight reassurance. Do not worry, I am not like Qin Shanghai. He is self-serving and indifferent to others' fates, exploiting privileges for his own gain. Like you, I am an ordinary citizen. We do not deceive one another. Wei Zhen recoiled, too intimidated to speak further. Ji Lengming continued. You will need to strike me a few times for appearances. Ideally, it should leave some marks. Wei Zhen, confused, asked why. Ji Lengming explained, otherwise, how will you justify your actions? Behind the scenes, you will follow my lead, while publicly, you must continue to obey Qin Shanghai. Wei Zhen understood. Ji Lengming intended for him to be a double agent. Indeed, 500,000 was not easily acquired. Following Ji Lengming's instructions, Wei Zhen inflicted several visible injuries upon him. A bruise at the corner of his mouth, a few contusions on his arm, and 2 scratches on the back of his neck. At first glance, it appeared quite convincing. Sporting such battle scars, he visited the hospital where he was located, and as expected, received considerable concern from Ji Hong. Feigning innocence, Ji Hong inquired how he had sustained such injuries. Ji Lengming, filled with shame and anxiety, lowered his head, claiming he had fallen while riding his bike. After exchanging insincere pleasantries, both harboring ulterior motives, Ji Hong finally allowed Ji Lengming to return home. Upon arriving back at the basement, nearly simultaneously, he received messages from the super photographer and Wei Zhen. The super photographer stated, the 500,000 has been transferred, accompanied by a screenshot of the transaction. Wei Zhen chimed in, Boss, I have received the 500,000. Qin Shanghai sent me 50,000 as well. How should I proceed? Ji Lengming instructed, keep it, and tell him you will contact him for future work. Understood, boss. Wei Zhen replied eagerly. Ji Lengming typed out another message. Additionally, please rent a place near a university. It should not be a shared accommodation, but rather a standalone house. Old and dilapidated is acceptable. Also, find someone you trust to register an investment company. I will provide you with an investment plan, and remember, confidentiality is paramount. Wei Zhen's body tensed with determination. As you command, boss. Ji Lengming then tucked his phone away and returned to his computer. The first pawn had been set into motion. The second was already on its way. With a gentle click of the mouse, the computer screen illuminated, revealing a chat history with Ji Dessen. It was a conversation between Ji Dessen and the family maid, Duanyu. Ji Dessen was known for his indulgence in women, particularly those who embodied innocence and sensuality. A modern term for this would be pure desire. In his previous life, he had failed to notice the subtle connection between Ji Dessen and the maid. However, in this life, upon observing their chat history, he recognized the depth of their relationship. Upon reflection, the maid possessed an appealing visage, with a doll-like face, innocent eyes, and a flawless figure. Certainly the type Ji Dessen would be drawn to. The chat history continued to scroll across the screen. Ji Dessen, I will return home next Monday. Duanyu, aren't you going to visit your wife in the hospital first? G. Dessen, no, I want to see you first. Duanyu responded with a shy emoji. G. Dessen, be sure to prepare the medicine in advance. Duanyu, alright. Ji Lengming was uncertain about the nature of this medicine. He speculated on two possibilities. First, it could be a stimulant. Second, it might be a contraceptive. If it were the latter, then the Ji family was on the brink of a significant upheaval. Ding. A new short message arrived from a somewhat familiar number. Why haven't you accepted my friend request on WeChat yet? Ji Lengming's expression betrayed his annoyance. He swiftly deleted the message. Chapter 10, A Forceful Kiss. This familiar yet strange number belonged to Wen Wan, whose memory lingered in Ji Lengming's mind for over a decade, impossible to forget. Scrolling through his phone, he discovered numerous calls and messages from Wen Wan, some inquiring about his burn and whether he had applied the ointment on time, others asking what he was up to, urging him to accept her WeChat friend request and questioning why he was ignoring her. She was both clingy and bothersome. Ji Lengming chose to ignore Wen Wan. He had been preoccupied for 2 days, sleepless and weary, and his burn had begun to fester. After applying some ointment, he turned off the lights and went to bed. Less than an hour later, a series of knocks echoed from outside the basement door. Filled with irritation, Ji Lengming rose to answer it. The small wall lamp outside illuminated the area, and as he opened the door, Wen Wan's exquisitely beautiful face appeared before him. A thin sheen of sweat adorned her forehead. Her features bore signs of fatigue, and dark circles under her eyes suggested she too had not rested in some time. What brings you here? Why haven't you replied to my messages and calls? They spoke almost in unison. Ji Lengming's expression turned icy. Why should I reply? Wen Wan's face reflected a hint of restraint. Fine. It was my fault for asking poorly. She sighed, lifting the items in her hands with a forced smile. I bought you some things. There are quite a few, and they are a bit heavy. Let me at least set them down. With that, she attempted to enter Ji Lengming's bedroom. Ji Lengming blocked her path with his hand, and Wen Wan looked at him in confusion. We can talk here. Besides, I have enough things. I am not lacking anything at the moment. Wen Wan stubbornly insisted, if you don't need them, you can just throw them away. Ji Lengming responded swiftly, then I must trouble Miss One to dispose of it. There is a trash bin in the Ji family courtyard. It is late, and I am weary, so I beg your pardon for not keeping you company. As he spoke, he was about to shut the door. Wen Wan's arm reached out. Wedging itself against the door, her fingers tightly gripping the frame, the tips turning pale from the strain. Her expression was a blend of desolation, urgency, and an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Do you truly have to act this way? You clearly hold feelings for me. Why pretend to be indifferent? Ji Lengming scoffed. Miss One, you must be dreaming if you think others should revolve around you. To be candid, any man would regard someone so forward as you with disdain. His words struck sharply, causing Wen Wan to feel a searing heat on her face, as though she had been dealt a stinging slap. Ordinarily, she would have retaliated with a slap of her own, but the man before her was Ji Lengming, the one she had long sought, yet could only meet in memories. She could not bring herself to do so. Wen Wan adopted an unprecedentedly humble demeanor. She gazed at Ji Lengming with a tenacity that glimmered in her eyes, tears shimmering like dewdrops, both enchanting and innocent. I do not require your esteem. Simply accept the items and wear the clothes I brought for you. Then, I shall take my leave. Ji Lengming shot her a cold glance. And if I refuse, will the esteemed young lady annihilate me? Wen Wan shook her head, a mischievous smile lingering at the corner of her lips. I shall not destroy you, for I am unwilling to part ways. But this will provide me with some justification for certain actions. Ji Lengming laughed derisively. Whatever you wish to do, feel free. Before his words could dissipate, a breathtaking figure surged forward, pressing Ji Lengming against the door, her hand wrapping around his neck as she fiercely kissed him. Ji Lengming was momentarily stunned by Wen Wan's sudden audacity. Seeing his bewildered expression, she felt tempted to kiss him again but restrained herself. Swallowing hard, she leaned in closer, her demeanor a mix of mockery and flirtation. Shall I continue? I am quite amenable. Ji Lengming was utterly unprepared for Wen Wan's brazen transformation, a combination of shamelessness and audacity. He disdainfully wiped his mouth, wishing to erase the imprint of this woman. His lips reddened from the friction. Do not sully me with your lips that have touched others. It disgusts me. His eyes held an unmistakable contempt. Wen Wan was at a loss for Ji Lengming's assertions. Throughout this life and the last, he had been the sole recipient of her affections. She had once believed she was enamored with Ji Hung, yet being with him had never ignited any carnal desire within her. Initially, she thought it was Ji Lengming's physique that attracted her, but she later realized it was his very essence that captivated her. Thus, even when she sought countless substitutes, she remained indifferent and devoid of longing. Wen Wan's frustration surged at Ji Lengming's remarks. You find me repugnant? She pressed closer, her face near his, and pounded her fist against the door. Disgusting or not, you shall endure. With that, she seized his chin and kissed him once more. This kiss was not gentle like the first, it was invasive, sweeping through Ji Lengming's mouth and biting his lip with fervor. Ji Lengming resisted fervently, his arms pushing against her, yet Wen Wan's dominance exceeded his expectations. As the only daughter of the Wen family, she had been groomed as a successor, not in the arts of dance or piano, but in the practical disciplines of combat and strength training. Despite being a man, Ji Lengming found it difficult to break free, inadvertently granting Wen Wan the opportunity to restrain his arms. Breathless, Wen Wan's eyes glowed with a crimson hue, her lips sultry and glistening. She leaned close to Ji Lengming's ear, her breath fragrant. Do you believe that if you struggle, I will refrain from taking you right here? Ji Lengming gritted his teeth, his gaze dark and brooding as if it could swallow the light. Ignoring the pain, he rubbed his scalded arm against the rough wall, causing the blisters to burst, oozing pus and blood that stained his shoulder. I have plenty of sores on me. If the esteemed young lady does not mind, proceed. His tone was chilling, and the gradually spreading crimson stung Wen Wan's eyes, leading her to release Ji Lengming, tears welling up uncontrollably. Even if she dared not believe it, Wen Wan understood that Ji Lengming had changed. Was it a mere lack of depth in his affections that had brought about this transformation? Perhaps not. The true reason was something she herself dared not confront. She would rather dwell in the comforting illusion of self-deception. I am sorry, Wen Wan murmured, tears brimming in her eyes, yet refusing to fall. Her apologies were shrouded in guilt, though she could not articulate the reason behind them. Ji Lengming turned to enter his room, grasping the doorknob and completely disregarding the girl standing outside. You should leave. Do not seek me out again. And please take back the items you brought. I have no need for them. With that, the door slammed shut. The moment the door closed, Wen Wan's body, which had been precariously held together, finally crumpled to the floor. The bag she had bought lay scattered around her, as solitary as she felt. Wen Wan had countless things she longed to convey to Ji Lengming. She wanted to tell him how she had been so busy these past few days that she had scarcely a moment to rest. How she had made a wager with her father and taken over the family clothing business, poring over reports and attending meetings, utterly consumed by her responsibilities. She wished to share how she had bought him numerous gifts, men's clothing from fashion shows, limited edition watches, highly sought-after figurines, electronic gadgets, and basketball shoes worth thousands, all for him. And in the future, she would ensure he had everything Ji Hung possessed, and even better. She yearned to express how much she missed him. Even when the household staff suggested she take a break and let them deliver the gifts, she had refused. With him around, what was fatigue worth? However, these words would never escape her lips. That person regarded her and her gifts with utter disdain. Wen Wan could no longer contain the heat of her tears. As with countless midnight awakenings before, the floodgates opened. Chapter 11. Allow you to acclimate to my affection. Wen Wan did not depart from the basement. She remained seated on the floor, frozen in position, her gaze vacant as she fixated on the closed door, lost in her thoughts. It was not until the break of dawn that a spark ignited within her eyes. As time ticked by, it seemed she had come to a realization, and the light in her eyes grew fervent and intense. When she glanced towards the tightly shut door once more, her expression bore a wild, reckless determination. Ji Lengming had managed to rest for a night, regaining a modicum of energy. As he opened the door to step outside, he discovered several individuals standing in the dim light. Sunlight could not penetrate the basement. Only the small wall lamp flickered faintly. Underneath this meager illumination sat a table, and at that table sat Wen Wan, the very one who had disturbed his sleep the previous night. Wen Wan remained strikingly beautiful, her elegance sharp, her demeanor frigid, akin to the crystalline frost blooming upon a cliff in the dead of winter. It appeared delicate and transparent, yet it could effortlessly slice through skin, causing blood to flow freely. Her eyes were marked by shadows, evidence of yet another sleepless night. Engrossed in her documents, she met Ji Lengming's gaze and immediately returned it with equal intensity. Ji Lengming averted his gaze, pondering to himself the audacity of the individual before him. After hurling a barrage of insults at her during the night, the man appeared utterly unperturbed now. Little did he know, Wen Wan had spent the night in deep contemplation, reshaping her approach to pursuing companionship. Even though Ji Lengming no longer regarded her, Wen Wan remained fixated upon him, her eyes radiating a warmth capable of melting the coldest of hearts. Finish your breakfast. Her tone was not particularly loud, yet it bore an undeniable authority. A considerable stack of documents lay before her, and she lowered her gaze once more, fully engrossed in her work. Evan, hand it to him. Evan, her bodyguard, stood at the ready. Ji Lengming ignored the exquisitely prepared meal offered by Evan, determined to continue on his way. However, Evan obstructed his path. I'm sorry, but my employer insists that you consume breakfast before departing. Ji Lengming ground his teeth in defiance. What if I refuse to eat? Wen Wan set down her documents, her expression unwavering. Then you shall not leave this basement. Ji Lengming found the relentless pursuit tiresome, yearning to unleash his frustration. Yet, upon witnessing the steely resolve in Wen Wan's eyes, he realized that no amount of anger would deter her unyielding need for control, to avoid wasting time on futile matters. He snatched the breakfast bag and took a few bites. Is that sufficient? May I leave now? Wen Wan nodded with satisfaction. She then turned to the individual standing beside her. Dr. May, Ji needs his arm and shoulder bandaged. Please assist him. Ji Lengming inhaled deeply, his agitation mounting. Wen Wan, what on earth are you trying to achieve? Wen Wan smiled with a bold, audacious demeanor. I want you to acclimate to my affections. After much reflection, I have come to understand that the more you resist my offerings, the more I must compel you to accept them. The tide is in my favor. You have no room to refuse. Clenching his fists, Ji Lengming's lips pressed into a thin line, veins throbbing at his temples. You are insane. Wen Wan paid no heed to his insults. Dr. May, I appreciate your help. Dr. May, visibly apprehensive, had been summoned early in the morning and found himself waiting anxiously. Miss Wen had repeatedly emphasized the need for discretion, insisting that the occupants of the room be allowed to rest undisturbed, leaving him with little to do but twiddle his thumbs. Dr. May opened his medical kit, instructing Ji Lengming, as a matter of professional duty, to remove his shirt. Ji Lengming, his face a mask of defiance, promptly refused. Wen Wan, unfazed, had a solution at hand. Evan, tear off his shirt. Ji Lengming's eyes blazed with indignation. But he swallowed his fury. Clenching his jaw, he reluctantly removed his shirt, knowing he couldn't afford to lose any more clothing. Given his current financial constraints, he needed to conserve what he had. Dr. May expertly tended to Ji Lengming's wounds, applying medication and bandaging them with precision. Satisfied with the outcome, Wen Wan tossed a large bag of belongings at Ji Lengming's feet. Inside, you will find clothing. You may choose to wear them or allow someone else to assist you. Having already learned the lesson of the morning, Ji Lengming swiftly retrieved a shirt from the bag and donned it. The fabric was of exceptional quality, and as the weather grew warmer, it felt comfortably cool against his skin. Now that I am dressed, may I take my leave? Ji Lengming inquired. Wen Wan admired him, noting how the pale blue shirt complemented his features, lending him an air of youthful innocence, akin to a delicate cloud in the sky. Put on the watch. Ji Lengming rummaged through the box, extracting a square gift box. Upon opening it, he revealed a meticulously designed, vibrant mechanical watch. Having lived 2 lives, Ji Lengming had seen his share of luxury. This watch, he estimated, would not be worth less than 6 figures. Under Wen Wan's insistence, Ji Lengming transformed his appearance completely, adorning himself with clothing, pants, shoes, a cap, and accessories that exuded a tasteful yet understated opulence. Even Evan and Dr. May were taken aback. The youth before them, once a neglected underground dweller, now resembled a privileged heir untouched by hardship. Wen Wan felt a sense of satisfaction with her choice of attire. Primarily, it was Ji Lengming's handsome visage that she had previously overlooked. Now, she intended to fully appreciate his charm. Her gaze scrutinized Ji Lengming, as if she were dismantling him piece by piece, examining every aspect of his being, flesh, bone, and soul alike. Ji Lengming felt a shiver run down his spine under her intense scrutiny. May I leave now? He pressed, feeling the weight of her gaze. Where do you intend to go? Ji Lengming replied defiantly, I am not obliged to disclose my plans. Wen Wan smiled mischievously. Did you know? The more you reject me, the more it ignites my desire to conquer you. Your flustered demeanor is akin to a ripe peach. Are you enticing me to take a bite? Her brazen words tinted Ji Lengming's ears crimson. What nonsense are you spouting? Wen Wan stood, casting a knowing glance at Evan, who promptly began gathering the documents from the table. As she ascended the stairs, she noticed Ji Lengming remained stationary and turned back. Did you not say you were leaving? Why have you stalled? Ji Lengming gritted his teeth, but chose silence, following Wen Wan upstairs. Outside, the sun shone brightly, the air crisp and inviting, a perfect day. A sleek black Aston Martin was parked in the garden, and upon seeing Wen Wan, the driver promptly opened the rear door for her. Evan placed the organized documents on the backseat desk. Ji Lengming attempted to push his old bicycle, but was halted by Wen Wan. Where do you wish to go? Just say the word, and I shall drive you. I can manage on my own, Ji Lengming retorted. Wen Wan, without a backward glance, climbed into the car. Evan, lift him into the vehicle. Reluctantly, Ji Lengming found himself once again unwillingly ensnared. He could only reassure himself that he would soon find a way to rid himself of this madwoman. Hand over your phone. Ji Lengming, accustomed to the routine, retrieved his phone and passed it to Wen Wan. She took it, opened his WeChat, not only accepting her friend request, but also altering her contact name. Ji Lengming's eyes widened in alarm as he attempted to snatch the phone back. What are you tampering with? To evade Ji Lengming's grasp, Wen Wan pressed her back against the door, leaning forward, her slender waist accentuating her graceful figure. Ji Lengming stole a glance, then hastily averted his gaze as if it were a venomous snake. Wen Wan, seemingly intent on provoking him, leaned closer, her voice a melodic enchantment that stirred his heart. The contact name cannot be changed again. I shall be monitoring it. Should I discover any alterations, I will ensure you are duly punished. Chapter 12. The top scholar of the college entrance examination. As Ji Lengming exited the car, his ears burned with embarrassment. After enduring the breeze for what felt like an eternity, he managed to dispel the lingering irritations coursing through him. He had not anticipated that Wen Wan would be so adaptable, employing every tactic at her disposal, including seduction, to capture his attention. Fortunately, his resolve remained steadfast. He maintained a cool demeanor, ensuring she did not succeed in her endeavors. The car pulled up to the entrance of Jinglan High School, a luxury vehicle worth millions standing out amidst the sea of bicycles and electric scooters. Even more striking was Ji Lengming, who emerged from the car, clad in opulent designer attire. On the opposite side of the road from Jinglan High School, in front of the Shuangqiao Internet CAF, Chun Shanghai squatted on the curb, sharing cigarettes with a group of companions. Someone with keen eyes spotted a luxury car and immediately exclaimed, "Damn. In this rundown place, someone actually drives such a car." Following his brother's gaze, Chun Shanghai glanced over and, at first sight, recognized the vehicle. It appeared to belong to Wen Wan. What was she doing parking here? Hearing his mutterings, someone nudged Chun Shanghai's arm and teased, "Do you know the owner? Sounds like a girl's name." Chun Shanghai flicked away his cigarette, but, stepping on it with a serious demeanor, "Don't get any funny ideas. That's my friend's girlfriend." He stood up, intending to cross the road and greet Wen Wan. However, before he could take a step, he saw Ji Lengming emerging from the back seat. Damn it. This scoundrel was indeed trying to steal his friend's girl. Infuriated, Chun Shanghai pulled out his phone to inform Ji Hong. Ji Hong was discussing with his mother what to pack for their trip to W country. Studying abroad had been a plan set long ago, and he was supposed to go with Wen Wan. Ji Hong was contemplating whether to ask Wen Wan what she intended to bring along. Suddenly, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he answered. "What's wrong?" Chun Shanghai bellowed. "Ji Hong, your cheap brother is really getting involved with Wen Wan. I just saw him getting out of her car. Who knows what they were up to in there?" Ji Hong looked at his mother, not wanting to worry Qin He, and stepped out to take the call. "Be clear." Chun Shanghai embellished the details of seeing Ji Lengming. Ji Hong frowned deeply. "They are at the entrance of Jinglan High School?" "Yes, that pathetic school." Chun Shanghai cursed, and then, in a moment of realization, his eyes caught sight of a banner stretched across the outer wall of Jinglan High School. An expletive slipped from his lips. "Damn it, Ji Hong. Guess what I just saw?" Ji Hong's frown deepened further. "What did you see?" Chun Shanghai replied, "Forget it. It's hard to explain over the phone. I'll send you a picture." He hastily ended the call, zoomed in for a photo, and sent it off in one swift motion. The moment Ji Hong received Chun Shanghai's WeChat message, he immediately opened it. The photo displayed a banner with bold black characters proclaiming, "Congratulations to our student Ji Lengming for winning the title of top science student in the Yangqing College entrance examination." Ji Hong clenched his phone tightly, his jaw set, his expression betraying an indescribable ferocity. Jinglan High School was an exceedingly mediocre institution. Its weak faculty was one thing. The lax management and abysmal academic atmosphere were even worse. During the physical examination before the college entrance examination, it was discovered that several girls were pregnant. Essentially, attending this school was tantamount to wasting 3 years of one's life. How could such a dismal school, with a college admission rate below 5, possibly produce a top scorer? And that person was none other than Ji Lengming. A surge of frustration welled up in Ji Hong's chest, and he felt an urgent need to vent. He dialed Chun Shanghai again, starting with, "Brother, I need your help." Chun Shanghai, ever loyal, replied, "What do you need me to do?" Ji Hong's eyes glinted with a fierce determination. Wen Wan watched Ji Lengming walk through the school gates. Just moments ago, she had been warm and pleasant. As soon as he left, she transformed back into the formidable, serious businesswoman she was known to be. "Boss, where to now?" "To the company." The company Wen Wan referred to was her family's clothing enterprise. After several days of investigation, she had managed to outline the entire industrial process and various reports. Now, she intended to initiate a significant marketing campaign. Having inspected the production line, she noted that the quality of her family's clothing was quite good, and she had also evaluated several key retail locations. Both the designs and the store placements were commendable. The reason for the poor sales was twofold: a lack of sustained innovation in their brand and the fierce marketing strategies of their competitors. To double their revenue, she could only think of ways to improve marketing for the time being. As the Aston Martin roared to life, it sped past the aging neighborhoods. Wen Wan's gaze drifted over the brilliantly lit streets, momentarily lost in thought. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure. "Wait." The driver slammed on the brakes, the car jolting dramatically. Through the window, Wen Wan saw Chun Shanghai on the curb, engrossed in a phone call. "Park the car nearby, and prepare an extra outfit and a mask for me," she instructed her bodyguard. "Also, gather a few more people. I have tasks for them." The bodyguard nodded slightly and set off to comply with her orders. The driver, starting the engine, headed toward the nearby parking lot. Knowing better than to ask why and simply following orders, leaning against the leather seat, Wen Wan rubbed her temples, her mind flashing back to fragments of her previous life. In that life, Ji Lengming had been the top science student in the college entrance examination and under the principal's strong insistence. He had given a motivational speech to the younger students in the school auditorium. Midway through his speech, someone unexpectedly rushed onto the stage with a bucket of slop, dousing him in the stinking liquid before the eyes of all present. Afterward, rumors spread that his top score was obtained through unscrupulous means, suggesting that Jinglan High School was involved in dark dealings with the education department. Some even claimed that Ji Lengming was impoverished and lacked good educational resources, attributing his success to the female teachers who allegedly provided him with private tutoring. The insinuations were nothing short of slanderous. At that time, she was busy packing her belongings for her trip to W country. Ji Lengming, fearing she might misunderstand him, waited outside her home all night to clarify that he was not the person the rumors painted him to be. Wen Wan trusted Ji Lengming's character, but that was the extent of it. She merely acknowledged him and sent him on his way. Later, during a gathering with Ji Hung and their friends. Ji Hung boasted about how he had taught Ji Lengming a lesson. His disdainful words and arrogant attitude didn't seem troubling at the time, but now, Wen Wan wished she could whip Ji Hung for his cruelty. In recounting his encounter with Ji Lengming, Ji Hung had emphasized the role of his close friend Qin Shanghai. Wen Wan was familiar with Qin Shanghai. He was a peripheral figure in their circle, known for his unsavory background and ruthless methods, often hired to handle the dirty work. As long as they fed him some benefits, he would be reliable. Even though Wen Wan had no desire to associate with Qin Shanghai, her memories from her previous life warned her that some individuals needed to be dealt with. She could hardly fathom what Ji Lengming had been thinking as he waited in her garden that night. Even more unfathomable was the extent of the grievances he had endured. The mere thought brought a painful tightness to her chest, making it hard to breathe. The car came to a stop. Wen Wan alighted, stepping out of the parking lot. An uncontrollable fury flickered in her eyes, radiating a scent of blood and violence. A storm was brewing. Chapter 13, First in Grade, Second in Grade. The return of Ji Lengming to Crystal Blue High School was prompted by two significant factors. Firstly, the results of the college entrance examination had been released, and the class to which Ji Lengming belonged issued a notification requiring students to come to school to fill out their choices for university. While the attendance of other students was of little concern to the homeroom teacher, Ji Lengming, being the top science student in the examination, was relentlessly urged to attend. With the principal and the head of the academic affairs office brought into the equation, this was one of the reasons for his presence at the school gates. The other, and indeed the primary reason for his visit, was to seek out Zhao Shuiying. As he recalled the injuries and indignities he had suffered on this very day in a previous life, Ji Lengming retreated to a secluded corner, pulled out his phone, and dialed Wei Zhan. "Boss, you called for me?" Wei Zhan inquired. Ji Lengming replied. "Has Qin Shanghai contacted you?" Wei Zhan responded. "Not yet." "Why? What does he want with me?" Ji Lengming did not elaborate, but instructed, "If he does reach out, remember to record the conversation and inform me afterward. Goodbye." Wei Zhan did not ponder for long. Just as Ji Lengming hung up, he received a call from Qin Shanghai. A bit startled, he quickly answered, recalling Ji Lengming's instructions, and pressed the record button. "Boss Qin, you were looking for me?" Qin Shanghai's tone was relatively pleasant. "You received the 50,000, right? How is your mother doing?" Wei Zhan replied courteously. "Thanks to you, my mother's condition has stabilized. I am grateful to you, Boss Qin, for rescuing us from our plight." Qin Shanghai chuckled. "Would you like to earn more money?" A jolt of surprise coursed through Wei Zhan as he began to grasp the purpose of Ji Lengming's earlier call. Being a man of principles, once he resolved to follow Ji Lengming's directives, he remained steadfastly loyal. "Of course, I want to make money. I dream of it. What opportunities do you have?" "I am all ears," Wei Zhan exclaimed, feigning excitement. Qin Shanghai was pleased with Wei Zhan's enthusiasm and cleared his throat. "This time is different from the last. Previously, you had to beat someone up, which carried certain risks. This time, however, you need only to bring a bucket of slop to the entrance of Crystal Blue High School. I will be waiting for you there." Wei Zhan, displaying commendable acting skills, asked, "What is the compensation?" Qin Shanghai, not wishing to overextend his budget, explained the market conditions. "Given that you won't be physically harming anyone, the price will not be as high as last time, correct? But I assure you, upon completion, you will receive 10,000. Will you do it?" Wei Zhan, momentarily doubtful, queried, "So, just delivering a bucket of slop will net me 10,000? Qin Shanghai hesitated briefly before clarifying. "Of course, it's not merely about delivering slop. You need to find an opportunity to douse someone with it. Let us discuss further when we meet. Can you arrive within an hour?" Knowing Ji Lengming was waiting, Wei Zhan understood that the intended target of the slop was undoubtedly his boss. Nonetheless, he inquired, "Is this person the same one you wanted me to beat up before?" Qin Shanghai nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is the one. You remember his appearance, don't you?" Wei Zhan replied, "I certainly do. I'll be right there." After hanging up, Qin Shanghai sighed with relief. Now, all that remained was to find someone to spread rumors. Meanwhile, Wei Zhan returned Ji Lengming's call. "Boss, you are truly remarkable. That scoundrel Qin Shanghai has indeed assigned me a task to harm you." Ji Lengming asked, "Did you accept it?" Wei Zhan replied, "Of course. I've watched my fair share of spy films. I possess a strong sense of professionalism." Ji Lengming smiled faintly, appreciating the usefulness of this premeditated recruit. Without waiting for Ji Lengming to inquire, Wei Zhan eagerly divulged Qin Shanghai's malicious scheme. "Can you believe how wicked this little thief is? Thankfully, you had the foresight, or else you would have been severely taken advantage of." Ji Lengming was acutely aware of the torment he had endured in his previous life. Not only did he suffer public humiliation among the faculty and students, but he was also subjected to slander and abuse. With videos of him being splashed with slop circulating online, under the orchestrated narrative of malicious commenters, he became a pariah, forced to hide in a dark basement, pretending to be oblivious to the chaos outside. Had it not been for Ji Desen's desire to acquire the land in the West District and his subsequent effort to suppress public opinion to protect his reputation, Ji Lengming might have felt compelled to take drastic measures against himself. Now, however, Ji Lengming's mind was clear. This time, he would command the situation. It was high time for Ji Hung and his ilk to experience the taste of being reviled. Did you record the call? He inquired. Wei Zhan confirmed, of course. I recorded it. Would you like me to send it to you? Ji Lengming instructed. Yes, please send it over shortly. And remember to keep your phone camera on when you arrive at the school gate, concealing it well to avoid detection. Wei Zhan was exhilarated. This was the thrill of being an underground operative. Understood. I will ensure the task is completed. After concluding the call, the audio file was promptly sent. The file was not large, yet the dialogue was coherent and would serve as compelling evidence against Chen Shanghai. Ji Lengming tucked his phone away, a cold smile gracing his lips. On the 5th floor, in class 1 of the 3rd year, the spacious classroom had only 20 or 30 students scattered throughout, with nearly half absent. The class meeting had yet to commence, and students were engaged in casual conversations, creating a pleasant atmosphere. Upon Ji Lengming's entrance, a sudden silence enveloped the room. All conversations ceased as every gaze converged upon him. These looks were a mixture of surprise, skepticism, admiration, and even flattery, with some daring individuals approaching Ji Lengming to throw an arm around his shoulders, attempting to forge camaraderie. Ji Lengming deftly sidestepped these advances, making his way to his seat with an air of aloofness. His demeanor was notably cold, devoid of humor, with eyes sharp as blades, causing those who dared to approach him to recoil in trepidation. Whispers of discontent began to circulate. What is he so proud of? He is still just a poor kid, surviving on watery porridge and pickled vegetables for breakfast and steamed buns with free soup for lunch. What does it matter if he topped the college entrance exam? A pauper remains a pauper. A curious peer squeezed into the conversation. But I heard his family is quite well off. A rebuttal quickly followed. Nonsense. If his family were affluent, would he wear patched clothing? I've seen the patches on his clothes more than once. In this day and age, how ridiculous is it to have patched clothing? This small circle of gossip grew louder. Nearly everyone in the classroom could hear them. Ji Lengming took his seat, remaining largely unperturbed, while his deskmate slammed the table in frustration. Some people are so rude. To say such things openly, and then whisper behind his back. What kind of upbringing is that? His deskmate, Zhao Shuiying, was a girl of modest height, sporting black-rimmed glasses with large, bright eyes. Though she might not be classified as a striking beauty, she exuded a refreshing vigor, full of enthusiasm and energy. Ji Lengming's visit to the school was primarily for her. In the future, Zhao Shuiying would shine in the field of microelectronics, and such talent was one he must secure. He dismissed the petty gossip. These individuals would hold no significance in his future. Zhao Shuiying was slightly taken aback by Ji Lengming's sudden interjection. In their grade, he was typically ranked first, while she held the second position, albeit consistently trailing by 20 points in each examination. Zhao Shuiying possesses an indomitable spirit, and thus took the initiative to request her homeroom teacher to arrange for her to sit beside Ji Lengming. She had hoped to engage in extensive academic discussions with him. However, much to her surprise, this boy turned out to be as mute as a fish. Speaking not a word throughout the day, indifferent to the overtures of others, an embodiment of boredom that paradoxically commanded respect. They had shared a semester as deskmates, and she remained utterly oblivious to the sound of his voice. When, out of the blue, this iceberg finally spoke, Zhao Shuiying found herself taken aback. My heavens! Oh great one, so you can indeed speak. This is the first time in a semester of sitting together that I have heard your voice. Ji Lengming was momentarily stunned. Upon reflection, he realized he had never exchanged a word with this girl. His heart had been wholly consumed by his infatuation with Wen Wan, rendering him blind to all others. Yet, in this instance, Ji Lengming smiled, a gentle smile that transformed his unremarkable features into something captivating, momentarily leaving Zhao Shuiying entranced. So, her desk mate was this exquisite and handsome? Ji Lengming retrieved his phone and inquired, what is your number? Zhao Shuiying felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Is he asking for my number to get closer, and then confess? As if sensing her thoughts, Ji Lengming clarified, don't misunderstand. I heard you are also considering applying to a university, and I have the same intention. In the future, we will be alumni, and I thought it prudent to establish contact in advance. A flicker of disappointment coursed through Zhao Shuiying's heart. So, he only wanted my number for camaraderie? Resigned to this, she provided her phone number. Ji Lengming continued, is your WeChat the same? Zhao Shuiying replied, yes. You can simply search for it. Ji Lengming opened WeChat, just before switching to the friend search interface. Zhao Shuiying's keen eyes caught sight of a chat box pinned at the top of Ji Lengming's main screen. The chat was labeled with a lengthy and rather saccharine nickname. Sweet strawberry kiss, my beloved wife. Zhao Shuiying's slight disappointment deepened. Chapter 14, Resolute. When Wei Zhan arrived at the entrance of Jinglan High School, carrying a bucket filled with leftover slop, Chen Shanghai had already gathered 7 or 8 subordinates loitering in a secluded alley outside the school. Chen Shanghai was instructing his underlings, remember, upon reaching the first and second municipal high schools, make sure to infiltrate crowded areas like the cafeteria, classrooms, and restrooms, lingering around to disseminate the words I previously taught you. Do you all still recall what I instructed? As Wei Zhan entered the alley, he overheard this exchange and immediately focused his attention. He patted the phone in his pocket that was recording video, dropped the red bucket, and approached Chen Shanghai. Boss Chen, I just arrived. Could you reiterate the instructions for me? Noticing Wei Zhen's arrival, Qin Changhai decided to formally recruit him. He flicked the ash from his cigarette and urged his subordinates to pay their respects. Quickly, come and meet. This is Wei Zhen. Let's all greet him as second brother. The young men bowed in unison, calling out, second brother. Wei Zhen feigned surprise, adopting a rustic demeanor and hastily waving his hands. Qin Changhai clapped Wei Zhen on the shoulder, saying, now that you're second brother, you'd best embrace that role. Rest assured, as long as you follow me. Whatever I have to eat, you will too. I won't let you go hungry. Wei Zhen wasn't swayed by this sugary rhetoric. He remained level-headed, nodding and flattering. Boss, you're impressive, capable, righteous. I gladly accept the title of second brother. Boss, may I call you elder brother? Qin Changhai, being rather mundane, was pleased by the jest. He felt he had made a shrewd choice in bringing Wei Zhen into the fold. This individual had discernment, execution skills, and was devoid of complaints, showing remarkable loyalty and demanding little, an easily manageable ally. He was quite satisfied. Enough of the flattery. Qin Changhai shifted to serious matters. Wei Zhen, your timing is perfect. If you have some time, remember to infiltrate the crowded areas of Jinglan High School. Spread the word about Lengming's exam fraud. Additionally, mention the collusion and dealings between Jinglan High School and the Ministry of Education. Make sure to exaggerate the details as much as possible. Do you understand? Wei Zhen nodded resolutely. Whatever the boss commands, I will certainly execute. Yet, deep inside, he held immense admiration for Lengming. His boss Ji was truly remarkable. Every move Qin Changhai made seemed to have been anticipated by Lengming. Thank goodness he was not an enemy. Qin Changhai's subordinates dispersed, each attending to their own tasks, unaware that just as they set out, figures lurking in another dark alley had also begun to move. In less than 10 minutes, Qin Changhai's recently deployed crew was apprehended by a group of highly trained bodyguards. In the shadowy alley, no fewer than 2 burly men were on lookout, patrolling the entrance. Inside the alley, Wen Wan stood with 6 tall, muscular men beside her, leaning against the wall of the old district, coldly observing a row of young men kneeling before her, their hair dyed in bizarre styles. Despite her slender physique and striking beauty, she exuded an oppressive aura reminiscent of the Grim Reaper, and a mere glance into her abyss-like eyes felt as though one's very soul could be ensnared. The once brazen delinquents were now huddled together, trembling in fear. Who will confess first? Wen Wan's voice was melodic. Yet the small-time thugs had no leisure to appreciate it. After a 3-second silence, with no one responding, a fierce glint appeared in Wen Wan's eyes. She cast a glance at Evan, who understood her cue, drawing a handgun from his waist and expertly affixing a silencer. The sight of the gun sent the 8 delinquents into a panic, begging for mercy. Wen Wan was naturally inquiring about Lengming. Under duress, the 8 boys divulged every detail of Qin Changhai's orders. After a minute of silence following their confession, Wen Wan commanded, come with me to find Qin Changhai. Without waiting for a response, she turned on her heel and walked away. Evan followed closely behind, asking, what about these individuals? Without glancing back, Wen Wan replied, break their arms and legs, then drag them in front of Qin Changhai. As Wen Wan departed, the remaining bodyguards sprang into action. The alley, shrouded in shadows, echoed with anguished cries. Wen Wan was aware of Qin Changhai's whereabouts. She was merely 2 alleys away from him. Qin Changhai had completed the tasks assigned by Ji Hong, feeling lighthearted, and was preparing to visit an internet CAF for some leisure. Before he could even cross the crosswalk, he was forcefully dragged into a narrow alley. Upon entering the alley, he had no room to struggle, as he was pinned to the ground and brutally beaten. Heavy blows rained down upon him, and in the blink of an eye, several bones in his legs, chest, and hands had fractured. That's enough. Qin Changhai recognized the familiar voice and quickly tilted his head to look. The figure was backlit, obscuring their face. But their graceful form and familiar voice led him to guess their identity. Wen Wan, he shouted, almost with all the strength he could muster, causing a sharp pain to shoot through his chest, leaving him coughing incessantly. Yes, it's me, Wen Wan replied, her tone devoid of warmth. Qin Changhai, gritting his teeth, felt a mixture of fear and fury in his eyes. You owe me an explanation. Otherwise, I won't let this go. Wen Wan remained silent, merely clapping her hands. In swift succession, Qin Changhai found himself witnessing the 8 henchmen he had employed being dragged into the alley, their bodies resembling lifeless fish, lined up neatly beside him. Wen Wan's cold laughter pierced the air. Is this explanation sufficient? Qin Changhai pressed his lips together, his face devoid of color. You did this for that useless Lengming. Strike him, Wen Wan commanded, as a bodyguard seized Qin Changhai by the hair, delivering each slap with merciless force, causing his once fair complexion to swell and redden rapidly. I warn you, should you dare to refer to that person as useless again, I shall ensure you become utterly worthless. Wen Wan stepped forward, gripping Qin Changhai's collar, her eyes radiating an insatiable murderous intent that sent chills coursing through him. Heed my advice. Your Qin family may rise, but it can also fall. While I am still inclined to spare you, keep your tail tucked and behave. She flashed a smile, one that was both bloodthirsty and bewitching. You wouldn't want your father executed or your mother imprisoned, would you? Qin Shanghai's calves trembled uncontrollably, his pupils dilating, each pang of pain a stark reminder that the Wen Wan before him was a demon. He was genuinely terrified of her. Outside the alley, Wei Zhen, who had initially departed, returned due to personal matters, unexpectedly becoming an eyewitness to this dramatic spectacle. His spirit was profoundly shaken. Recognizing the gravity of this crucial information, he deemed it imperative to report to Lengming. At that moment, Lengming was attending a class meeting in his senior year. The homeroom teacher stood at the podium, discussing important points regarding university selection. Lengming listened with disinterest when suddenly, his phone vibrated. Upon opening the text message, a lengthy communication appeared before him. He reread it 2 or 3 times, his brow furrowing deeper with each pass. The message, sent by Wei Zhen, detailed Qin Shanghai's ordeal and provided a description of the assailants, particularly emphasizing Wen Wan, whom Wei Zhen had adorned with an abundance of colorful language, portraying her as a tyrannical queen, a savage sorceress, nearly likening her to a bloodthirsty beast. Based on Lengming's understanding of Wen Wan, he was not particularly surprised. If she had exhibited any leniency, that would have truly astonished him. Remaining composed, he did not allow Wen Wan's sudden involvement to disrupt his rhythm. After a moment of contemplation, he sent Wei Zhen instructions for the next course of action. Chapter 15, The Tyrannical Queen. Approach Wen Wan. Endeavor to make her your second boss. The specific methodology was as follows. Lengming, understanding Wen Wan's character, tailored a strategy for Wei Zhen to ingratiate himself with her, potentially positioning himself as her close aide. Upon receiving the message, Wei Zhen thought to himself, ever since aligning with the boss, his life had become a thrilling roller coaster. This intricate game of espionage was indeed being played out by his superior with utmost clarity. Enlightened by Lengming's directives, Wei Zhen steeled himself for action. He stealthily observed the alley's entrance for a few seconds, then seized an opportune moment, charging in with a bucket of waste. Wei Zhen moved swiftly, timing his entrance perfectly. The outermost bodyguards were engrossed in the confrontation between Wen Wan and Qin Shanghai, and thus were momentarily caught off guard by his sudden appearance. Wei Zhen raised the bucket and, with a splash, poured its contents, a rancid, foul-smelling liquid, over the unsuspecting guards, drenching them in the putrid concoction. Evan, trained and vigilant beside Wen Wan, immediately rallied the bodyguards to shield her. He then lunged forward, executing a swift spinning kick that landed squarely on Wei Zhen. Yet, Wei Zhen was no mere petty thug. He had learned a few moves in his youth and had served in the military, boasting commendable physical prowess and agility. He quickly used the red bucket to shield himself, pressed against the wall, and executed a roll, propelling himself into the protective circle of bodyguards. Not one to engage in violence, he instead took advantage of the momentary distraction caused by the stench and remnants of food, seizing Qin Shanghai's leg in an attempt to drag him away. Wen Wan, however, would not permit anyone to abscond with her prize. Witnessing Wei Zhen grasp Qin Shanghai's ankle, she retrieved a firearm from her waist and, with a swift and decisive motion, pulled the trigger. The gunshot echoed as a bullet grazed Wei Zhen's arm, the searing heat piercing through his muscle and leaving a deep gash. Yet, recalling Lengming's words, Wei Zhen understood that the more pain he endured, the more Wen Wan would target him. Thus, he could not relent, could not show weakness. Even with a bullet wound, he clung tenaciously to Qin Shanghai's leg, resolutely pulling him towards safety. Wen Wan, witnessing this, experienced a flicker of astonishment. Yet, given that this was her domain and with her numerous capable subordinates, she could not allow Wei Zhen to escape unscathed. Her security team was no pushover, and with their numerical advantage, they swiftly subdued Wei Zhen, pinning him firmly to the ground. Surprisingly, Wei Zhen's first utterance was not a plea for release, but rather a declaration, "Release my boss." Qin Shanghai was profoundly moved by Wei Zhen's fervor, never having encountered someone who ignited such passion within him. He resolved that from that moment on, he would ensure Wei Zhen received the best treatment and highest status, second only to himself. Wen Wan's temperament was well understood by Lengming. The more challenging and dismissive one was, the more intrigued she became. As a reincarnator, Wen Wan was aware that Qin Shanghai boasted a loyal and formidable general among his ranks. Although she had never met Wei Zhen, upon seeing him now, she instantly recognized him as that very general, the one glaring at her with fierce intensity. Wen Wan, disliking superfluous chatter, cut to the chase with her proposition. "I want you as my employee, state your terms." Wei Zhen was momentarily taken aback. Had he really just made contact with the second boss? While he harbored a desire to complete the task, he maintained his defiance verbally. "Do you think I value your paltry funds? I, Wei Zhen, only acknowledge Boss Qin. You are insignificant." Qin Shanghai was moved to tears by Wei Zhen's loyalty. Wen Wan, unfazed, delivered a harsh kick to Qin Shanghai, eliciting cries of dismay from him. She then contemptuously remarked, "Is this coward truly worth your allegiance?" Wei Zhen, unwavering, countered, "Just for the fact that Boss Qin helped my mother with her medical bills, I could never betray him." Wen Wan signaled to Evan, "Find out which hospital his mother is in, retrieve her, and send her to the DS Rehabilitation Center. All expenses will be borne by DS." Wei Zhen's pupils constricted, his heart overwhelmed with shock. Indeed, his boss had anticipated everything. As long as his mother was mentioned, her medical expenses would be covered without any additional costs. Someone would take care of it directly. Wen Wan smiled, striving to present a friendly demeanor. Wei Zhen, is it? Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Wen Wan, the future president of DS Group. By aligning with me, you will stand on the shoulders of giants, scaling heights unattainable to ordinary individuals in their lifetimes. Wei Zhen remained silent, yet the tremor in his gaze betrayed the turmoil within him. Wen Wan intensified her approach, shifting from allure to intimidation. If you refuse to comply, that is quite all right. Your mother will bear the consequences. I can assure you that throughout Yangqing, not a single hospital will dare to admit your mother. Are you not a dutiful son? Surely, you do not wish to hastily arrange your mother's affairs after her passing. Using Wei Zhen's mother as leverage against him proved remarkably effective. Wei Zhen initially protested with a hint of defiance, but ultimately, he succumbed to the harsh reality and acquiesced to Wen Wan's condition of becoming her subordinate. As he begrudgingly agreed to Wen Wan's demands, he cast a meaningful glance at Qin Shanghai, clearly conveying, Boss Chun, I am being coerced into this. My loyalty still lies with you. Qin Shanghai was taken aback. Can you let Boss Chun go? I am willing to bear all the blame. Wen Wan had no intention of wasting much time on Qin Shanghai. Having issued her warning, she decided that as long as he remained compliant in the future, she would refrain from causing him further trouble. Record a video of them and send it to Jihang, she commanded before striding out of the dark alley. Evan followed closely behind, and Wei Zhen was escorted out of the alley, leaving behind 3 bodyguards to wrap things up and record the video for Qin Shanghai and his associates. When Jihang received the video sent by Wen Wan, he nearly ground his teeth to dust. The footage depicted Qin Shanghai in a deplorable state, beaten beyond recognition, while his lackeys lay moaning on the ground, limbs broken amidst a mess of food remnants. This gruesome spectacle deeply pierced Jihang's eyes. Breathless and with reddened eyes, he could hardly wait to dial Wen Wan's number. Wen Wan was seated in a car, flipping through her new clothes, contemplating whether this outfit would be eye-catching enough for Ji Lingming's graduation speech. She wanted him to see her the instant he stepped onto the stage. Spotting Jihang's call, she answered with a hint of irritation. Wen Wan. Jihang's furious roar resonated throughout the vehicle, prompting the others inside to listen intently. I believe our relationship has been rather cordial. You are being too unreasonable. With a calm tone, Wen Wan replied, Did you receive the video? Just a little reminder. Some things you do behind my back do not go unnoticed. Jihang retorted, What kind of nonsense has that scoundrel fed you? Wen Wan's voice turned icy. Who are you calling a scoundrel? Jihang, just because I struck your dog today does not mean I would hesitate to strike you, its master. If your tongue is unclean, I see no reason to let it remain intact. Jihang instantly grasped Wen Wan's implication. If he did not speak properly, she would send someone to sever his tongue. His memories of Wen Wan revealed her to be somewhat domineering, but never had she exhibited such cruelty. She had transformed into a tyrannical figure. Jihang understood that this was not the moment to confront Wen Wan head-on, and thus he forced himself to endure. Wen Wan, let us meet and discuss this, shall we? Wen Wan reconsidered. This presented an excellent opportunity to introduce Ji Lengming to everyone. She could not always be by his side, nor could she constantly guard against the deceitful attacks of malicious individuals. The best approach was to publicly declare Ji Lengming as hers, ensuring no one dared to encroach. By wielding her power as a deterrent, I will host a party at my home in 5 days. You are welcome to come. Jihang felt a flicker of joy in her invitation. Did this imply that he still held some standing in her heart? Very well, I shall attend. Meanwhile, Ji Lengming at Jinglan High School received news from Wei Zhen. Everything is going smoothly. As Ji Lengming read these 4 words, an unusually gentle smile appeared on his face. Though smiling, his eyes betrayed no mirth. Since Wen Wan insisted on intruding into his affairs, he would not shy away from the challenge. The game was most enjoyable when played leisurely. Chapter 16, Trending. Following the usual course, the homeroom teacher, after guiding everyone through the college entrance examination applications, took Ji Lengming to the academic affairs office. Inside, the director of education, the grade head, the homeroom teacher, and the principal took turns persuading Ji Lengming to give a graduation speech to the first and second year students that afternoon. Initially, Ji Lengming refused, but he soon received a heads up from Wei Zhen. Boss, the second boss is coming to watch your graduation speech. Suddenly, Ji Lengming realized he could not decline this speech. It was not yet time for Wen Wan to discover that he was also a reborn individual. Perhaps she had started to suspect, but the moment of confrontation had not yet arrived. He could not deviate too far from the established path. Reluctantly, Ji Lengming agreed to the school's invitation to speak. At 2 in the afternoon, in the grand auditorium of the school, which could accommodate 500 people, every seat was filled. As Ji Lengming stepped onto the stage, he immediately spotted Wen Wan sitting in the audience. She wore a black gown, the hem reaching her knees, with pearls adorning the cuffs and neckline. Her long, dark hair flowed freely, her brows and eyes cold, and her lips a striking red, rendering her exquisite features even more dazzling. Wen Wan exuded an imposing aura. Her mere presence commanded attention, leaving no one daring to overlook her. even in a position designated for school officials. More astonishingly, she had brought along a camera, equipped with a professional operator. Clearly, she intended to record Ji Lengming's entire speech. Ji Lengming did not comprehend the significance of Wen Wan's actions, but chose not to dwell on it, allowing her to proceed as she wished. With the knowledge he had accumulated over 2 lifetimes, he was more than capable of navigating such a small-scale event. His insights were profound, yet accessible, rational, and forward-thinking, earning him thunderous applause. After the speech concluded, the school officials approached Ji Lengming, hoping he would help create a promotional video for the institution. Just as they began to negotiate, every mobile phone in the assembly hall erupted with notifications. Ji Lengming instinctively reached for his phone. To his astonishment, a barrage of videos from various social media platforms, mainstream news outlets, and Weibo flooded his feed, showcasing his speech in the auditorium, going viral. The higher-ups at Jinglan High School were left dumbfounded. This is not our doing. Indeed, we were just about to sit down and discuss. Our school lacks the funds to execute such a grand endeavor. Ji Lengming's expression darkened. He knew precisely who was behind this. Wen Wan was utterly unrestrained. Moreover, she brazenly sent a message stating, "My man is exceptional. I simply wish to flaunt him to the world." Ji Lengming furiously typed a response, but upon reflection, he deemed it unnecessary to stoop to her level and painstakingly deleted the lengthy message. He found himself in a state of profound conflict due to Wen Wan's antics. He wished to ignore her, yet she acted with impunity. His phone was bombarded with a ceaseless stream of screenshots. Some were accompanied by captions. For instance, one depicted him composedly standing at the podium, a shaft of afternoon sunlight illuminating him. Even without retouching, he rivaled professionally edited portraits in beauty. Wen Wan captioned it, "Isn't he handsome? Mine, drool-worthy." Another featured a flood of comments from netizens. "Who is this boy? I must have his contact information." Wen Wan replied, "Dream on. He is mine, and his sovereignty is not up for grabs. He looks so youthful and stylish, like a little prince." Wen Wan remarked, "What do you mean, like a little prince? He is the prince. Am I the only one who notices he is decked out in designer brands? This outfit undoubtedly costs 6 figures." Wen Wan retorted, "Who dares to claim he is impoverished? I shall shatter their visage." She promptly sent a plethora of her frontline achievements to Ji Lengming, compelling him to acknowledge her. Ji Lengming bid farewell to the school authorities. With such overwhelming publicity surrounding Ji Lengming, it was only natural that Jinglan High School would refrain from further promotional efforts. The marketing impact had already been realized. Upon exiting the school gates, the striking Aston Martin awaited him. Ji Lengming approached and tapped on the window. The window remained closed, but the door swung open, inviting him to enter for a conversation. Considering his injuries, Wen Wan, albeit momentarily apprehensive, did not dare to impose further, and thus, he entered the vehicle. As the door shut, the space became enveloped in a frigid atmosphere, causing a delicate shiver to rise upon his skin. Rather than checking her phone, Wen Wan perused a series of documents with remarkable speed, her gaze skimming through the pages. They shared an unspoken understanding. While engaging in conversation with Ji Lengming, Wen Wan recounted, "I once told you about a dream where I lost you, didn't I? In that dream, you achieved the highest score in the science stream during the college entrance examination. Regrettably, you were maliciously slandered by nefarious individuals, never experiencing the honor that comes with such an achievement, and instead, you endured considerable injustice." Wen Wan raised her gaze, her eyes shimmering with clarity and warmth. "This time, I shall restore the honor that was rightfully yours." Ji Lengming shook his head. "There is no need for such efforts on your part. I shall not be indebted to you." A faint smile curved Wen Wan's lips. "I seek not your gratitude. I desire you, body and soul, to wholly belong to me." Ji Lengming regarded her with an unwavering gaze, unperturbed. "Alas, I belong solely to myself," he replied. "Firstly, I appreciate your kindness, Miss Wen. But allow me to remind you that excess can lead to counterproductive outcomes. Next time, I implore you to learn the value of respecting others, such as inquiring whether I wish to be in the limelight." Wen Wan was momentarily rendered speechless, while Ji Lengming opened the car door, stepping out. She grasped his arm, prompting him to turn back to her. "Very well, let me ask you, will you attend the party I am hosting in 5 days?" Ji Lengming resolutely declined. "No?" He attempted to free himself, yet Wen Wan held on firmly, showing no intention of relenting. With a radiant smile, she declared, "I have already posed the question. In 5 days, I shall send someone to collect you." A surge of anger coursed through Ji Lengming. Was this what she termed seeking his opinion? Did she perceive him as her utterly subjugated possession? Despite his fury, reason prevailed. The more he entangled with this woman, the deeper he would sink into her logical snares. The best course of action against Wen Wan was to disregard her entirely. Whatever she did, he would simply overlook it. "We shall discuss it in 5 days," he stated before crossing to the other side of the crosswalk and hailing a taxi back to the Ji residence. He needed to hasten his preparations to relocate to the old house he had recently rented near a university. Fortunately, he had arranged for Wei Zhen to secure the accommodations in advance, and his acceptance letter was addressed to the rental property nearby, a university. He was eager to see how she would find him in 5 days. Upon returning to the Ji residence, the sun had already begun its descent. As Ji Lengming made his way to the basement, he nearly collided with the young maid, Duan Yu, who was on her way out. Startled at first, she regained her composure upon recognizing Ji Lengming and gracefully sidestepped him as she exited the house. The sight of Duan Yu reminded Ji Lengming of her conversation with Ji Dessen, prompting him to quickly return to his room to check the surveillance footage. Indeed, the monitors revealed Duan Yu hiding a box of pills in her room. Chapter 17, Unconventional Marketing. Qin He and others remained at the private hospital, yet to return home. Seizing a moment of opportunity, Ji Lengming stealthily entered Duan Yu's room and retrieved a bottle of medication from a small cabinet beneath the bed. Levonorgestrel, so it was a contraceptive. Realizing the purpose of the medication, Ji Lengming formulated a plan. He emptied the bottle of its contents and replaced them with similarly shaped and colored pills of another variety before returning to the basement to organize his belongings. Ji Lengming possessed few possessions, a handful of old clothes, his accustomed toothbrush and towel, and some electronic devices, all fitting neatly into a single suitcase. As the night deepened and the stars filled the sky, Ji Lengming silently departed the grand residence, harboring no trace of nostalgia. In the deep of night, the 12th floor of the Qingmu clothing office remained brightly lit. A stack of interview materials featuring handsome men and beautiful women cluttered Wen Wan's desk. While the responsible party fought off sleep to report to her, "Miss Wen, we have tentatively selected the Zhongyue Plaza for the filming location. Does that work for you?" Wen Wan promptly rejected the suggestion. "No, that venue lacks the requisite prestige. It is too pedestrian, making it susceptible to filming errors that could significantly undermine our marketing efforts." Wen Wan opened her phone's map and pointed to a location. "I recall that Qingmu has a branch at SBK, correct?" The responsible party's eyes widened in shock. "Miss Wen, SBK is a high-end luxury shopping center. Filming such a video there might provoke considerable disputes." Wen Wan remained unfazed. "No matter. I will take full responsibility if anything goes awry." With the boss's reassurance, the responsible party reluctantly acquiesced. She proceeded to report on the next task. "Regarding the selection of male and female actors, we have each compiled 10 suitable profiles, all of which are on your desk. When do you anticipate making a decision?" Wen Wan glanced at the stack of attractive candidates with disinterest. She had no desire to peruse the profiles of those posing for the camera. Thus, she called for Wei Zhan. Wei Zhan, whose arm had been bandaged after sustaining a gunshot wound, appeared somewhat cumbersome, wrapped in white gauze and bandages. Although he had accompanied Wen Wan to the company, he had not been assigned a specific role and had voluntarily classified himself as her bodyguard. Standing vigil outside her office like a towering cedar, while seemingly silent, his keen ears absorbed every conversation that transpired within. Upon entering the office, Wen Wan thrust the 20 interview profiles into his arms. "Select for me." Feigning ignorance, Wei Zhan responded with a vague acknowledgement. Wen Wan, noticing his confusion, took the rare opportunity to clarify. "Just choose a pair that you deem suitable." Wei Zhan nodded, still somewhat perplexed. With the 20 profiles in hand, he retreated to the adjacent staff office. Finding an empty chair, he sat down and, seeing no one around, pulled out his phone to record a video of the stack of documents, promptly sending it to Ji Lengming. "Boss, here are the profiles of all the influencers who came for the audition." Ji Lengming was en route to a university by train. Wei Zhan provided him with an explanation. "I have learned that the second boss intends to implement unconventional marketing strategies. The profits at Qingmu Clothing have been persistently declining, leading to consecutive losses. The second boss aims to revive the clothing business, and thus, has devised this alternative marketing approach. The so-called alternative marketing involves enlisting a pair of handsome men and beautiful women to engage in unspeakable acts within the fitting rooms of the Qingmu fashion boutique, subsequently capturing this escapade through faux selfies and disseminating the footage online. The second boss has already established connections with marketing accounts and coordinated with various trending platforms." Eagerly awaiting the video shoot, Ji Lengming pondered for a few moments. In his previous life, Wen Wan's fashion enterprise was ultimately dismantled by Wen Tongren. He was perplexed as to why Wen Wan would choose to revive this venture. What could her intentions possibly be? Ji Lengming's thoughts continued to swirl as he casually tapped on a short video sent by Wei Zhan. The video featured 20 individual profiles, all of which belonged to bold and audacious internet celebrities. His understanding of the influencer realm was rather limited, thus he did not pay much attention to the footage. Suddenly, one profile caught his eye. Ji Lengming hurriedly pressed the pause button. This individual was the small star whom Qin He had been financially supporting. The video of Qin He and the young star was still stored on his computer, and he had even profited 500,000 by selling clips of their encounters to paparazzi, making it a rather memorable incident. Hence, despite the fact that the star's picture had been meticulously retouched, he recognized him immediately. The young star, known by the stage name Long Yi, was quite handsome, possessing an appealing physique that certainly equipped him to attract wealthy patrons. Ji Lengming sent a screenshot of Long Yi to Wei Zhan. "Choose him. You can select any woman you wish." Wei Zhan replied, "Understood." He then presented the profiles of the selected handsome man and beautiful woman to Wen Wan. Without even raising her head, Wen Wan replied, "Just give them to the person in charge." The person in charge accepted the documents with a smile. confirming the shooting schedule with Wen Wan before heaving a sigh of relief and departing the office. After approving several more documents, Wen Wan stretched lazily. With her body running on high capacity for several consecutive days, even her youth could not withstand such strain. She reclined on the sofa in her office, resting her head on a pillow, and promptly fell asleep. Wen Wan's marketing strategy proved remarkably successful. Long Yi and the female influencer sought thrills in a high-end luxury shopping center, and with visual evidence, both appeared and censored on camera, successfully capturing the audience's attention. Coupled with the promotional efforts of marketing accounts and pre-booked trending spots on major platforms, the lead characters swiftly gained fame across the internet. Consequently, Qingmu fashion soared to national prominence, achieving unprecedented sales figures, with orders extending into a 3-month backlog. In a remarkably short time, Wen Wan had entirely resurrected her family's fashion business. When Wen Tongren received the financial report for the clothing business from his secretary, he was rendered incredulous. However, upon unraveling Wen Wan's methods, he was filled with an intense bitterness. Such morally debased marketing tactics had been devised by none other than his own daughter. Yet, Wen Wan remained unfazed. Her singular objective was to attend a university. For this, she was willing to employ any means necessary. Lengming settled into the modest abode that Wei Zhen had preemptively rented. It was an old, dilapidated house with a courtyard. The interior was decently furnished, equipped with appliances, ready for immediate occupancy. Lengming did not delve further into news regarding Qingmu fashion, but he did casually monitor Long Ye's progress. Following this successful marketing campaign, the previously inconspicuous young star, once relegated to the periphery, had remarkably ascended to the ranks of a third-tier celebrity. Meanwhile, the paparazzo who had initially purchased the private footage of Long Yi and Qin He from Lengming was now brimming with excitement. Initially enticed solely by Qin He's status, he had not anticipated Long Ye's meteoric rise, with the young star's worth multiplying several times over in such a short span. The 500,000 spent on intimate photos had yielded unexpected dividends. Long Yi was experiencing a euphoric surge in his career, while Qin He, closely intertwined with him, found herself in a far less fortunate position. Since her hospitalization, her husband had not visited her, the instigator of her distress had not graced her with a single appearance. And though her family had made no gestures of concern, she was beset by pain and swelling, her body covered in blisters, severely limiting her mobility. A careless move could easily rupture a blister, potentially leaving scars. Now, she was confronted with the reality of the small wolf dog she had nurtured achieving fame. In her jealousy, Qin He harbored an even deeper animosity towards Lengming, the root cause of this upheaval. Hung, can you truly win Wen Wan's heart? Hung was preparing his attire for the evening banquet. Hearing his mother once again lament his inferiority to Lengming, he felt an overwhelming sense of irritation. Am I not trying my best? Qin He, wrapped in bandages, had withered to a mere shadow of her former self, resembling a mummified figure. Merely trying isn't sufficient. You must make her utterly devoted to you. There are only a few tactics to pursue a woman. How can Lengming master them while you cannot? Hang's expression darkened. If that's the case, let Lengming be your son. After his outburst, Hung stormed out of the private hospital. He intended to return home to gather his thoughts. At the residence, the garden gate stood open, yet the main door remained shut. Hung produced his key, prepared to enter. Suddenly, he heard unmistakable, intimate sounds emanating from within the house. Such tones were all too familiar to him, having been exposed to the world of indulgence long ago. Moreover, the other voice was even more recognizable. It belonged to his father. Hang's fury intensified. Chapter 18, Investment. Lengming was fully aware of the internal conflicts within the family, yet he chose to remain uninvolved. In his eyes, be it the family, the Wen family, or the upper-class society represented by this circle, they were merely tools for the accumulation of his initial capital. What he truly aspired to achieve was, at 9 in the morning, Lengming stood before the entrance of the Electronic Information Activity Laboratory at a university. Gazing at the door that he could easily push open, he felt a mixture of bitterness and complexity within. The disciplines of electronic information engineering and software engineering were among a university's distinguished fields. In his previous life, Lengming had only graduated from high school. A celebrated science prodigy in the college entrance examination, he had never attended any university. The thought of it would likely elicit laughter from others. At Wen Wan's behest, he had torn up his acceptance letter. She had taken him to W country, where he became a devoted servant catering to her needs, living a life devoid of dignity. At that time, blinded by love, he had even believed that being under her control was a form of happiness. Reflecting now, he recognized how naive and pitiable he had been. Lengming placed his hand on the doorknob, gave it a gentle twist, and the door opened. He swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of nervousness. Pushing the door open, he entered the laboratory. However, the scene inside was entirely unexpected. The room was brightly lit but sparsely populated. Only one person sat in a shadowy corner, slumped over a desk in slumber. The laboratory was equipped with minimal apparatus. For oscilloscopes, a plastic box filled with semiconductor components, and disordered PCB circuit boards. while soldering irons lay strewn about, the air tinged with the faint scent of solder. Lengming was taken aback by the rudimentary state of the laboratory. Upon hearing someone enter, the person sleeping at the desk jolted awake. Squinting, he beheld a newcomer who appeared to be a freshman. Upon realizing it was not a mentor, he promptly returned to his slumber. Lengming closed the door behind him and politely inquired, "Hello, is this the Electronic Information Laboratory?" The slumbering individual opened his eyes, grunted in acknowledgement, and then added, "The person you're looking for isn't here. You might find them in the robotics lab at the end of the hallway." Robotics and artificial intelligence are indeed popular fields of research, yet they do not solely belong to the realm of microelectronics. Rather, they are intricately intertwined with mechanical engineering, communications engineering, and computer science. What Lengming desires, however, is a pure focus on microelectronics. To be more explicit, he seeks expertise in the domain of integrated circuits. Is this the place for microelectronics research? The individual who had been dozing suddenly opened his eyes wide. He sat up straight, his previously drowsy visage now transformed with vibrant energy. "Youngster, are you a freshman?" Lengming replied, "I have yet to enroll." The other person appeared somewhat perplexed. "Not enrolled? Then are you here for research?" He counted on his fingers, calculating that the admission letters had likely not been dispatched yet. Lengming affirmed, "Yes, but I am confident I will be admitted to University A." The other person burst into hearty laughter. "You can't be serious about choosing electronic information engineering as your major, can you?" Lengming asserted. "University A's electronics program ranks among the best in the nation. Is there something wrong with selecting this field?" The other person gazed at Lengming as if he were a fool, shaking his head in disbelief. "It's over for you. Your life is doomed. Your 4 years will be spent in futility." He ruffled his unkempt hair, appearing even more disheveled. "I do not mean to be cruel, but the industry as a whole is in decline. Upon graduation, finding employment will be a challenge, truly, even if you are fortunate enough to become a high-end talent. There is hardly a market for such expertise domestically, as there is virtually no high-end electronics industry. Most of the advanced electronics sector is dominated by foreign enterprises. Without international study experience, they will not consider you. Therefore, choosing this major is truly a waste of time." Lengming was acutely aware of this reality. He further understood that in the future, nations possessing technological prowess would impose sanctions on their own semiconductor sectors within the broader chip industry. What Lengming did not anticipate was the disheartening state of the cutting-edge electronic laboratories at the nation's most prestigious institutions upon his return to life. He steadied his emotions. "Thank you for the warning, senior. My name is Lengming. Perhaps we shall meet again in the future." The senior chuckled foolishly. "I am Song Li. Next time we meet, I shall treat you to a meal." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lengming departed from the laboratory, his steps heavy as he returned to his rented accommodation. It felt as though a gaping hole had been punctured in his chest, a chill seeping in as the wind swirled about. The azure sky and white clouds heralded the height of summer, with brilliant sunshine illuminating the day. Yet he could not feel the warmth. Lengming was not a pessimistic person, nor was he one to shirk responsibility. Upon returning home, he promptly contacted Wei Zhan. "Boss, you were looking for me?" Upon hearing Wei Zhan's intentionally hushed tone, Lengming realized he was likely busy and got straight to the point. "How is the matter of establishing the company with trustworthy individuals coming along?" Wei Zhan replied, "Rest assured, boss, it's already taken care of. The people involved are absolutely reliable. Would you like me to give you my friend's number?" Lengming responded, "Please do." He then inquired, "Is there any news from Wen Wan?" Wei Zhan sounded particularly animated as he answered, "Boss, the second boss is hosting a party today and has invited quite a number of people. Should I keep an eye out for anyone special?" Lengming recalled the previous mention of the party by Wen Wan, who had said she would come to fetch him. Unfortunately, her efforts would inevitably be in vain. "Just keep a normal watch. If there are any special requests, I will reach out to you again." After concluding the call, Wei Zhan promptly sent over his friend's contact details. Lengming dialed the number, and it was quickly answered. Before he could speak, the other party exclaimed, "You must be Boss G. I'm Sun Biao, a childhood friend of Jinzi. He gave me your number, but I never dared to call until now. Thank you for saving Jinzi and his family. I cannot express my gratitude enough." Following this was a lengthy stream of grateful banter. Lengming, with other matters at hand, interrupted, "There is no need for thanks. It was Wei Zhan's own charisma that made it possible. I am contacting you regarding an investment matter." He outlined 2 tasks. Lengming recalled that a blockbuster mobile game was destined to emerge in the future, featuring charming animal avatars, diverse obstacle settings, and an array of game props that would capture a substantial player base. However, based on the timeline, the company was still entangled in web-based gaming and had yet to launch a mobile app. Lengming specifically checked the game studio's official website, where the terms investment solicitation were prominently displayed, indicating the studio was facing financial difficulties. The first task involved reaching out to a game studio named Lu Kaihua to inform them of his intent to invest in their game Happy Elimination, ensuring they expedite the development of the app for major mobile application marketplaces. Furthermore, they were to receive dividends without interfering in the creative process. The second task was to discuss a mature WeChat mini-program development concept with the product manager, for which Lengming could provide relevant code to ensure successful internal testing and official launch. Of course, do not mention my name during your discussions. Everything should be represented under your company. Complete these 2 tasks, and your company will have no trouble ringing the bell on NASDAQ in the future. On the other end, Sun Biao exclaimed, Jinzi was right. This boss indeed possesses remarkable skills. Working with him, even a pig could soar to great heights. Although Sun Biao could not write programs and was not well versed in economics or classical texts, he was undoubtedly a standout in business acumen. A prime example of what modern parlance might term social prowess. Sun Biao readily agreed. Rest assured, boss, I have noted both tasks and will ensure their completion. In the Wen family's private garden, maids were methodically arranging long tables, benches, and floral decorations on the freshly trimmed lawn. The garden, sprawling over 2,000 square meters, was suffused with a romantic ambience. Pink and white balloons, ribbons adorning every corner, artistically designed sculptures, an opulent white castle, and vibrant roses flown in directly from a rose garden all attested to the host's meticulous planning for the occasion. Every servant in the Wen household was acutely aware that today was a momentous day, as their young mistress would announce her relationship status. To commemorate the end of her singlehood, a dazzling light show and a grand fireworks display had been meticulously arranged. Wen Wan placed great importance on her appearance for this day. Once her makeup was done and her gown was donned, it was as if she had draped the world's finest peonies upon herself. With a beauty that could captivate all, she descended the stairs, leaving many breathless in awe. Ji Hung sat in the grand living room, holding a glass of champagne, entranced by the sight of this enchanting woman. Yet, thoughts of his family's situation, particularly of his father's indiscretions with the housemaid, dulled his gaze, replacing admiration with a steely resolve. Hey, brother, that stunning beauty must be Wen Wan, right? Unbeknownst to Ji Hung, another figure had joined him on the sofa, clad in a pink suit adorned with a golden rose lapel pin, his collar wide open, revealing a white waistcoat underneath. The visage is undeniably handsome, yet the glint in his eyes betrays a lewd intent, rendering him both lascivious and audacious. Upon his inquiry regarding Wen Wan, Ji Hung tensed with wariness. May I inquire who you are? He asked. Don't concern yourself with my identity. I am merely here to ascertain who Wen Wan is. The stranger retorted. Weren't you invited by Wen Wan? Ji Hung pressed. I certainly did not receive any invitation from her, came the response. Then how did you gain entry? Ji Hung demanded, rising as if to summon security. The stranger pulled Ji Hung back down. Why the agitation? I am not an intruder, he chuckled, revealing a row of pearly whites. My father is a good friend of Wen Tongren. I simply wish to see the woman who has tarnished my family's reputation and caused us a loss exceeding 10 million. Ji Heng's expression faltered. He was beginning to piece together the identity of this affluent young man. As chapter 19 unfolds, Wen Wan descended from the upper floor, exchanging pleasantries with her entourage and inquiring about the status of her bodyguard, Ji Lengming. Evan, overwhelmed, reluctantly replied, the individuals I dispatched are still searching for Ji Gongzi, but there has yet to be any word. Wen Wan's countenance darkened significantly. What is the matter? Why have you not located him? She inquired, her voice low. Evan, unable to meet her gaze, replied, there are signs that Ji Gongzi's residence has been disturbed. Many personal belongings have been removed. It is possible he has left the Ji family. Wen Wan's expression hardened, and the previously convivial atmosphere in the hall stilled, the guests falling silent. The tension was palpable, as Wen Wan's aura of authority compelled those around her to instinctively retreat. Ignoring their presence, her piercing gaze swept across the room. Everyone here has been invited by me, Wen Wan. I now have pressing matters to attend to, which may take some time. I kindly ask you all to remain. Should you require anything, please inform the Wen family servants, and they will ensure your needs are met. Her words, though framed as a request, bore an unmistakably commanding tone, both elevated and assertive. Furthermore, allow me to remind you all, entering the Wen residence is trivial, yet exiting. I suggest you contemplate your own worth. Her proclamation was a blatant threat. Over 20 guests of respectable standing were present, yet each was acutely aware of their inferior rank compared to the Wen family. The implication was clear. They were to remain within the confines of Wen's estate, indulging in refreshments and entertainment, until her return. Should anyone dare to defy her orders, she would undoubtedly unleash the full might of the Wen family's influence to suppress them. The guests, accustomed to being the center of attention, felt a twinge of displeasure at such constraints. Yet, curiosity simmered beneath the surface, each eager to uncover the nature of Wen Wan's urgent business that warranted such heavy-handed measures. Having delivered her edict, Wen Wan strode purposefully through the assembly, her high-heeled steps echoing with authority, while Evan trailed closely behind. Meanwhile, Wei Zhen remained behind, tasked with managing the personal demands of the more than 20 young ladies and gentlemen present. Wen Wan was nearly beside herself with frustration, her teeth clenched tightly. She was incensed at Ji Lengming for abandoning her, as well as at herself for her lack of foresight in not arranging for someone to keep watch. The elaborate setup she had orchestrated to convey her deep sentiment had all been in vain. "I have dressed to the nines today, he must see me," she declared, her voice resonating through the vast hall, prompting furtive glances among the guests until her departure emboldened them to speculate. Unanimously, they pondered the identity of this enigmatic figure, everyone save Ji Hong. His expression was one of discontent, his grip on his glass tightening to the point of trembling. "You know where Wen Wan has gone, right? It's that young man," he said, his voice laced with bitterness. Ji Hing set his glass down, forcing a smile as he extended his hand. "Hello, I am Ji Hong." The stranger casually tapped his fist against Ji Hing's palm. "I am Du Qinglin. By the way, you do know who he is, as mentioned by Wen Wan, right?" Leaning against the sofa, Du Qinglin smirked. "Don't fob me off with vague answers. Look at you. Your face could water a plant. Now, spill the beans and satisfy my morbid curiosity." As Ji Hong regarded Du Qinglin, a devious thought crossed his mind. Du Qinglin, the heir of SBK, a commercial powerhouse known for its high-end fashion dealings and lucrative partnerships with global luxury brands. Boasting annual sales exceeding 5 billion, was merely a fraction of the Du family's vast empire. Previously, Wen Wan had leveraged SBK's fame to launch a marketing blitz for her own brand, Qingmu Apparel, inadvertently damaging SBK's reputation and incurring losses exceeding 10 million in a single day. Ji Hong mused. No wonder Du Qinglin had come despite not receiving an invitation. He was here to settle the score. Yet, there was likely more to his visit than mere reckoning. With Wen Wan's notoriety, it was plausible that this young scion was also eager to behold her beauty. What would happen if Du Qinglin were informed that Wen Wan's affections lay with Ji Lengming? Ji Hong pondered this with a calculating mind. Who else could it be? Anyone close to Wen Wan knows she has recently become infatuated with my younger brother, he lamented. Du Qinglin, unfamiliar with the Ji family dynamics, inquired, "Your younger brother?" Ji Hong grimaced. "A remnant of my father's youthful indiscretions." Du Qinglin's eyes widened in realization. "Oh, and then what?" Ji Hong replied. "Though my younger brother's origins may be humble, he possesses remarkable capabilities." A hint of pride crept into his expression. He was the top science student in this year's Yangqing entrance examinations. Du Qinglin's interest was piqued. "A top student, you say? That indeed speaks volumes." Ji Hong continued to extol Ji Lengming's virtues. "He is not merely academically gifted, he is also of good character. I have heard he often assists female classmates and teachers, garnering much gratitude in return. Furthermore, he is quite knowledgeable. While we typically study abroad and merely maintain a passable academic standard, my brother is exceptionally well-rounded. He frequently tutors the household staff, all for the benefit of my mother and me. He even meticulously plans nutritious meals, controls indoor oxygen levels, and enforces a strict cleaning schedule. He has set high standards for clothing materials and will dismiss anyone who fails to comply. His knowledge is extensive." Ji Hong chuckled, revealing a touch of exasperation. "Though I may be nitpicking, his intentions are good, and the house is undoubtedly cleaner than ever." Du Qinglin's brow furrowed as he listened. Is it truly appropriate to describe someone with such behavior as possessing a good character and extensive knowledge? His actions seem more akin to a bureaucrat wielding power over those who dare not speak against him. Deep down, Du Qinglin felt that Wen Wan had been deceived, further fueling his curiosity. He even entertained the notion of meeting this illegitimate son himself. Unbeknownst to them, Wei Zhen had overheard the entire exchange between Ji Hong and Du Qinglin. Stepping away from the crowd, he found a moment of solitude to relay this information to Ji Lengming. "Boss, there's a fellow named Ji Hong slandering you in Du Qinglin's ear. They said all of this. Furthermore, the second boss has learned of your absence from Yang City and is currently searching for you. You must exercise caution." At this moment, Ji Lengming is diligently typing away at his keyboard, developing a program that will integrate with WeChat's mini programs. He has already drafted the relevant proposal, and once Sun Biao establishes contact with the responsible parties on that end, he will promptly send the proposal to Sun Biao, instructing him to negotiate with WeChat in accordance with its contents. His focus is intensely concentrated, and he wishes to avoid any distractions, thus he has turned off his phone, inadvertently missing Wei Zhen's message. In pursuit of speed, Wen Wan has taken out the Pagani from the garage. This supercar, valued at over 200 million, is treated with the same brutish disregard as a tractor in her hands, causing Evan to wince in sympathy. How is the search progressing? Evan observes his boss's relentless acceleration, feeling he cannot afford to pause. I report immediately. We have contacted major airlines, and they are currently investigating. There are no leads as of now. The railway department has also dispatched personnel to pursue the case and is verifying the situation. Any developments will be communicated at the earliest opportunity. As for road transport, we have established contact with the transportation department and are reviewing surveillance footage from the past 5 days. In terms of maritime transport, we have sent personnel to various major ports, and similarly, any updates will be relayed as soon as they arise. Wen Wan nodded, choosing not to speak further. She is determined to track down the elusive Ji Lengming through all available channels, refusing to believe that she cannot uncover this seemingly insignificant figure. The Pagani roared under her command, its engine's thunderous growl echoing her indomitable spirit. instilling fear in all who beheld it. In an exceedingly brief span of time, Wen Wan arrived at the Ji family mansion, entering the basement where Ji Lengming once resided. His bedroom remains untouched, preserved as it was when he departed. The sparse walls and minimal furnishings evoke the atmosphere of a prison or perhaps a slum. The various items she had gifted him lay undisturbed upon a wooden table. His clothing, shoes, jewelry, and hats are neatly folded beside unopened packaging. He has taken nothing she offered. As her fingers grazed the garments Ji Lengming once wore, memories flooded back of that day when he stood in the auditorium delivering a public speech. Sunlight illuminated him, casting him in a radiant glow, his visage strikingly handsome. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced Wen Wan's heart, compelling her to crouch down, eyes tightly shut against the discomfort. Concerned for his boss, Evan inquired, "What is wrong? Should I summon the private physician?" Wen Wan waved her hand dismissively, indicating it was unnecessary. Driven by a powerful sense of rationality, she rose once more. As if recalling something vital, she approached Ji Lengming's wooden bed. "Lift this bed." Evan, unsure of his boss's intentions, complied nonetheless. As the bed was raised, a wooden box was revealed beneath the slats. Inside lay a collection of dusty toys, children's storybooks, a picture frame cloaked in grime, and knitted scarves and sweaters, most of which were remnants from Ji Lengming's childhood. Cleaning the frame unveiled a photograph of a mother and child. The child, still young and adorned with a tiger-themed hat, smiled up at his mother, whose gentle beauty radiated warmth and happiness, capturing a moment of bliss between Ji Lengming and his late mother. Setting the photo aside, Wen Wan picked up a tin box from within the chest. She recognized this box, recalling a time when Ji Hung had opened it to humiliate Ji Lengming, which subsequently led to a confrontation between the timid Ji Lengming and Ji Hung. The box contained trinkets once belonging to Wen Wan, her jewelry, stationery, handkerchiefs, practice writing pads, and even a pebble she had once cherished before discarding it. Everyone who laid eyes upon its contents had mocked Ji Lengming, branding him a toad or a sycophant, repulsed by his affections. At that time, Wen Wan too had deemed Ji Lengming somewhat deluded. Yet now, as she faced the tin box anew, the arrogance and pride of the past had dissipated. She felt small, frantic, lost, and terrified. A wave of overwhelming regret crashed over her. They had truly squandered so many years. Chapter 20. Wagering the entire fate of the Wen family. "We have made a breakthrough." Evan's voice remained steady, though a hint of relief could be detected. Ji Gongzi had boarded a train to City C. However, where he went upon arrival remains to be investigated. Wen Wan sat upon the bed where Ji Lengming had once slept, staring blankly at the tin box. Upon hearing this news, the previously dull light in her eyes ignited into a tempestuous storm. "City C? He certainly knows how to evade capture." Wen Wan spoke through gritted teeth. "Notify our executives in City C to leverage every connection at their disposal to thoroughly scour the area." Evan felt as though he had become the most promising bodyguard in history. While other bodyguards only needed to ensure their employer's safety, he was also tasked with secretarial and assistant duties. "Understood. I shall attend to it immediately." Evan turned to leave, but was halted by Wen Wan's voice. "Wait." He turned back to find her expression disconcerting, a mix of confusion, turmoil, and alarm. "Why do you think he would go to City C?" Evan shook his head, indicating he did not know. Wen Wan had not expected an answer from anyone. A thought had just flashed through her mind like lightning. "Is a university located in City C?" Evan recalled and nodded. Wen Wan's fingers curled tightly around the tin box. Long-held thoughts, long suppressed, now resurfaced with a vengeance. Why hadn't he come to deliver the grill that day? Why had Ji Lengming treated her with such cold indifference? Why had he gone to City C? Was it possible that in his previous life, he had been accepted into a university but never attended, thus seeking to rectify that regret in this life? Did he, like her, bear the memories of a past existence? Wen Wan dared not delve deeper into this line of thought. She did not wish to uncover the truth. She preferred to live in self-deception, yet reality was forcing her to confront it. An unprecedented terror enveloped Wen Wan, her once rosy lips drained of color, nails digging painfully into her palms, as a metaphorical saw ground relentlessly at her heart, inflicting unbearable pain. Arrange for someone to investigate a university for any records of Ji Lengming's presence. Evan, although puzzled by her sudden shift, could decipher the weariness in her tone. Wen Wan took a deep breath, striving to control her tumultuous emotions, and continued to issue instructions. "If he has been seen at a university, then we must investigate the housing rental situation within a 2-kilometer radius of the campus. He does not have much money. He likely cannot afford a well-furnished place. Direct the executives to focus their search on older homes, dilapidated properties, or isolated single rooms." As she spoke, a sardonic smile crossed her lips, a nearly tragic expression. "He is a person who cherishes tranquility, prioritizing practicality. His expectations for food, clothing, and shelter are modest. You should search in somewhat secluded areas." Evan hesitated, pondering whether he should voice his thoughts on the young lady's personal affairs. "Very well. I shall notify the team to make the arrangements at once." In the dimly lit basement, illuminated solely by a solitary desk lamp, silence enveloped the cramped space as Evan departed. Wen Wan clutched the box tightly, her eyes closed, unable to contain the torrents of tears cascading down her cheeks. Initially, it was merely Yangtze that had been thrown into chaos. Now, Wen Wan's fervor had spread to City C, prompting numerous high-ranking executives there to contact Wen Tongren directly. Wen Tongren, attending a pivotal conference abroad, was a prominent magnate in Z country's agriculture, manufacturing, and service sectors, and was expected to participate in discussions on international trade issues among multiple nations. His plans to deliver a speech at the summit were entirely disrupted by his only daughter. When Wen Wan received his call, she was still in a daze. Hello? What on earth is going on? Causing a ruckus in Yang City was one thing, but now you've stirred up trouble in City C. Do you have any idea how much resources you're wasting? Have you forgotten the family's teachings? Or is my reputation not worth your consideration? If you have no intention of being a part of the Wen family, go to a lawyer and get notarized. Hurry and leave. And I will pretend I never had a daughter. Wen Tongren's furious voice thundered in her ears. Instantly, Wen Wan shifted into a defensive posture, and the next moment, she was ready for battle, her previous despondence replaced with a fierce determination. Have the old geezers in City C complained? Wen Tongren retorted, those are your elders. Please speak respectfully. Wen Wan rolled her eyes. Those parasitic old fogies, relying on their seniority to take advantage of the company, have made me expend considerable energy to rectify the business in City C in my past life. Yang City is the stronghold of the Wen family, the core of the company, and management there will not falter. However, City C is somewhat distant, and as the saying goes, the emperor is far away, thus chaos ensues. Perfectly timed, she thought, as she was about to attend a university. I'll also take the opportunity to rectify the atmosphere at the branch office in City C. What elders? They are nothing but pests. I plan to attend a university and also take charge of the City C branch's operations. If I cannot command them now, how can I expect to rely on them in the future? When Tongren's focus shifted, you intend to take over the City C branch's operations? Wen Wan replied, should we sign a bet agreement? Set a minimum annual net profit guarantee. Just name your figure. Wen Tongren was momentarily speechless. Wen Wan continued, however, once I win the bet agreement, the City C branch will be mine, and you can look forward to being a mere figurehead. Wen Tongren seemed to regain his composure. Wen Wan, tone it down. You've merely completed a marketing project for Qingmu Apparel. Your learning journey is still long ahead. Behave and go abroad for further education. Wen Wan interjected, who said I merely completed a marketing project. Didn't you approve the rectification plan presented by the general manager of Qingmu? Wen Tongren immediately recalled that document, astonished. The concept of sustainable fashion was proposed by you? Wen Wan retorted, of course. Who else in the company could possess such strategic foresight? The textile and apparel industry is the second largest polluter globally, only behind oil. Therefore, to reduce the consumption of natural resources, it is imperative to vigorously develop eco-friendly materials. At this moment, public awareness of environmental protection is still shallow. Yet the government has already proclaimed that green mountains and clear waters are as valuable as mountains of gold and silver. This precisely signifies that, in the future, eco-friendly materials will flourish. Wen Wan also proposed the idea of infinitely shortening the transaction chain, a notion that, at this juncture, is remarkably forward-thinking. However, this concept pales in comparison to sustainable fashion in terms of significance. When Tongren exhaled deeply, sighing, Wen Wan, pursuing further education isn't a bad idea. You need to temper your temperament. You possess remarkable business acumen, but I do not wish for you to be overly reckless. Wen Wan had already mastered everything she needed to learn. She was akin to a high-level expert returning to the novice village, with no further education required. Father, let me reiterate. The school I have chosen is a university, and the partner I have chosen is Lengming. This will not change for all eternity. I believe you've misunderstood something. I possess little business acumen. It is Lengming who has become an indispensable skill for me. When Tongren grasped the implication behind Wen Wan's words. With Lengming, she would emerge as the most brilliant commercial prodigy in the Wen family. Without him, she would fade into obscurity, becoming the greatest regret in the Wen family's commercial domain. She was wagering the entire fate of the Wen family for Lengming. Chapter 21. You are unworthy. Wen Wan leveraged the future development of the Wen family as leverage against Wen Tongren. What could he do? He could only acquiesce to Wen Wan's wishes and continue to maintain a facade in front of the executives in City C. Wen Wan's assertive demeanor was a reflection of Wen Tongren's own. Though he spoke of face-saving in front of Wen Wan, in actual practice, Wen Tongren was sharp-tongued and decisive, even while abroad, capable of mobilizing vast resources with a single call. Under Wen Tongren's formidable pressure, even from afar in City C, all operational departments sprang into action. On one front, they collaborated with local police to review surveillance footage and track individuals, while on another front, they organized teams to conduct door-to-door visits. Such a grand endeavor to locate a single individual proved to be highly effective. That evening, upon receiving confirmation of Lengming's whereabouts, Evan promptly reported back to Wen Wan. Without hesitation, she took Evan along and sped off in her Pagani, racing down the road. A journey that typically took 4 hours was compressed to 2 under her relentless drive. Lengming was still in his rented apartment, engrossed in writing code, neglecting sleep and food. As the light outside gradually waned, the room was bathed in a warm, golden glow, with him seated by the window, radiating warmth from head to toe. After a long day of intense concentration and having not eaten, his stomach burned with hunger. Only when the pain became unbearable did he reach for a can of milk from the fridge and gulp it down. Having finished a few swigs, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. Living in an old building with poor sound insulation, he could hear any noise from outside quite clearly. A series of footsteps approached and halted just outside his yard. Although the distance was considerable, he could make out the muffled voices of those outside. Right here, we checked. The landlord is out conducting business, and the property has been entrusted to an agency. It was rented out 5 days ago. What now? Though it was merely 3 words. Lengming recognized the voice with uncanny accuracy. Even with 2 walls and a yard between them, he could distinctly identify Wen Wan's voice. How did she find him? Had Weijian betrayed him? Setting the milk down, he turned off his computer and opened his phone. Upon doing so, he was met with a barrage of missed calls and messages. Outside the yard, Wen Wan surveyed the small, cement-walled courtyard with an icy gaze. Beside her, Evan relayed the information he had gathered. Through surveillance footage from the school, they had learned that the second son of the G family had visited a university once, heading to the laboratory for a brief period before returning home and shutting himself in. I believe he must be inside right now, Evan concluded. Wen Wan nodded and instructed. You need to liaise with the agency and obtain the landlord's number. Evan understood her intentions. It was evident that this young lady was intent on purchasing the plot of land. Resigned to his fate, he replied, understood. Wen Wan refrained from taking impulsive action. Instead, she opted for a more civilized approach, knocking on the door. The rhythmic sound of her knocks echoed through the tranquil old town, resonating sharply in the stillness. A few households with dogs heard the commotion, prompting the dogs to join in the cacophony. Lengming initially intended to adopt a cold demeanor, thinking that if she knocked 10 or 8 times without a response, she would conclude that the homeowner was not at home and would leave with her entourage. Lengming, I know you are home. Stop pretending to be dead. Come out. Despite the raucous shouting from the other side, Lengming remained unfazed. However, the next moment, she threatened. If you don't come out, I swear I will demolish this house. This was indeed a threat Wen Wan might carry out. Lengming felt a surge of agitation, his anger escalating. Wen Wan, lacking patience, declared, I will count to 3. If you do not come out, Evan, contact 3 excavators to come here. Lengming would never allow someone else's property to be damaged because of him. Seething with rage, he tucked his phone away and stepped into the small courtyard. Opening the iron gate, the door creaked open, revealing half of his face, which was as luminous as the moon. What is it? The inquiry barely left his throat when Wen Wan summoned her bodyguards. Take him away. The young lady's skirt billowed like a blossoming flower, and without glancing at Lengming, she strode towards the luxury car parked outside the alley, exuding an intimidating presence. Wen Wan's command to bind him was not mere rhetoric. She intended to tie him up thoroughly. 6 imposing figures accompanied her. Had it been a one-on-one confrontation, Lengming might have escaped, but against 6 burly men, he had no choice but to submit to being restrained. Bound tightly, Lengming was tossed into the passenger seat of the Pagani. The expressions on both their faces were chilling, reminiscent of individuals carrying explosives, just waiting for the fuse to be lit. What madness is this? Why did you stand me up? They nearly chorused in unison. Wen Wan's fists clenched tightly as she struggled to contain her temper. Do you have any idea how much effort I expended to find you? Lengming showed no appreciation for her words, sneering. After all, Miss Wen has a vast fortune. Losing a bit here and there is hardly consequential. Wen Wan pressed on. Must you treat me this way? Lengming shot back. What else would you have me do? Miss Wen, in a tone bordering on desperation, Wen Wan implored, can't you at least hug me or kiss me? Lengming's expression turned icy in an instant, each word punctuated with disdain. You are unworthy. Those 3 words crushed Wen Wan's spirit, leaving her with a torrent of unexpressed resentment. Clutching a metal box hidden beneath the car seat, as if it were a lifeline. If you still possess a shred of conscience, please let me go and stop clinging to me. I am truly quite weary of you. In this world, those who take things seriously, who dare to feel, inevitably suffer. Lengming learned this lesson painfully through past experiences. Reborn, he vowed never to repeat those errors. Wen Wan leaned against the steering wheel, her strapless gown hugging her form, revealing her creamy shoulders. Her skin was so pale that even in the night, her exquisitely sensual collarbone emanated a cold radiance. Strands of hair cascaded over half her face, but it was evident that her body trembled. She gasped for breath, like a fish desperately gasping for air. In the depths of the alley, in the dim corners, where Lengming could not see, the fervor in Wen Wan's eyes intensified. That reckless madness returned once more, despite her intellect urging her to remain calm. The beast within her roared back, causing her remaining reason to crumble. Her voice emerged as if forced through clenched teeth. You find me tiresome, do you? I am unworthy. Am I? Wen Wan lifted her head. She was stunning, often embodying an air of grace and grandeur. Yet at this moment, her eyes were bloodshot. a mischievous glint lurking at their corners, her lips curled into a slight smirk, exuding an aura of seduction. If I am tiresome, then let the whole world endure it. If I am unworthy, then I shall ensure that no one else is worthy of you. Declaring the end, without a moment's pause, Wen Wan slammed the accelerator and steered the car forward, the engine roaring as it surged through the streets, every scene blurring into a mere afterimage. Wen Wan had but one thought, to bring Ji Lengming back to the party she was hosting, to publicly affirm his identity. He was her boyfriend, her future husband. He could only be her boyfriend, her future husband. If he did not love her, she would compel him to love her. If he sought to leave, she would imprison him. If he hated her, then let him hate her, to torment him persistently. Chapter 22. Love is a curse. In the dead of night, silence enveloped everything. The Wen residence remained brightly lit. The maids and servants diligently attended to the needs of the guests and cleared away refuse. Wealthy young men and women gathered in small groups, engaging in barbecues, games, or frolicking by the pool, creating a lively atmosphere. The Pagani cruised down Lakeside Avenue, its engines roar reverberating through the air, causing all activities to come to a halt. Is Wen Wan back? She should be. Finally back. It feels like being in prison here. Ji hung, reclining in a rattan chair, opened his eyes and glanced toward the garden entrance. Beside him, Du Qinglin casually fiddled with his phone, a grape dangling from his mouth, appearing utterly indifferent. At that moment, the busiest person was undoubtedly the butler of the Wen family. His walkie-talkie had not ceased to buzz since this moment, each second filled with tasks. The young lady has returned. All units, pay attention. We will now call roll. Respond collectively. Fireworks team, present. Garden team A, present. Garden team B, present. Lighting team, present. Once the roll call was completed, the butler began issuing instructions. These were all directives from Wen Wan before her departure, and everyone was required to follow her instructions meticulously. She had one goal, to leave Ji Lengming with an indelible memory that he would carry for a lifetime. Two beams of headlights sliced through the darkness like blades. All were on high alert. The Pagani came to a stop outside the Wen family's 2,000 square meter private garden. The car door swung open, revealing long, fair legs followed by a beauty that made the garden's flowers pale in comparison. She circled around to the passenger's side, her hand as delicate as jade, pulling the door open and dragging someone out. Dozens of eyes were fixated on the entrance of the garden, specifically on the individual emerging from the passenger seat. The lights illuminated the Wen residence as brightly as day. The first sight that met everyone's gaze was a pair of worn-out sneakers, followed by a pair of ordinary casual pants. Then came the ropes. Ropes? Everyone was stunned. Am I seeing things? That person seems to be bound. You're not imagining it. I see them tied up too. Did Wen Wan do this? What is she planning? Whispers erupted in a flurry. Wen Wan, her face stoic, tugged on the rope as if dragging a slave, bringing Ji Lengming to the entrance of the garden. She looked at him, her eyes sparkling, her tone laced with a hint of appeasement. This is specially prepared for you. I want you to see how deep my affection runs. Ji Lengming scoffed. This is merely a self-indulgent display. Do you truly believe it will sway anyone? The gentle light in Wen Wan's eyes flickered as she ground her teeth in defiance. While I may not be able to move your heart, I can certainly strike you. With that declaration, she disregarded Ji Lengming's consent and forcefully led him along the path paved with white pebbles. As soon as they set foot on the cobblestone path, all the lights in the Wen residence extinguished, plunging everyone into sudden darkness. In the vast expanse, only the celestial bodies of the Milky Way illuminated the night sky. Before anyone could voice their astonishment, a radiant glow began to emanate from beneath Ji Lengming's feet. With each step he took, colorful little lights flickered to life, resembling a myriad of vibrant stars. As the starlight illuminated the surroundings, countless fireflies took flight from the verdant grass flanking the cobblestone path. Their shimmering glow danced through the air, each brilliant point of silver gently fluttering across the expansive meadow, creating a spectacle of resplendent, dreamlike beauty. From afar, the sweet, melodic strains of a violin floated through the air, reminiscent of ethereal song. Masterfully crafted artworks, emanating a soft white light, revealed themselves. There were reindeer, white rabbits, peacocks, and bobcats, all exuding grace and curiosity. Following this, dozens of miniature castles gradually emerged from the grand garden, succeeded by a dozen opulent palaces. And further ahead lay a golden rose garden. Standing before the magnificent rose garden, amidst the witness of countless stars and fireflies, Wen Wan knelt before Ji Lengming, presenting him with a pair of rings. The gasps of astonishment that had previously been stifled now erupted in a chorus. Yet, none dared to utter a word, quickly covering their mouths in fear of disturbing this moment of dreamlike enchantment. Ji Lengming stood before the rose garden, bathed in the radiant light that cast a gentle softness upon his profile. He smiled, enveloped in a tranquil beauty that contrasted starkly with Wen Wan's striking and vibrant allure. Wen Wan looked up, her face etched with determination. Ji Lengming, because of you, the world is vibrant, the galaxy shines, all beings possess spirit, and life is filled with wonder. You have awakened all my desires. A smirk graced her lips. Thus, Do not harbor any illusions that I shall let you go. With that, she disregarded Ji Lengming's consent once more, firmly grasping his hand and slipping the ring onto his middle finger. Ji Lengming made no attempt to resist, only regarding her with a look of pity. In a voice barely above a whisper, meant solely for her ears, he offered her a semblance of dignity. Is it of any significance? Rings can be removed, flowers wilt, and one can gradually forget. My lady, love is a burden, and no one escapes unscathed. You ought to live for yourself. Wen Wan's pupils constricted at his words. She gazed at him, her eyes filled with sorrow and innocence, her heart aching with a deep, relentless pain. Live for myself? But I cannot. Without you, the world is devoid of life, a graveyard of despair. If I have the chance to bask in the light, why would I choose to descend into hell once more? Tears welled in her eyes, her voice lowered, steeped in mournful lamentation, a desolate realization. Love is a burden, and no one escapes unscathed. Yet I find it exquisite. I can only find pleasure in this suffering. Her expression shifted, returning to her earlier resoluteness. Her brows furrowed with fierce intent. Wen Wan rose, taking Ji Lengming's hand, and directed her gaze toward the onlookers. Those who caught her, I felt an icy shiver down their spines. From this moment forth, Ji Lengming is my boyfriend. Should anyone dare to harm him, I shall ensure they cannot survive in this circle. Many recoiled in trepidation. Who would dare bully the young lady of the Wen family? Especially one who had knelt in pursuit of love? If given the chance, they would gladly elevate him to a pedestal. Throughout this spectacle, Ji Hung clutched his pockets tightly. In truth, he too possessed a ring. Yet the events of the evening signified that he had lost any chance of claiming her heart. It was evident to anyone with eyes that Wen Wan's gaze was filled with an unwavering love and longing. It was not the illegitimate son of the Ji family pursuing Wen Wan, but rather Wen Wan beseeching that worthless man. Du Qinglin, instigated by Ji Hung, began to entertain other notions, especially upon witnessing Ji Lengming's indifferent demeanor, further solidifying his belief that Ji Lengming was merely playing a game of desire and entrapment. Meanwhile, Ji Lengming withdrew his hand from Wen Wan's grasp, once again rejecting her under the watchful eyes of the crowd. He had already granted her one moment of grace. This time, he would not consider her dignity. The affections of the young lady should be bestowed upon another. I do not require them. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated throughout the venue. The fireworks team, poised to ignite the display, stood frozen in shock. The performers halted in their preparations, and even the butler, holding a walkie-talkie, was at a loss for what to do. The atmosphere, once filled with joyous anticipation, now shifted dramatically. Guests began to murmur amongst themselves, whispering about the failed proposal, the young lady's descent to kneel, and the effort that had ultimately proved fruitless, each comment striking Wen Wan like a sharp slap across her face. Yet, Wen Wan remained unperturbed, standing resolute beneath the starlight. With crimson eyes and a voice soaring with authority, she declared, to all present, "Please inform him that my affections are mine alone, and none other shall dare to claim them." Under the weight of her proclamation, the crowd fell silent. Wen Wan stubbornly held onto Ji Lengming's hand, refusing to let go. Simultaneously, she placed an iron box into his palm. "You have harbored feelings for me for 7 years. All the evidence lies within this box. Do you dare to open it?" Ji Lengming, upon seeing the box, furrowed his brow. This madwoman had unearthed it. Why should I be afraid to open it? Is it because you believe I have feelings for you, and I am too ashamed to admit it? He chuckled coldly. "Let me inform you, my lady, that this box holds no value for me. It is nothing more than a blemish, a stain destined for the trash." Wen Wan stared at Ji Lengming in disbelief, momentarily unable to fathom that he could utter such words. "You intend to discard the box as if it were refuse? Isn't it refuse?" Ji Lengming replied. Wen Wan struggled to suppress the piercing pain in her heart. Memories surged forth like a relentless tide, impossible to contain. The first time they met by the moonlit lake, she gifted him an apple, and he responded with a radiant smile. She would occasionally visit the Ji residence to study, misplacing pencils and erasers, only to discover a boy hiding in the corner, secretly observing her and stashing her belongings away. Ji Hung would tear up his textbooks, and she would sometimes admonish him not to go too far, earning her a look of heartfelt gratitude from him. As they grew older, her visits to the Ji residence became infrequent. Yet, she would occasionally catch a glimpse of him cycling past her private high school. Even though their schools were far apart and not on the same route, he made the effort to see her. During family vacations, he would accompany them. She once liked a particular stone but later discarded it into the lake, only for it to reappear in his possession. The depths of that lake were unfathomable, and she could hardly imagine how he retrieved it. Yet, she knew deep down that this person truly loved her beyond his own existence. But now, the very same man informs her that all of this past is merely a blemish on his life, a heap of refuse. He has entirely retracted the affection he once bestowed upon her, dismissing it with a definitive stroke. Tears brimmed in Wen Wan's eyes, yet she steadfastly withheld them from cascading down her cheeks. Her voice was steeped in supplication and unprecedented humility. "It is not refuse. It is proof of your love for me." Ji Lengming's smile was cruelly sardonic, exuding an aura of hostility that starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor. Though his arms were bound, limiting his movements. He nevertheless managed to snatch the box from within his restricted range and strode towards a nearby trash bin, hurling it with force. Wen Wan, I no longer love you. Please give up. The words echoed with a resounding finality, reverberating in the air. Wen Wan bent low, covering her face with her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Chapter 23, Confined You. What had once been a scene of joyous harmony, a romantic courtship, had in an instant transformed into a stark, sorrowful tableau, reminiscent of a funeral. A series of shocking events left the onlookers utterly astounded, their mouths agape. At that moment, Ji Hung rushed forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Wen Wan, arms outstretched in a gesture of defense. He unleashed a torrent of vitriol at Ji Lengming, exclaiming, "What do you think you are? Merely a lowly dog of the Ji family. How dare you speak to Wen Wan in such a manner?" Before Ji Lengming could respond, Wen Wan unexpectedly seized Ji Hang's arm and struck him across the face. "Who gave you the right to insult him?" Ji Hung winced from the blow, suppressing his resentment, his eyes wide with disbelief, striving to appear pitiful and wronged. "I was speaking up for you. Wen Wan, we are childhood sweethearts. Yet you would strike me for him." Tears still glistening in her eyes, Wen Wan's gaze turned fierce. "Apologize. Apologize to him." Ji Hung gritted his teeth, his handsome young face briefly contorted with anguish. A myriad of emotions, helplessness, disappointment, and frustration, flashing across his features, leading the gathered crowd to ponder. Ji Hung, he is the one who has been wronged. Simultaneously, whispers began circulating about Ji Lengming. So, he is the illegitimate son of the Ji family. What good could come from that? Surely, Wen Wan isn't so easily deceived. One onlooker remarked, "This man is truly cunning. Look how he has ensnared Wen Wan's heart, compelling her to strike the future heir of the Ji family." The young ladies and gentlemen of high society, accustomed to mingling due to familial business dealings, might not share true friendships, yet they had grown up in the same circles. Wen Wan and Ji Hung were indeed close, and Ji Hung had mentioned on several occasions his desire to study abroad with Wen Wan. Within their social sphere, it was almost a consensus that the Ji family might one day seek to align with the Wen family through marriage. Thus, Wen Wan's current actions could be perceived as akin to favoring a concubine over a legitimate wife. Seeing Wen Wan's conduct so utterly out of line, numerous individuals began to voice their concerns. Wen Wan, he is merely an illegitimate son, why bother? Indeed, perhaps he has ulterior motives, after all. You are the eldest daughter of the Wen family, and being with you would secure him a lifetime of wealth and privilege. Ji Hung is a fine young man. I recall him saying he wanted to present you with a ring. He searched through numerous auctions to find the perfect red diamond. In an instant, public opinion shifted in Ji Hang's favor, and rationality returned as they recognized that Wen Wan's courtship resembled nothing more than a farce. At that moment, Ji Hung produced the ring he had prepared, presenting it as if a treasure. "Look, this is the ring I chose for you. You once said you would only wear a red diamond, for it is sufficiently exquisite to match your elegance. I went through many auctions to secure this gem. Can you not see my genuine feelings?" Wen Wan, in her obstinacy, disregarded the pleas of the crowd, raising her hand and sending the box containing the red diamond ring flying. "Ji Hung, put away your feigned expressions, whether now or in the future. You will never be worthy of me, Wen Wan." Upon hearing this, Ji Hung turned his face towards the shadows, his expression twisted with rage, but only for a fleeting moment. When he turned back, his visage was once again filled with a profound love that could not elicit a smile from the beauty before him. "You all see how I have treated you. We agreed to study abroad together, yet now, for an illegitimate son, you inflict such harm and slander upon me. Wen Wan, what has become of you?" As Ji Hung faced this injustice, Wen Wan's actions incited a swell of indignation among the crowd. If her romantic interest had been a scion of an esteemed family, it might have been acceptable. However, the person she sought to defend was an illegitimate son, a pariah in their upper-class society. Who could bear this? Immediately, voices began to echo with discontent. "Wen Wan, you are indeed the eldest daughter of the Wen family, but that is merely a title. You have not yet assumed your father's position. Ji Hung is our friend. Allowing a bastard to rise above him is tantamount to letting that bastard trample on our dignity. We shall not permit it. Indeed, this is intolerable. If it were just a youthful fling, that would be one thing. But do you truly intend to make a male model from the club your husband? The poor will always remain poor. They cannot change their base nature, just as a dog cannot stop eating excrement. Wen Wan, we speak thus for your own good." The cacophony of voices rose, all purporting to counsel Wen Wan to reconsider her misguided path. Just moments ago, Ji Lengming's words had shaken her to the core, and now, faced with the collective scorn of the crowd, her pent-up fury surged uncontrollably. Seizing the firearm from Evan's side, she raised her hand and fired 3 shots into the air, the deafening gunfire sending shockwaves through the pampered young ladies and gentlemen, leaving them pale with fear. "If anyone dares to utter another word, I will ensure they leave here in a body bag." At that moment, Wen Wan resembled a ruthless brigand, exuding a menacing aura that instilled terror. "My affairs are not subject to your judgment. What I, Wen Wan, say you shall heed. What I, Wen Wan, do, you shall observe. I am not here to seek your opinions. After a prolonged silence, Ji Lengming finally interjected. He stood in the dim light, as silent as the sea. Yet their words ring true. I am an illegitimate son, a lowly being beneath everyone's heel. You are all scions of wealth, born into privilege, the darlings of fate. I, indeed, do not belong here, nor do I belong with you, Wen Wan. Wen Wan hastily retorted. But with me here, who would dare to belittle your status? A faint, sardonic laughter escaped Ji Lengming's lips. Their values were diametrically opposed. Yet, through the lens of love, he had softened the contrast. The crux of their discord had never been his disproportionate efforts met with scant reward. Rather, it lay in his unwavering belief that being an illegitimate son, being of the lower class, was not a source of shame. Conversely, Wen Wan, adored like a celestial body, perched high above, could never accept the vast chasm of class disparity. Like those within her social circle, she viewed the lower classes as contemptible. Thus, she repeatedly uttered the words, "Who would dare to claim your status as inferior?" attempting to bridge the insurmountable divide between them with her immense power. In their previous life, he had spoken to her on numerous occasions of their equality. Alas, he spent an entire lifetime without correcting her warped perceptions. Their fates were destined to be irreconcilable. Wen Wan, let me go. An illegitimate son does not belong in a refined, exquisite garden, but rather in a dark, damp basement, hidden from the light of day. Wen Wan was both pained and furious by his words. A breath of indignation lodged itself within her. Despite her promises to shield him from the mention of his humble origins, despite her immense efforts on his behalf, why, oh why, did he remain so indifferent? Do you truly wish to leave? Ji Lengming's voice was soft yet firm. Standing before a crowd that humiliates me brings me no joy. Wen Wan urgently declared. I can punish them for you. The gentle smile on Ji Lengming's face deepened. But, Wen Wan, you are no different from those who insult me. You too repulse me. At his words, an audible gasp swept through the onlookers. Wen Wan bit her lip, her complexion paling to a ghostly hue. After all I have done for you, how can you say I disgust you? Ji Lengming, with the most innocuous of expressions, uttered the most piercing of remarks. Indeed, you not only repulse me, but also embody hypocrisy and selfishness, akin to a beautifully packaged ham, already rotten and infested with maggots. Believing its worth is upheld by a price tag of hundreds. In truth, you are even less than they. Wen Wan trembled, her body quaking under the weight of his words. Those who once stood in opposition to Ji Lengming began to withdraw, appalled by the uncouthness of his insults. What do you think you are? Merely a bastard, filthier than that. The poor art but the base. What right do you have to speak to us? One pair of my shoes is worth more than your entire decade of living expenses. Is this envy of the wealthy? Seeing that you can gain nothing from Sister Wan, you are merely growing desperate. The vitriolic insults drowned Ji Lengming's words. What began as a uniquely heartfelt confession had devolved into a funeral, and now transformed into a trial. Ji Hung was pleased with the turn of events, retreating quietly, eager to witness how Wen Wan would navigate this predicament with Ji Lengming. Ji Lengming observed Wen Wan with a cold gaze, unperturbed by the barrage of vile insults that reverberated around him. Wen Wan found herself ensnared in a web of internal and external turmoil, the swirling contradictions and anguish threatening to tear her asunder. She had never endured such humiliation. Her pride and dignity forbade such provocations. Yet, the instigator was none other than Ji Lengming. Wen Wan felt herself engulfed in flames, only to be doused by torrential rain, then assaulted by the biting winds of winter. The already dwindling vestiges of her sanity crumbled once more. A fierce madness colored her features. Blood seeped from her previously bitten lip, the crimson hue rendering her once enchanting visage almost demonic. If I am to rot, then you shall rot alongside me. You dare claim that only the basement suits you? My family can certainly provide a basement. She approached Ji Lengming, seizing his arm with all her might, dragging him towards the mansion's cellar. Her fervor intensified, a savage glint igniting in her eyes. I shall confine you. Should you dare to flee, I will break your legs and shatter your arms. You will eat and bathe only at my command. Apart from me, you shall see no one else, only me. You are mine, utterly and completely mine, and you shall be filled with nothing but thoughts of me. Wen Wan's strength, fueled by her emotional turmoil, propelled Ji Lengming forward. Stumbling in her wake, he suddenly realized that provoking Wen Wan to leave the Wen residence was no longer a viable option. She had truly lost her mind. She genuinely contemplated imprisoning him. This cannot happen. He could not be confined here. There were so many things he wished to accomplish. How could he squander precious time with these people? Ji Lengming struggled against Wen Wan's grip, yet he was bound, unable to match her raw strength. He gasped, attempting to reason with her. Please, calm down. I am perfectly calm. Wen Wan retorted, dragging Ji Lengming into the grand living room of the Wen residence, where the steps caused him to stumble several times. Since kindness has proven ineffective, perhaps I should show you a bit of cruelty instead. Ji Lengming replied. Have I not been cruel enough to you? Wen Wan shot back, not enough. What you consider cruelty is mere trifles. I shall carve my name upon your flesh with a knife, and mix my blood into your food. Even in death, we shall share the same bed and grave. Wen Wan had lost all semblance of reason. Her sole desire was to imprison Ji Lengming in the basement, to possess him entirely. Should he resist, she would suppress him with violence until he dared not defy her again. Chapter 24. The Confrontation. Wen Wan. Ji Lengming shouted as she was about to step through the door. Are you certain you wish to treat me this way? Wen Wan tightened her grip on his hand, an inexplicable panic creeping into her heart at his question. She forcibly quelled her unease and gazed at him with burning intensity. If I descend into hell, you must follow. If I ascend to heaven, you too must accompany me. You are nothing but an ungrateful wolf. When I treated you kindly, you scorned my gestures and continued to belittle me. Thus, do not expect me to show you kindness again. I shall torment you as you have tormented me, so that you may truly understand pain, suffering, and what it means to wish for death. Ji Lengming was ignited by her words. Memories long suppressed flooding forth like a deluge. Wen Wan, what you have endured pales in comparison. In contrast to the torment you have inflicted upon me, what you have faced is trivial. Wen Wan, who had been pulling Ji Lengming forward, suddenly halted, her heart constricting before racing uncontrollably. When did I? Ji Lengming interrupted her. You do not wish to recall the humiliations, the indignities that render one less than a stray dog. I was killed by you, Wen Wan, with your own hands. His words struck with the precision of an arrow, the resonance of his voice sending tremors through Wen Wan's being. Her grip on his clothing began to tremble, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks, her eyes ablaze yet hollow, her entire body aching as if each breath were laced with shards of glass. Ji Lengming was relentless, continuing to pronounce her sins. Do you know what it is like to be a death row inmate? Do you know the taste of lethal injection? A cold smile graced Ji Lengming's lips. Do you know that when I was on my way to death, the only decent clothing I wore was a gift from a stranger who pitied me? What were you doing when I died? You were engaged to Ji Hong, and even the prison guards knew you were planning a grand wedding. Now, you come here feigning concern, realizing my worth, expecting me to return to a place of servitude, waiting for a murderer who has tormented me? His accusations echoed loudly at the Wen residence. Wen Wan was shattered by his succinct remarks, her tears blurring her vision as an unbearable ache spread from her skin to the depths of her soul. It was as if she were being ground to dust, only to be pieced together repeatedly, a relentless cycle of disintegration and reconstruction. The fear she had dared not entertain now materialized in the most humiliating, bloody, and unbearable manner. Ji Lengming, like her, had been reborn. I am so sorry, I am so sorry. The whispers of apology were as fragmented as a fevered dream. They embodied a plea for pity, a manifestation of despair, a portrait of humility. They reflected a futile struggle, an incessant trembling, and an emptiness deep within, barren and desolate. She could scarcely hold onto the collar of Ji Lengming's garment, yet she remained resolute in her desire to grasp something tangible. In Wen Wan's mind, an image materialized of retrieving Ji Lengming's lifeless body. She watched as the frail figure was carried into the incinerator, enveloped by flames, ultimately reduced to a handful of ash. This memory, initially obscure, gradually festered within her, as if poisoned and ensnared by a malevolent enchantment. Each time the night deepened into silence, it would creep along her spine, burrowing into her chest, viciously biting into her heart with a sanguinary ferocity. Her heart was already riddled with wounds, and he was her sole remedy. Alas, he no longer loved her, not even willing to grant her a morsel of compassion. Wen Wan, if you truly feel remorse for me, then please set me free. This is the utmost dignity I can offer you. Wen Wan, eyes shut tight, shook her head vehemently. Ignoring everything, she forced herself into Ji Lengming's embrace, her arms clutching him tightly, as if that alone could alleviate her pain. I don't want you to leave. I want you to love me, just as you did before. Please, I beg you. Ji Lengming scoffed coldly. Do you truly think that is possible? You cannot retrieve spilled water, nor can a shattered mirror be made whole. Do you recall the countless ways you have hurt me? Wen Wan, you know better than I how venomous you can be. Wen Wan had long since lost her reason, her instincts solely driving her to cling on. I don't care, I don't care. She pressed herself closer, gripping Ji Lengming's body with increasing fervor, even rising onto her toes, desperately rubbing her damp face against him, fervently kissing and biting him. Yet, the more intensely she kissed, the more her tears fell, the sharper the searing pain became, and the wider the wounds in her heart gaped. She used all her strength to corner Ji Lengming, her hands exploring his body, attempting to slip her fingers beneath his clothing. Ji Lengming, bound by ropes, found the coarse twine constricting, and in a fit of frustration, she began to frantically tug at them. The moment the ropes fell away, Ji Lengming could no longer suppress his revulsion. With all his strength, he forcefully pushed Wen Wan away. Bewildered, she stood defenseless, her footing unsteady, and as he shoved her back, she stumbled, her foot slipping on the steps. There, beneath the towering entrance of the Wen family, amidst the watchful eyes of the gathered crowd, she tumbled down the staircase in a disheveled heap. Ji Lengming, having shed his restraints, emerged like a beast unleashed, a fierce tiger returning to its domain. He cast a cold gaze upon the woman sprawled on the marble floor, then scanned the approaching crowd, whose clamorous inquiries sought to discern Wen Wan's condition. His chilling demeanor sent shivers down spines. All who approached were momentarily paralyzed by his frigid countenance. Ji Lengming, what have you done to our young lady? Step by step, Ji Lengming descended the stairs. Though he appeared gaunt, each step resonated with authority. Ignoring the housekeeper's query, he approached Wen Wan, looming over her with a tone that was both gentle and icy. Miss, the dignity I lost here, I shall reclaim in due course. You may continue to enjoy your opulence for eternity. With those words, he concealed any lingering attachment, sparing not a single glance at the fallen woman, and strode through the bustling throng, departing with a sense of finality. When Wan gazed upward, her vision blurred. The figure of that man transformed into a phantom, vanishing beneath the celestial expanse. The garden was resplendent, filled with distinguished guests, extravagance, and euphoria. Yet, no one adorned me with a crown, no one sang me praises, and no one coaxed a smile from my lips. Wen Wan closed her eyes. She had lost him. She had truly lost him. Chapter 25, Cloud Computing. In the stillness of the night, the evening breeze dispelled the heat of the day, bringing comfort and coolness. The streetlights along Binhu Avenue shone brightly, casting a long shadow of Ji Lengming as he walked alone. With his head bowed, he sifted through the myriad of irrelevant messages on his phone until he came across a text from Wei Zhan. Du Qinglin? Ji Lengming instinctively overlooked Ji Heng's mention, but held a considerable impression of Du Qinglin. Though they had never directly interacted, he had always kept a keen eye on the internet realm, making the name of the man who first sparked the cloud computing and big data era in China resonate strongly with him. According to the timeline, Du Qinglin's cloud computing project was still in its infancy, yet to gain momentum. Ji Lengming mused that if he had the chance, he ought to get to know this individual better. Little did he expect that the opportunity would present itself so swiftly. The sound of a car speeding behind him brought with it a gust of wind, followed by a sudden brake as it came to a halt beside him. Merely an arm's length away, Ji Lengming glanced at the Lexus LS beside him, relieved to confirm it was not Wen Wan pursuing him, and sighed in relief. Just as he was about to continue on his way, the window rolled down, revealing a playful smile. This road is quite long. Shall I give you a lift? Ji Lengming ignored the driver, continuing forward with steady strides. The driver matched his pace, the car moving slowly alongside him. You must be Ji Lengming? Du Qinglin chattered, unconcerned with whether Ji Lengming wished to engage. You seem quite formidable in the Wen family, even able to reject the advances of their young lady. Tell me, how did you manage to make Wen Wan so utterly devoted to you? Share a couple of tips. Ji Lengming was disinterested in this idle chatter with a stranger. He turned his head dismissively. If you've come to seek revenge for Wen Wan, please proceed quickly. I'm standing right here. Feel free to insult me. But once you're done, kindly leave and refrain from bothering me. Du Qinglin burst into laughter, a hearty sound. Ha ha ha, you're quite amusing. After his laughter subsided, he blinked playfully. Let me share a secret. I have little to do with Wen Wan. However, that woman has caused significant losses to my family's business. So in a sense, I am her creditor. Ji Lengming was irritated at the mention of Wen Wan's name. He found it exasperating. That's your concern, not mine. Du Qinglin shook his head resolutely. No, it cannot be unrelated to you. I want her to repay her debts, but considering her temperament, I doubt I'll see a single penny. And you, well, you stand alone, without power or influence, yet you've captured Wen Wan's affection. Perhaps prying open a channel through you would be simpler. Ji Lengming remained silent. Du Qinglin continued to ramble on, oblivious to how many words he had. Initially, I thought you were just a gold digger. You have an older brother, right? His name is Ji Heng. That man is not a good sort. He proceeded to recount his encounters with Ji Heng, sharing their conversations and expressing his endless musings, as if he could go on indefinitely. Ji Lengming, weary of listening, had no choice but to endure the driver's relentless chatter since the car was moving fast, closely tailing him. However, when Du Qinglin began discussing his interactions with Ji Heng, Ji Lengming's interest piqued. He thought to himself, the things this man was saying bore a striking resemblance to what Wei Zhan had reported to him. Ji Lengming's eyes dimmed slightly as he cautiously inquired, and who might you be? You seem quite knowledgeable about us. Du Qinglin's smile widened. My surname is Du, and I am called Du Qinglin. You're familiar with the Du family, I presume? Not inferior to the Wen family. Our Du family is indeed remarkable. Following this proclamation was an elaborate introduction to the Du family, a lengthy discourse filled with numerous relatives, resembling an endless roll of fabric wrapped around an elderly matriarch's feet, both tedious and odorous. Ji Lengming, typically reticent and pragmatic, found himself intolerant of such verbose ramblings. In an effort to conserve time, he bypassed any preamble and directly inquired, I hear you are delving into cloud computing? Du Qinglin's monologue came to an abrupt halt. He cast a sidelong glance at Ji Lengming. Although the young man appeared to be no more than 18, an inexplicable aura of maturity emanated from him, belied by his youth. Impressive. You know about cloud computing. Ji Lengming stated forthrightly, I can assist you in establishing it. I will not only help you construct a data center, but will also oversee software delivery, whether for public or private cloud systems. Du Qinglin was genuinely astonished. It was well known that while the concept of cloud computing was flourishing abroad, there were few in the domestic internet economy willing to invest in it amidst its instability. Furthermore, among the multitude of entrepreneurs in the country, he alone seemed to have his sights set on the cloud computing market. In his mind, the industry was merely an embryonic idea, far from materialization. Yet here was this youth claiming he could fully actualize the cloud computing industry. It was akin to developing an electric vehicle in an era when bicycles had yet to become commonplace. Are you joking? I am a serious person, naive and easily deceived. You cannot mislead me. Lengming's expression remained impassive, but his soft features evoked a sense of warmth, engendering goodwill despite his lack of overt emotion. You may choose not to believe me and observe further. I will be attending a university. You are welcome to seek me out. In all honesty, Du Qinglin harbored doubts. On one hand, Lengming's youth was a significant hindrance. On the other, observing Hung's demeanor indicated that Lengming was not faring well in the Ji family, struggling for survival, leaving little time to master advanced technical skills. Yet, Du Qinglin found himself wanting to believe in him. He mused that if Lengming could achieve the top score in the college entrance examination despite the harsh environment of the Ji household, perhaps acquiring a modicum of knowledge in computing was indeed plausible. He resolved to observe further. Very well, leave me your contact information. Once you commence your studies, I shall find you. Lengming readily provided his number, and they exchanged WeChat details. As Du Qinglin tucked his phone away, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. His initial purpose in seeking out Lengming had been rather frivolous, but now, realizing this young man could very well be a technical talent, he felt unworthy of treating him lightly. Abandoning his earlier levity, Du Qinglin sincerely invited Lengming to join him in his vehicle. Where are you headed? Allow me to drive you. After all, I have nothing pressing to attend to. Lengming, eager to return to his rental, agreed. He had to complete his WeChat mini program and subsequently prepare to write the cloud computing stack program. Overall, he was quite busy. All right then, take me to City C. Du Qinglin originally intended to merely drop Lengming at the bus station. Chapter 26, Land Auction. As dawn broke, Lengming arrived in City C. After bidding farewell to Du Qinglin, he returned to his quiet abode. After a quick meal and a glass of water, he plunged into a frenzy of coding. Time flowed swiftly, bustling, and fulfilling. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Wei Zhan relayed several tidbits regarding the Wen family. For instance, Wen Wan had recently become quite obsessed, locking herself in the basement, refusing light, food, or company, until when Tongren returned and had to saw through the iron door to extricate her. However, when Wen Wan emerged, she was in a dazed state, ignoring anyone who spoke to her, often with tears streaming down her face, her eyes nearly blinded by sorrow. The Wen family summoned a parade of psychologists. Yet Wen Wan remained uncommunicative and severely withdrawn. She even reached a point where she required nutritional injections to sustain her bodily functions, leaving Wen Tongren, desperate for his only daughter, with a head full of gray hair. The entire Wen family was engulfed in despair. Lengming remained indifferent to the situation. After all, Wen Wan had experienced rebirth. It was implausible for her to falter at such an obstacle. While Wen Wan's existence was marked by desolation and bitterness, Lengming adhered to his routine, unperturbed. 3 days later, however, Wei Zhan provided Lengming with another piece of news. Boss, Wen Wan has rallied. Lengming. Wei Zhan, brimming with excitement, nearly splattered his enthusiasm through the phone. Boss, I've secured first-hand information. I am indeed a professional at undercover work. Lengming, get to the point. Wei Zhan. In simple terms, the Wen family's operations in City C may be undergoing an industrial upgrade. Lengming had little knowledge of Wen Wan's business from his previous life. She always claimed his role was merely to wait at home for her return, ensuring the lights were on when she arrived. Beyond that, she kept him in the dark. Thus, the mention of City C's industrial upgrade left him perplexed. Lengming, and then? Wei Zhan, then it gets interesting. To motivate his daughter, when Tongren made a significant commitment, he signed a bet agreement with her. It stipulates that if the net profit does not fall below a certain figure, which I didn't quite catch, then the operations in City C will belong solely to Wen Wan. Lengming initially considered disregarding this information, but upon reflecting on Wen Wan's cunning, he decided to keep a close watch. Understood. Continue to monitor the situation. If Wen Wan releases a proposal regarding the industrial upgrade in City C that you deem significant, send me a copy. Wei Zhan pledged his loyalty, his voice resonating with fervor. Absolutely, boss. I shall not fail in my mission. Aside from news concerning the Wen family, Sun Biao had also been relaying updates. Discussions with investors for the game studio Happy Elimination were progressing smoothly, alleviating immediate financial concerns. However, they had indicated that for developing an app and engaging in game marketing, a mere 500,000 yuan would hardly suffice. Lengming clarified for Sun Biao. 50,000 is certainly insufficient. We must source funds from larger enterprises. Sun Biao and Wei Zhan, being childhood friends, were both full of life. Sun Biao immediately quipped, I see, boss. You're planning to fleece the big enterprises to subsidize our small company, and then let the small company profit and give back to the big enterprises. We don't produce capital, we merely transport it, right? I understand perfectly. Lengming, yes. That is more or less the idea. Fearing further unnecessary chatter from Sun Biao, Ji Lengming directly asked, "Have you made contact with WeChat?" Sun Biao's demeanor deflated instantly. He shook his head in dismay. "Perhaps my personal charm is lacking. I haven't managed to connect with them, just their product manager. I've arranged several meetings with their product manager, but once they inquire about our company's scale, they instantly lose interest. Yet, thinking about it, they are a major corporation. Why would they take us, a mere shell company, seriously?" Ji Lengming remained silent for a moment. He had not considered the nuances of social interactions. Typically reserved and reticent, he seldom ventured out and had little in the way of friendships, rendering him oblivious to the so-called social etiquette. However, it was not long before a solution came to mind. Ji Lengming said, "I will give you a number. You can contact him and mention that you can introduce him to a potential client." Sun Biao expressed his confusion. "What do you mean? Who should I find?" Ji Lengming replied, "The person you need to seek is Du Qinglin, who is in the process of establishing a cloud computing center. You simply need to inform him that as long as he makes an appearance, there is a possibility of securing a significant order from WeChat in the future." Recently, in an effort to keep pace with his boss, Sun Biao had familiarized himself with the internet industry and had, of course, heard of cloud computing. He also understood that with the continuous increase in users on the WeChat platform, data storage would experience explosive growth. To accommodate client data, the expansion of their IT infrastructure would need to accelerate. However, the cost of building standardized business modules was prohibitively high, with extended timelines and the pressure of aging hardware needing replacement. Over time, WeChat would undoubtedly encounter server disaster recovery issues. At this juncture, cloud computing emerged as a timely solution to assist WeChat in managing customer data storage, significantly alleviating the strain on their servers. This indeed represented a mutually beneficial transaction. Yet, Sun Biao had other concerns. "Boss, are you sure Mr. Du would be willing to entertain me?" Ji Lengming assured him. "Just tell him that I am an engineer from your company and casually mention the upcoming integration of many programs. He will certainly agree. If Du Qinglin consents, you can leverage his name to arrange a meeting with the product manager at WeChat, and you should not face rejection." Sun Biao sorted through his thoughts and began to comprehend. His boss was essentially orchestrating a clever ruse, using WeChat's name to deceive Du Qinglin, and then employing Du Qinglin's name to ensnare WeChat. Meanwhile, Ji Lengming stood to gain from both ends, securing the mini-program integration business with WeChat while also garnering a favor from Du Qinglin. It was a remarkable win-win situation. Sun Biao couldn't help but chuckle on the phone. "Hee, boss, you are quite the rascal," Ji Lengming retorted. "How am I being bad? I'm the one under the most strain here." After sending off the two capricious individuals, Ji Lengming shook his head with a wry smile. It appeared to be a grimace, yet the corners of his mouth were lifted, and his eyes sparkled, clearly in good spirits. Recently, in pursuit of the mini-program's progress, he had not checked on the Ji family's updates for several days. Seizing this rare moment of leisure, he decided to sift through the accumulated videos and mobile records. The micro-monitoring devices he had installed at the Ji residence were invaluable, capturing not only explosive footage of Qin He and the young celebrity, but also revealing the various indiscretions of Ji Dessen and the young maid. "Oh, Ji Hung is aware of the entanglements between his father and the maid," Ji Lengming murmured to himself as he watched the video on his computer. The surveillance footage depicted a scene where Ji Hung accidentally shattered a glass, compelling the maid to pick up the shards. When her fingers grazed the glass, he seemingly carelessly stepped down hard on her hand, instantly penetrating her palm with the glass. It was evident to any discerning observer that Ji Hung was deliberately targeting the maid. All in all, this family was a veritable den of chaos. These mundane records swept by, but what truly piqued Ji Lengming's attention was a bidding notification regarding a plot of land found on Ji Dessen's phone. The auction for the state-owned land use rights was scheduled for the 23rd of this month at 9 a.m. at the Public Resource Trading Center, located at number 2, Baishui Road, Yangcheng, in the 4th-floor conference room. Upon reading this information, Ji Lengming felt a chill in his heart. He had a vivid recollection of that parcel of land. In his previous life, he had been ensnared in the controversy of exam fraud. To protect his reputation, Ji Dessen had, against his usual nature, benevolently suppressed various negative reports concerning Ji Lengming. The land that Ji Dessen had invested countless efforts to acquire ultimately lived up to expectations, evolving into the city's CBD in the future. Eventually, as the real estate market faltered, Ji Dessen's real estate company inevitably faced challenges. It was precisely this piece of land that afforded Ji Dessen a breath of fresh air and provided subsequent financial support, allowing him to successfully transition from a real estate developer to a prominent entrepreneur. Gazing at the land auction notification, Ji Lengming felt compelled to take action. Chapter 27, Dining Invitation. Ji Lengming investigated which companies had submitted deposits for the listed land at the real estate trading center. The payment of a deposit indicated eligibility to participate in the land auction. To his surprise, only 2 companies had submitted deposits to partake in the bidding. One was Ji Dessen's Forest Real Estate, while the other was a company named Wanda. Upon seeing this company's name, Ji Lengming fell into contemplation. If he was not mistaken, This Wanda was likely the same company that would later promote the concept of one shop supporting 3 generations and endeavor to create Wanda Plaza, vigorously developing commercial complexes. At this moment, however, Wanda had yet to evolve into the future Wanda Group. Ji Lengming felt a surge of excitement. He contacted Sun Biao boss. Do you have any instructions? Ji Lengming replied. During this time, alongside communicating with Du Qinglin and negotiating with WeChat, I need you to assist me with one more task. Sun Biao responded eagerly. Boss, just say the word, and I will comply. Ji Lengming continued. Please keep an eye on a company named Wanda. They are about to bid against Forest Real Estate for a parcel of land, and I suspect that Forest Real Estate will exert comprehensive pressure on Wanda for this plot. Sun Biao, invigorated by this revelation, interjected. Boss, your business scope is rather extensive. One moment you are investing in gaming, the next in IT, and now you are venturing into real estate. Ji Lengming replied. Just proceed with your tasks. I will bear the risks. Sun Biao then realized. Oh, I understand now. You want me to monitor Wanda, so you can strike when they are down, eliminating the threat, right? Ji Lengming did not enjoy conversing with capricious individuals. Their thoughts were unfettered, and communication lacked efficiency. Of course not. Why would I want to eliminate Wanda? Sun Biao attempted to explain. Of course. It's to vie for the family fortune, boss. Ji Lengming interrupted him. I have no interest in inheriting the Ji family's wealth. To prevent Sun Biao from speaking further, Ji Lengming spoke rapidly. I need you to closely observe this company, Wanda. If you discover they are on the brink of collapse, nearing their limits, contact their leader and inform them that you have a way to help them deal with Ji Dessen, enabling them to successfully secure the land they are bidding for. Is that understood? Sun Biao was quick-witted enough to grasp the situation. Upon reflection, he understood that his boss likely held some authority and did not wish for his father to successfully acquire the land. Therefore, he intended to sabotage the efforts and orchestrate a fierce competition between Ji Dessen and Wanda. As for why he would reach out when Wanda was facing dire straits. As the saying goes, many can offer help when the sun is shining, but few provide aid in times of snow. It seemed his boss wanted others to owe him a favor. Sun Biao chuckled. Boss, you're quite ruthless, even turning against your own family at Forest Real Estate. Ji Lengming listened halfway through the call and determined that it was of no significant importance, promptly hanging up. He was exceedingly busy, with an increasing tendency to become even more so. The development of a small program interfacing with WeChat required proficiency in JS, CSS, HTML languages. Writing for cloud computing necessitated expertise in Python and Java, along with the construction of the Hadoop framework and the programming of OpenStack to establish a cloud management platform. Each task was monumental in its scope. Furthermore, he needed to draft the subsequent profit-sharing agreement with the Lu Kaihua Game Studio and prepare contracts for future collaboration with Wanda. There was also a portion of the project proposal intended for the WeChat marketing department. He wished he could split himself into 10 pieces or that the day could extend beyond 24 hours, perhaps to 100 hours. After approximately 3 days, Du Qinglin called Ji Lengming. A gentleman named Sun Biao claimed that Ji was an engineer at their company. Was that true? Ji Lengming wedged the phone between his ear and shoulder, his hands dancing in a blur as he typed away at code, conjuring the vigor of 1,000 soldiers rallying to a cause. Yes, I am, he replied. I hear you are preparing to collaborate with WeChat? Indeed. Is there a problem? Du Qinglin fell silent for 2 seconds. How do you know so much? If I remember correctly, you're only 18, right? Ji Lengming's fingers did not pause. Do you believe I can manage cloud computing? Du Qinglin responded. One must see for oneself. Do you have time this Saturday? I'd like to treat you to a meal and hear your insights on cloud computing. Ji Lengming halted his typing momentarily. And you? How deep is your understanding of this technology? Du Qinglin replied. Not very deep, to be honest. I'm merely dabbling. If it proves too challenging, I may cut my losses. From my understanding, it seems to involve virtualization technology, which you must know about. Ji Lengming was indeed familiar with it. Yet the virtualization technology he referred to relied on substantial data center support. However, he refrained from elaborating too much. That is fine. Just let me know the location when the time comes. It would be best in City C to spare me the hassle of travel. Du Qinglin chuckled. Don't worry. It's not far from where you live. Then, the conversation took a turn. By the way, I've invited someone else. I hope you won't mind. A sense of foreboding washed over Ji Lengming. Who have you invited? Du Qinglin's tone was somewhat resigned. Who else but Wen Wan? In truth, the Du and Wen families did not interact much, and considering that he was significantly older than Wen Wan, he likely would not have known her at all were it not for the last incident where her SBK suffered a loss of over 10 million in a day. Ji Lengming was disinclined to hear this and bluntly stated, you two can go on your date without me. Find another time. And I'll explain virtualization technology to you in detail. Du Qinglin was unwilling. That one do. I'm hopelessly shy around girls. Having someone else present will help me relax a bit. So it's settled then. If you dare refuse, I 1T accompany Sun Biao to the WeChat company. Ji Lengming found himself at a loss for words. Du Qinglin's last remark struck a chord. Ji Lengming persisted. Are you sure it's just a meal? Du Qinglin affirmed. Yes, it's definitely just a meal. Resigned, Ji Lengming conceded. All right then, send me the time and location later. Du Qinglin flashed a grin, revealing a set of white, even teeth. Now you're being sensible. Just as Ji Lengming prepared to end the call, a faint voice emerged from Du Qinglin's end. Kid, if you dare to scheme against me, I'll ensure you taste your own medicine. Ji Lengming wished to inquire further, but the call had already ended. Did Du Qinglin catch wind of his double dealings? Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he braced himself for potential retaliation. Within 3 seconds, Du Qinglin sent over the details of the meal location, which indeed was in City C. Time quietly slipped by, and before long, it was Saturday. Chapter 28, a pre-dinner performance. The restaurant Du Qinglin had chosen was an upscale Chinese establishment near a scenic area. At 10 in the morning, Ji Lengming, with his computer bag slung over his shoulder, entered the restaurant and was led by a server to a private room. As Du Qinglin and Wen Wan had yet to arrive, Ji Lengming took out his computer and continued writing a course on the fundamentals of Linux and KVM. He had come to a realization. To build a comprehensive and extensive cloud computing project, he could not rely solely on his own efforts. He needed a dedicated team. Given his current capabilities, he could not assemble such an engineering team independently and would require the robust capital that Du Qinglin could provide. Du Qinglin would be responsible for recruiting computer talent, while Ji Lengming would manage training and ensure the team's placement in jobs. With a solid theoretical foundation and accessible practical models, he believed the engineers he trained would quickly adapt. Absorbed in his typing, he failed to notice when the door to the private room swung open. A uniformed server entered, balancing a tray adorned with exquisite blue and white porcelain tableware. Upon spotting Ji Lengming, her face lit up with surprise. Ji Lengming, what are you doing here? Ji Lengming paused his work, looked up, and was greeted by the sight of Zhao Shuiying. A charming figure adorned with black-rimmed glasses and a delicate chin. He held a measure of respect for this future leader in microelectronics, which softened his demeanor considerably. Hello, are you working here? Ji Lengming asked, glancing at her uniform, which flattered her figure well. Haha, I wouldn't quite call it work. It's a family-run establishment. And I'm just here to lend a hand since I had some free time, Zhao Shuiying replied, skillfully arranging the tableware as she conversed with Ji Lengming. You're not telling me this private room is booked by you, are you? Ji Lengming shook his head. No, it's booked by a boss who is hosting others for a meal and invited me along to avoid any awkwardness. Zhao Shuiying's enthusiasm was palpable as she lavishly praised him. Look at you, already acquainted with big bosses. I knew you would make something of yourself. As our class's top scholar, your future is bound to be limitless. Ji Lengming smiled modestly, saying nothing. Zhao Shuiying was quite the chatterbox, flitting about like a cheerful bird. By the way, you received your admission notice, right? I got mine a week ago. I chose microelectronics as my major. I've heard the electronics industry offers good job prospects. I'm not seeking great wealth, just a stable job in the future would be splendid. Ji Lengming maintained his usual humble smile. Indeed, your dreams will come true. The two engaged in light-hearted banter, completely oblivious to the figure standing just outside the door to their private room. The door remained ajar, allowing a clear view of the interior, yet due to the angle, it was nearly impossible for Ji Lengming and Zhao Shuiying to notice the presence of someone outside. A woman clad in a red dress stood at the threshold. Her complexion slightly pale, and a hint of melancholy lingered in her brow, as if she had recently recovered from a serious illness. Leaning against the doorframe with an air of detached elegance, she bore a cool smile that was both captivating and chilling. Du Qinglin parked his car and, taking a leisurely step, noticed Wen Wan standing at the door, seemingly hesitant to enter. Wen Wan, why aren't you coming in? Du Qinglin's voice successfully halted the conversation between Ji Lengming and Zhao Shuiying. Both turned to glance at the doorway, with a gentle flick of her long hair. Wen Wan casually remarked, just watching a play from outside. Her gaze, however, turned frigid as it landed on Du Qinglin. You're so considerate. Even preparing a pre-meal performance for me. Du Qinglin, puzzled, replied, when did I ever? Wen Wan stepped into the room, a subtle smile gracing her lips, her eyes sweeping from Zhao Shuiying's face to her waist, ultimately resting on Ji Lengming, scrutinizing him from head to toe with an assertive intensity. I never realized that the second young master Ji could change his demeanor so swiftly. Ji Lengming's smile faded, his expression transitioning from warmth to indifference, a transformation that seemed to hinge solely on Wen Wan's presence. Wen Wan's previously feigned nonchalance crumbled, her tone turning decidedly unfriendly, growing sharper with each word. Look, I told you so, just moments ago, you were all smiles, and now poof. It's just a change of face, I assent it. Ji Lengming closed his laptop and turned to her. Good day, Miss Wen. Wen Wan met his gaze, her eyes icy. I'm not well, and you shouldn't expect me to be. If you do, it's you who will suffer. She then directed her attention to the bewildered Zhao Shuiying, her brows knitting together. What are you dawdling for? Don't you know to pull out my chair? Zhao Shuiying snapped back to reality, hurriedly bowing her head in apology. I'm so sorry. You are just too stunning, and I lost my composure for a moment. She quickly moved to pull out the chair for Wen Wan. With an imposing presence, Wen Wan sat down, effortlessly transforming the wooden chair into something akin to a throne. The menu, if you please. Zhao Shuiying cautiously inquired. Hello. The dishes in this private room have already been ordered. Would you like to add anything? Before Wen Wan could respond, Du Qinglin interjected as he took a seat. I ordered the dishes. Feel free to take another look. If there's anything you wish to eat, don't hesitate to order. Zhao Shuiying promptly handed the menu to Wen Wan. Wen Wan accepted it, flipping through a couple of pages, then commanded, return all the previous dishes and serve me these instead. She pointed at her selections one by one. Du Qinglin, visibly displeased, protested. Why on earth would you return my dishes? Just order what you want. Wen Wan returned the menu to Zhao Shuiying, her pride flaring as she retorted. Why should I accommodate you? Du Qinglin suddenly realized that perhaps bringing Wen Wan along had not been the wisest decision. To salvage his pride, he sought support from Ji Lengming. Did you even bring your laptop? Ji Lengming, wishing to avoid discussing work in front of Wen Wan, suggested. Let us talk details after dinner. Wen Wan's gaze fell. What? Is there something I'm not allowed to hear? Du Qinglin replied, not exactly. It's a new business venture I'm pursuing, and I need technical support. Ji can assist with that. Wen Wan, pouring herself a cup of tea, paused at his words. I've never known the second young master Ji to possess such impressive skills. Ji Lengming sat upright, resembling a steadfast pine tree. His statement appeared straightforward, yet it bore an underlying sarcasm. It's not my merit. It's merely Mr. Du's discernment. Wen Wan's expression soured dramatically. Was he implying that she lacked foresight? Indeed, she did lack discernment. Can we discuss your new business venture? She inquired. Ji Lengming replied bluntly, no, you wouldn't understand. Wen Wan clenched her cup tightly, the veins on her hand visibly straining. How would you know if you don't tell me? Ji Lengming answered directly. Miss Wen should grasp my implied meaning. The project details are confidential and cannot be disclosed. My apologies. Du Qinglin observed the sharp exchange between the two, akin to a duel of wits, and felt an inexplicable urge to retreat to a private room for a solitary meal. He had initially intended for Wen Wan to make things uncomfortable for Ji Lengming. Instead, it was he who felt the discomfort. He began to see the truth. While Wen Wan appeared formidable, she was, in fact, being firmly held in check by Ji Lengming. The meal proceeded with a palpable tension. Notably, Wen Wan chose exceptionally light dishes, primarily soups and broths, leaving Du Qinglin feeling rather unsatisfied. Ji Lengming, on the other hand, found the fare agreeable, as he preferred a lighter palate, especially in recent times when his meals had become irregular and devoid of heavy seasoning. He surmised that Wen Wan's choice of such simple fare was likely due to her recent recovery from illness, which benefited him in turn. After finishing their meal and wiping their mouths, Du Qinglin, eager to depart, began to summarize. We've dined and celebrated your outing, Wen Wan, so you should head back. Also, please ask your father to give me a good review. He added, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I want to accompany you back. With that, he rose and began to pull Ji Lengming along with him. Stop. Du Qinglin's steps faltered. Yet, Ji Lengming understood that the command was directed towards him by Wen Wan. Perhaps she had never truly comprehended him, but he possessed an intimate understanding of her, a connection deeply ingrained within him. Feigning ignorance, Ji Lengming patted Du Qinglin's shoulder. You converse with Miss Wen for a moment. I shall wait outside. As he moved forward, Wen Wan swiftly caught up, gripping his wrist. Chapter 29, Into the Bamboo Grove. Her gaze was intensely fervent. I wish to speak with you. Ji Lengming's eyes fell upon the wrist she held. Conversations should maintain a semblance of decorum. He attempted to pull away from her grasp. Wen Wan understood his implication yet refused to release him. Instead, she tightened her grip. If you wish to waste time here, I have no objections. Ji Lengming struggled against Wen Wan's insistence, but was equally unwilling to squander time, for his hours were exceedingly precious. Release me, and also, I only engage in meaningful discourse. The implication was clear. If she intended to express impractical sentiments as before, she needn't bother. Wen Wan scoffed, rest assured. It's a serious matter. Not daring to press Ji Lengming too hard, she reluctantly released his wrist. Let us retreat to the bamboo grove. It's relatively deserted there. With that, she led the way. Ji Lengming thought to himself, in broad daylight, as a man, he had no reason to shy away from the bamboo grove. If he refrained from going, it would only suggest his own fear. They proceeded, one in front of the other, as they passed through the restaurant hall. Wen Wan noticed Zhao Shuiying, who, while attending to guests, beamed a bright smile upon seeing Ji Lengming. Out of politeness, he nodded in acknowledgement. Witnessing this, Wen Wan inexplicably felt a surge of emotion and intentionally slowed her pace, sidling up to Ji Lengming. She half-heartedly draped her arm around his narrow waist, then shot a provocative smile at Zhao Shuiying, her expression brimming with possessive dominance and a hint of mischievous defiance, leaving Zhao Shuiying momentarily dumbfounded. Ji Lengming remained oblivious to the underlying tension, sensing only Wen Wan's sudden proximity. Fortunately, she was not overly bold, maintaining her distance after merely 2 seconds. In the bamboo grove, the environment was serene, with a gentle breeze rustling the leaves. There were wicker chairs and a round table, where they sat facing each other. Both were reborn souls, burdened with memories they preferred to forget. Yet, at this moment, neither broached the subject. Ji Lengming, breaking the silence, prompted, speak your mind. Wen Wan placed one hand elegantly on the table, her posture poised. I have 3 matters to discuss. Firstly, that day, You caused me to lose face at the Wen family, and since then, I have been haunted by my inner demons, plagued by nightmares every night. She paused, hoping to gauge Ji Lengming's reaction, but regrettably, he remained utterly unmoved. With a sense of disappointment, Wen Wan continued, "Fortunately, I have endured." Ji Lengming offered a half-hearted compliment. "Congratulations." Wen Wan inhaled deeply, asserting, "What I wish to convey is that I shall not surrender. You must be prepared. I am resolute in compelling you to acquiesce." Ji Lengming smiled, albeit with a hint of disdain, as if mocking Wen Wan's audacity. "What about the second matter?" Wen Wan deliberately overlooked his glaring contempt. Fixing her striking gaze upon him, her eyes tracing the contours of his brow, gliding down his nose, and finally resting at the corners of his lips. Then, with a fierce tone, she declared, "Secondly, do not let me catch you smiling at other girls. My reluctance to punish you does not mean I will spare that girl. I assure you, the brighter your smile, the more dire her fate will be. Dare to test me." Ji Lengming, incensed, retorted, "Wen Wan, how I smile, and to whom I smile is none of your concern. I am no longer the dog who waited in that room day and night for your return." Wen Wan clutched her skirt with one hand, her breath uneven, inhaling and exhaling in short, frantic gasps. "I have never regarded you as a dog," Ji Lengming challenged. "Is that so? Do you even believe your own words?" Wen Wan fell silent, her complexion pale from her recent illness, appearing even more ghostly at that moment. Her lips pressed tightly together, an aura of ferocity emanating from her once more. Ji Lengming, wary of provoking her further, knew he had pressing matters to attend to and could not let Wen Wan impede him. And the third matter? The sensitive topic having been interrupted, Wen Wan's breathing began to steady. After a brief pause, she finally spoke. "The third matter is, I have purchased a house." Ji Lengming instinctively replied, "What does your house purchase have to do with me?" Yet, he quickly recalled a certain possibility. Noticing Ji Lengming's troubled expression, Wen Wan couldn't help but smirk wickedly. "Indeed, I have acquired the dilapidated old place next to yours. We shall be neighbors from now on." Ji Lengming was tempted to curse. How could she be so relentlessly persistent? Wen Wan, feigning ignorance to Ji Lengming's agitation, bore a fierce smile. "Rest assured, wherever you move, I shall follow suit. I am not short of a few coins. Unless one day you acquire power that compels me to bow, otherwise, you shall never be rid of me." Rising from her seat, she concluded, "Well, I have finished sharing my three matters. I have other affairs to attend to, so I shall take my leave now." Ji Lengming clenched his fists, watching Wen Wan's departing figure with gritted teeth, his restless spirit itching to pound the table. He did not wish to become a slave to his emotions and forced himself to regain composure. After all, he had not reached a dead end. The last time she attempted to confine him, she did not succeed. If he had escaped her grasp once, he could certainly do so again. Until the day she could no longer shake his resolve. Stung by Wen Wan's remarks, Ji Lengming, already a workaholic, dived headlong into his tasks. He first called Wei Zhan, who had been doing well by Wen Wan's side, often entrusted with tasks that were not particularly significant, inadvertently gathering a fair amount of intelligence. Initially, Ji Lengming had no intention of closely monitoring Wen Wan concerning the Sea City operations, but now he had to be on high alert. "Boss." Wei Zhan's voice was hushed over the phone. "Please hold on. I'm in a meeting." Then came the sound of footsteps. After about a minute, Wei Zhan's voice boomed again, beginning with a complaint. "I've been exhausted lately, running around at the behest of Miss Wen. We're going to the most remote and impoverished places. Not a single dog in sight." Ji Lengming inquired, "What does she need you to do in those remote areas?" Wei Zhan glanced around furtively, ensuring no one was eavesdropping. Before whispering, "Boss, do you know what the Wen family's business is in Sea City?" Ji Lengming was not particularly informed about it. Wei Zhan continued, "I only found out today that the DS Group has numerous agricultural ventures in Sea City, especially in the greenhouse vegetable sector. However, according to my information, the Wen family's vegetable sales in the wholesale market are merely average. They certainly make a profit, but not as much as one might expect." Ji Lengming began to understand. Wen Wan had come to Sea City to take over her family's vegetable base? But what did that have to do with her running off to remote areas? Wei Zhan explained, "Boss, don't rush. Here's the thing. A couple of days ago, Wen Wan took me to visit her greenhouse base, and she concluded that her vegetable garden is simply too small and needs expansion. That's why she had me running around looking for cheap, fertile farmland." Ji Lengming furrowed his brows. "Didn't you say the vegetable sales were average? Why expand if the vegetables won't sell, which would only incur losses?" Wei Zhan shook his head. "I have no idea. We were discussing this in the meeting. Who knows what Miss Wen is thinking? Perhaps she's just burning money on a whim." Ji Lengming sensed something was amiss. Given Wen Wan's character, she would not engage in such a losing venture. But with the situation still unclear, he could only instruct Wei Zhan to keep a close watch. After their conversation, Ji Lengming suppressed his swirling thoughts and, with his laptop bag slung over his shoulder, sought out Du Qinglin. Chapter 30. Why a computer expert should court a wealthy woman. Ji Lengming searched for Du Qinglin outside the Chinese restaurant, in the parking lot, and even in the small garden at the back, but found no trace of him. Eventually, he called to inquire, only to discover that Du had reserved a private room inside the restaurant. awaiting the chef to serve his meal. Inside the small room, the air conditioning was set low. As soon as Ji Lengming entered, the heat from the sun was quickly mitigated by the cool air. Upon seeing Ji Lengming, Du Qinglin eagerly beckoned him to sit. Sit down quickly. I've ordered some good dishes. Wen Wan's food was truly bland and tasteless, leaving me unsatisfied. The mere mention of food made Du Qinglin's eyes light up. Let me tell you, this restaurant is famous for its Sichuan cuisine. It's fresh and spicy, and enjoying it while the AC is on is simply delightful. As he spoke, the waiter entered the room, presenting a plate of spicy chicken. The tender yellow chicken was drenched in a vibrant red chili oil, the air fragrant with the subtle scent of toasted sesame, undeniably tempting the appetite. Quick, grab your chopsticks and try this chicken with me. Ji Lengming had no intention of wasting his precious time on dining. If possible, he would rather not even spend time sleeping. Placing his laptop bag on a chair, he retrieved his computer. You enjoy your meal. I'll demonstrate the entire process of virtualizing a physical machine. Du Qinglin instantly found the chicken unappetizing. He complained, who discusses work while eating? It's like preparing to get intimate with your wife, only for the boss to call you in to work overtime. Ji Lengming paid no heed to such concerns. Retorting with righteous indignation, matters of cloud computing are far too significant to be compared with working for capitalists. Cloud computing pertains to computational power. And you surely understand how vital computational power is. It is the very foundation for the future development of artificial intelligence. Every second you delay, your opponent gains a point. Each step they take forward signifies your regression, and falling behind invites defeat. Do you wish to be trampled beneath their feet? Du Qinglin clutched his chopsticks, a piece of chicken dangling from his mouth, feeling as though struck by a bolt of lightning. By heavens, his words resonated with such undeniable truth that retort was futile. In stark contrast to Ji Lengming's demeanor, his own ambition to delve into cloud computing appeared utterly trivial. Is it possible for an 18-year-old to possess such foresight? Du Qinglin hastily chewed and swallowed the chicken, wiping his mouth and adopting a resolute, businesslike demeanor. Let the show begin. Ji Lengming, unwilling to waste a single second, turned the computer screen toward Du Qinglin, initiating a brief animation illustrating the virtual process he had prepared. To realize virtualization technology, the simultaneous support of processors, chips, BIOS, and VMM software is essential. To facilitate your understanding, I shall first elucidate the three fundamental technologies upon which cloud computing relies. Firstly, the operating system that manages computing resources. Secondly, the virtualization technology that allocates resources for simultaneous use by multiple users. And thirdly, the ability to connect remotely to the internet. Ji Lengming possessed profound knowledge of the computing industry. Despite never having attended university, he had never ceased his self-education. Initially, when Wen Wan brought him to Country W to serve as her male caretaker, he was mandated to attend to her daily needs and act as her emotional outlet. Yet he was afforded a measure of freedom. Thus, auditing courses at the local school became a means of relaxation for him. Over time, as he attended more classes, he began selectively purchasing books to read. Upon completing a book, he felt an insatiable urge to practice. Coincidentally, this was during a period of rapid growth in the internet industry. Embracing a mindset of why not learn, he diligently pursued numerous courses, thereby establishing a solid technical foundation. Regrettably, in his previous life, he died without anyone ever realizing he was a computer expert. Having concluded his discourse on distributed computing, he proceeded to discuss the IaaS platform. Following Ji Lengming's explanation, Du Qinglin's vague understanding began to crystallize. The dishes on the table had long since grown cold, yet Du Qinglin remained oblivious, his heart ablaze with an exhilarating fervor that captivated him. Indeed, your vision holds the potential to materialize. Theoretically, it is sound. Ji Lengming responded with a soft hum. Yet a veil of concern lingered in his brow. However, the current technological model relied upon by domestic internet companies remains the IoE architecture. Should you aspire to advanced domestic cloud computing, foreign entities will undoubtedly impede your progress. Mr. Du, the path ahead is fraught with challenges. At that moment, Du Qinglin did not fully grasp the formidable implications of cloud computing. Like a passionate youth, he was inexplicably imbued with a sense of vigor and ambition. He pounded his chest, exuding determination. Rest assured, I shall not hesitate. Ji Lengming smirked slightly. He chose not to continue with the subsequent lesson, but instead broached the topic of assembling an engineering team. This endeavor cannot solely rest upon my shoulders. You must recruit a team. Furthermore, the hardware at SBK Shopping Center predominantly comprises IBM's mini-computers, rendering it incapable of meeting the requirement to power down and reboot 5,000 servers using the power pull test method. You must establish a data center. All of this will incur expenses, though I presume you are not lacking in funds. Enthralled by Ji Lengming's fervent persuasion, Du Qinglin slammed his hand on the table. Rest assured, I shall invest any amount necessary, provided you can make this happen. Recruiting engineers. You say? Specify the type of engineers you require, outline the entry requirements, and I shall implement them this week. No, tomorrow. Ji Lengming was pleased with such efficiency. He replied, I will send you the selection criteria, and please notify me when interviews are scheduled. I will be there to oversee the process. Naturally, I will also handle the training, ensuring the development of a talent pool for you. Du Qinglin's excitement was palpable at the mention of a talent pool. However, a moment's reflection revealed that Ji Lengming had yet to express any personal desires throughout this entire endeavor. Curiosity prompted Du Qinglin to gaze at Ji Lengming. This 18-year-old, robust and brimming with youthful vitality, often exuded a maturity surpassing his years. Though their acquaintance had been brief and interactions limited, Du Qinglin sensed the depth of his character, composed, stringent, rational, and cold, reminiscent of a tireless, precise instrument executing its tasks, or the timeless, silent expanse of the starry sky, vast and profound. Such qualities often went unnoticed. Yet upon closer inspection, one would discover a richness that transcended the ordinary. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Du Qinglin inquired, "What about you? What do you seek? Why invest so much effort?" He jested, "Surely it's not for money?" Ji Lengming regarded him solemnly and retorted, "Is it wrong to desire wealth?" Du Qinglin's smile faltered, surprise flickering across his features. "Could it truly be about money? You hardly appear to be that kind of person. If it were merely for financial gain, you could easily attach yourself to Wen Wan, undoubtedly earning more than as an engineer." The notion of attaching oneself to Wen Wan was, in Ji Lengming's eyes, a slight. While he indeed sought financial resources, with his skills and capabilities, why would he resort to the path of becoming a kept man? Moreover, it was someone he wished to avoid at all costs. Wen Wan, had he not suffered enough in his previous life, branded as a kept man and a mere plaything? Furthermore, even in that past existence, he had never accepted a single penny from Wen Wan. Ji Lengming's smile dimmed slightly. "The trifling sum of money Wen Wan possessed is beneath my notice. What I require is not millions, tens of millions, or even billions, but rather sustainable capital in the tens of billions, hundreds of billions, or even trillions. Tell me, could Wen Wan possibly provide such funds?" Du Qinglin was genuinely taken aback, his astonishment palpable. He hastily inquired, "What do you intend to do with such wealth?" Ji Lengming replied, "That is not for you to concern yourself with." He redirected the conversation toward the cloud computing market. The cloud computing sector harbors a vast market, serving as the foundation for the future development of artificial intelligence. With such a colossal opportunity at hand, how could I not covet it? Thus, I shall construct a cloud platform for you, establish a talent pool, and ensure its stable operation until it becomes profitable. What I require in return is a minimum annual dividend of 20 post-profit. For every day the cloud computing business generates income, you shall remit payment to me. That is all. Chapter 31, The Tumor. Ji Lengming did not expect Du Qinglin to immediately acquiesce to his demands. A 20 dividend is no trifling matter, and it would likely lead to several rounds of negotiations. Ji Lengming preferred to remain uninvolved in the negotiations, believing in the principle of specialization. Let Sun Biao handle the wrangling with Du Qinglin. During Ji Lengming's explanation of virtualization principles, Du Qinglin also mentioned Sun Biao's situation. "Young brother Lengming, your actions here are rather unscrupulous. You wish to leverage my reputation to engage with WeChat's business. Have you considered my feelings?" Ji Lengming dismissed the concern with indifference. "But you stand to benefit as well, do you not? I have forged a connection between you and WeChat. Why do you not express gratitude towards me, but rather place blame?" Du Qinglin found himself ensnared by Ji Lengming's reasoning. It did seem plausible. By assisting Ji Lengming, he could acquire his internet expertise and secure future contracts for WeChat's cloud services. He truly bore no losses. Since he incurred no detriment, perhaps he should let it go. Observing Du Qinglin's self-satisfied demeanor, akin to a simpleton from a wealthy family, Ji Lengming could not help but chuckle inwardly. Little did he know, even in the absence of his mediation, the future of cloud computing would inevitably capitalize on WeChat's market demands. The partnership with Feng Shuang would eventually progress, largely independent of his connection with Ji Lengming. His assertions merely represented a clever manipulation of logic, appropriating credit for himself in order to ensure Du Qinglin willingly supported Sun Biao, thus smoothing the path for his own mini-program sales. The two engaged in lively conversation within the restaurant's private room until late into the night. After clarifying all pertinent matters, Ji Lengming prepared to take his leave. Du Qinglin did not insist on his staying, and they parted ways amicably. On his return journey, Ji Lengming received an update from Sun Biao regarding the land competition between Sunlin Real Estate and Wanda Company. "Boss, I have received a credible piece of information." Sun Biao exclaimed. "Is it concerning Sunlin Real Estate?" Ji Lengming inquired. "Indeed. Did you not instruct me to keep an eye on Sunlin Real Estate and Wanda? I have been diligently observing this situation. Just now, a friend tipped me off, mentioning that someone intends to take action against Wanda's project leader. I thought this was remarkable, aligning perfectly with your insightful and far-sighted perspective, so I hurried to report the situation." Ji Lengming pondered for a moment and asked, "Is the source of this information reliable?" "Absolutely reliable. Boss, you know, neither Wei Jin nor I are intellectuals or elite officials. We are merely ordinary individuals striving in the lower echelons of society. Ordinary folks have their own circles. For instance, in the past, I was a lackey, collecting protection fees. Although I have turned over a new leaf by following you, My old connections remain intact. Our group places great importance on loyalty, and I assured them to pay attention. They would never deceive me. With Sun Biao's assurance, Ji Lengming felt at ease. What kind of action do they intend to take against Wanda's people? Sun Biao scoffed disdainfully. Oh, the same old routine. First intimidation. And if that fails, they will block their cars, stage a fake accident, and if that still doesn't work, incite a mob to attack. These large companies, especially those in the land business, are all corrupt. Who doesn't have a bit of underworld influence? Sunlin Real Estate has done this more than once. Even if there is resistance, it always ends up inconclusive. Ji Lengming contemplated for a moment and asked, "What position does your friend hold in this criminal group?" Sun Biao shook his head in frustration. A lackey, what position could he possibly have? It seems glamorous on the surface, but it is a perilous existence. I have repeatedly told him that the nightclub scene is not worth it. He should join me in starting a business. That foolish fellow insists that sticking with his boss is the true path to success. I truly curse his ancestors. When discussing his sworn brother, Sun Biao was filled with exasperation. Yet, aside from cursing, he could do nothing else, and could only hope Ji Lengming would devise a solution. Ji Lengming too was contemplating a strategy, but he needed to clarify certain details. Who is your friend currently working for? Sun Biao's frustration was palpable. And even through the phone, Ji Lengming could sense his simmering anger. Who else could it be? Isn't the local tyrant in Yang City, now only a Chun? That wretched Chun, outwardly in the building materials business, was actually running brothels, gambling dens, and usury, all nefarious enterprises. Upon hearing the name Chun, Ji Lengming had a rough idea of which malevolent force was collaborating with Ji Dessen. In the vast expanse of Yang City, many depended on the Ji family for sustenance. Yet only the Chen family was so closely intertwined with Ji Dessen. The youngest son of the Chen family, Chen Shanghai, was a follower of Ji Hong. Initially, it was Ji Hong who had instructed Chen Shanghai to deal with him, subsequently sending Wei Zhen his way. Later, Chen Shanghai attempted to smear his reputation by accusing him of exam fraud, only to be heavily reprimanded by the enraged Wen Wan. Now, Chen Shanghai had settled down. While his father seemed increasingly impatient, malignant forces like the Chun family were undoubtedly the tumors of a city. Unless this tumor was excised, future troubles would be inexhaustible. Originally, Ji Lengming had intended to observe the conflict from a distance, waiting for Wanda to be battered by Senlin Real Estate before intervening. However, he had changed his mind. This was a rare opportunity, a prime moment to eradicate the Chun family's malignancy and sever Ji Dessen's support. I understand. I will devise a plan, and once I have results, I will contact you. Sun Biao felt a surge of anxiety and hurriedly reiterated, "Boss, that's my brother. You absolutely must think of a solution. As long as you rescue him from this predicament, I assure you he will be even more devoted and loyal to you than I am." Ji Lengming bristled at the notion of loyalty. Unable to restrain himself, he corrected Sun Biao's misguided perception. "What era are we in? We should not speak of loyalty. I am not a bureaucrat. We are equals, not only in a legal sense, but also in terms of character. You respect me, and I shall respect you. Do not harbor thoughts of being inferior." Sun Biao was profoundly moved by this sentiment. Having navigated the tumultuous waters of life for so many years and encountered countless sycophants, this was the first time someone had told him they were equals. Excellent. Excellent. Boss, I will heed your words. I will heed your words. After concluding the call with Sun Biao, Ji Lengming's mind whirled as he resolved to reactivate Wei Zhen as a piece on the chessboard. Wei Zhen had performed admirably under Chen Shanghai's command. When Wen Wan had gone berserk, violently assaulting Chen Shanghai and others, Wei Zhen had obediently pretended to be the loyal savior. This act of rescue had successfully left a profound and favorable impression on Chen Shanghai. Deploying Wei Zhen to undertake a task for the Chen family would likely be significantly easier than sending anyone else. With this plan in mind, Ji Lengming proactively dialed Wei Zhen's number. Chapter 32. Call me Wen Wan, and I shall call you Mingming. Assist me with 2 matters. Boss, please wait a moment. It's quite noisy here. It was indeed quite loud on Wei Zhen's end, filled with the roar of large truck engines, the chatter of groups of men, and the sounds of heavy objects being dropped. It was exceedingly raucous. "What are you doing over there?" Unable to catch the question amidst the clamor, Wei Zhen dashed into a slightly quieter alley. "Boss, I can hear you now." Ji Lengming returned to the matter at hand, quickly forgetting his earlier inquiry. "You need to assist me with 2 matters. I'll be brief. The first task is to discreetly abduct Chen Shanghai. Once you have him, find a secluded location to detain him. Remember, leave no trace. The second task is to locate a person. I will provide you with this individual's physical characteristics, name, and possible whereabouts shortly. If I recall correctly, this person should currently be hiding in City C, but she is likely using an alias, the specifics of which I am unsure. You may leverage the influence of Miss when to expedite matters. Remember, discretion is paramount. Do not alert her, as she will undoubtedly inquire and will require a plausible justification." Wei Zhen immediately comprehended that the task assigned to him by his superior was of significant magnitude. It appears that Sun Biao had conferred with the boss, who has evidently devised a strategy to address the Chun family issue. "Very well, I understand." Soon after, Wei Zhen pondered another matter. Boss, are you certain you wish for me to utilize the resources of Miss Wen? Although Wei Zhen was reluctant to pry into his superior's personal affairs, his curiosity was piqued. Are you not adversaries? He regretted his inability to find suitable words to describe their relationship, resorting instead to the term adversary. Wei Zhen was not naive. As an observer, he was well aware of Miss Wen's fervent infatuation with his boss. Simultaneously, he recognized his boss's decisiveness and emotional fortitude, qualities that were beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Lengming instinctively disregarded the term adversary. The decision to have Wei Zhen invoke Miss Wen's influence was born from sheer necessity, as he had few options available. Moreover, the woman Wei Zhen was tasked with locating held considerable importance. Lengming, wishing to avoid further discourse, hastily concluded the call. We shall address these matters later. I am hanging up. Wei Zhen sighed as he heard the beeping tone of the call disconnecting. The boss had ended the conversation rather abruptly. He had not even had the chance to inform him of his current whereabouts. He intended to advise his superior to refrain from returning home for the time being, as there was a pressing need to lay low. Miss Wen had purchased the small courtyard adjacent to his home and was currently supervising renovations. Alas, it seems that misfortune is inescapable. One must resign to fate, for they are indeed a pair of ill-fated souls. Summer. The days are long, and the nights are short. At 7 in the evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, the fiery red clouds cast a warm glow over countless households. Lengming, burdened with his laptop bag, was deep in thought. Upon entering the alleys of the old city, he encountered several construction workers, preoccupied with his own concerns. He paid little heed until he approached his residence and sensed something amiss. Yet, by then, it was too late to retreat. Leaning against an Aston Martin, Wen Wan was engrossed in a document. Her long hair danced in the gentle breeze, her shadow elongated by the setting sun, creating an ethereal and graceful silhouette that appeared to merge with the encroaching twilight, her face partially bathed in the soft glow of the evening light, exuding an indescribable elegance and dreaminess. This enchanting scene persisted only until she caught sight of Lengming. Realizing he intended to flee, she commanded, Evan, block his path. Evan, stationed by Wen Wan's side, sprang into action, swiftly positioning himself beside Lengming. Apologies, Second Master G, he stated, reaching to apprehend Lengming. Not wishing to be seized, Lengming deftly evaded Evan's grasp. I can walk on my own, thank you, he asserted, moving toward Wen Wan. He thought, since escape was not an option, he might as well confront the situation head-on. Outside the small courtyard adjacent to Lengming's residence lay a considerable pile of cement, sand, steel bars, and wooden planks. As the workers were still tidying up, dressed in high-end fabrics and fashionable attire, Wen Wan's presence at the construction site seemed entirely natural, even lending an artistic flair to the otherwise chaotic environment. Lengming admired Wen Wan's decisiveness. She had only mentioned purchasing the courtyard earlier that day, and now renovations were underway. Hello, miss, he greeted. Wen Wan dismissed the distant formality. Call me Wen Wan. Lengming maintained a stoic expression. Is this amusing to you? Wen Wan, unperturbed, retorted, I could just as easily call you Mingming. The mention of Mingming sent chills down Lengming's spine. He felt an overwhelming urge to stomp his feet in frustration. This is absurd. After a low growl of annoyance, he fished out his keys to open his door, intent on avoiding further interaction. Wen Wan tucked away her document and followed him playfully. Realizing someone was trailing him, Lengming turned to confront her. What do you want? He demanded, his tone harsh. Wen Wan feigned innocence. Aren't you going to invite me in for a drink? After all, we are neighbors, and since I'm new here, it would be courteous of you to extend some hospitality. Lengming replied curtly, I'm afraid my home is not welcoming to you. Wen Wan chuckled coldly. Whether I am welcome or not is not for you to decide. I shall enter your abode, and even 100 Mingmings will not deter me. Lengming felt a wave of nausea wash over him at the mention of Mingming. Although he was usually composed and possessed remarkable self-control, this moment ignited a tempest of fury within him. Can we please cease with the Mingming? It disgusts me. Wen Wan understood the concept of moderation. The chasm between her and Lengming was vast, deeper than the Mariana Trench, and would not be bridged overnight. Lengming was on the defensive. While she was on the offensive, she needed to maintain her composure. Wen Wan took a step back. All right, I can refrain from calling you Mingming, but you must invite me in for a glass of water, and I promise not to mention it again. Lengming's temples throbbed with irritation. Have you no shame? How had he never noticed this audacious side of Wen Wan before? Wen Wan lightly scratched her chin, appearing innocently naive. I do value my dignity, but when it comes to you, it is unnecessary. It would only serve as an obstacle to the progression of our relationship. Lengming's brows knitted together. The sun had set, and darkness enveloped the world. Amidst the gathering twilight, a cruel glint sparked in Lengming's eyes, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Yet, this expression lasted but a fleeting moment. In the next instant, he donned a gentle smile, his voice soft as the tender clouds. You wish for water, do you? Please wait for me at the door for just 1 minute, if you would. Wen Wan was taken aback by Lengming's unexpected gentleness, her limbs stiffening, her striking features frozen in surprise. Her mind momentarily blanked. In those few seconds, Ji Lengming had darted inside his home. Wen Wan stood outside the small courtyard, contemplating the idea of pushing open the slightly ajar iron door. However, she reasoned that Ji Lengming had asked her to wait outside for merely a minute, and a minute was not too long to endure. 1 minute. It passed in the blink of an eye. The sound of Ji Lengming's footsteps echoed from within the courtyard. Moments later, the dilapidated iron door creaked open once more. Just as Wen Wan was about to step forward with anticipation, she suddenly caught sight of Ji Lengming lifting a bucket filled with icy water, and with a vigorous motion, he splashed it upon her, soaking her in an instant. The iron door slammed shut with a resounding thud. Beneath the dimming sky, Wen Wan stood drenched and isolated amidst the chaotic construction site, utterly disheveled. Chapter 33. The Humiliation of the Past. Miss, are you all right? Evan, who had been observing from the sidelines, approached with concern. Wen Wan wiped her face dry, her mouth agape as she stared at the firmly closed door. Her expression a mix of laughter and tears. Evan, as a man, would you forgive a woman who has shattered your heart? Evan instinctively thought to respond in the negative. Yet, in an effort to accommodate Wen Wan's feelings, he replied, I have never been in love, so I cannot say how I would react. However, I believe that where there is sincerity, there will be a way. Upon hearing these words, Wen Wan's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. It seemed as if she was trying to emphasize and comfort herself. You are absolutely right. The Great Wall was not built in a day. Both he and I are still young, and I have a lifetime to refine him. At least he hasn't fallen for someone else, has he? What could Evan possibly say in response to that? It was a classic case of one being willing to fight, while the other was willing to endure. He was merely a bodyguard, occasionally moonlighting as an assistant, secretary, and manual laborer. Oh, and now he had taken on the additional role of emotional consultant. Wen Wan was not one to wallow in melancholy. After a brief moment of disappointment, she revived herself with renewed vigor. When the topic turned to work, a fierce aura enveloped her. Tell Wei Zhen to summon the managers and general managers of the Chuha Company to the Food City for a meeting. I've heard they are having a small internal meeting today, and I am eager to see if these individuals dare to criticize me in my presence. Evan interjected. But it's nearly 8 o'clock. Most have already clocked out. Gathering them again will take considerable time. Wen Wan brushed off his concerns with a casual remark, no matter. The long night awaits, and I can afford to wait. She turned and settled into the back seat of the Aston Martin. Wen Wan felt a pent-up frustration that needed an outlet. If she couldn't unleash it on Ji Lengming, then she would have to take it out on those obstinate old men. Ji Lengming set down the water bucket, hoping his resolute demeanor would dissuade Wen Wan. Yet, his subconscious informed him that, in a certain sense, Wen Wan was akin to him, stubborn and resolute, refusing to turn back even when faced with insurmountable obstacles. The only difference was that his madness was concealed, while Wen Wan's was overt. Ji Lengming wished to cease contemplating Wen Wan, and instead focused on sending a text to Du Qinglin regarding the engineers he intended to recruit. He outlined the requirements and successfully sent the message. He then browsed the social media of a renowned photographer, noting that the paparazzo had yet to release any news about Qin He and the young star, which brought him a sense of relief. Finally, he gazed at the circled date on his calendar, the 23rd. This significant day was not only the date when Ji Dessen and the Wanda Group would bid for land, but also Ji Heng's birthday. If all went according to plan, Ji Dessen would soon call him to return home for his brother's birthday celebration. With these thoughts in mind, he immersed himself in work. At 6:30 a.m., Ji Lengming was jolted awake by the jarring sound of a power drill and the rhythmic thumping of a small hammer from next door. He slumped over his desk, having had less than 4 hours of rest. The prolonged position had hindered his circulation, leaving his body sore and aching. The piercing noise from next door only exacerbated his headache. After splashing his face with cold water, Ji Lengming resolved to take his notebook and a stack of printed semiconductor journals to find a quiet study room at University A. As he passed through the snack street outside the university, he casually purchased a crepe, finishing it just as he reached the entrance of the study room. It was already July, and the university had long been on summer break, leaving the campus eerily quiet. Moreover, it was still early in the morning, and the students who remained on campus had yet to rise, making it unlikely for anyone to be in the study room. However, as soon as Ji Lengming stepped through the door, he spotted a disheveled student, clad in haphazard attire, fervently scribbling calculations on the blackboard with a piece of chalk. He glanced at the equations being worked out, SC chart Dinger's wave equation. Intrigued, Ji Lengming watched as the student went through a series of complex calculations, ultimately drawing a band structure diagram. Why did it differ from the one in the textbook? The student, engrossed in his calculations, remained oblivious to Ji Lengming's presence. Glancing between the blackboard and his textbook, biting the chalk in frustration, the diagrams in the book were derived without considering electron spin, whereas the student's calculations had not ignored this aspect. Ji Lengming then picked up a piece of chalk and began to write on the blank space of the blackboard, quickly producing a band structure diagram that closely mirrored the one in the textbook. Setting down the chalk, he offered the student a faint smile. Hello, Songli. Songli scrutinized Ji Lengming for several moments before recognition dawned upon him. Oh, you're that freshman, right? What was your name again? Something peculiar? Song Li's features contorted in concentration, his already disheveled appearance making him resemble a wrinkled Shar-Pei. My name is Lengming. Song Li quickly rectified himself. Now I remember. You didn't need to remind me. My memory is quite sharp. Lengming merely hummed non-committally in response. Song Li stood awkwardly for a moment before pointing at the blackboard, his eyes wide with wonder. You understand this? Lengming replied, I've self-studied for a while. Impressive. A freshman acquainted with semiconductor literature. Clearly, you have a genuine passion for the microelectronics industry. But I must inform you, this field has no future. He proceeded to repeat the sentiments he had expressed previously in the lab. Having heard it for the second time, Lengming remarked, Is that all? And you claim your memory is excellent? Lengming countered, If this industry holds no promise, then why are you here so early during summer break, validating the band structure? Song Li lowered his head, frantically running his hands through his hair as he fell back into his previous quandary. What else could it be? I'm frustrated. Do you know that microelectronics is still classified as a secondary discipline? The government doesn't prioritize it, and the university allocates almost no funding. As a graduate student, what do I learn from my advisor? Knowledge that has been obsolete in Western countries for over 2 or 3 decades. It's truly disheartening, utterly disappointing. As he spoke, Song Li shook his head and sighed deeply, the weight of his disappointment palpable. Lengming, too, found himself engulfed in pessimism. In his previous life, a powerful nation instigated a trade war, imposing sanctions on the semiconductor industry. How many enterprises found themselves ensnared within the confines of that minuscule chip? The most lamentable aspect was that it was not their own people who exposed the chaos within the semiconductor realm, but rather their adversaries. Whether it was the materials for wafer manufacturing, the core technology of lithography machines, or the research and development of chip testing equipment, the entire industry had been left far behind, cast aside with contempt. This was a profound humiliation. Chapter 34, Do Not Get Lost in Beauty. The morning flew by swiftly. Lengming had completed his reading of the journal by nearly 11 o'clock. Song Li also emerged from his sea of books, tousling his disheveled hair and stretching widely. At 11, it was time for lunch. Traditionally, Lengming would hastily consume leftovers at home, but today, with the renovation noise next door proving too disruptive, he decided to seek out a restaurant in the food street outside university. Brother, I'm off to grab a bite. Are you staying here, or? Song Li blinked rapidly, glancing at his phone. It's almost 11. He jumped up. Let us go. Brother will treat you to something good. Let me tell you. The 3 large cafeterias at university may seem diverse, but they can't compare to the staff dining hall. You're in luck, this semester. With many staff members remaining on campus, the staff dining hall is still open. Let me take you to enjoy a taste of life. Lengming did not decline the invitation and accompanied him. Along the way, Song Li enthusiastically introduced the university to Lengming, discussing everything from the history of the institution to its architectural features. When it came to the gossip surrounding various faculties, he spoke with remarkable authority. Let me tell you, my senior has a friend studying finance who mentioned a super-rich individual coming to our business school. Apparently, he was originally set to study abroad and didn't sit for the college entrance exam. But somehow, he decided he wanted to study domestically after all, to secure a spot in the business school. Can you guess what he did? That super-rich guy donated 2 buildings to the school. Can you believe it? 2 whole buildings. Just to study finance at a university, which isn't even their strong suit. A simpleton, truly cannot comprehend the logic of the wealthy. Lengming could easily surmise that the wealthy individual Song Li referred to was likely Wen Wan. Had she truly pursued him all the way to the university? Song Li continued, his smile taking on a rather lewd quality. But the girls at the business school are indeed stunning. There's a post on our school's official forum that's gone viral, discussing the selection of a university's campus beauties and hunks. Seriously, this post has garnered so much attention that students from the entire university are participating, posting pictures of beautiful girls daily. I've heard that quite a few talent scouts have also come to our forum looking for beauties. At this point, Song Li patted Lengming on the shoulder with a serious expression. Junior, you should focus on your studies and not get lost in the allure of beautiful women. Your senior, have suffered greatly due to my infatuation with beauties. Oh, how my heart aches just to recount it. Lengming thought to himself, he is not lecherous. At present, the allure of women pales in comparison to the attraction of a high-quality academic journal. Nonetheless, he felt obliged to express gratitude for his senior's advice. Yes, I will be mindful. The two chatted and laughed until they reached the cafeteria. The staff cafeteria was adjacent to the faculty dormitory, and at mealtime, many people were coming and going beneath the dormitory. Lengming noticed a student washing a car beside the dormitory. Song Li also spotted the individual and, while in good spirits, immediately flew into a rage upon seeing the person washing the car. He rushed over, snatched the high-pressure water gun from the individual's hands, and smashed it onto the ground, causing water to spray across a large area of dry cement. Zhou Honglu, why are you still doing work for that bitch? I've told you countless times that mentors who make you do their work should be reported. Are you deaf? Zhou Honglu, whose glasses were thicker than the bottom of a glass bottle and whose hair was styled in a messy fringe, appeared pale and drained. as though he had been hollowed out. He ignored Song Li, adjusted his glasses, and bent down to pick up the high-pressure water gun again. Song Li, known for his fiery temper, saw that Zhou Honglu was hopeless and kicked the water gun away. At this moment, Zhou Honglu finally erupted in near despair. What can I do? My academic paper is stuck in her hands. If I don't do this work, all my 2 years of lab results will be wasted. Have you considered my predicament? Ji Lingming stood a short distance away, shifting his gaze from Song Li to Zhou Honglu. He had a vague recollection of the name Zhou Honglu from a past incident involving a graduate student who had committed self-immolation in the lab. The case had caused a nationwide uproar, stemming from the student's mentor's relentless exploitation, leaving the student with no choice but to choose death alongside his research. The name of that individual had been Zhou Honglu as well. As Song Li and Zhou Honglu exchanged heated words, Ji Lingming noticed a woman emerging from the dormitory lobby. She appeared to be in her 30s, clad in a white bodycon dress, with chestnut-colored waves cascading down her shoulders. A pair of high heels that elevated her by 7 centimeters accentuated her slender calves. She carried a bag that, upon a brief glance, Ji Lingming estimated to be worth no less than 100,000. It was evident that Song Li recognized the woman in white. As soon as she appeared, he nearly rushed over to confront her, only to be firmly blocked by Zhou Honglu. Song Li, don't be impulsive. The woman, named Zheng Jejia, was an associate professor in the material science department and was not unfamiliar with Song Li, having had numerous conflicts with him. Zheng Jejia had considered going after Song Li but was thwarted by his protective old professor mentor. She cast a glance at Song Li, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Is that you, Song Li? Have you finished your paper? Is it published? What's the impact factor? Did it meet the standards? Before Song Li could respond, she unleashed a torrent of scorn at Zhou Honglu. I asked you to wash my car, and you've made it look like this. I told you not to use that kind of car wash solution. Would it have killed you to spend a few hundred more on a decent wax? Just look at your miserable appearance. Anyone who sees you would lose their appetite. I've truly been cursed to have a student like you. Song Li was itching to retort, but Zhou Honglu had his mouth tightly covered, signaling Ji Lingming to quickly drag him away. Ji Lingming understood that the current situation was precarious. The more Song Li resisted, the worse Zhou Honglu's predicament would become. To deal with someone like Zheng Jejia, one needed to be thoroughly prepared. Song Li, stubborn as a mule, resisted fiercely, and it took considerable effort for Ji Lingming to finally pull him away from the entrance of the faculty dormitory. With such a commotion, their meal was surely ruined. Song Li, in a foul mood, headed straight back to his dormitory. Ji Lingming, burdened with thoughts, grabbed a quick bite at a snack stall and prepared to look up Zheng Jejia's personal information. A woman who could afford a bag worth 100,000 surely had her own means of support. To eliminate Zheng Jejia, he must first dismantle her backing. Materials engineering was crucial, especially since Ji Lingming aimed to establish a complete semiconductor industry chain. Thus, he needed to secure talent and semiconductor materials firmly. Sitting on a small stool in front of the cold noodle stall, Ji Lingming devoured his lunch. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he did not show much reaction. Dad, the caller was Ji Dessen. I heard you're in C City. Why don't you stay at home longer? Ji Lingming replied. I can't just stay at home forever. I'm an adult now and should be independent. Ji Dessen did not genuinely care about why Ji Lingming wasn't staying at home, knowing this was merely small talk. Oh, if you need money, just ask Aunt Chini for it. Ji Lingming responded, all right. Ji Dessen continued, your brother's birthday is on the 23rd. You should come back. It's important for the family to be together and harmonious, don't you think? As soon as Ji Lingming heard the date of the 23rd, he anticipated that Ji Dessen would make this call. His father was someone who insisted on maintaining a facade of perfection, no matter the internal family conflicts or grievances. His only requirement was to keep the family's troubles under wraps. Externally, the Ji family must project an image of prosperity and happiness. Internally, the family could turmoil as it pleased, but it was none of his concern. The 23rd, huh? A significant day indeed. Not only is it Ji Heng's birthday, but it's also the land auction day. This event certainly requires a grand appearance. A smile crept onto Ji Lingming's lips. Yes, Dad, you're right. I will definitely return home to celebrate my brother's birthday. Chapter 35, Relentless Affection. Prior to receiving a call from Ji Dessen, Wen Wan had already been invited to Ji Heng's birthday banquet. The 7th floor conference room of the food city was filled to capacity, bustling with managers, regional managers, and general managers from various divisions of the Chihi group. Wen Wan occupied the seat of honor, having gone an entire night without sleep, the dark circles under her eyes contrasting with her spirited demeanor. One hand held the phone, while the other deftly perused the performance reports handed to her by the managers below. My birthday is on the 23rd, do you remember? Yes, I do. Ji Heng's voice on the other end was tinged with excitement. Ah, so you do remember. I thought you had forgotten. Wen Wan had little interest in idle chit-chat with Ji Heng. If it were Ji Lingming, she would not mind indulging in a lengthy conversation even in such a dreary and monotonous setting. Get to the point, I'm busy. Sensing Wen Wan's disinterest, Ji Heng felt a twinge of disappointment. It's my birthday, so I'm hosting a small gathering, inviting only close friends and family. Wen Wan, we grew up together. You simply cannot miss my birthday. Wen Wan did not immediately respond. instead contemplating the situation. Ji Hung celebrated his birthday every year, hosting countless parties of varying scale, all of which followed the same predictable pattern, utterly uninspiring. However, Ji Lengming always attended Ji Hang's celebrations. In the Ji family, Ji Lengming was regarded as a mere appendage. Inviting him to Ji Hang's birthday was not genuinely about celebrating, but rather about making him a source of amusement for others, a prop to enhance Ji Hang's festivities. The recollection of past events soured Wen Wan's mood further. She slammed her pen onto the table, startling those seated around the long table. What about Ji Lengming? Did you invite him? Upon hearing this name from Wen Wan's lips, Ji Hung felt a flicker of displeasure. Yet he replied, I didn't mention it, but my father will reach out to him. You know how my father is. He's a good-natured man who always hopes for harmony between us brothers. I genuinely wish to care for this younger brother, but he has always held some grievances against me and my mother. It was only after much persuasion that he agreed to visit my mother when she was hospitalized due to a burn. Lengming is uncooperative, and I can't find any opportunity to mend our brotherly bond. I hope that with my father's mediation, he will be willing to resolve our misunderstandings, especially since I will be flying abroad for studies right after my birthday. Ji Hung's lengthy explanation subtly conveyed that the fault lay not with the Ji family, but rather with Ji Lengming's lack of understanding. Having heard Ji Hang's sentiments numerous times in her past life, Wen Wan had developed a preconceived bias, believing Ji Lengming to be an ungrateful ingrate. Hearing Ji Hang's words again now seemed absurdly laughable. She refrained from countering him, simply saying, I understand. With that, she ended the call. For a long while, she fiddled with her phone, her mind divided between thoughts of Ji Hang's birthday and the performance reports she was reviewing. At her feet lay 2 empty boxes, while the long table was piled high with bundles of bright red 100 yuan bills, forming 2 small mountains due to their sheer volume. From midnight until now, not a single person in the conference room, including Wen Wan, had taken a moment's respite. The first thing Wen Wan did upon entering the conference room was to dump the 2 boxes of money onto the table. The vivid red currency drew the gaze of many, who were momentarily entranced. Then, Wen Wan spoke her first words. Everyone, if your performance reports satisfy me, feel free to take the money on the table. Her second announcement, I expect the performance reports to be authentic, substantial, and to reflect both your merits and shortcomings. Thirdly, put away the cunning games you play in the workplace. I am not swayed by such tactics. Fourthly, anyone who leaves the conference room before completing their report will be considered as having resigned. Avon, distribute paper and pens to them. The piles of money on the table, the bright red bills amounting to several million, were a tantalizing motivator. After all, who would refuse the chance to earn such a fortune by merely writing a report? Thus, the company's middle-aged management team, in their 30s and 40s, poured their energy into crafting eloquent compositions. After all, who couldn't write in bureaucratic jargon? A well-crafted report meant money, and only a fool would slack off. However, from midnight until now, not a single leader had succeeded in claiming that money. All submitted reports had been summarily rejected by Wen Wan. The group toiled without rest, churning out draft after draft, their eyes bloodshot and minds clouded, while Wen Wan offered them no glimmer of hope. The dissatisfaction among the senior and junior leaders grew palpable. Among them, the highest ranking was the general manager, who even considered rallying his subordinates to stage a revolt. Yet Wen Wan swiftly produced evidence of the general manager's acceptance of kickbacks, her gaze sharp as a blade. Write down all the unsavory deeds you have committed, and I can assure you in front of everyone that I will not pursue your criminal liability. You will remain the general manager, basking in glory in public while indulging in your excesses behind closed doors. However, should you attempt to undermine my authority, prepare to face imprisonment. With a blend of coercion and temptation, Wen Wan ruled with an iron fist. The blow to the general manager felt as if it had struck all the leaders' hearts. The atmosphere in the conference room descended into a palpable tension akin to a white terror. As a result, the performance reports Wen Wan received thereafter were markedly more pragmatic. It was at this juncture that she received a call from Ji Hung. After ending the call with Ji Hung, Wen Wan found herself utterly disinterested in her work. The phone in her hand felt like it was burning from her incessant fiddling. She contemplated calling Ji Lengming, fully aware that her number was likely blocked in his contacts. After much hesitation, Wen Wan closed the performance report in her hands, casting a cold glance around the room. Wang Jin, your report is acceptable. You may take the money on the table. The man named Wang Jin, upon hearing this, displayed no elation, only a bitter smile. The money had cost him a significant revelation of his own shortcomings. Just as Wang Jin prepared to collect his earnings, Wen Wan interjected, wait a moment. Hand me your phone. Wang Jin, confused about the new boss's intentions, nonetheless complied and handed over his phone. Wen Wan took it and deftly dialed a number. Hello, this is Wen Wan. Before Ji Lengming's voice could even register, she hung up, returning the phone to Wang Jin. It was likely that his number would also join the ranks of those blocked. Wen Wan opened the next performance report. Sure Zhongshu, your report is satisfactory. Take your money. And while you're at it, hand me your phone. After finishing the call with Ji Dessen, Ji Lengming sat on a small stool at a cold noodle stand, inundated with calls from various unknown numbers. Each caller, without exception, was Wen Wan. After enduring more than a dozen rounds of bombardment, he could no longer tolerate it. Wen Wan, what exactly do you want to say? You have 1 minute. Please make it quick. Wen Wan, satisfied as she glanced at her phone screen, thought to herself. This is intolerable. I have yet to disturb him with over a dozen other phones. However, not wishing to further irritate Ji Lengming, she decided to be concise. Are you going back to the Ji family for Ji Hang's birthday? Ji Lengming responded, whether I go or not is none of your business. Wen Wan, if you wish to conclude this conversation swiftly, then obediently respond to my inquiries. Ji Lengming, recognizing the wisdom of adapting to circumstances, chose not to contest her on this matter. Return, Wen Wan commanded. On the evening after tomorrow, I shall come to collect you, and you will accompany me. She offered Ji Lengming no opportunity to refuse, hastily severing the call. After having her fun at Ji Lengming's expense, Wen Wan felt considerably uplifted. The oppressive aura that had enveloped her dissipating like mist after a rainstorm, leaving her feeling as buoyant and warm as a sun-drenched quilt. The various leaders who had been mere spectators to the boss's actions whispered amongst themselves, what a domineering employer. I wonder who that individual is, capable of inciting such devotion from someone so imperious, collecting so many phones merely to make a single call. Surely, this is not mere affection, but something far deeper. Chapter 36. A return to the Ji family. The instant Ji Lengming's call with Wen Wan ended, a resolute thought surged within him. He must return to the Ji residence. He had no intention of carpooling with Wen Wan. Yet, before heading back, he had several matters to attend to. Just then, his phone illuminated with a message from Wei Zhan, containing a photograph taken on a mobile device. The image was dimly lit, revealing a dilapidated building. On the barren concrete floor, a welded iron chair stood, and upon it was a figure slumped forward, unconscious and bound tightly. Judging by the features, the restrained individual was Qin Shanghai. Upon receiving this message, Ji Lengming's resolve solidified. He immediately proceeded to his next task, contacting Sun Biao. Sun Biao, on behalf of our company, reach out to the head of Wanda Group and inform them of Ji Dessen's intent to take action against them. Additionally, express our desire to explore a partnership. We can assist them in acquiring the G22486 plot, but in return, they must provide our company with 3 million in cash, as well as annual net profit dividends not less than 20% from that land. Sun Biao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Understood. Yet, he expressed his concern. But what if they don't believe us? Ji Lengming reassured him. Rest assured, they will have faith in us. Furthermore, I will send you a compressed folder containing videos. Once Wanda's representatives agree to meet, make sure to present these videos as leverage for our collaboration. Sun Biao nodded vigorously. Got it. With the second task completed, Ji Lengming prompted Wei Zhan to expedite the search for the woman who had assumed a false identity, casually mentioning her significance. Chen Guangxiang is Ji Dessen's right-hand man, ruthless and dangerous, with blood on his hands. This woman possesses crucial evidence regarding her husband's murder. Yet despite numerous attempts to report in Yanqing, she has faced nothing but futility. Subsequently, she became a target of Chen Guangxiang's influence and was forced to seek refuge in City C. Finding her is imperative. If Wanda Group desires that commercial land, they will undoubtedly support her. Initially, Wei Zhan was baffled as to why his boss would send him to locate a woman, particularly one with an alias. However, after Ji Lengming's explanation, the realization dawned upon him. His boss intended to position Wanda Group as a formidable adversary against forest real estate. A masterstroke of using another S-blade to slay. Boss, I will do my utmost. With these 3 significant matters arranged, Ji Lengming purchased a train ticket and embarked on his journey back to Yanqing. This time, he was determined to make waves upon his return to the Ji family. At 8 in the evening, the taxi carrying Ji Lengming halted outside the Ji residence. The grand estate, sprawling over 2,000 square meters, 4 stories high, nestled against verdant mountains and shimmering waters, shimmered brilliantly under the cloak of night. Ji Lengming traversed the garden and entered the grand hall, nodding courteously at the housekeeper and maids who greeted him with humble deference. Once he had passed, the servants gathered to murmur amongst themselves. What brings him back? I thought he would never return. He must be here for money. Living alone without family must be quite burdensome. I heard he caught the eye of the eldest Miss Wen. Surely he wouldn't lack for funds? But wait, I heard it was the eldest Miss Wen who grew tired of him and discarded him. Honestly, with his looks, he pales in comparison to the eldest son. And he is so spineless. How could he ever attract the eldest Miss? Indeed, your reasoning holds merit. The raucous whispers faded into the background as Ji Lengming ascended the stairs, stepping into the living room. Qin He, Ji Heng, and Ji Dessen were all absent, leaving only a few cooks engaged in hushed conversation in the kitchen. Madame has become increasingly difficult to please. One moment, she craves something sweet, and the next, she's shattering dishes, even resorting to pulling people's ears and scratching their faces. You should lower your voice. If Madame hears you, she might whip you. Isn't she just envious of those prettier than her because of her own disfigurement? Shoo, such matters are not ours to discuss. Just then, a chef emerged from the kitchen, announcing, the coffee custard egg that Madame requested is ready. Someone needs to take it to her. The group of cooks exchanged glances, none eager to volunteer. With Qin He's temper so unstable, delivering sweets to her now would only invite trouble. The chef, wishing to avoid confronting Qin He, thrust the dessert plate into the hands of the nearest cook. Hurry, deliver it before it loses its quality. The reluctant maid, burdened with the plate, wore an expression of distress. However, upon spotting Ji Lengming standing in the hall, her eyes brightened. Ji Lengming held little sway within the Ji household. His timid nature made him an easy target for anyone's scorn. Coupled with Qin He's indulgent attitude, many servants would deliberately tease Ji Lengming to curry favor with the family matriarch. Yet now, this despised illegitimate son stood before them, an ideal candidate to pass the dessert duty on to. This would not only spare them from direct interaction with Qin He, but also provide an opportunity for Madame to vent her frustrations on Ji Lengming instead. A young cook, balancing the custard, called out to Ji Lengming, "Hey, Madame wants the coffee custard egg. You should take it up." Ji Lengming turned at the sound of her voice. Seeing the kitchen helper approaching, he smiled gently, his demeanor disarmingly non-confrontational. "May I inquire why I should deliver this?" The young cook stepped closer, forcefully thrusting the plate into his hands, her expression rife with disdain. "Just take it. No need for all this chatter." As she turned to leave, Ji Lengming grasped her arm. The young cook, with her long face and small eyes, displayed a rather unkind appearance. When Ji Lengming held her back, she rolled her eyes, attempting to wrench her arm away. "Who gave you the right to grab me? This outfit costs a fortune. You think someone like you is worthy of touching it?" Holding the plate in one hand and her arm in the other, Ji Lengming seemed unfazed by her insults, maintaining a gentle tone. "Indeed, an outfit of such value deserves your utmost care." Upon concluding his words, he lifted the celadon bowl filled with coffee-infused egg custard, raising it above the little chef's head and gradually tilting it. In an instant, the rich coffee liquid, creamy milk, crispy grains, and egg spheres cascaded forth, showering the little chef's hair and attire. His gaze radiated warmth, akin to others, amicable yet compliant. "I seem to have soiled your garments. I apologize. Does this mean I need not deliver dessert to the lady?" Ji Lengming's actions left the entire hall utterly astounded. It was as though they beheld not the illegitimate son Ji Lengming, but a monstrous apparition. He gently set the bowl down, his movements light. His eyes swept across the assembly, his smile humble and radiant. Yet, in the unseen corners of his gaze, a chilling darkness lurked. Just as the assembly was rendered speechless by Ji Lengming's audacity, soft footsteps echoed from the stairway on the second floor. Qin He, clad in a spaghetti-strapped nightgown, her countenance pale, descended the stairs step by step. Upon catching sight of Ji Lengming standing in the parlor, her suppressed fury surged, nearly shattering her composure. A cold, venomous voice slipped through her clenched teeth. "Ji Lengming, how dare you return?" Ji Lengming's smile became even more vibrant, reminiscent of wild grass flourishing uncontrollably across a sunlit wasteland. "It has been a long time, madam. I have returned." In the Ji household, Ji Lengming was merely a punching bag. Whenever Qin He was in a foul mood, she could freely hurl insults or even strike him. The triviality of withholding food from him was scarcely worth mentioning. When Ji Hung faced misfortunes, he would cast Ji Lengming into the water, relishing his desperate struggles, or assault him with stones as one would with a stray dog. Ji Hung and his companions had indulged in even more egregious pastimes. For instance, one day when Ji Lengming acquired a new garment that Ji Hung found displeasing, he would have someone subdue him, bind him, and tether him to the back of a car, forcing the vehicle to drag him until the new clothes were tattered against the rough ground. Or, during the bitter winter months, as snowflakes danced from the sky, Ji Hung would discard every wearable item into the lake, reveling in Ji Lengming's frigid, purple-hued desperation as he retrieved his garments. Initially, Ji Lengming had confided in his nominal father, Ji Dessen, about the bullying from his brother. Yet Ji Dessen merely replied, "This is quite normal. What brother does not torment his younger sibling?" Ji Lengming would shed his outer garments, revealing the myriad bruises and bloodied scars adorning his arms, belly, back, and legs. Gazing at his father with hopeful eyes. However, his father, with a tender embrace, would instead caress the arrogant Ji Hung, gently patting his backside and speaking in an indulgent tone, "Be careful next time. He bears wounds that are easily noticeable. If anyone were to see, I would be utterly embarrassed." Following Ji Dessen's admonition, indeed, the bruises and scars on Ji Lengming's body diminished. However, the blanket he covered himself with remained damp. The books he read were splattered with ink, and his meals were laced with sand. Even a small cat, which he endeavored to care for, would be crushed underfoot by Ji Hung and others, who laughed heartily. A profound sense of powerlessness enveloped Ji Lengming. He must don a radiant smile, never allowing a bitter expression to mar his visage. He must appease everyone, harboring no grievances. He was the most contemptible servant of the Ji family, not the second young master. He was utterly alienated from the opulent world of aristocracy and incompatible with the Ji household, which was fraught with animosity. Ji Lengming locked eyes with Qin He, who stood on the staircase. Indeed, Qin He bore the marks of Wen Wan's cruelty. Her arms, neck, and profile bore numerous discolored patches that starkly contrasted with her skin tone, even thick makeup failing to conceal the disparity. How wonderful that you have returned. He glared at Ji Lengming with venomous hatred. Every time she recalled the face of this wretched creature, it resurrected memories of the night she was humiliated by Wen Wan. Hearing rumors of his severance from Wen Wan and the ensuing chaos at the One household, she felt liberated from any lingering concerns. He commanded the servants on the first floor, "Go, close the door for me, and fetch my whip." A gaggle of servants hurriedly complied with her orders. Upon hearing he mention the whip, Ji Lengming did not exhibit much reaction. He inquired with a playful tone, "Madam, do you intend to strike me?" He descended the staircase, graceful and poised, her eyes gleaming with malice and excitement. "Of course, I have told you countless times. Being struck by me is an honor. Surely you have not forgotten?" Ji Lengming shook his head. "I have not forgotten." With that, he took the initiative to approach He. Seeing Ji Lengming draw near, her expression shifted dramatically. "Stop right there. Who permitted you to approach me?" Ji Lengming paid her no heed, his smile a wicked delight, his white teeth gleaming ominously. The closer he drew, the more he felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from him. Panic-stricken, she stammered, "Why you? Get away from me. Where are the servants? Hurry and drag him away." Ji Lengming, though appearing slender, possessed more strength than the delicate He. He stood before her, his hand darting forth like lightning, catching her by the throat before anyone could react. He, despite being in her 40s, maintained her skin's youthful smoothness. Her slender neck, a fashionable swan-like feature, created a scene filled with forbidden sin as Ji Lengming constricted it, forcing her to tilt her head back. Ji Lengming exerted pressure with his fingertips. Feeling her fragile neck yield to his grip, he sensed her struggles and seized her hair, compelling her to arch her neck even higher. His smile remained deceptively gentle. "Alas, my dear madam, I shall no longer allow you to strike me." He struggled to breathe, her gaze towards Ji Lengming filled with savage fury. Her voice, cracked and strained, articulated each word clearly, "Wretched spawn. If you have the gall, strangle me to death. As long as I draw breath, I shall ensure that your existence is a living hell." Ji Lengming's smile deepened, his tone becoming more refined and soft, yet his grip tightened. He resembled a masked reveler dancing amidst a grand ballroom, surrounded by corpses, swaying to jazz music with a carefree spirit. "My dear madam, that day shall never come. Trust me, the Ji family is on the brink of collapse." He glared fiercely at Ji Lengming, her eyes bulging with blood vessels from the strain. The raspy sounds from her throat and her futile struggles underscored her helplessness. Ji Lengming regarded her with a fleeting glance of pity before releasing her, stepping back slowly. He, gasping for breath, sank to the staircase, clutching her throat and coughing violently, while her piercing gaze bore into Ji Lengming's retreating figure. The whip had been brought to He, yet no one dared to deliver it to her. Wherever Ji Lengming tread, the servants scurried away, unable to ignore the palpable air of defiance surrounding him. His smile was dazzling, his tone genteel, yet an undercurrent of lethal intent simmered beneath. At 2 a.m, Ji Dessen entered the Ji residence accompanied by his trusted aide, Chen Guangxiang. Chen Guangxiang, with his triangular eyes, bulbous nose, and a prominent scar running from his mouth to his ear, bore an intimidating visage that struck fear into all who beheld him. Upon entering, Chen Guangxiang exclaimed urgently, "Elder brother, my son has truly gone missing. We have turned the house upside down, yet found nothing. Elder brother, you must assist me." Jiderson is a man who revels in superficiality. Whenever someone has a request, he is certain to acquiesce. "Rest assured, your son is my nephew. I could never disregard him." With this declaration, he swiftly transitioned to matters pertinent to his own interests. "Are the individuals encircling Wanda prepared? I have gleaned information that they will arrive in Yang City tomorrow, likely traversing along National Highway 32. There exists a segment of that highway that is quite remote. You ought to make your move there." Chen Guangxiang felt a twinge of disappointment deep within. He yearned to extract more information from Jiderson regarding the disappearance of his son. However, since Jiderson had broached the subject, he had no choice but to follow suit. "Brother, rest assured, I conduct my affairs with utmost efficiency. Even if those individuals were to investigate, they would never suspect you." Jiderson nodded in satisfaction. "On the 23rd, it is my son's birthday. If the land acquisition proceeds smoothly, do come by for a toast and some merriment." Chen Guangxiang forced a smile. His son was missing, the outcome uncertain, while Jiderson's son was preparing for a celebration. Nevertheless, he responded, "Absolutely, absolutely." 600 kilometers from Yang City, a 7-seater Alfred was stationed at a service area. A woman, exuding an alluring presence with an impeccable figure, disembarked from the vehicle with the assistance of her aide. "General Manager Wang, I shall procure some bread and water. Let us have a bite to eat first." The aide proposed. The woman referred to as General Manager Wang is Wang Cece, the daughter of the president of Wanda Group and the chief overseer of the G22486 land project. "Very well, do go ahead," she replied, her manner decisive and efficient. Turning to another assistant, she inquired, "What do you estimate the credibility of the warning we received this afternoon about possible ambushes on our route?" The second assistant responded, It is better to believe in its existence than to dismiss it. I have investigated, and our primary competitor for this land is Forest Real Estate, whose president is Jiderson. By reputation, he is a philanthropist, known for his generous donations, and enjoys a favorable standing in the industry. However, there are whispers suggesting a connection between him and Guangxiang Building Materials. The owner of Guangxiang Building Materials is Chun Guangxiang, a man with ties to the gambling world, who has caused many to suffer losses at his hands. If Forest Real Estate indeed has dubious dealings with Guangxiang Building Materials, then our expedition to Yang City could be fraught with peril. Wang Sisi fell silent upon hearing these words. Chapter 38. Henchmen versus suit-clad thugs at 8 in the morning. The Ji family commenced preparations for the birthday celebration of the eldest son, Ji Heng, on the 23rd. Ji Lengming set out from the basement at 5:30 to run several laps in the forest park. Upon his return, he overheard a heated argument emanating from the small grove behind the residence. He followed the sound. Amidst the dappled shadows of the birch trees, a young woman in her early 20s leaned against a tree, engaging in a fierce discussion with a young man sporting tousled blonde hair. From the side, the woman possessed an oval face and a curvaceous figure, her silhouette somewhat familiar. Ji Lengming recalled that she was the family's maid, Duan Yu. During summer, when temperatures soared, most donned short sleeves or some protective attire. Yet Duan Yu was bundled up tightly, wearing long sleeves and a coat with the zipper pulled all the way to the top. Their voices were raised, even from a distance, every word clear. I told you it's impossible. I went to the hospital yesterday and discovered I'm pregnant with Jiderson's child. Do you think I would terminate this heir for a pauper like you? Do you have any idea how valuable this child is? You fool. But yeah. I am sincere in my feelings for you. The Ji family is affluent. You cannot grasp this opportunity. Do you concern yourself with whether I can grasp it? I only know that once this child is born, I could claim millions, and my child may inherit the Ji family fortune. Your sincerity is worth nothing. Duan Yu had been experiencing nausea for several days, initially believing it to be a stomach ailment. To her shock, upon investigation, she discovered she was indeed pregnant. She had only been intimate with Jiderson. Each time they engaged in their clandestine affair, he would coercively administer contraceptive pills, leading her to lose all hope of bearing a Ji family child. Yet, unexpectedly, fate intervened. The contraceptive she had taken contained a placebo, and she was indeed pregnant with the heir of the Ji family. At that moment, Duan Yu was filled with uncontainable joy. In truth, Duan Yu ought to express her gratitude not to fate, but to Ji Lengming. After uncovering the messages revealing Jiderson's affair with Duan Yu, he had stealthily infiltrated her room and replaced her contraceptives. This act had bestowed upon her a most fortuitous gift. Naturally, Ji Lengming had no intention of revealing his involvement. Upon hearing the news of Duan Yu's pregnancy, he discreetly departed. The child within her held potential. Moreover, Ji Lengming did not believe that Duan Yu possessed the capability to secure the safety of this child on her own. Ensuring a safe delivery would require further strategizing. At 8:30 in the morning, the Ji household was fervently preparing for the grand birthday celebration of the eldest son, Ji Heng. Simultaneously, in the secluded Gashan area of Yang City, a group of henchmen armed with axes and prohibited weapons lay in wait amidst the dense thicket. The leader, peering through binoculars, spotted a familiar license plate and quickly instructed his underlings to prepare for an ambush. Hurry, they are approaching. Stay alert. Among the henchmen were Wei Zhen and the brothers Sun Biao and Zhao Lehu. Zhao Lehu, valuing money over life, sprang into action at the leader's command, brandishing his knife with eagerness. The target vehicle approached rapidly, a 7-seater Alfred, the very transport of Wang Sisi. The gray-black body glided gracefully along the mountain road, but for reasons unknown, it began to decelerate as it entered the remote area. Seizing the opportunity, the leader urged, "Go. Let us strike. If we pull this off, there will be a bounty of cash for all." Zhao Lehu, invigorated, surged to the forefront. A throng of youthful henchmen, armed with machetes and axes, emerged from the underbrush, their faces fierce as they charged forward, embodying the essence of highway robbers. At that moment, the business vehicle halted, and the door swung open with a flourish. 10 robust men in suits, wielding steel pipes, 3-section staffs, and cleavers, leapt out of the vehicle. They were formidable bodyguards, unified in their attire and coordinated in their actions, their imposing presence radiating a potent aura of male masculinity amidst the wilderness. The inexperienced henchmen, upon sighting the suit-clad thugs, recoiled in fear, retreating a few steps. The suited thugs would not let this opportunity slip away. In a matter of moments, they apprehended the group of young men with ease, binding their arms behind their backs and making them squat by the roadside. The leader of the bodyguards activated his phone. "General Manager Wang, the danger has been neutralized. You may proceed." Before long, the vehicle carrying Wang Sisi, her aides, lawyers, and secretaries approached slowly. Upon disembarking, Wang Sisi cast a glance at the subdued henchmen, wrinkling her nose in disdain. "Have they been interrogated?" The bodyguard replied, "Yes, we have confirmed they are indeed associated with Chun Guangxiang." "Very well. Break their limbs and send them to the hospital entrance," Wang Sisi commanded. Subsequently, her assistant added, Dial the number of the informant from yesterday. I wish to speak with them personally. Following her instructions, the assistant dialed Sun Biao's number. Sun Biao had been awaiting news from Wanda's side, and upon seeing the incoming call, he felt a sense of calm. This operation was secure. Hello, this is the Red Light Service Company. How may I assist you? The company registered by Sun Biao is named Red Light, a name he believes will bring good fortune. Wang Cici answered the call. Hello, I am Wang Cici. May we arrange a time and place to meet? Sun Biao chuckled heartily. Hello, General Wang. I hope my little tip from yesterday was of assistance to you. I trust you encountered no difficulties on your journey? Wang Cici responded amicably. It went well. Everything has been resolved. Your little tip was quite helpful, and if possible, I would like to hear your grand tips. Could you grant me that opportunity? Wang Cici adopted a humble demeanor, taking the initiative to call and propose a meeting place, even employing modest phrases. Sun Biao, not one to take advantage, recognized her sincerity and refrained from pretense. Very well. However, General Wang, as a person of stature, please do not disdain our humble position. Their conversation concluded pleasantly, establishing a meeting location and agreeing to discuss further in due course. After finishing the call with Wang Cici, Sun Biao turned to report the matter to Lengming. Boss, it's settled. They have proactively requested a meeting. Lengming was unfazed. Indeed, upon meeting, showcase our leverage. Additionally, ensure that the cash amount of 3 million, along with a 20% dividend, remains non-negotiable. Sun Biao assured him, rest assured, boss, negotiation is my forte. Meanwhile, as Sun Biao relayed the situation to Lengming, Chen Guangxiang received the disheartening news of his men's failure. His anger intensified when he discovered that his adversaries had brazenly challenged him, brutally incapacitating his associates and unceremoniously discarding them at the hospital entrance. Soon after, Ji Dessen learned of the situation, expressing his disdain for Chen Guangxiang's incompetence. Your family owes its current standing to my support. You cannot even handle a trivial matter. What use are you to me? Useless. Useless. You can't even manage an outsider, yet you boast of your prowess in Yangqing. Calling you a maggot would be an overestimation. Chen Guangxiang seethed with fury but felt powerless to act. With his son missing and in peril, his underlings facing continuous mishaps, and now being publicly berated by Ji Dessen. His frustration was palpable. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Ji, the only course left is to take action at the land auction site. The Wanda Group has likely infiltrated Yangqing and established stringent defenses. Any further attempts would be futile. The only opportunity lies at the auction site. Rest assured, if I fail to handle this matter, I will pay with my life. Chapter 39, The Fiery Woman. Sun Biao busied himself with meetings, networking, and negotiating partnerships, while his good friend Wei Zhen was diligently tracing a woman named Du Min for Lengming. Du Min possessed incriminating evidence against Chen Guangxiang, which forced her into hiding in City C. Given Lengming's pressing urgency and the vastness of City C, locating a woman living under an alias in a city of millions posed a formidable challenge. Consequently, Wei Zhen resorted to leveraging his position to enlist the influence of Wen Wan. In the president's office of the food city, Wen Wan completed her bureaucratic duties and rubbed her temples, contemplating a coffee to rejuvenate herself. Just as she was about to summon Evan, the door handle turned, revealing Evan's steadfast visage. He entered, secured the door, and cast a complex gaze toward his employer. Wen Wan realized Evan had something to convey. What is it? Speak freely. Evan hesitated before finally voicing his concern. It seems that Wei Zhen has been acting rather strangely these past few days. Wen Wan paused momentarily. Please elaborate. While on duty outside, I overheard Wei Zhen instructing the marketing team to investigate someone's whereabouts. If it were merely a small-scale inquiry, I wouldn't give it a second thought. But he has mobilized the entire marketing department, including research, planning, expansion, sales, and their respective subdepartments. It seems rather excessive for merely locating an individual. Wen Wan pondered for a while. Is Wei Zhen currently in the office? Evan replied. He just stepped out. I saw him leave. Wen Wan commanded, call him back. I wish to inquire directly. Evan nodded and prepared to find Wei Zhen. Just as he was about to step out, Wen Wan halted him from her chair. Wait. Evan turned back. What is it, boss? Wen Wan's mind raced, her brows furrowing slightly, lips parting. We cannot allow Wei Zhen to provide any explanations. He has likely concocted a justification already. His grandiose search suggests he does not intend to conceal anything. Either this matter is entirely innocent, or it harbors significant implications. Evan concurred. What shall we do then? Wen Wan snapped her fingers, leaning back in her chair. Let us cut to the chase. If he is indeed searching for someone, notify the marketing department and all related subunits to bring that person to me. I shall see what Wei Zhen has to say then. Unbeknownst to Wei Zhen, the individual he sought was on the verge of being intercepted by the second boss. At that moment, as he drove, he reveled in the clever excuse he had devised to placate Wen Wan. He had resolved that if she inquired, he would claim Du Min was a woman he had fallen for at first sight. It seemed entirely reasonable to act irrationally for the sake of a beloved woman. Did it not? Just then, Lengming called to inquire about the situation. Wei Zhen confidently assured him, rest assured, boss, everything is under my control. Lengming chose to place his trust in him. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, In a private room at the New Moon Tea House, Sun Biao and Wang Cece convened for their meeting. The Alpha business vehicle was parked roadside as Wang Cece disembarked with her assistant. In an unusual display of formality, Sun Biao donned a suit. However, his rugged appearance, with coarse black hair, a thick beard, and a rotund belly from long-term smoking and drinking, rendered him rather unrefined. In contrast, Wang Cece undeniably radiated beauty. Not only was she striking, but she also exuded femininity, appearing around 25 yet possessing a remarkably mature physique. Her alluring glance and captivating demeanor could easily enrapture any man. "Hello, General Wang. I am Sun Biao." Wang Cece shook his hand, exchanging pleasantries. "Hello, General Sun. Thank you for your patience." Sun Biao replied. "Waiting for a beauty is my privilege." Wang Cece smiled but said nothing further. Upon entering the private room, the server brought tea and desserts, then discreetly closed the door, enveloping the space in silence. Wang Cece got straight to the point. "I'm curious, General Sun. What grand tips can you offer me?" Sun Biao grinned lewdly, his smile decidedly unrefined. He wasted no time in pulling out his phone to show Wang Cece a video. The footage was shockingly inappropriate, reminiscent of content typically explored on certain adult websites. Wang Cece merely glanced at it before hurling her teacup at Sun Biao's face. Her brows furrowed, eyes narrowed, and with a forceful slap on the table, she unleashed a torrent of curses. Her demeanor was fiercely defiant. "How dare a toad like you attempt to take advantage of me? With a belly so bloated, I wouldn't hesitate to have someone extract it for you. Do you think I have no allies in Yangqing? Are you underestimating this outsider? Inquire about the current situation at the municipal hospital. I wonder how many individuals are languishing there with severed limbs. Should you wish to join them, I assure you I can arrange for you to be paralyzed for life." Sun Biao was aware that Wang Cece had misunderstood him. Yet, he could only blame himself for his less than honorable intentions. Not wanting to let a misunderstanding impede his employer's significant affairs, he suppressed the throbbing pain in his forehead, wiped the tea from his face, and repeatedly offered his apologies to Wang Cece. "I am truly sorry. It is my failure to communicate clearly. The situation is as follows. Ji Desin is exceedingly concerned with his reputation, exhibiting a facade of benevolence while being hypocritically self-serving. He cannot tolerate any damage to his public image and has meticulously crafted a narrative of a blissful family life. The scene I just presented to you was a video of Mrs. Ji Desin engaged in an affair with a popular young celebrity. This footage, should it be disseminated, would undoubtedly shatter the carefully cultivated image of marital devotion that Ji Desin has maintained for years. Of course, this is merely a modest introduction. We have many more substantial gifts to offer, ensuring you effortlessly acquire the coveted land you desire." Wang Cece let out a cold snort, indicating her acceptance of Sun Biao's apology and explanation. "What do you want?" Sun Biao refilled her cup of tea, adopting a much more serious demeanor. "My preliminary proposal includes 10 million in cash and a 50 profit share from the commercial land." Wang Cece promptly rejected the offer. "Impossible." Sun Biao understood the art of negotiation. As the seller, he intended to initially quote a price that was double the expected amount, waiting for the buyer to counteroffer, thus gradually reaching an agreeable figure through the bargaining process. "Do not be hasty in your refusal. We can continue our discussion, as we are sincerely invested." Wang Cece, though young, had weathered many storms. She could see through Sun Biao's schemes with a mere glance. In this context, she decisively exposed his tactics. "The strategy of inflating prices only to negotiate them down will not work with me. If you can present your terms directly, I might regard you with a modicum of respect. Attempting to play mind games with me? Then let us not engage in this collaboration." Initially, Sun Biao found her appealing, but now he deemed her utterly repugnant. Her refusal to follow the conventional rules of engagement, disrupting market norms, obliterated any favorable impression he might have harbored. Sun Biao's expression hardened as he rose abruptly. "Very well. If we shall not negotiate, I shall see whether it is we who seek out General Manager Wang, or the other way around." Observing Sun Biao's feigned departure, Wang Cece felt as though time was being squandered. Sun Biao was astute, mercenary, and driven, reveling in camaraderie and the culture of drinking, suitable for ordinary business dealings, yet unworthy of more prestigious negotiations. In essence, he could only navigate the lower tiers of the negotiation market, in the realm of international trade partnerships. He would only hinder his team. Wang Cece discerned this clearly. Most likely, Sun Biao was merely a spokesperson, with a master behind him. Given Sun Biao's mindset, he could not possibly conceive of alerting her in advance to help her secure the rights to the G22486 commercial land. Wang Cece made a firm decision. Seizing the opportunity while Sun Biao ambled toward the exit of the private room, she coldly remarked, "Have your boss come speak with me." She placed her phone on the table. "Call your boss right now." Sun Biao's heart sank. Chapter 40, Prophecy. Under duress, Sun Biao reached out to Ji Lengming. Ji Lengming stood in a secluded corner of the Ji family garden, engrossed in a book. Nearby, the servants bustled about energetically. The garden was adorned with numerous small colorful lights, balloons inscribed with "Happy Birthday" tethered to branches, wilted flowers removed and replaced with premium varieties, and charming new tables and chairs arranged throughout. creating an atmosphere of freshness and delight. His phone vibrated with an unfamiliar number. Upon seeing the strange digits, Lengming hesitated. The last time Wen Wan had called him from multiple numbers had left a lasting impression, making him instinctively inclined to hang up and block the caller upon encountering an unknown number. However, he feared it might be someone else. After much deliberation, he finally pressed the answer button. "Hello, may I ask who this is?" Sun Biao's despondent voice came through. "Boss, I am truly sorry. I have botched the situation." Following this, a jumbled sound indicated that someone had snatched the phone from Sun Biao's grasp. Wang Sisi spoke up. "Hello, I am Wang Sisi. You are Sun Biao's superior, correct?" Lengming instantly shifted his focus. The leisure of reading evaporated in an instant. "Yes, General Manager Wang, greetings." Wang Sisi stated plainly, "Let us speak candidly. I have a vested interest in the assets you possess, but Mr. Sun is requesting 10 million and a 50 profit share. I must decline such an offer. If your expectations align with Mr. Sun's, I believe we need not pursue this transaction." Upon hearing the figures of 10 million and a 50 share, Lengming grasped the extent of Sun Biao's blunder. Nonetheless, he did not hold it against him. Sun Biao had both strengths and weaknesses, and having chosen to employ him, one must be prepared for his moments of incompetence. Lengming's tone was measured, though not loud. "Firstly, I apologize for Sun Biao's actions. Now, let me share my expectations. I require a remuneration of 3 million in cash and a 20 profit share. The payment can be made upon your acquisition of the land, to be formalized in a contract." Wang Sisi, seated cross-legged on a cushion, rolled her eyes in disbelief. Such audacity. You believe that by providing a video of Despised family, you can extort such a hefty profit from me? Do you think I am a fool? Or are you the one being foolish? Lengming clarified earnestly, "General Manager Wang, it is not merely a video of intimate moments. The leverage I possess far exceeds your expectations. It is likely that Despised and his minions will soon strike against you. You stand in the light while your adversaries lurk in the shadows, leaving you vulnerable. Even if you manage to seize that land by a stroke of luck, can you withstand Despised's fierce retribution? Yangcheng is Despised's territory, while he may not be able to reach you in your hometown. As long as you establish yourself in Yangcheng, I can guarantee that even if you secure the land, you will ultimately be compelled to relinquish it." These words struck a chord with Wang Sisi. The very concerns she harbored were precisely what Lengming articulated. Acquiring the land was not the challenge. The true difficulty lay in retaining it. The mere video Sun Biao had shown her could hardly constitute a significant threat. Wang Sisi tentatively inquired, "Do you have a means to ensure I can retain that land?" Lengming's smile was silent, his refined features gleaming like a delicate ice flower in the sunlight, poised to dissolve into mist. "General Manager Wang, the Ji family will fracture, and Chun Guangxiang will perish. This is the prophecy I have laid down for them. Please, watch closely." Wang Sisi was taken aback, quite astonished. Throughout her dealings with various individuals, both insignificant and significant, this was the first time she encountered someone like Lengming. He was gentle and rational, yet beneath the surface lay an alluring arrogance. She suddenly yearned to meet this person. Regaining her composure, Wang Sisi challenged, "Your words lack substantiation. Why should I place my trust in you?" Lengming replied, "Well, you may communicate with Sun Biao, though others may be coarse and lacking in profound education. Their sincerity is commendable. I implore you to pardon their previous impetuosity. Engaging in a calm conversation with them might unveil their endearing qualities." A flicker of emotion coursed through Wang Sisi's heart. It was clearly an inopportune moment, yet she could not restrain herself from inquiring, "What is your name?" Lengming replied, "Lengming. I look forward to collaborating with you, Ms. Wang." Substantial progress had been made in the collaboration with Wang Sisi. Meanwhile, Wei Jin also garnered significant gains, albeit these were more closely tied to Wen Wan than to him. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Evan conveyed some promising news to Wen Wan. "Miss, the woman named Du Min has been located." Still engrossed in her work at the office, Wen Wan only lifted her head from the stacks of documents after completing her signatures. "When can she arrive here?" Evan responded, "She has already been brought over, and is waiting just outside the office." Wen Wan nodded, "Then let her in." Du Min was of modest height, slender, and appeared pale, seemingly nearing 50 years of age. With a significant amount of gray in her hair, she wore protective sleeves on her arms and an apron, indicating she had been engaged in work prior to being brought here. Noticing Du Min's awkward stance, Wen Wan instructed Evan to fetch a chair for her and to bring some food as well. Once the door closed, only the two women remained in the room. "You are Du Min?" Wen Wan inquired. Du Min's first utterance revealed her vulnerability. You are not associated with Chun Guangxiang, are you?" Wen Wan suppressed her suspicions, her disdain for Chun Guangxiang unmistakable. "Such a vile person cannot even be mentioned in the same breath as me. Now, tell me about your connection with him." Du Min looked perplexed. "Do you not know about my case with Chun Guangxiang?" Wen Wan's eyes narrowed dangerously. It was indeed Wei Jin who sought out Du Min because of Chun Guangxiang. To be frank, she seldom concerned herself with the affairs of commoners. As long as someone like Chun Guangxiang did not provoke her, she had little interest in their fate. Therefore, she was unaware that he had been arrested and executed for murder during the government's vigorous crackdown on crime. A knock sounded at the door. Wei Zhen's muffled voice came from outside. "Boss, may I come in?" Wen Wan scoffed inwardly, thinking he arrived rather swiftly. The moment he heard I was with someone, he rushed over. I am eager to hear his explanation. Wei Zhen, standing outside the office, also felt an unsettling anxiety. He had not anticipated that Du Min would be sent directly to Wen Wan. Her involvement was crucial to the boss's plans. It must not be compromised. He needed to devise a plausible explanation to alleviate Wen Wan's concerns, without revealing his undercover identity. Wei Zhen was far more mature than Sun Biao. Before pushing open the office door, he felt a wave of apprehension. However, upon entering, he regained his composure. Without waiting for Wen Wan to ask, he proactively confessed, "Boss, I must be candid with you. I have a brother named Zhao Lehu, who currently serves under Chen Guangxiang. Chen Guangxiang is no good. My brother, as his lackey, cannot expect a favorable outcome. Coincidentally, I uncovered some of Chen Guangxiang's past misdeeds and learned that a woman named Du Min might possess incriminating evidence against him. But she has been persecuted and has long since gone into hiding. Out of desperation, I sought your assistance, hoping to utilize the evidence Du Min holds against Chen Guangxiang. Boss, I was wrong. Please punish me." His words were somewhat coherent, alleviating many of Wen Wan's doubts, yet a faint cloud of suspicion lingered in her mind, leaving her uncertain about where the issue lay. She chose to temporarily dismiss her unease. "Understood. In the future, if you have matters to discuss, come directly to me. You are my subordinate. Do you think I would not advocate for you?" Seeing Wen Wan's trust, Wei Zhen exhaled a sigh of relief. "Thank you for your understanding, boss. I shall take Du Min with me now." Wen Wan did not acquiesce. "Since she is a pivotal figure, she should remain with me. Inform me of your plans, and I shall assist you in arranging them." Wei Zhen was at a loss for how to explain this to his superior. Chapter 41. Justice shall be served. The 23rd marked not only Ji Heng's birthday, but also the auction day for land parcel G22486. In the conference room on the 4th floor of the Public Resource Trading Center at 2, by Shui Road, Yang City, Wang Cixi arrived with her assistant, secretary, and a team of attorneys, a robust entourage of over 10 individuals, who were sequentially seated under the guidance of the on-site staff. Just as they settled in, Ji Dessen, Chen Guangxiang, and their legal teams also passed the identity verification and entered the venue. The auction was presided over by the director of the Yang City Land Bureau, with supervisory personnel from the Yang City Banking Regulatory Bureau. The conference room was not particularly spacious, yet it buzzed with activity. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the auction commenced. The Land Bureau director tested the microphone to ensure it was functioning properly before announcing the starting price and increment for the auction. The G22486 parcel commenced at a price of 32,580,000, with a minimum increment of 100,000. Furthermore, an upper limit was set at 90,888,000. Should this ceiling be reached, a lottery will determine the parcel's allocation. Now, let the bidding begin. As the host's words faded, the secretary beside Wang Cixi promptly raised her bidding paddle. Good. Wanda Group bids 32,600,000. Following suit, Ji Dessen's lawyer raised his paddle for Forest Real Estate, bidding 32,650,000. Wanda raised the bid to 33,000,000, and Forest followed with 33,300,000. Ji Dessen was determined to secure this land. Hence his bids were aggressive, escalating to increments of 1 million toward the end. Wang Cixi, tasked with her company's strategic layout, had earmarked this land early on, intending to transform it into a landmark for Yang City, thus competing fiercely with Ji Dessen. The two parties engaged in a vigorous back and forth, with Forest Real Estate bidding 78,000,000, and Wanda countering with 80,000,000. Forest then raised their bid to 90,000,000. Wang Cici's assistant promptly raised the paddle to the ceiling price. The host announced, "Very well, Wanda Group has opted for the ceiling price. Will Forest Real Estate choose to concede?" Ji Dessen's lawyer immediately raised the paddle. Good. Forest Real Estate also opts for the ceiling price. As both parties were willing to conclude at the ceiling price, they proceeded to the offline lottery segment. Now, I asked the representatives of Forest Real Estate and Wanda Group to take a brief respite. In 1 hour, we will conduct a verification of corporate documents and draw lots. Once the verification concludes, we will immediately proceed with the lottery. The competition at the auction was fierce. Simultaneously, at 9 o'clock in the morning, a momentous event unfolded in the bustling heart of Yang City, igniting excitement among its citizens. The city center, a hub of prosperity, represented the visage of the city itself. Numerous shops and businesses thrived here, attracting countless customers and visitors, with well-developed traffic facilitating a continuous flow of vehicles and pedestrians, a daily norm. Beyond its bustling vibrancy, what captivates the public's attention most fervently is the monumental LED outdoor display, measuring an impressive 32 meters in length and 18 meters in width, prominently situated in the heart of the city. This colossal screen is renowned for showcasing advertisements for luxurious skincare products priced in the thousands, exquisite alcoholic beverages, timepieces worth tens of thousands, automobiles costing hundreds of thousands, and upscale residential properties exceeding $1 million. Thus, when Du Min's visage, etched with the passage of time and wrinkles, appeared on this very screen, every passerby was momentarily taken aback. Her voice resonated through the speakers flanking the LED display, echoing throughout the city center. Greetings. I am Du Min, a resident of number 18, Zhuang, Yangcheng. Here is my identification. Du Min raised her ID aloft, under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd. I stand here, before all the citizens of Yangcheng, to formally accuse the owner of Guangxiang Building Materials, Chun Guangxiang, of brutally murdering my husband, causing my child's demise, dismembering their remains, and encasing them in concrete. Furthermore, he has allowed his underlings to repeatedly defile me. I have endured relentless suffering, faced a deafening silence in my pleas for help, and bear the weight of injustice and sorrow. I implore the authorities to restore my dignity. Clad in humble, coarse fabric, Du Min's figure was magnified by the towering electronic screen. Her voice trembled with emotion, her half-white hair framing a face that told tales of unending hardship. What could be more riveting than a woman, battered and forsaken, fervently denouncing a tyrant of notorious malevolence? Even in the absence of orchestrated media coverage from Wen Wan, the press of Yangcheng, including provincial and municipal radio stations, as well as online outlets, sprang into action. The citizens congregated in the city center instinctively raised their phones to capture the moment, disseminating images and videos across social media platforms, engaging in fervent discussions. In a mere span of time, Du Min's harrowing testimony ignited a wildfire of outrage that swept across the nation. Not only did it ascend to the pinnacle of trending topics across mainstream media, but it also captured the attention of national news outlets. By noon, People's Daily proclaimed, "This nation belongs to its people, and those who shield bullies are equally culpable." Xinhua News echoed, "The populace forms the bedrock of the nation. To sadden them is to undermine the foundation." The Motherland Daily stated, "The law must not yield to lawlessness. Fairness and justice are the essence and lifeblood of governance." Central News declared, "The eradication of organized crime is an urgent imperative. The sorrow of the common people must not be tolerated." At the Public Resource Trading Center at No. 2, Baishui Road, Yangcheng, most individuals remained oblivious to the tempest of public opinion brewing outside. As the hour of respite drew to a close, Ji Desin and Chun Guangxiang cast increasingly sinister glances at Wang Sisi. Ji Desin checked his watch, sensing the time was ripe for action, and signaled to Chun Guangxiang. Understanding the cue, Chun Guangxiang stood, grinning as he led a few accomplices toward the women's restroom at the corridor's end. In the break room, an unknown individual, holding a cup of coffee, passed by Wang Sisi, seemingly unintentionally tilting it, dousing her white blouse with the steaming liquid. The wet, sticky sensation ignited her desire to rise and unleash a torrent of invective. "I am so sorry. Truly, it was not my intention. Perhaps I could accompany you to the restroom to clean up?" Wang Sisi declined the offer of companionship, opting to venture to the restroom alone. Her mind was as clear as glass. She understood Ji Desin had set a trap for her. If she evaded this, she could anticipate an even more repulsive scheme awaiting her. Moreover, she was indeed curious to test the capabilities of the individual known as Ji Lengming. In the restroom, Wang Sisi, with a graceful demeanor, approached the wash area. She glanced at her reflection in the mirror, turned on the faucet, and splashed water onto her dampened attire. Suddenly, she heard a commotion behind her. As she turned, a group of men surged from the corners, swiftly covering her mouth and nose, seizing her arms, and firmly restraining her. Chun Guangliang, with a brutish visage, brandished a spring knife before her. The blade glided from her brow down to her cheeks, and then to her chest. As he grinned wickedly, "You must be Wang Zong. Quite the figure you are. How about you stay and entertain us, my friends?" Wang Sisi retaliated with a kick aimed at Chun Guangliang, who caught her foot and laughed heartily, "Such a fiery little one." His expression then shifted to one of menace as he commanded his lackeys, "Loosen her clothing, and let us capture a few photographs. If she refuses to withdraw from the lottery, we'll ensure her father sees just what his daughter is made of." Chun Guangliang's cronies, equally depraved, acted with fervor at his behest. Just then, Chun Guangliang's phone vibrated. "Damn it! Who dares disturb me at such a critical moment?" He spat before retrieving his phone to glance at the screen. His eyes widened in horror. A 5-second video had been sent by an unknown source, featuring his son, Chen Shanghai, suspended by his arms, stripped to the waist, a sign dangling from his chest reading "Release her." Not far from him, a high-speed cutting machine whirred ominously, its sharp teeth inching toward his son's chest. In mere seconds, the machine would likely eviscerate him. Chapter 42, Forfeiture. Ji Zong, I've messed things up again. Ji Desin, who had previously exuded confidence, now wore a grim expression upon seeing Chun Guangxiang emerge in such a state, his demeanor darkening as if rain could fall from it. "What on earth is happening?" Chun Guangxiang, a mixture of fury and desperation etched on his face, replied. "They've kidnapped my son. They've hung him up and are threatening him with a cutting machine. What am I to do?" "Ji Zong, you are merely losing a piece of land, while if I take action against Wang Sisi, I risk losing my only son. Ji Desen's fury eclipsed that of Chen Guangqiang. In a fit of rage, he disregarded the presence of others in the break room, seizing Chen Guangqiang by the collar and bellowing, "Everything you possess comes from me. Your son is nothing. Sons can be born anew, but if I lose my land, where shall I find the means to reclaim my fortune? Without money, how am I to support you leeches?" Upon entering the break room, Wang Sisi was greeted by this chaotic scene. As she passed Ji Desen, she cast a disdainful glance his way and remarked, "What a pair of worthless creatures. All I see are two dogs gnawing at each other." Ji Desen released Chen Guangqiang, his malevolent gaze following her as she moved. "The ground hasn't even settled yet. I advise you to watch your tongue." Wang Sisi was taken aback, never expecting such blatant hypocrisy, and found herself laughing in disbelief. "The filthy mouth is certainly not mine. If I were foul-mouthed, your tongue would surely be steeped in a cesspool." She continued, "Pray tell, how did someone of your ilk earn the title of one of Yangqing's 10 outstanding entrepreneurs? And what of your so-called accolades, like being the most inspiring citizen of Yangqing? You truly have the audacity to boast." Ji Desen, unwilling to engage in a war of words with a woman, remained silent. As for his illustrious titles of outstanding entrepreneur, most beloved citizen, and philanthropic benefactor, they are indeed a source of pride for him, having contributed so much to Yang City and provided sustenance for numerous individuals. Is it not justified for him to receive such honors? Gideon sneered coldly. "The young one is unaware of the vastness of the world. Just wait until you find your father to weep." Wang Sisi, with a pointed remark, added, "If it is you who ends up weeping, then you can only cling to your father's grave in sorrow." Gideon's fist clenched suddenly, his eyes glinting with cold fury. In the city center, at the shopping mall, Wen Wan sat in her exclusive vehicle, glancing at the electronic screen which incessantly looped a video of Du Min's accusations. Subsequently, she compiled a detailed list of all expenses incurred this time and handed it to Wei Zhen beside her. "Your mission to vindicate Du Min is nearly accomplished. Chen Guangqiang will undoubtedly face consequences. However, I shall not cover the expenses displayed on the advertisement screen. The debts will be deducted from your salary over time. I've provided you with the detailed accounts. Review them, and if all is satisfactory, sign the document." Wei Zhen, burdened with debts, was taken aback by Wen Wan's drastic approach to expose Du Min's case. Yet, he could not deny that this method appeared to be remarkably effective. While they conversed, a knock resonated against the rear window of the car. Upon discovering it was Evan, Wen Wan lowered the window. "Have you found him?" Evan shook his head. "The second young master is not at the G residence, but he did return early. As for his whereabouts, no one knows." A surge of frustration ignited within Wen Wan, prompting her to kick the luxurious leather seat before her. "I told him to wait for me to leave together, but he refused. The G family is hardly virtuous. He could be bullied by someone upon his early return. Now he goes missing, and I can't even find him to offer support." Evan hesitated for a moment before cautiously reporting, "Miss, I inquired around the G house, and the second young master was not bullied. Rather, he nearly choked Qin He to death." Wen Wan looked at Evan with skepticism. "What did you just say?" Evan recounted the information he had gathered, which aligned closely with the truth. Upon hearing this, Wen Wan felt even more disheartened. If he could handle the scum on his own, did he not need her assistance anymore? She thought to herself, "This won't do. I must take further action." After some contemplation, she realized that Qin He was no pushover. Given Ji Lengming's treatment of her, she would undoubtedly seek revenge. It was imperative to devise a permanent solution to deal with Qin He. Wei Zhen's eyes suddenly brightened at her words. The big boss had informed him that he had previously struck a deal with a paparazzo known as Super Photographer, trading videos of Qin He and a small celebrity. However, the paparazzo was still biding his time, yet to unveil this significant news, likely awaiting an increase in value. If he were to inform Wen Wan about the paparazzo possessing compromising photos of Qin He, would she not immediately take action? The more Wei Zhen contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, though he maintained an outward calm. "Miss, I possess a piece of intelligence. Would you be interested in hearing it?" Wen Wan replied, "Go ahead. If it is good, I shall waive half your debt." Wei Zhen, now even more animated, readily divulged the information about the super photographer. After absorbing the intel provided by Wei Zhen, Wen Wan swiftly made a decision. "Evan, get in touch with this paparazzo. If he indeed possesses damaging evidence against Qin He, instruct him to release it across the internet." Evan accepted the command and departed. With the car window rolled up once more, Wen Wan cast a piercing gaze toward Wei Zhen. "Wei Zhen, you seem to know quite a lot. Not only are you aware of Du Min's case, but you're also privy to the paparazzo's dirt. Your connections are rather extensive." Wei Zhen, possessing high emotional resilience, managed to maintain a composed facade despite feeling a surge of panic. "Boss, as you know, prior to joining you, I navigated through various challenges and undertook numerous roles. To be candid, I was once involved as a paparazzo myself and made a few acquaintances, which is how I managed to assist you." Wen Wan neither affirmed nor denied this revelation. She simply withdrew her sharp gaze and acknowledged his statement with indifference. At 10:30 a.m., at the Public Resource Trading Center, the lottery segment commenced. Staff members entered the break room to inform Forest Real Estate and Wanda Group that they could draw lots on site. Gideon quietly inquired of those nearby, Is everything prepared? The individual beside him assured, rest assured, Mr. G, the money has been delivered, and the other party is willing to cooperate. If you draw number 1, the result will undoubtedly be number 1. If you draw number 2, it will be number 2. Regardless, this plot of land is certainly yours. Gideon nodded in satisfaction, finally anticipating a pleasant outcome. However, his moment of contentment lasted scarcely 3 seconds, as before he could even step out of the break room, Wang Cici's assistant team obstructed his path. Gideon looked disdainfully at the group. If you had something to say, why not voice it in the break room? What is it now? The assistant, representing Wang Cici, spoke up. Our CEO would like to present you with a photograph for your consideration. Furthermore, she has instructed that should you find it agreeable, we can provide more photographs for your entertainment. Gideon had little inclination to peruse photographs. He scowled, intending to have the assistants removed. Yet, Wang Cici's assistant acted swiftly, thrusting the phone's image before him before his bodyguards could intervene. Gideon cast a cursory glance. But the next moment, his expression turned severe, his brows furrowing deeply as he seized the assistant's hand, his gaze fixated on the phone screen. Where did you acquire this? The assistant, seasoned in confrontations, stood her ground before Gideon. Mr. G, our CEO never engages in unprepared battles. Do you believe you are the only one with far-reaching connections? Gideon's jaw clenched, his lips pressed tightly together as his breath quickened, his eyes gleaming with rage. The assistant smirked, her voice lowered so only Gideon could hear. Mr. G, should you dare to step out of this conference room, I assure you that the projection equipment in the lottery hall will broadcast the explosive footage from my phone. Let the national officials, civil servants, and elite lawyers, along with their assistants, relish the sight of your wife in compromising positions on another's bed. How does that sound? Gideon nearly ground his teeth to dust, his eyes filled with a murderous glint, as if he wished to consume her alive. Do you think this alone can threaten me? The assistant swiped through her phone's interface, laughing mischievously. And what about this? Mr. G, it seems you're approaching 40, yet you still possess such vigor. While others may find your wife unappealing, they would surely admire the esteemed benevolence of a renowned philanthropist such as yourself. Perhaps you'll even earn the title of true man following your accolade, as the most conscientious entrepreneur. Just thinking about it makes me a tad envious. At that moment, Wang Cici had already seated herself in the conference hall. The attendees waited 5 minutes, then 10, yet Gideon had yet to arrive. It wasn't until 30 minutes later that Gideon's legal team informed the auction house, Forest Real Estate, of their withdrawal from the bidding process. Chapter 43, A Bachelor's Dilemma. Wang Cici acquired the G22486 plot for 898,880,000, a premium of 124. As she conveyed the news to Ji Lengming, he was busy tidying a stack of crime tools in an abandoned house on the outskirts. Not far away hung Qin Shanghai, bound and helpless, while the ground was strewn with engine assembly parts, gears, blades, and cutting tables. The modest room was cluttered with 6 barrels of gasoline. The light dim and dust swirling in the air, permeated by the pungent scent of gasoline, creating an exceedingly harsh environment. Ji Lengming, this is Wang Cici, she announced. I know. All right, to be brief, I have secured the land. Unless something unexpected occurs, Ji Dessen will mobilize all his resources to suppress me. You promised me that you would help me protect the plot. What should we do next? Just wait, Ji Lengming replied. Wait, what do you mean by just waiting? Wang Cici asked, perplexed. Yes, wait, and as you do, the Ji family will collapse on its own. Wang Cici chuckled, are you jesting with me? Jesting will not resolve the issue. I speak the truth. If all goes well, you shall see results tonight. Wang Cici decided to trust him once more. All right, I shall wait. Just as she was about to end the call, Ji Lengming halted her. Could you assist me with a favor? What do you need me to do? She inquired. Help me extract someone from the Ji family. With your capabilities, it should be effortless to take someone away without anyone noticing. Wang Cici genuinely found herself confused. Who do you want me to take? A woman named Duan Yu. She is pregnant, so please be cautious. Your woman? Ji Lengming wished to keep details concealed. At this critical juncture, if news of Duan Yu carrying Ji Dessen's child leaked, it could jeopardize his subsequent plans. Thus, he affirmed, yes, my woman, my child. Wang Cici hesitated for a few seconds before posing an unexpected question. Are you married? No, it was an unplanned pregnancy. A sense of inexplicable relief washed over her. She teasingly remarked, you seem rather unfaithful in matters of the heart. Are you not a player? Not at all. I am an advocate of celibacy. The mere mention of celibacy seemed to pique Wang Cici's interest in this previously unseen young man. I, however, do not enjoy solitude. I am a queen of the sea. Her voice transformed into a sultry melody, dripping with allure and unmistakable suggestiveness. If you wish for my help, you must demonstrate sincerity. Tonight at the bar, you come, and I shall assist you. Without allowing Ji Lengming a moment to respond, she severed the call. Ji Lengming felt irked by her bargaining, but feared that this woman might seize the opportunity to impede future profit-sharing agreements. Thus, he begrudgingly chose to bide his time. Meanwhile, Ji Dessen hastened to the Ji residence, his car speeding along the way. He instinctively blamed Qin He for this failure to acquire land. That fickle woman. living in his luxurious mansion, spending his money, enjoying all the conveniences he provided, basking in the glow of his honor. Yet she had the audacity to bring her lover into his home, engaging in such disgraceful acts. This wretched woman must pay for her insolence. As Ji Dessen drove furiously, he arrived at the Ji estate, tossing the car keys to the driver and storming into his garden, where he sat comfortably in a wicker chair, savoring the dishes presented by the chef. This rich soup is delightful. Perhaps I should prepare more for tonight, she mused, setting down her spoon and picking up a piece of pastry. Before she could take a bite, Ji Dessen, his face flushed with anger, stormed towards her. Without waiting for her to speak, he snatched the plate from the chef's hands and upended it over her head. In an instant, soup and sauces drenched her from head to toe. He shrieked, Ji Dessen, have you lost your mind? With his face crimson and teeth clenched, Ji Dessen felt that such punishment was far from sufficient for the losses he had caused him. You shameless harlot. You relish being debased, do you? Watch me destroy you. He picked up a knife from the ground, aiming it at He's chest. Yet, she was no fool and refused to await her fate. Driven by a fierce will to survive, she rolled off the chair, grabbed the chef to shield herself, and began to scream at the top of her lungs. Help! Someone's trying to kill me. Help! Xiaohong, your father wants to kill me. Save me. As she stumbled towards the house, she sought out Ji Hong. With her son present, Ji Dessen, who adored him, would surely think twice before laying a hand on her. Ji Hong was upstairs trying on a new outfit, torn between a light blue suit with a bow tie or a trendy ensemble. Suddenly, he heard shouts from below. Listening closely, he recognized his mother's voice. Without hesitation, he abandoned his clothes and rushed downstairs. Upon reaching the second floor and scanning the first, he was horrified to witness Ji Dessen, towering and imposing, overpowering He. Dad, what are you doing? Why are you hitting Mom? He struggled desperately, her once immaculate hair now a chaotic mess, her makeup ruined by tears and sauces, stripped of all semblance of her former elegance. Xiaohong, help me. Your father has gone mad. Ji Hong, frantic with concern, rushed down, pushing Ji Dessen aside to shield He. Dad, can we not speak calmly? Why resort to violence? She is your partner, my mother. You must respect her. Ji Dessen's eyes blazed with fury, resembling a feral beast. Respect? You dare speak to me of respect? She cavorts with her lover, committing such disgraceful acts. And you expect me to show her respect? Do not forget, it is I who provides for your every need, not that wretched woman. Ji Hong was taken aback by the revelation of his mother's infidelity, but driven by a desire to defend her, he retorted, What about you? Have you not also been unfaithful with the little maid? As if no one knows. His father's rage, already simmering, flared further at Ji Hong's words. Seizing a nearby piece of porcelain, he hurled it at Ji Hong's head. The porcelain shattered against Ji Hong's forehead, blood streaming down his face. As it fell to the ground with a resounding crash, it could never be restored. Ji Hong gritted his teeth, doing his utmost to remain calm. Dad, today is my birthday. After today, I will be going abroad to study. He took a deep breath. Could you possibly wait until I have celebrated this birthday before finding a suitable time to discuss matters calmly with mother? You two have been married for so many years. Your affection for each other unwavering, and you have become a renowned model couple in the upper echelons of society. Over the years, I have lost count of how many friends envy me for having such a family. Father, my friends will be arriving shortly. Could you please refrain from ruining such a splendid occasion today, on my birthday, in this setting? Ji Hong's earnest words struck a chord with Ji Dessen, highlighting a point he deeply cared about. Indeed, he could unleash his wrath upon his wife or children behind closed doors, but he must never display such behavior in front of outsiders. With Ji Hong's birthday party hosting numerous affluent and influential guests, any scandal about his family would be utterly disgraceful. He possessed a plethora of awards and honors. It was imperative that none of them be tarnished at this moment. Ji Dessen's fury subsided temporarily. He kicked at a shard of porcelain on the floor, grumbling, You two should tidy yourselves up and see how you present yourselves. Half an hour later, He and Ji Hong emerged from the grand living room, looking immaculate and composed, with smiles adorning their faces. They donned expensive attire and carried themselves with elegance and poise, radiating the same boundless splendor as ever. Chapter 44, A Life for a Life. On the 23rd, the weather was clear and fragrant, a perfect day for a celebration. The Ji family's servants had nearly completed the decorations. Colorful ribbons fluttered, balloons swayed, and neon signs wishing happy birthday sparkled with vibrant hues on the lawn. Starting from 4 in the afternoon, the invited guests began to arrive at the Ji residence. He navigated between the servants and guests, orchestrating everything, while Ji Hong engaged in light-hearted banter with his companions, as everyone eagerly awaited the commencement of the birthday feast. In the height of summer, at 4:30 in the afternoon, as the sunlight gradually shifted westward, Ji Lengming, hidden in an abandoned house, glanced at the time and listened to the cicadas chirping outside, feeling that the moment had arrived. He opened the laptop he had brought along, launched a virtual dialing application, and prepared to contact Chen Guangqiang. He believed that, within the tightly woven net of the citywide manhunt, Chen Guangqiang could only struggle for a short while. However, Chen Guangxiang must not be captured. What purpose would it serve to be arrested and sentenced to death? At that moment, Chen Guangxiang was hiding in a sewer, truly resembling a rat in the gutter. He breathed in the foul air, his calves submerged in murky wastewater, exhaustion etched across his face. Yet, he remained steadfast, periodically glancing at his phone, hoping for a call from a special number. Earlier that morning, that very number had informed him of his son's abduction, using it as leverage against him. Regrettably, no matter how many times he attempted to return the call, it consistently indicated that the number did not exist. Chen Guangxiang understood that to learn of his son's whereabouts, he could only passively await news from others. Therefore, even amidst the relentless pursuit he faced, cornered with no way out, he kept his phone on, harboring a fervent hope for that special number to contact him again. His wish was soon fulfilled. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Chen Guangxiang, quick to react, answered almost instantaneously. Anxious and fierce, he inquired, "Is my son in your possession? How is he? Have you harmed him?" Lengming's voice was clear and melodious, akin to the wind gently caressing wind chimes. "Chen Shanghai is alive, but whether he remains so depends on your actions." Chen Guangxiang clenched his fist tightly. "What do you mean?" Lengming's voice, as pristine as a clear blue sky, enunciated distinctly, "A life for a life. Your life in exchange for your son's." Chen Guangxiang hesitated not for a moment. He had committed numerous heinous acts. Yet one thing remained true, his unwavering love for his only son. "All right, where are you? I promise I will not resist. Do as you wish with me. Just please do not harm my son." Lengming's lips curled into a slight smile, radiant and transparent, reminiscent of a lake glistening after rainfall. Or an endless azure sea. "It is not I who will take action. I want you to die at Despised's hands. I want him to bear the guilt of murder. I want him to be utterly disgraced before the public." Chen Guangxiang's heart quaked, his parched lips trembling, utterly taken aback by this unforeseen target of Lengming's. This individual was meticulous and cunning beyond belief, yet he found himself with no room to refuse. Lengming proactively laid out the pros and cons for Chen Guangxiang, his tone gentle and refined. "The matter concerning Du Min has already come to light. Tracing that thread will surely expose your other misdeeds. No matter how skilled your attorney, a death sentence is inevitable. You see, your life is already forfeit. Trading your worthless existence for your son's life seems rather pragmatic, does it not? As long as you perish at Despised's hands, I shall immediately release your son. Not only that, but he will be provided with a life of luxury, living comfortably without a care for the remainder of his days. What say you, Mr. Chen? Do you agree?" Chen Guangxiang's breathing quickened, his heart racked with pain. His eyes brimmed with tears as the once formidable countenance now reflected a profound sense of helplessness. "May I see him once more? If I comply with your demands, will you allow me to gaze upon my son? I wish to see my Heizi." Lengming did not refuse. He sent Chen Guangxiang a video. In it, Chen Shanghai remained bound but was conscious, his eyes blinking intermittently, not particularly alert. Seeing his son's face again, Chen Guangxiang was overwhelmed with emotion. At 7 in the evening, as the sun descended, the world returned to a state of obscurity and chaos. The residence was ablaze with light and festivity, filled to the brim with esteemed guests. The garden buffet table was laden with exquisite food and drinks, while music, lights, and spirits transformed the magnificent garden into a grand ballroom. The crowd mingled and flowed, yet Wen Wan searched for Lengming amidst the throng, only to find no trace of him. "Ah, Miss Wen, how have you been of late?" A passerby approached Wen Wan, who stood alone. Wen Wan dismissed him with a glance. "Leave me be." The man persisted, "Do not be like that." Before he could finish, Evan, who stood beside Wen Wan, seized him and hurled him into the pool. Observing the splashes on Evan's attire, Wen Wan, unexpectedly benevolent, offered him a tissue. "Have you not found him either?" Evan wiped the water from his face and nodded. "We have searched every nook and cranny of the residence, yet there is no sign of the second young master. He seems to have left this morning and has yet to return." Wen Wan felt a surge of frustration. "Do you think he might have gone back to City C?" Evan replied, "We have already notified the shipping, railway, aviation, and land transport departments to remain vigilant, but there have been no reports of his departure thus far." Wen Wan's breath quickened, her heart a tumult of urgency, anger, and helplessness. In truth, she harbored a suspicion. She suspected that Lengming had been confined by the family. After he had confronted Qin He, it was equivalent to offending her. Given Qin He's nature, she would not simply let this matter rest. If Lengming is indeed detained by Qin He and the others, how will she compel them to surrender him? Just then, Hung approached. Dressed impeccably, his appearance was somewhat marred by a thick bandage on his forehead, which significantly detracted from his ensemble and charm. He offered a drink to Wen Wan, who waved her hand, about to decline. Hung chuckled, "I am leaving Yanqing tonight. After all these years of friendship, you won't even accept a drink from me?" Wen Wan cast a languid glance in his direction, her tone frigid. "Moral coercion does not work on me. I possess no morals. Put away your drink." Hang's expression stiffened. He surveyed the surroundings, relieved to find no one paying attention to their exchange, and intended to utter a few softer words. However, Evan had already positioned himself in front of Wen Wan, obstructing Ji Heng's gaze. At that moment, Ji Dessen, clad in a white suit and white tie, resembling a sanctified priest, approached. Observing Wen Wan's frosty demeanor towards Ji Heng, he snorted in disdain. He raised a glass of wine and approached her, his smile warm and benevolent. Wen Wan, if you refuse to drink with little Heng, surely you can share a toast with your uncle? Being a senior relative, Ji Dessen's presence prompted Evan to step aside out of courtesy. Evan thought, while it was acceptable for his boss to disregard Ji Heng, given their equal standing, it was inappropriate to show disrespect to a senior. Yet, what kind of person was Wen Wan? How could she possibly demean herself for someone she held in such little regard? Refusing to drink meant just that. Not even the king himself could sway her. Seated in the plush chair, her gaze might have been upward, but her demeanor exuded the majesty of a sovereign. Uncle Ji still has the leisure to drink. I wonder if this is a drink of remorse for losing territory or a toast to the imminent imprisonment of his capable subordinate. Huh, you can still stomach this wine. Ji Dessen was struck where it hurt, nearly losing his gentlemanly composure. Then, Wen Wan uttered another remark that shattered Ji Dessen's restraint. I heard that Ji Lengming has been apprehended for confronting Aunt Qin. Is there any truth to this? Ji Dessen's neck flushed crimson. Utter nonsense. Wen Wan's gaze burned with intensity, a palpable pressure emanating from her. I care not whether it is nonsense. If you truly have concealed him, I advise you to release him promptly. I will wait until 10 o'clock. If I do not see Ji Lengming by then, I shall wreak havoc upon your banquet. Chapter 45, The Retribution. A mere yellow-haired girl dares to speak boldly in the Ji family's domain. Ji Dessen was seething with anger. The day had not been favorable. First, he faced losses in territory. Then Chun Guangqiang was wanted throughout the city, and now a mere junior dared to challenge him. The illustrious Ji family had yet to fall. Wen Wan rose from her seat, her expression strikingly fierce, as if she were an avalanche ready to descend. She paid no heed to Ji Dessen and turned towards the sound system bar situated in the center of the garden. At that moment, the DJ controlled the ambience. With soft music and dim lights surrounding clusters of people engaged in casual conversation, relaxed and at ease. Thus, Wen Wan's commanding approach drew the attention of many. Evan promptly assisted Wen Wan by ushering the DJ aside. Taking center stage, Wen Wan turned off the soft music, connected the microphone, cranked up the volume, and firmly tapped the microphone casing until a distinct echo resonated. She began to speak into the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Wen Wan. I stand here to declare my position to the Ji family. If Ji Dessen does not surrender Ji Lengming before 10 o'clock, I shall personally deliver a grand gift. It is now 7 o'clock. If I do not see him by 8, I shall initiate my first act of retribution. At 9, if he remains missing, I shall commence my second act of vengeance. I, Wen Wan, a scion of a prestigious family, challenge you to respond. Having declared her intentions, Wen Wan tossed the microphone aside and descended from the bar with an elegant flourish. In the dim light, her slender figure appeared delicate, yet undeniably emanated a formidable power capable of shattering mountains and parting seas. Ji Dessen, standing beside Ji Heng, was seething with rage, his frustration extending from head to toe, nearly losing his balance in his fury. Rebellious, unruly. If we cannot teach her manners, we shall summon her father to discipline her. Ji Dessen hastily dialed Wen Tongren. At this hour, Wen Tongren was still in a meeting, his phone with his secretary. The secretary glanced at the incoming call and whispered to Wen Tongren, General Ji's call. Should we answer? Wen Tongren waved his hand dismissively, his intentions clear. He would not take the call. He had his own schemes. With Chun Guangqiang's issues arising, and given his ties to Ji Dessen, it was prudent to avoid any potential fallout affecting the Ji family. At this critical juncture, it was best not to make contact. As Wen Tongren's call went unanswered, Ji Dessen was nearly beside himself with rage. Ah, truly, the arrogant Wen family. I shall relish the day they grovel at my feet. Ji Heng's expression was equally grim. Wen Wan had become entirely unhinged. It was unclear what Ji Lengming had fed her, but it had transformed her demeanor entirely. What of Ji Lengming? Should they search for him? Logically speaking, on his brother's birthday, he should have made an appearance to offer his blessings. Why were they now scrambling to find him? Ji Dessen concurred with Ji Heng's sentiments. A brother missing on his sibling's birthday was a son who showed no respect for his elders. He could be disregarded. Let that unfilial son fend for himself. I shall wait to see how Wen Wan retaliates against the Ji family. Meanwhile, Ji Lengming had reached an agreement with Chun Guangqiang. He released Chun Changhai and guaranteed his future well-being. In exchange, Chun Guangqiang devised a scheme for Ji Dessen to personally eliminate him. As soon as his connection with Chun Guangqiang was severed, Ji Lengming closed his laptop and began assembling a timed explosive device. There were 6 barrels of gasoline in total, and he needed to construct 6 timed detonators. As for the bound Chun Changhai, Ji Lengming had never entertained the notion of sparing his life. Chun Guangqiang was ruthless, and his son Chun Changhai would undoubtedly be no different. In time, Chun Changhai would surpass his father, becoming even more cunning and merciless. Ji Lengming stood in direct opposition to Chun Changhai, and all his actions were observed by the latter. There was no possibility of their becoming allies. A potential enemy like Qin Shanghai would not be afforded the opportunity to grow. Bound, Qin Shanghai was acutely aware of Ji Lengming's intentions. He laughed nonchalantly, as if indifferent to his impending demise. You never intended to let me go, did you? Those earlier words were merely a ruse to deceive my father, weren't they? Ji Lengming raised his head slightly. You are smarter than your father. Qin Shanghai burst into laughter, only to devolve into a tirade of curses, hurling insults from Ji Lengming's ancestors to his descendants, with every word laced with profanity. Ji Lengming remained unfazed, methodically continuing his assembly of the devices. As 8 o'clock approached, the 6 crude-time detonators were completed. Ji Lengming surveyed the desolate mansion with a calm demeanor, meticulously clearing away any superfluous traces left at the scene. After several confirmations that no evidence remained, he affixed the detonator to the oil drum. Subsequently, he began to pour a dark purple crystalline compound onto the ground. It was potassium permanganate, a potent oxidizer. If all proceeded as expected, in 10 minutes, the detonation device would rupture the 6 oil drums, causing gasoline to flow incessantly from the gaping openings, merging with the abundant oxidizer strewn across the floor. At that moment, a mere spark would ignite the dilapidated and remote abode, reducing it to ashes in the explosive aftermath of the 6 oil drums. Having completed his preparations, Ji Lengming activated the timer and stepped into the vast night, not casting a backward glance. 20 minutes later, in an uninhabited wilderness, a resounding explosion shattered the stillness, followed by 2 muffled thuds. The long-abandoned, decrepit house was torn to shreds in the violent blast, flames soaring into the sky. As the clock approached 8 o'clock, only 3 minutes remained until Wen Wan declared war on Ji Dessen. What is the status? Still no word. All right. It seems some people only weep when they see the coffin. Wen Wan stood on the corridor, gripping the railing with both hands, her gaze fixed on the starry sky. Is the super photographer ready? Evan, ready. We've negotiated prices with all major online platforms. Once we release this scoop, it's guaranteed to top the trending charts. The online influencers are on board, and we've reached out to several popular bloggers, including Dayu and Baijia. Additionally, I've spoken with that little star. He once filmed a scandalous video in your dressing room, which yielded excellent marketing results for your Qingmu fashion line. He stated that his current success is entirely due to your support, so he is willing to comply with your wishes. Wen Wan was quite pleased with the man's perceptiveness. Then inform him that once the video featuring him and Qin he goes live on the trending platforms, he should select the most popular live streaming service for a broadcast. During the stream, he should divulge more details about his relationship with Qin He, amplifying the heat of this incident. Understood. With only one last minute until 8 o'clock, Wen Wan inquired once more about Ji Dessen, and after receiving a firm refusal, she unhesitatingly instructed all major platforms to launch a 6-panel comic strip. At exactly 8 o'clock, across the nation, anyone who had downloaded Weibo, Baidu, UC Browser, or any social media platform simultaneously received a push notification of a 6-panel comic. The comic was exquisitely styled, yet profoundly scandalous and vulgar. The first panel depicted a graceful matron alongside a youthful and vibrant young man. The second illustrated their passionate encounter. The third showed the matron returning home to confront her husband, mocking him for being as thin as a toothpick. The fourth panel revealed the matron's husband, tragically adorned with the green hat of infidelity, who, in a desperate attempt to prevent his wife from revealing his 30-second escapade, willingly vacated their marital home to allow the two to revel in their escapades. In essence, the comic's narrative was exceedingly melodramatic, encapsulating all the concerns men typically harbor: the green-hatted man, the impotent husband, and the subservient sycophant. Following this, various influencers sprang into action. A multitude of paid marketing accounts eagerly speculated on the identity of the young man. Through comparative analysis of the comic's characters, they swiftly pinpointed several recently popular young stars within the entertainment industry whose appearances closely matched the depiction. Ordinary individuals, who rarely paid attention to current affairs, possessed an insatiable curiosity regarding celebrity privacy, particularly when intertwined with scandalous narratives. Consequently, there was little need for further provocation. The name of the green-hatted man spread like wildfire across the land. Among those celebrating Ji Heng's birthday were numerous adept internet users. Upon encountering such explosive revelations, they hastily shared the news. Matters of romance and betrayal spread virally, one telling 10, 10 telling 100, within moments. All attendees of the banquet were aware of the green-hatted man's plight. Originally gathered to celebrate Ji Heng, the event unexpectedly devolved into a discussion on the identity of the young man and the unfortunate fate of the green-hatted husband. Some recalled Wen Wan's forewarning. Wait, didn't Wen Wan say she would take retaliatory action at 8 o'clock? This comic conveniently launched at 8. Could this be related to her? This question successfully instilled a sense of unease among all present. Unbeknownst to Ji Lengming, Wen Wan was wreaking havoc at the Ji residence. Nor was he aware of the considerable resources she had deployed in her quest to find him. His plan was to first meet Wang Cici at the night bar, confirm that she would send someone to retrieve Duanyu, and then quietly return to the vicinity of the Ji residence to gather information. As long as he could confirm that Ji Dessen was witnessed committing murder in a public setting, he could return to City C. However, he had not anticipated the monumental impact of Wen Wan's orchestrated media campaign. At the Ji household, the once lively atmosphere turned somber and anxious due to Wen Wan's threat of retaliation and the timely release of the six-panel comic. Everyone had gathered to enjoy themselves, not to witness one another's familial disgrace. Family scandals should not be aired in public. The awkwardness of their presence was palpable. Some cautiously suggested, "Shall we wait a little longer? If by 9 o'clock there are still similar reports, we can concoct an excuse to leave." Yes. Perhaps it's merely a coincidence that it coincides with Wen Wan's timing. That comic may not even pertain to the Ji family. Jin He, Ji Dessen, and Ji Hung also received news regarding this matter. Ji Dessen, with his extensive connections, quickly learned who was behind the financial backing, while others remained oblivious to the truth. They were well aware, prompting Ji Dessen to angrily shatter an entire cupboard of dishes in the kitchen. "Is this intolerable?" Wen Wan's voice echoed through the Ji residence's hall. She stood bathed in the cold white light, her skin almost translucent. Her voice, like the light, was frigid. "And now it's 9 o'clock. Is your response still the same as before? Jin He, if you have him detained, you ought to release him at once." Jin He felt quite wronged. "When did I ever detain him? He assaulted me, and my neck is still red. He is far too ferocious for me to keep confined." Ji Dessen turned to Wen Wan. "You heard that too. That scoundrel's disappearance has nothing to do with the Ji family. Furthermore, Wen Wan, allow me to say something that may be inappropriate. Ji Lengming is merely the son of a foot masseuse. He is impoverished, a lowly commoner. Were it not for my benevolence in providing him with a meal, he would have long perished from starvation. I have shown him the utmost kindness. Yet you, the Wen family, are aristocrats. You belong to high society. And now, you forsake an outstanding lineage like Ji Hung to pursue a lowly individual. It is truly a disgrace to your esteemed family." Wen Wan was not well acquainted with Ji Lengming's background. He seldom spoke of his past, especially regarding his mother, of whom she had only seen photographs in a tin box and had never heard Ji Lengming recount any stories. "So his mother was a foot masseuse?" Wen Wan chuckled coldly. "I address you as Uncle Ji out of respect, yet you truly believe yourself to be significant. Remember, no matter how much I tarnish the reputation of the Wen family, it is still a status you cannot attain. 9 o'clock. If I cannot see Ji Lengming, then prepare for your family's downfall." As Wen Wan departed, Ji Dessen, consumed by fury, shattered an entire cabinet of porcelain dishes. Yet, feeling unsatisfied, he proceeded to smash plates, soup bowls, and spoons, turning the opulently decorated, spacious kitchen into a chaotic mess. The household staff dared not approach, instead cowering in their respective rooms, unwilling to face the tempest of misfortune. An hour slipped by in an instant. What was once a joyous and harmonious birthday celebration now grew increasingly peculiar. The entire garden was adorned with colorful decorations, yet the atmosphere lacked any semblance of festivity, replaced instead by a creeping sense of anxiety. Even when the chef wheeled out a magnificent 9-tier birthday cake, meticulously prepared over a day and night, it could not quell the restless discomfort that enveloped the guests. As the hands of the clock inched closer to 9 o'clock, everyone present began to surreptitiously check their phones. At precisely 9 o'clock, news broke that the sensational star had indeed admitted to an affair with a wealthy heiress, a revelation that not only her husband was aware of, but also wholeheartedly supported. The temperature in the garden plummeted to a chilling low. Ji Hung sat beside the towering birthday cake, his stern countenance gazing up at the darkened sky. This night was supposed to be filled with starlight. "Ji Hung, I have some matters at home, so I won't linger. Happy birthday." Ji Hung turned his pained gaze. "Have a slice of cake before you leave." "No thanks, I'm on a diet." With the departure of the first guest, a wave of others followed suit, unable to contain their eagerness to leave. Many did not even bother to bid farewell, as if the Ji family had been struck by a plague, and all sought to avoid it. In the blink of an eye, the once vibrant hall was left desolate and empty. The elaborate preparations for the birthday celebration now felt eerily lonely. Ji Hung himself took a silver platter, scooped a spoonful of cake, and took a small bite, the sweet cream melting on his tongue. Today was his birthday, yet no one was there to savor his cake. After the first bite, Ji Hung chuckled softly. In a fit of rage, he hurled the silver platter to the ground, and with a mighty heave, he toppled the 9-tiered cake, white cream splattering everywhere, the soft, baked layers crumbling into a mess, and the cake stand flew far away, shattered into pieces. Celebrate a birthday. Celebrate your mother's birthday. Ji Hung was left alone in the garden to bid farewell to his guests. Meanwhile, his parents were engaged in a furious argument and physical altercation indoors. Everything that could be destroyed in their room was in ruins, both of them bloodied and bearing expressions of fierce wrath and unyielding combativeness. They hurled accusations and insults at each other, becoming sworn enemies. This grand, yet empty mansion could not provide a moment of peace, until a figure entered the Ji household, momentarily easing the internal strife. Shun Guangxiang, disheveled and ragged, emitted a foul odor with each step he took. Ji Hung could only intercept him from a distance. "Uncle Chong, please stand there and don't move. Are you looking for my dad?" Shun Guangxiang blinked his dull eyes, finally realizing he had arrived at the Ji residence. He licked his cracked lips. "Where's your dad?" Ji Hung was aware that Chun Guangqiang was now a wanted criminal, but had no desire to involve himself in familial matters. Wait a moment, I'll fetch my dad. Chun Guangqiang declined. No, I'll go find him directly. He's at home, right? Ji Hung thought perhaps Chun Guangqiang's arrival would interrupt his parents' endless disputes, and thus acquiesced. Then follow me. Chun Guangqiang trailed behind Ji Hung as they moved forward. He looked around in confusion and asked, "Isn't today your birthday? Where is everyone?" The moment he asked, Ji Hung's expression soured. "They've all left." Chun Guangqiang became agitated. "They all left? Why did they leave? There was food and drink. Why would they go?" Ji Hung was taken aback. Why did Chun Guangqiang care more about the guest's departure than he did? Chun Guangqiang could not afford to be unconcerned. His son's life was in the hands of others. The adversary demanded that he compel Ji Dessen to kill him in front of everyone. Now that everyone had departed, how could he fulfill his task? Chun Guangqiang halted in his tracks, but Ji Hung ignored him, striding onward, crossing the threshold and entering the living room. He shouted up the stairs, "Dad, Mom. Uncle Chong is here. You'd better figure out what to do." As soon as he spoke, the two upstairs ceased their battle. Clearly, Chun Guangqiang's presence posed a greater threat than their internal conflicts and the potential damage to their reputation. Ji Dessen donned a coat, preparing to go outside. Suddenly, he noticed a sharp fruit knife on the ground, a malicious glint crossing his features. He picked up the knife and concealed it before descending the stairs. Upon seeing Chun Guangqiang standing on the outdoor steps, he hurried over. "How dare you come here? I don't want to be implicated by you. While no one is around, you should leave quickly. For the sake of our past friendship, I'll pretend I didn't see you." Chun Guangqiang swallowed hard. A wave of bitter irony washing over him. What did he mean by pretending not to see him? Had he not bared his heart over the years? Wasn't he the one who had taken care of many of Ji Dessen's dirty deeds? Now, it seemed he wanted to sever ties and wash his hands clean. Ji Dessen's displeasure grew evident. "Your matters have nothing to do with me. Don't think you can drag me down with you. Get out of here, or I'll call the police." Chun Guangqiang, filled with indignation, retorted, "Fine, let the cops come. Let's see if you can withstand the investigation. Don't forget, the money from my gambling debts went straight into your pocket. That bill still remains at the casino. And those women from Zaiwala, if I hadn't made them homeless, could you have entertained those guests? You're clean. You're glorious. Without me, you're nothing." Ji Dessen's face twisted into a terrifying snarl. But the next moment, he forced himself to suppress the boiling rage within. Ji Dessen approached, patting his old friend's shoulder. "Oh, I was just joking. Don't take it to heart. Why don't you stay here for a while? Clean yourself up. You look filthy. Have a hot shower and some food. I'll think of a way to help you." Saying this, he insisted on pulling Chun Guangqiang into the Ji residence, regardless of how dirty he was. Knowing Ji Dessen well, Chun Guangqiang sensed something was amiss. Yet, his attempts to retreat were no match for Ji Dessen's speed. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his waist, and a gush of crimson blood seeped through his clothing. Instinctively, he tried to cover the wound with his hand. However, Ji Dessen showed no mercy, stabbing him more than 10 times, blood dripping down in torrents, the nauseating smell of blood mingling with the stench around them. Chun Guangqiang's limbs grew heavy, his legs buckling beneath him, his vision blurring as he collapsed into a pool of blood, gradually ceasing to breathe. Nearby, Ji Hung stood frozen in shock, having witnessed his father commit murder. Yet, Ji Dessen remained unfazed, even commanding Ji Hung to assist him in burying the body. "Today marks your birthday, and I find myself at a loss for gifts to present you. Instead, I shall impart to you the art of disposing of a corpse. Bear in mind, such individuals have met their just deserts. Their existence serves solely to accentuate the brilliance of our kind. As a scion of high society, you ought not to sully your hands with such matters. Henceforth, remember to enlist someone to attend to these grim tasks on your behalf. Should they prove obstinate, eliminate them and recruit another. After all, the impoverished are plentiful, and many would gladly toil for you." Ji Hung's heart raced uncontrollably. His complexion had drained of color, and his lips trembled. The events of the day had exceeded the limits of his endurance. His mother's infidelity, his father's murderous actions. The harmonious and blissful family he had always taken pride in was but a fleeting illusion. Today is the birthday of the individual known as Ji Hung. It is also the day of his demise. Chapter 47, Nightfall Bar. Wen Wan departed from the Ji residence before 10 o'clock, even earlier than those who had first suggested leaving. This was primarily due to receiving a report about a lead. Someone claimed to have spotted Ji Lengming at the entrance of Nightfall Bar, a renowned nightlife venue in Yang City. To substantiate their assertion, they had even sent a photograph to Wen Wan. Owing to the poor lighting, the individual in the photo was not distinctly recognizable. Yet Wen Wan immediately discerned that it was indeed Ji Lengming. Upon learning of Ji Lengming's whereabouts, Wen Wan was uncertain how to process her emotions. There was a semblance of relief that he was at least safe, yet it was accompanied by indignation. She had searched tirelessly for him, fearing he might be victimized, only for him to appear in a place she never would have anticipated. Nightfall Bar, a den of debauchery where hedonism reigns, is the largest and most opulent nightlife establishment in Yang City. Just because Wen Wan did not frequent such places did not mean she was oblivious to them. Within her social circle, there were many who indulged in nightlife. Merely listening to their discussions allowed her to surmise much about the ways of such venues. Now, with a mere photograph revealing Ji Lengming's presence in such a locale, she felt an amalgamation of relief and indignation, alongside a surreal sense of absurdity. Would Ji Lengming truly come to such a place? It seemed highly improbable. In earlier days, a simple kiss would turn his delicate ears crimson for an eternity. At times, when she sought to tease him into initiating a kiss, he would become flustered, his gaze evasive, his face flushed, breathing uneven. He appeared so innocent, so bashful, so pure. Why then would such a reserved individual find himself here? Wen Wan gritted her teeth, her skirt billowing as she entered through the opulent, weathered doors. Wang Cici sat in the inner booth, flanked by two muscular men. Before her, a crystal table was adorned with an array of drinks, platters of fruit, snacks, and roses, all under a celestial-themed dome that bathed the space in a magical hue amidst the shifting beams of light. Ji Lengming sat quietly across from Wang Cici. The music was deafening, and the exuberant cries of young revelers made it exceedingly difficult for him to hear Wang Cici's complete thoughts. I have arrived. It is time for you to fulfill your promise. Wang Cici was dressed alluringly, her gaze seductive, her figure curvaceous, her lips redolent of wine, exuding an intoxicating allure that beckoned mischief. She playfully tapped the thigh of the muscular man to her left, whispering something in his ear. Soon enough, the man turned his attention to Ji Lengming and approached him. President Wang wants you to sit closer, otherwise she won't be able to hear you. Ji Lengming remained unmoved, instead retrieving a notebook and pen from his satchel. Grasping the pen, he wrote swiftly, then handed the notebook and pen to Wang Cici. Wang Cici remarked, even these two muscular men find it amusing. It's the first time they've seen someone bring paper and pen to a nightclub. Ignoring Ji Lengming's mode of communication, she chose to sit beside him, drawing closer, her body infused with a faint scent of wine and musk. This reminded Ji Lengming of the tranquil aroma of cedarwood that lingered on Wen Wan, fresh and untouched by the thaw. Disliking the scent that enveloped Wang Cici, he contemplated moving to another sofa. Where are you going? Wang Cici grasped Ji Lengming's arm, insisting, stay with me for a moment. Ji Lengming forced himself to endure, stating, President Wang, I believe our relationship is one of collaboration, characterized by mutual respect and equality. If there is anything you wish to discuss, let us do so in a more formal setting. Wang Cici pretended not to hear his words, her soft, almost boneless arms encircling his slender waist. What did you say? I didn't catch that. Could you please speak louder? Ji Lengming desperately sought to pry her arms away, but just as he was about to make contact, she cunningly withdrew her hand, leaving him grasping at air. She sat with her legs crossed, her shoulders sinking into the plush white sofa, her laughter bold and unabashed. We're here to have fun tonight, not to discuss work. She propped her chin on one hand, extending the other. Come, let us shake hands, as a formal introduction. Ji Lengming, lacking experience in interacting with women, particularly seasoned socialites, felt overwhelmed. However, before he could respond, another hand grasped Wang Cici's outstretched one. The newcomer was forceful, smoothly pulling her arm upward with a slight exertion, effectively dislocating her shoulder. It was only then that Wang Cici felt a piercing pain shoot through her shoulder. Evan informed the bar manager to turn off the music. Wang Cici's gaze shifted to the individual who had so brazenly dislocated her arm. Before her stood an extraordinarily beautiful young woman. At first glance, she was striking, but with a second glance, Wang Cici was overwhelmed not by her beauty but by the commanding presence she exuded, as if an army marched at her back. In her mere stance, she became the focal point, rendering the entire nightlife scene mere embellishment. You wish to shake his hand. You are not worthy. The thunderous music fell silent. The abrupt stillness enveloped the revelers, plunging them into momentary astonishment. Therefore, Wen Wan's high-pitched proclamation resonated clearly through the dance hall. Wang Cici felt an inexplicable embarrassment. A mere child had the audacity to injure her and speak so boldly. If she did not teach this little brat a lesson, where would she hide her face? Wang Cici, a woman of resolve, gripped her arm, enduring the pain as she forcibly reconnected her dislocated limb. She was a woman of power, decisive and relentless, her aura surging with each passing moment. What audacity! Where did this blonde girl come from? Shouldn't you be at home, nursing from your mother? I will ensure you regret your actions tonight. Initially, Wen Wan had no intention of confronting Wang Cici. However, upon witnessing her readiness to engage, the pent-up frustration within her found an outlet. Wang Cici addressed one of the brawny bodyguards beside her, commanding, clear the bar, and turn the lights up to their brightest. I want this little girl to understand what it means to bring calamity upon oneself. Meanwhile, Ji Lengming, who had remained silent, wore a countenance as grim as that of the two women. He had been coerced into this situation by Wang Cici, initially intending to exchange a few words before departing, only to be surprised that Wen Wan had pursued him. Now, they were embroiled in a conflict. He had no desire to become entangled in their quarrel and sought to make his exit. However, the two women were utterly intolerable, with one in front and the other behind, compelling the bodyguards to obstruct his path. Avon, young Master Ji, I implore you to remain seated on the sofa for a while. Wang Cici's brawny bodyguard interjected. Mr. G, our general manager Wang requests your patience. Please indulge in food and drink. The expenses will be charged to her account. Ji Lengming, caught between the two women, felt disdain, particularly as he was treated as a mere trophy. I must leave. Wen Wan approached with a cold expression, producing a pair of handcuffs from an unknown source and clicking them onto him. Thinking of leaving? Her eyes glowed crimson, her tone laced with cruelty. You must first consider the price I have paid before you can depart. Dare to let another woman touch you, and think of her fate. Chapter 48, The Spread of Blood. Go capture that girl for me. Wang Cici's bodyguard complied, but was intercepted by Avon. Without hesitation, Avon drew his sidearm. Upon seeing the gun, Wang Cici's expression shifted. It seemed this girl had some connections. Who are you? Introduce yourself to my sister. Wen Wan pulled Ji Lengming behind her. I fear you may not live to hear my name. She commanded Avon. First, break her hand. This was the first time Wang Cici had encountered someone so audacious, as if casually ordering a butcher's execution. Avon, loyal to Wen Wan, upon hearing her command, drew his gun, affixed a silencer, and aimed at Wang Cici's arm. Being a native of the port city, Wang Cici was no stranger to such scenes. Having grown up witnessing her father rise as a formidable figure straddling both the underworld and legitimate business. Acting swiftly, she flipped over a table, the sturdy crystal surface absorbing a bullet. Rolling away, she leaped 3 meters to snatch a fruit knife from a neighboring table and hurled it towards Wen Wan. Wen Wan's reflexes were equally sharp. She pressed Ji Lengming down onto the sofa and swiftly executed a spinning kick that sent the fruit knife flying. At this moment, the dance floor was being cleared under the manager's orders. Fortunately, the bar's overhead lights had yet to be illuminated, and the patrons, preoccupied with their own amusement, were oblivious to the gunfire and ensuing chaos nearby. Wang Cici's 2 bodyguards returned to her side. Avon positioned himself in front of Wen Wan, who stood beside the sofa, effectively blocking Wang Cici's view of Ji Lengming. The two sides faced off, sparks igniting in the air, teetering on the brink of renewed conflict. Wen Wan felt both dizzy and remarkably rational. The dizziness stemmed from Ji Lengming's secret rendezvous with a sultry woman, while her rationality revolved around a clear plan to eliminate Wang Cici. She extracted her phone and began calling for reinforcements. Bring everyone nearby here. Yes, the night bar. Once the bar is entirely cleared, encircle this area. Wang Cici was taken aback. The other party's call for reinforcements was not a mere bluff to intimidate. She was genuinely summoning assistance. Wen Wan appeared to be merely an 18-year-old girl, a demographic typically engaged in shopping and socializing, rather than orchestrating a mobilization. The ability to command such forces indicated she wielded significant power. Even with an illustrious lineage, her parents could hardly be expected to entrust authority to a mere child. Wang Cici grew serious. Girl, I believe we need to reintroduce ourselves. I am Wang Cici, from the port city, here in Yangqing to acquire land for a plaza. Wen Wan interrupted. I do not care who you are. If you have wronged someone you should not have, you must be prepared to face the consequences. Wang Cici recalled Wen Wan's earlier action of handcuffing Ji Lengming and, with a flash of insight, understood who the untouchable person was. Are you referring to Ji Lengming? Wang Cici quickly distanced herself from him, saying, I have nothing to do with him. He merely asked for my assistance, so do not misunderstand. Her words only served to infuriate Wen Wan further. He asked for help from such an old and unattractive woman and did not come to me. Do you even care? Wang Cici could concede but would never admit to being old and ugly. Young lady, enough. There must be limits to your opportunism. I can resolve our conflict. But that does not mean I fear you. If you continue to malign me, I swear I will flay you alive. Despite her bravado, Wang Cici was subtly signaling Ji Lengming to take action, urging him to facilitate her escape. As long as the green hills remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. A strong dragon does not suppress a local snake. This time I concede. After all, there will be more opportunities for revenge in the future. Ji Lengming, having remained silent throughout, finally grasped Wang Cici's hints. She was using Duan Yu's situation to threaten him. Yet, he remained unmoved, returning her gaze with an even colder look. To Wen Wan, the exchange of glances between them signified a clandestine communication occurring right under her nose, and she could no longer endure it. Seizing Avon's weapon, she fired a shot towards Wang Cici. Having experienced the chaos of gunfire before, Wang Cici rolled to evade the attack. Then, as agile as a cat, she closed the distance to Wen Wan, preparing for close combat. If the other party was relying on a gun, they would see who could prevail in hand-to-hand combat. Both Wen Wan and Wang Cici had undergone martial arts training from a young age, and their fighting styles were far from superficial. When Wang Cici initiated a close attack, Wen Wan tossed the gun to Avon and engaged unarmed. Wang Cici threw a straight punch, which Wen Wan narrowly dodged, pivoting her body to deliver a hook to the other's jaw. Following up with a combination of an abdominal kick and elbow strike, Wang Cici countered by driving her abdomen against Wen Wan's attack. The two exchanged blows, each strike resonating with intent, the air thick with hostility and vigor. Ultimately, Wen Wan seized upon a moment of vulnerability in Wang Cici's defense, executing a sweeping leg kick that sent Wang Cici crashing down, her arm constraining Wang Cici's throat. Wang Cici gasped for breath, sensing that her opponent genuinely intended to kill her. If she did not act quickly to save herself, she might truly meet her end here. Her only hope lay with Lengming. Summoning all her strength, Wang Cici yelled, 25. Wen Wan was perplexed by Wang Cici's exclamation. However, the composed Lengming understood its significance. Wang Cici had originally demanded 300,000 in cash and a 20 share of the land's profits. Now, to extricate herself from her predicament, she had raised the price to 25. Yet, Lengming remained unresponsive. Clearly, the additional 5 was insufficient. Wang Cici gritted her teeth, her eyes shimmering with an intense desire to survive. 30. Lengming toyed with the shackles on his wrists. 35. Lengming felt that this price was as anticipated and finally spoke. He had remained silent until now, fully aware that Wen Wan could become utterly unreasonable when she was being domineering. The best course of action was to ignore her and maintain his silence. As long as Wen Wan did not push him too hard, he would not easily succumb to anger. Lengming shook his wrist, the metallic clinks of the handcuffs ringing out. Upon hearing the sound, Wen Wan immediately looked up at him. Lengming returned her gaze, leaning against the sofa cushion. He possessed delicate features and a faint smile that exuded the languid essence of spring. Upon seeing this long-missed smile, Wen Wan's heart raced uncontrollably, her eyes sparkling with delight. Unable to contain herself any longer, she abandoned the subdued Wang Cici and hurriedly ran to Lengming, grasping his hands tightly. What's wrong? I'm hungry. A wave of immense joy surged through Wen Wan, her heart swelling with a bittersweet ache, every strand of her hair yearning to sing freely. All right. What do you wish to eat? I'll have someone prepare it for you immediately. Lengming did not respond directly, but instead shook the shackles on his wrist. Can they be unlocked? Wen Wan's expression faltered, her mind caught in a fierce internal struggle, conflicting emotions causing her to temporarily forget about Wang Cici. Seizing this unique opportunity, Wang Cici suddenly sprang up, leaping several steps away before vanishing at the bar's exit in the blink of an eye. Once Wang Cici departed, Lengming swiftly reverted to his indifferent demeanor. Even the dullest of individuals could perceive the shift, especially someone like Wen Wan. The immense joy she had just experienced morphed into overwhelming disappointment, shattering the fragile strings of reason into countless fragments. You designed this for her. Her voice was laced with the sharpness of broken glass. The previously gentle gaze instantly transformed into a tempest of fury. If you intend to act, then act to the end. With a raw cry, Wen Wan could no longer contain herself. She tore open Lengming's shirt, leaned in, and let her tears fall freely, her fierce teeth sinking into his shoulder. Blood began to seep. Chapter 49. He repaid her great kindness. Facing the wrathful Wen Wan, Lengming remained eerily calm. Even as his shoulder bled profusely from her bite, even as Wen Wan yearned to tear flesh from him, she eventually softened, transforming her wrath into cautious attempts at placation, which ultimately devolved into painful, inching kisses. Wen Wan's kisses were fervent and urgent, her hands gripping his narrow waist, growing more passionate with each moment as she clutched at his hem, crumpling and twisting the fabric. Lengming completely ignored the woman clinging to him, as if this body were not his own, dismissing the pain and discomfort as inconsequential. His mind raced, desperately seeking a means of escape. Given Wen Wan's obsessive possessiveness over him, it was unrealistic to think he could extricate himself alone. He needed external assistance. Wei Zhan was a pawn that could not be revealed just yet. Sun Biao was too weak. Wang Cici was in no position to help herself. And Wen Tongren would likely struggle to control the current Wen Wan. The only person capable of matching Wen Wan's strength and willing to assist him sprang to Lengming's mind, Du Qinglin. In the moment Wen Wan was distracted, Lengming sent a message to Du Qinglin. At midnight, Du Qinglin was still awake, shivering in his single apartment while watching a horror movie. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his lap, startling him so much that he nearly dropped his laptop. Who dares to message me at this hour? He glanced at the number. Lengming. He opened the message. Please rush to Jiulong Garden as soon as possible. Prepare a convoy of no less than 20 vehicles. I have been detained by Wen Wan. Du Qinglin's eyes widened in shock. How did these two get entangled again? Wen Wan and Lengming. Though he was unaware of the specifics, he knew their relationship was far from ordinary. Ever since he had taken Wen Wan and Lengming out for a meal, she had finally settled down and ceased her antics. It hadn't been long since then, and she was already acting up again. Moreover, he needed to prepare a convoy. What on earth was happening? Du Qinglin shook his head in exasperation. At my age, I still have to clean up after these youngsters. What a calamity. Given Du Qinglin's wealth, arranging a convoy at this late hour was not a challenge. However, he was extremely curious about what Lengming intended to do. Lengming had to be rescued. Without him, how could his cloud computing venture survive? Even though Du Qinglin found it troublesome, he resigned himself to gathering his belongings and driving from City C to Yang City. At the night bar, Wen Wan was no longer satisfied with mere kisses. Half of her face flushed, her eyes dark and swirling with intense affection, her lips stained with blood, exuding a broken yet haunting beauty. Her kisses transformed from bites to deep embraces, then from deep kisses to delicate pecks, trailing from his neck to his ears, lingering on his jawline. As she was about to press her lips against his, a wave of revulsion flashed in Ji Lengming's eyes, unable to contain his emotions. He suddenly pushed her away. Wen Wan, caught off guard, staggered backward and fell onto the floor. Bewildered, she looked up at Ji Lengming. His cold gaze felt like a handful of chilling snow, dousing her warmth. Regaining her rationality, the still simmering desires intertwined with her fierce determination. Her pupils were pitch black, glimmering with a fiery intensity, suppressed yet ready to ignite. You're unwilling? Ji Lengming recalled the location he had relayed to Du Qinglin. I do not wish to be in such a place. Wen Wan froze momentarily. She had prepared for Ji Lengming to react with defiance, insults, indifference, or even rage. Yet she never anticipated he would utter such words. Ji Lengming's lips curled into a faint smile, his eyes still icy, his jade-like form radiating a chilling aura. What? Am I only worthy of doing such things with you in this wretched place? Wen Wan forgot to blink, instinctively asking, her voice dazed and lacking her usual sharpness. Where do you want to go? Jiulong Garden. Wen Wan furrowed her brows. Jiulong Garden was a property under her name, but it was quite a distance away and located in a bustling area with too many red lights. Driving there would likely take until the early hours of the morning. Following the incident with Wang Cici, Wen Wan became cautious. She feared this was yet another of Ji Lengming's manipulations. Why Jiulong Garden? Ji Lengming lowered his gaze, twisting pain and anguish into the hidden corners of his mind, a torrent of unbearable memories swirling within. He lifted his gaze again, filled with disdain and loathing. Because that place is one of the few where you treated me like a person. Young Miss One, shall I help you recall how you made me kneel at Ji Hang's feet, using my teeth to untie his shoelaces just to make him happy? I prepared dinner for you, but when your mood soured, you dumped the food I had painstakingly made all over me, commanding me to continue cooking, only to then pour it over my head, declaring that trash food was only fit for trash like me. We have visited many places together. How many times have you abandoned me just to wager with others? When you saw me return, you would confidently tell your friends, look, no matter how far a dog strays, it can always find its way back home. Hearing Ji Lengming's anguished accusations, the once fuzzy memories began to crystallize with alarming clarity. Her heart felt as though it had been ruthlessly pierced, followed by a relentless barrage of sharp blades, each cut deeper than the last, leaving her in excruciating agony. She lunged towards Ji Lengming, clinging to him desperately, nearly suffocating him in her fervent embrace. I'm so sorry. I will make amends. I promise I won't behave this way again. You wish to go to Jiulong Garden, don't you? Allow me to take you there right away. If you desire this apartment, I can transfer the ownership to you immediately. Let's forget the past and start anew. I long to spend a lifetime with you. Wen Wan's tears streamed down her face, soaking half of Ji Lengming's cheek. Yet in Ji Lengming's eyes, there was an unwavering resolution to never look back. Owing to the incident involving Wang Cici, Wen Wan had aroused his wariness. Escaping her grasp would not be an easy feat, necessitating the shattering of her emotional defenses first. Sea City was somewhat closer to Jiulong Garden, and their estimated arrival times were nearly identical. Yangcheng was not only Wen Wan's stronghold, but also the bastion of the Du family's influence. As long as Du Qinglin prepared a convoy in advance to intercept Wen Wan's vehicle, he could finally escape this cursed place. As for the fleeting desire to glance back at the Ji family, he dismissed it. He could hear all subsequent reports through the news. Wen Wan drove recklessly, her driving danger levels soaring. Should an accident occur, the likelihood of total destruction was high. Fortunately, it was the dead of night, with few vehicles on the road, allowing her to drive with abandon. The car was enveloped in silence. Wen Wan was engulfed in melancholy, while Ji Lengming contemplated the matters awaiting him upon their return to Sea City. They exchanged not a word until they neared the Jiulong Garden area, when it suddenly struck her why Ji Lengming had said it was one of the few places where she treated him as a human being. Ji Lengming had endured a dismal existence within the Ji household, tormented by his stepmother and bullied by his half-brother. One winter, all his winter garments were destroyed by Ji Heng and his cronies. He refused to provide Ji Lengming with money, being young and without a source of income. He was forced to wear short sleeves and sandals in freezing December, his arms, face, and feet turning purple and festering from the cold. Eventually, he fell ill. At that time, Wen Wan was tasked with writing a heartfelt essay about treating stray animals, a challenge that weighed heavily on her mind. In the upper echelons of society, where could one find stray animals? Until she encountered Ji Lengming, bedridden with a high fever. Jiulong Garden was a modest residential area. Wen Wan feared that Ji Lengming's impoverished demeanor would taint the other luxurious residences, so she brought him to this small apartment. She sought a doctor for him, provided him with food, gifted him warm clothing, and even encouraged him to fight on and survive. Ultimately, her essay, rich in emotion and detail, won the grand prize in the elementary school category. At that time, Wen Wan regarded Ji Lengming as merely a stray animal that had aided her in completing her assignment. Little did she realize that for Ji Lengming, it represented the only glimmer of light that had graced his life since his mother's passing. He remained grateful to her for a lifetime. Finally, he had repaid her immense kindness. No debts remained. Chapter 50. Apart from clinging to me, you have nowhere to escape. Wen Wan slammed the brakes, bringing the car to a sudden halt. They were less than 3 kilometers from Jilong Garden. Yet Lengming was perplexed as to why she had chosen to stop here. Wen Wan remained silent, exiting the vehicle to rummage through the trunk. When she reappeared, she was holding a small box, presumably a first aid kit. Without uttering a word of explanation, she opened the kit, pressed Lengming's head against the leather seat, and began spraying iodine onto the wounds she had inflicted on him. This was her first experience administering medication to another, and she was rather indiscriminate with her application, nearly emptying half the bottle, soaking Lengming's clothing in the process, before finally deeming the dosage sufficient. Next, she began to clumsily bandage his wounds. Medical gauze and adhesive tape flew about chaotically as she attempted to secure the bandages, which ended up tangled beyond recognition. Unable to watch any longer, Lengming took the gauze from her, intending to tend to his injuries himself. Wen Wan fiercely snatched the gauze from his hands. I can handle this. Stay out of it. Lengming, his veins bulging and brow furrowed, retorted, if you can't care for someone properly, then don't force it. I want to live a few more years. Wen Wan, in her frenzy, was utterly unreasonable. I want to allow you to die. I dare any reaper to collect you. As long as you live, endure this, until you can withstand my care. After shouting at Lengming, she resumed her struggle with the bandages. After about half an hour of frantic activity, Lengming's shoulder bore deep bite marks, now wrapped haphazardly in gauze, tape, and bandages, resembling a wounded creature with a severed limb. The materials used were excessive, but the key was that the wrapping looked utterly unsightly, making Lengming's arm appear like a long worm covered in white fur. However, Wen Wan gazed upon her handiwork with satisfaction. She resumed driving, the evening breeze streaming through the car window, carrying a refreshing scent. Silence reigned for less than 5 seconds. Through the rearview mirror, Wen Wan glanced at Lengming and, seeing his silence, took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Didn't you say you were hungry? What do you want to eat? Without giving Lengming a chance to respond, she continued unabated. Whatever you want, I will prepare it. Lengming retorted, I was a bit hungry. But hearing you mention cooking, my stomach says it would rather commit suicide. Wen Wan shot him a sidelong glance. Just a moment ago, you mentioned wanting to live a couple more years, and now you're talking about suicide? TSK, such a contradictory little thing. Lengming, this conversation is utterly futile. Continuing will surely shorten my lifespan. Fortunately, his distress was short-lived. As they approached the bustling intersection, a red light illuminated, forcing Wen Wan to halt and await the signal. Suddenly, dozens of motorcycles and 3-wheeled vehicles surged onto the wide lane, and the intersection was crowded with people from all directions. Instinctively, Wen Wan sensed trouble. Her expression shifted to one of fierce determination. She abruptly swerved the steering wheel, intending to crash through a vulnerable spot. At that moment, Lengming exerted his strength, leaning forward to grasp the steering wheel while simultaneously pressing the brake pedal. One pressed the accelerator while the other pressed the brake. Thanks to Lengming's unexpected maneuver, the $1 million Aston Martin spun its rear wheels in place before coming to a screeching halt, its brake discs smoking and sparks flying. Thankfully, the calipers held firm, preventing the vehicle from tipping over. What are you doing? They are here for me. Stop the car. Wen Wan's pupils dilated in shock. Just then, Du Qinglin pulled up in his Lexus LS beside Wen Wan's vehicle, rolling down the window to reveal his nonchalant, carefree expression. Good evening, little Wan. I heard my employee has been detained by you, so I came to rescue him. Du Qinglin glanced at Lengming in the passenger seat, a smug grin spreading across his face. So, what do you think of my dramatic entrance? Lengming asserted firmly. I am not your employee. We are equals, partners. Du Qinglin waved his hand dismissively. Whatever you say is correct. He turned his flirtatious gaze towards Wen Wan. Little Wan, please release him. I can hardly wait. Wen Wan's lips pressed into a thin line, her beautiful eyes glinting with a dangerous light. Du Qinglin, in snatching someone from my grasp, you must be prepared for the prospect of imminent bankruptcy. Du Qinglin found such words to be alarmist. This young girl, still in her juvenile years, had fortuitously caused his SBK to suffer a loss of millions, and now she truly believed herself to be untouchable? Nonchalantly, he replied, if you can bring about my bankruptcy, from that point on, every time I see you, I shall call you my ancestor and defect from our Du family. Wen Wan coldly chuckled. Very well. Do not forget what you said tonight. Turning to Lengming, she instructed, you may follow him. Lengming grasped the door handle and opened the car door, one foot already stepping out. Suddenly, Wen Wan's voice pierced the air once more. Lengming, remember this, my allowing you to leave tonight does not stem from fear of the surname Du. Rather, I wish to demonstrate to you how fragile the power you seek for protection truly is in my hands. Without my support, you have nowhere to escape. Lengming hesitated momentarily before stepping out entirely, not even glancing back. How had the melodramatic tales of CEOs typically unfolded? She fled, he pursued. She was left with no means of escape. Yet what would belong to his melodramatic narrative? Lengming mused that it would undoubtedly be a grand spectacle. Transitioning from national humiliation to resurgence, ultimately etching itself into the annals of history. Some wills cannot be suppressed by mere might. Yet Wen Wan had never grasped this truth. In a desolate wilderness, at a location marked by devastation, a half-mangled visage struggled to crawl down the hillside, its legs reduced to mere shreds, utterly bereft of humanity. Blood flowed abundantly as it moved slowly, sustaining itself through an indomitable inner fire. Hatred burgeoned within, toyed with, schemed against, and led to ruin. He must endure. He must exact revenge with utmost ferocity. He would ensure that the individual known as Lengming would find no hope in life, nor peace in death. In the dead of night, the world cloaked in darkness, the hour before dawn's light. At the Ji residence, Ji Dessen, accompanied by Ji Hong, dealt with the remains of Chun Guanxiang. Following this, they bathed, changed clothes, and Ji Hong was drawn into the study for a conversation by Ji Dessen. At this moment, Ji Dessen appeared as the epitome of a benevolent father. His eyes crinkled with mirth, lips curling slightly, gazing at his son with a glimmer of helplessness and indulgence. As if all previous events had been but a fleeting dream, Ji Dessen brewed a cup of hot tea, taking a seat in his office chair. He smiled gently at Ji Hong, saying, "I've thought it over. You needn't go abroad for your studies. Just remain in the country. That girl from the Wen family is attending a university, a prestigious institution indeed. Attending there wouldn't be a disgrace. After all, you can still pursue further studies abroad later. There's no rush." With Ji Dessen's decision made, Ji Hong's objections were futile, and he obediently nodded. "Understood, Dad." Ji Dessen felt a sense of satisfaction at his son's compliance. However, the smile faded from his eyes, the room now imbued with a cold, pale light that rendered Ji Dessen's aged face ominously grim. He blew on the steam rising from his teacup and said lightly, "Unless something unforeseen occurs, I shall be divorcing your mother. You have witnessed the profound harm she has inflicted upon me. Reconciliation is impossible. You are my son, and you must safeguard the family business I have labored to build. Previously, when your relationship with Wen Wan was amicable, you could have relied on the Wen family during our troubles. However, now, we can no longer depend on them. Hence I must teach you how to seize power and establish influence." Ji Dessen's gaze sharpened, his smile vanishing, his eyes dark and chilling, instilling a sense of dread. "Eliminate your mother and your uncle. Without a ruthless heart, one cannot stand firm. Our circle is more ruthless than the lower strata of society. If you wish to inherit the Ji family's fortune and continue luxuriating in wealth, you must first sacrifice your mother as a tribute." Chapter 51, Competing with Titans. Du Qinglin brought Ji Lengming back to Sea City. Due to the considerable distance between Du Qinglin's single apartment and Ji Lengming's dilapidated residence, he brought him directly to his own home. Upon entering, Du Qinglin kicked off his shoes and rubbed his face, attempting to maintain his alertness. "I can't take it any longer. I need sleep. Just don't disturb me while I rest. Feel free to roam the house. If you wish to rest, there's a sofa bed in the study. Make do with that." Having issued his instructions, he hurriedly dove into the soft bedding of his bedroom before his eyes fully opened. Once Du Qinglin departed, silence enveloped the space. His living area was in disarray, predominantly adorned with pastel-colored clothing, pink, powder blue, and lavender hues that made Ji Lengming's eyes ache. Having gone a day and a night without sustenance, his stomach growled, prompting him to search the refrigerator for something to eat. Fortunately, the fridge contained food. After devouring a sandwich, he began to scroll through his phone, browsing the latest news. Based on his initial strategy, Ji Dessen had committed murder in front of all the guests at the banquet. Even if the victim was a notorious thug, he would still face imprisonment. Yet, according to the online reports, there seemed to be no mention of Ji Dessen committing murder. Instead, the news was dominated by reports of Qin's infidelity with a rising star. Ji Lengming found this perplexing. What exactly had transpired? He contacted Wei Zhen to clarify his confusion. "It's like this." Wei Zhen quickly recounted how Du Min had been intercepted by Wen Wan, how Du Min had appeared on the advertisement screen, and how Wen Wan suspected the boss had been detained by Qin He. In an effort to locate her boss, she had purchased damaging information from paparazzi, which, once released, caused attendees at the banquet to feel uncomfortable and leave prematurely. After hearing the entire sequence of events, Ji Lengming sighed deeply. The final step, a complete failure. It seems the Ji family's luck is not yet exhausted. However, thankfully, I have been cautious. During my stay at the Ji residence, I managed to eliminate the hidden pinhole cameras scattered throughout the house. Ji Dessen is astute and would quickly discern any anomalies in the footage, leading him to suspect surveillance. But now that the cameras have been cleared, he has no way to investigate. That said, nothing is absolute. It is wise to remain vigilant. "How is your brother Zhao Le doing?" Wei Zhen couldn't help but grumble. He's in the hospital. That Miss Wang Cici truly applied her strength indiscriminately. Several of his ribs were broken. But it's also Zhao Lehu's fault for blindly following someone like Chen Guanxiang. He had it coming. Ji Lengming replied softly, "Rest assured. Both Chen Guanxiang and Chen Shanghai are dead." Wei Zhen stiffened, his heart racing. Chen Guanxiang was a fugitive and had not yet been captured. Chen Shanghai had been lured out and handed over to Ji Lengming. Now, Ji Lengming claimed that both men were dead. Thus, Wei Zhen, sharp and perceptive, immediately understood that these two murders were inextricably linked to his own boss. Lengming continued, please keep a close watch on Wen Wan's movements. She may be planning something significant. Understood, boss. When Du Qinglin awoke, it was already 3 in the afternoon. He raked his disheveled hair with his hand and, wearing a single slipper, hurried out of his bedroom to rummage through the refrigerator. After a lengthy search and failing to find the sandwich, he began to call out, "Where's my sandwich? I distinctly remember there being one left. Where could it have gone?" Hearing the commotion outside, Lengming emerged from the study. "I have consumed it. If you are hungry, there is still milk in the refrigerator." Upon hearing Lengming's voice, Du Qinglin was reminded that there was indeed another person in the room. He frowned. "Why are you still here? I thought you had left long ago." Lengming held a stack of freshly printed manuscripts, his gaze fixated on his work. Disdainfully, Du Qinglin touched the milk carton, sipping it nonchalantly as he inquired, "What are you looking at?" Without raising his head, Lengming replied, "The information on your competitors." Recently, Du Qinglin had been preoccupied with recruiting engineers, encountering a mixed bag of applicants, which had left him quite vexed. He hadn't considered the existence of competitors. Oh, are there others who have recognized the commercial potential of cloud computing? This prompted Lengming to lift his gaze. At 3 in the afternoon, the sunlight at this hour was particularly brilliant. Leaning against the doorframe, the warm rays enveloped his slender figure, bestowing an unexpected softness. "In this country, you are the only one preparing to delve into this," Du Qinglin remarked. "Then what is there for me to worry about?" Lengming chuckled, bemused by Du Qinglin's ignorance. He was merely a novice who, with a scant understanding of cutting-edge internet technology, fancied himself ready to take flight. His attitude resembled that of someone who, having just mastered basic arithmetic, believed themselves capable of undertaking advanced studies. "Are you aware that the technical model of domestic internet companies adheres to the IoE architecture?" Du Qinglin, a playboy with a penchant for indulgence, was not entirely uninformed. "Yes, our SBK's online operations utilize precisely this model." "Then do you comprehend that the essence of cloud computing lies in subverting the IoE architecture? It is akin to the transformation from the steam age to the electric age, a revolutionary shift in industrial paradigms?" Du Qinglin nodded yes. "You've mentioned this to me on multiple occasions." Observing Du Qinglin's naive demeanor, Lengming was suddenly overcome with a sense of helplessness. "Since you are familiar with IoE, you must also know that the so-called IoE architecture refers to IBM's mini-computers, Oracle's databases, and EMC's storage devices, correct? You see, you are attempting to upend their commodities with cloud computing. Do you really think IBM, Oracle, and EMC will simply stand by?" This statement struck a chord with Du Qinglin. Initially, his interest in cloud computing had stemmed from a casual encounter abroad. He found it intriguing and saw its commercial prospects. After all, venturing into an untouched domain signified vast untapped resources, a delectable slice of cake he did not wish to forego. However, Lengming's insights illuminated the complexity of the matter. Take Oracle, for instance. In this country, it is known by its illustrious name, GGWN. In the realm of software applications, it stands as a behemoth. It originated from aiding the U.S. in intelligence operations, boasting leading database technologies, later introduced into telecommunications, finance, aviation, postal services, insurance, and transportation sectors, swiftly establishing a monopoly. To dismantle this monopoly, numerous database vendors with ties to higher education institutions emerged. Regrettably, despite the efforts of many, none managed to challenge Oracle's supremacy. Now, this affluent youth, with only a superficial understanding of the internet domain, was set to contend with 3 international IT giants. Chapter 52. The reality of the situation is beyond your control. Lengming's relentless diligence stemmed from a desire to prepare for the impending strategies of Wen Wan. Like him, she was a reborn individual. Had she not been reborn, the historical trajectory would dictate that IoE would flourish, as the evolution of cloud computing would eventually render IBM's mini-computers, Oracle's databases, and EMC's storage solutions obsolete. In a graver scenario, Oracle might withdraw from the domestic market, IBM could face consecutive defeats, and EMC might be acquired by Dell. The once mighty giants could very well crumble in this market. Yet now, a variable had emerged. Lengming could not forget Wen Wan's words when she had bid him to leave. She claimed she would bring Du Qinglin to ruin, effectively obliterating his vast wealth. Though the Du family controlled a luxury shopping mall, their service industry was highly replaceable. Chanel, Gucci, and LV. Who were they not to collaborate with? Where did they not sell their goods? They were not necessarily bound to SBK. It was these international brands that elevated SBK, not the other way around. However, cutting-edge technology was different. It was intertwined with national honor. It represented the livelihood of the people, their lifeblood. To safeguard Du Qinglin's position in this game, and to shatter Wen Wan's delusional aspirations of oppression through brute force, Lengming had to emerge victorious. How is your recruitment of engineers progressing? Du Qinglin's thoughts remained fixated on the impending showdown with the 3 IT titans. What did you say? Lengming pressed. Engineers. Du Qinglin hesitated, his gaze darting around before finally scratching his head. Uncomfortably, he murmured, Perhaps we should just let this matter go, Before he could finish his sentence, Lengming's eyes flashed with ferocity, the previously gentle warmth of his demeanor transforming abruptly. You wish to give up? Du Qinglin replied. After all, I'm not a professional in this field. Wouldn't it be better to simply enjoy my life as a wealthy heir? Lengming scoffed. I'm afraid the reality of the situation is beyond your control. With that, he gathered his belongings and departed, disappointment and regret evident in his demeanor. Soon, Du Qinglin would come to understand what it meant when reality was beyond one's control. 3 days later, on the weekend, the commercial plaza centered around the SBK shopping complex witnessed an influx of foot traffic starting from 10 in the morning. This day should have been just an ordinary, mundane day. Yet, beneath the SBK building, a striking formation of consumers stood in solidarity. They held a large banner, 3 meters wide, emblazoned with the words SBK sells counterfeit goods in bold black letters against a red silk backdrop. Coinciding with the peak customer flow, numerous tourists witnessed this scene, promptly pulling out their phones to capture it and share it online. In addition to this, news outlets, media, and reporters sprang into action, providing SBK no time to respond or manage public relations. A barrage of negative reports flooded households, relentless and overwhelming. When Lengming saw the push notifications on his phone announcing the rampant counterfeit goods at SBK and the immense difficulty in seeking redress, he understood that Wen Wan had made her move. He was well aware of her tactics. She thrived on media warfare and blitzkrieg tactics. First, she would leverage the media to build momentum, drawing the target company's attention, and then, seizing the opportunity when the opponent was distracted, deliver a decisive blow. The current banner protest was merely an appetizer. The main course was yet to come. Lengming had no intention of lending Du Qinglin a helping hand. Until Du Qinglin was cornered, he would not seek alternative paths. What on earth is happening? Du Qinglin, who typically shunned company management, found himself compelled to confront the situation, entering the conference room brimming with frustration. The general manager, drenched in cold sweat, found himself at a loss. The public relations efforts were faltering, and the SBK brand image was on the verge of suffering irreparable damage. A few days prior, our mall, in collaboration with Pudai Bank, had hosted an event. Only those with current deposits exceeding 88 million were eligible to participate. The event showcased the AJ co-branded sneaker collection, attracting a considerable crowd and yielding impressive sales. However, just half an hour ago, a deluge of defamatory claims erupted, accusing us of peddling counterfeit goods and suggesting that our customers had no recourse for protection. Attempts to reach out to major newspapers and media outlets proved futile as they refused to suppress these negative reports. I sensed a deliberate scheme targeting us. As the head of the SBK division, I implore you for your insight. After absorbing the entire situation, Du Qinglin maintained a composed demeanor. Have we conducted quality inspections? The general manager replied, indeed, we have. The goods in their possession are indeed counterfeit, but our inventory consists of genuine products. This is precisely why I assert that we are victims of a conspiracy. Du Qinglin nodded in agreement. First, we must report this to the police and publish the receipt online. Subsequently, we will issue a statement to emphasize that our inventory is entirely authentic and assert our right to pursue legal action against those responsible. Upon hearing this, the general manager nodded and set about executing the plan. Yet, before he could exit the conference room, he inquired, what about public relations? If we allow those individuals to spread their fallacies unchecked, we may as well shut our doors for business. Du Qinglin replied, patience, I will make a few calls first. Du Qinglin's network differed significantly from that of the general manager. His connections primarily consisted of the children of affluent families, many of whom were involved in media companies established by their parents, ensuring reliable information. After making a series of calls, he finally arrived at a conclusion. Du Qinglin, in a fit of exasperation, contacted Wen Wan. Are you conspiring against me? Wen Wan exhibited no intention of concealing the truth and readily admitted, yes. Did you think my words that night were merely idle chatter? Du Qinglin was momentarily taken aback, recalling the provocations she had hurled at him when he went to pick up Lengming. Wen Wan continued, you have the option to concede. If you promptly deliver Lengming to me, promise to cease meddling in his affairs, and honor your word by addressing me as your ancestor, I will instruct the media to retract the negative coverage regarding your SBK brand and grant you ample time for damage control. What do you say? Will you concede? Furious, Du Qinglin erupted in a tirade. Dream on. You may indulge in your fantasies, but I will never address you as my ancestor. Are you not concerned that the elders of the Du family might rise from their graves to seek you out at night? Undeterred, Wen Wan responded, very well. The first round of negotiations has failed. Prepare yourself for the second round. Du Qinglin, make sure you do not kneel before me in desperation. The second round of Wen Wan's onslaught arrived swiftly. As SBK found itself ensnared in the storm of public opinion, it was confronted by unexpected visits from law enforcement, leaving them utterly unprepared. The initial wave of inspectors hailed from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, citing that the language used in advertisements did not align with the requirements for promoting social morality, resulting in a fine of 3.2 million yuan alongside mandated corrections. The subsequent wave of inspectors came from the Market Supervision Administration, asserting that the Quality Inspection Department had conducted multiple random checks on the apparel sold in SPK's mall, uncovering numerous items that failed to meet standards, thus violating the product quality law. They ordered the immediate removal of all clothing from the shelves, confiscated illegal earnings amounting to 235, 123 yuan, and imposed an additional fine of 800,000 yuan. SPK prided itself on being a global high-end boutique department store. With over 80 of its offerings comprising internationally renowned brands, it occupied approximately 350,000 square meters of prime office space in a city's central business district, serving as a private haven for the affluent. Yet, at this moment, the once smooth-sailing enterprise faced an unprecedented crisis of trust. In Chapter 53, titled High Stakes, the situation escalated to the extent that it finally caught the attention of Du Qinglin's father, Du Yun. As the president of Runxing Group, Du Yun oversaw Runxing Supermarket, the largest chain of hypermarkets in the nation, boasting revenues of 46 billion yuan that positioned it as the champion of the retail sector. To Du Yun, SPK was merely a toy for his son, a tool for honing his character. Upon learning that Du Qinglin was unable to rectify the situation and had chosen to let it deteriorate, Du Yun was incensed. Can you not achieve anything worthwhile? You cannot even manage a simple public relations issue. What use are you? Faced with his father's reprimands, Du Qinglin found himself speechless. I advised you to build a relationship with Wen's daughter. Did you heed my counsel? You are not a child anymore. It is time to contemplate your future. Yet, what do? You flit from one idea to another. What about that cloud computing venture you mentioned? Have you made any progress? How did I end up with such a hopeless child? Feeling humiliated, Du Qinglin reluctantly turned to his father for assistance. Will you help me out of this predicament? Du Yun replied, I have heard all the details. In my opinion, if you had secured Wen's daughter early on, we would not be plagued by this mess today. Du Qinglin countered, that girl is waiting for me to call her my ancestor. If I do, you will suffer the same fate. Du Yun questioned, why would she resort to such underhanded tactics against you? Du Qinglin retorted, because she is a lunatic. If she cannot have the man she desires, she seeks to ruin me. Marrying such a person would surely lead to your premature demise. Upon hearing the mention of an untimely death, Du Yun was alarmed. Indeed, it would be wise to maintain some distance from this girl. Du Yun reassured him, do not worry. Having lived for so long, my reputation still holds some value. And I have numerous friends in the media who may be able to assist. However, Qinglin, I can help you once, twice, or thrice, but eventually, there will come a day when I can no longer offer you assistance. Think carefully about that. Du Qinglin was overwhelmed with mixed emotions as he concluded his conversation with Du Yun. He felt a profound sense of embarrassment. Over the age of 25, he found himself outmaneuvered by an 18-year-old girl, ultimately having to seek his father's help to rectify the situation. It was utterly humiliating. Lengming had been closely monitoring the developments concerning SPK. Noticing the widespread deletion of various reports online, he realized that Du Qinglin must have sought his father's intervention. While enlisting Du Yun's help might temporarily quell Wen Wan's onslaught, it would not be a long-term solution. He hoped that Du Qinglin would recognize Wen Wan's tactics through this crisis and, in turn, discover his true path forward. After much contemplation, Du Qinglin resolved to call Lengming once more to inquire about the situation. Hello, it's me, Du Qinglin. Yes, what is it? Lengming replied. Not wishing to waste time on trial and error, Du Qinglin posed his questions directly. I would like to know if you are certain that cloud computing can be implemented effectively. What is the projected timeline? What is the budget? Additionally, have you devised a strategy to counter the encirclement of the three major firms, IOE? If unexpected circumstances arise, do you have a plan B? If you can address each of these inquiries, I would be open to reviving our previous agreement. Lengming refrained from providing a direct response, instead stating, you could hand me over to Wen Wan, and that would alleviate the pressure on your company, allowing you to blissfully continue your life as a second-generation heir without confronting the IOE firms. Du Qinglin scoffed in disdain, bowed down to that madwoman. That is utterly out of the question. You are mine to take. I will not return you, for that would be a loss of face. The elderly inhabitants of my family's coffin are aware, and they shall rise in the dead of night to end my life. Having learned from past misfortunes, Du Qinglin, though somewhat simple-minded, possesses a spark of intelligence, recognizing that when one genuinely seeks to eliminate him, for the moment, his father stands as a shield, allowing him a fleeting period of blissful ignorance. However, what shall happen once the joy dissipates? Shall he return Lengming, beg for mercy, abandon the valor befitting a man? Du Qinglin feels he is not devoid of backbone to such an extent. Should cloud computing be successfully established, with judicious use of time, a controllable budget, and clear regulations, the monopolistic technology he wields would inevitably compel Wen Wan to concede to him. He is willing to take a significant gamble. Lengming is well aware that Du Qinglin is a man who grows more resolute in adversity. Otherwise, in his previous life, he would not have emerged as a pioneer in this market, provided one does not falter or utter despairing words in fear of one's adversary. I can assure you the project will be completed successfully, without excessive delay, and the budget will remain within your means. As for the three major operators of IOE, they are destined to be phased out of the market. What is there to fear? Du Qinglin, I hope you remember the words you have spoken today. August draws to a close, with the advent of September looming. The 10th of September marks the day when new students report to a university. At the Ji household, Ji Hung organizes his personal belongings, loading suitcases and other items into the car before settling into the passenger seat. The Ji family has recently acquired a residence near a university, and seizing this opportunity, they plan to move their luggage in advance to avoid a chaotic rush at the start of the semester. The car glides slowly out of the Ji family gate. Ji Hung glances at his phone, noticing an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. Hello, hello, a girl's voice responds. This is Huazhong Hospital. The patient you requested us to keep an eye on has awakened. Do you intend to come and see him? Ji Hung immediately realizes who she speaks of. All right, I will be there shortly. By the way, how long is he likely to remain conscious? The nurse replies, his condition is quite dire. He won't be awake for long. If you arrive promptly, you may have about 5 minutes to speak with him. Thank you. The severely injured individual who has only just awakened at Huazhong Hospital is, of course, Qin Shanghai. Ji Hung vividly recalls the sight of Qin Shanghai when he first encountered him. The young man lay crumpled by the roadside, resembling a mass of mangled flesh. Despite the blood oozing from his wounds, his eyes remained fiercely open. Upon arrival at the hospital, many doctors had declared him beyond saving. Yet miraculously, this young man, brimming with an indomitable will to live, repeatedly eluded the clutches of death and survived. Now, Qin Shanghai has awakened. To the hospital, his revival is akin to a medical miracle. However, to Ji Hung, it is merely a trivial matter. To elaborate, it is roughly equivalent to Ji Dessen now having a Chun Guangxiang by his side. Ji Hung's perception of Qin Shanghai is that of a second-generation Qin Guangxiang. In the hospital's ward, the room is starkly white, permeated with the scent of disinfectant. Qin Shanghai lies on the hospital bed, vacantly staring at the ceiling until Ji Hung enters, at which point his lifeless eyes ignite with fervor. His voice, raspy and grating, nonetheless conveys a clear message to Ji Hung. Ji Lengming has wronged me. You must help me seek vengeance. Chapter 54. I, the illustrious CEO, am discussing the start of school with you. In early September, the sun blazes relentlessly. Over the past month, the heat has been unbearable, with only 2 brief showers resulting from a typhoon, failing to alleviate the oppressive heat wave. During this time, numerous events transpired. Ji Dessen and Qin He announced their divorce, a scandal widely known due to Qin He's infidelity with a young celebrity. The outcome of their marriage was met with little surprise in their social circle. Interestingly, Qin He left empty-handed, having failed to claim even a penny from Ji Dessen. Moreover, Ji Dessen labeled Qin He as the party at fault for the marriage's dissolution, citing her unreasonable behavior and violence that caused him severe emotional distress, thereby demanding compensation for mental anguish. It is a rare occurrence in the annals of divorce settlements for one party to not only leave with nothing, but also to pay their former spouse. Additionally, the extensive manhunt for Chun Guangxiang, spearheaded by Yang Cheng, has been temporarily halted. To placate public sentiment, a limited anti-crime operation continues. Seizing the opportunity while Ji Dessen remains hesitant to act, Wang Cixi expedites the construction of her own Wanda Plaza. Within a month, the conceptual design, construction proposals, market research, and leasing policies have been implemented with remarkable efficiency, far surpassing previous efforts. The 35 profit-sharing agreement was signed by Sun Biao, with 3 million in cash directly deposited into Sun Biao's Red Lantern Company. Subsequently, at Ji Lengming's request, these funds were redirected to the Happy Elimination game, aiding in their swift app launch. As for Wen Wan, since Du Qinglin's father took control of SBK, the luxury brand's reputation has stabilized. Seeing the situation favor her, Wen Wan has opted to retreat from direct confrontation with Du Yun. Her objective is crystal clear, to focus solely on Du Qinglin. Thus, she busies herself with strategizing for the market of CH City's Chuva Group, while keeping a watchful eye on Du Qinglin's recent activities. Lately, Du Qinglin has been occupied with recruiting engineers with rather peculiar requirements, no educational qualifications or work experience needed. Yet candidates must possess experience with at least 3 open-source deep learning software programs. One might argue that his demands are high. After all, educational credentials and work history are not prerequisites, seemingly presenting little barrier to entry. However, to assert that the criteria are not stringent would be misleading. Currently, there are indeed very few individuals capable of thoroughly examining even a single open-source software program from start to finish. Wen Wan sits in her office at the food market, listening intently to her subordinates' investigative reports on Du Qinglin. She speaks slowly and deliberately, indicating that the individual who set these hiring criteria is pragmatic and averse to ostentation. As the saying goes, true experts often reside among the populace. How many of them possess lofty academic qualifications? With her head bowed, she meticulously flips through the pages of the documents in her hands. These documents are preliminary drafts submitted by her employees regarding the construction of new greenhouse facilities. Chua Group's core business revolves around agriculture, encompassing greenhouse vegetables, aquaculture, and dairy farming. However, aside from the dairy sector, which has proven profitable, the remaining ventures are mired in losses. Wen Wan is compelled to dedicate her time to implementing sweeping reforms. An employee inquires, should we continue monitoring him? Wen Wan replies, yes, continue monitoring. Furthermore, I want the list of individuals Du Qinglin ultimately hires presented to me. Understood. Before departing, an employee curiously asks, 1. I've heard you're still a student at a university. Aren't you planning to prepare for the upcoming semester? With only a few days left, it would be beneficial to acclimate to the school environment. Wen Wan, taken aback, lifts her head from the stack of documents. I, the illustrious CEO, am discussing the start of school with you? The employee responds, so, you're not planning to continue your studies? Wen Wan's expression turns peculiar, grappling with the dissonance of time and the shift in her identity. Suddenly, she recalls something else. Inquire about the progress of the renovations on my property in the old city. The employee promptly contacts the renovation company. A few minutes later, they report back, 1. Your apartment has been completely renovated and is ready for immediate occupancy. Wen Wan had not waited for the completion of the conversation before she rose to her feet, placing the documents in her hand onto the desk with a decisive motion. She commanded, please deliver the files on my desk to the old district. Furthermore, unless there is an urgent matter, I will not be coming here again. Any reports you have are to be submitted directly to the old district. Having said this, she picked up her car keys and exited the office, leaving a certain employee behind. Lengming had been particularly busy lately, wishing he could forego even the time for meals and sleep. He was tasked with constructing the framework for a cloud system, a cloud engine, a distributed file system, and a task scheduling system, each a significant undertaking. Additionally, he needed to compile training materials and carve out time to draft a report on the construction of the IDC project. What is IDC, you may ask? It stands for Internet Data Center, a physical server hub. Without a large-scale server infrastructure, cloud computing would be impossible. Therefore, the establishment of the IDC project is of utmost importance. Beyond this, Lengming also needed to spare a moment to investigate Zheng Jiejia, an individual who was an associate professor at the Materials Institute, known for her arrogance and rudeness, often bullying those weaker than herself. She had a graduate student named Zhou Honglu, whom she subjected to various humiliations and exploitation. In the future, this outstanding student, unable to endure the torment from his supervisor, would set fire to the laboratory, destroying both himself and his research achievements, perhaps out of a sense of shared suffering, or perhaps from a reluctance to witness the tragedy of talent wasted. Lengming intended to lend a helping hand to this graduate student. Just as he began to gather information on Zheng Jiejia, his phone rang. It was Du Qinglin. The recruitment of engineers is nearly complete. When do you plan to come over for their training? Lengming glanced at the time. It was too late to go today. He would have to arrange it for tomorrow. Let us schedule it for tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Please set the location, and I will make my way there. Du Qinglin was immediately dissatisfied. My dear little brother, tomorrow is the weekend. Are you really going to make them come in on their days off? That seems rather inappropriate. Doesn't he it? Lengming reflected. Indeed, that is rather inappropriate. Du Qinglin pressed on. I told you so. Lengming then added, considering it is the weekend, it will definitely be counted as overtime. How does 5 times the overtime pay sound? Du Qinglin nearly jumped in outrage. It could clearly be on Monday. Why must you monopolize the weekend? Lengming maintained a serious demeanor. Due to the urgency of the tasks at hand, there is simply no time for rest. If you wish for a break, perhaps you should send me to Wen Wan. Then I would have ample time to rest. Du Qinglin retorted, if you keep this up, I might just package you up and deliver you straight to Wen Wan's bed. Lengming replied, then your elderly relatives' coffins might not withstand the pressure. Du Qinglin, fuming, hung up the phone. With Du Qinglin's interruption, Lengming felt a slight relief from his mental fatigue. As he prepared to pour himself some water, he suddenly heard commotion from the neighboring courtyard. The adjacent courtyard had been purchased by Wen Wan. Initially, upon returning to City C, Lengming had worried that Wen Wan would come over to continue her entanglements with him. However, upon seeing that the adjoining courtyard was still under construction, he had relaxed and continued his stay. These past few days had been so fulfilling that he had forgotten that the neighboring courtyard had indeed been completed. While Lengming was lost in thought, he suddenly heard Wen Wan's distinctive, clear yet haughty voice from next door. Lengming, don't do that. No urinating indiscriminately. Lengming was taken aback. Chapter 55, Be My Neighbor. Wen Wan had adopted a cat named Lengming. Given that the 2 old houses were in close proximity with poor sound insulation, Lengming found himself increasingly disturbed. Though it seemed Wen Wan had not been bothering him from next door, in reality, she was incessantly assaulting his ears and nerves. While both houses were old, Lengming's decor was monotonous and outdated, whereas Wen Wan's residence boasted the finest wooden flooring and aesthetically pleasing design, with appliances, ornaments, furniture, and lighting all exuding an air of sophistication. If one were to describe it, Wen Wan's home was akin to a tractor crafted entirely of gold, even down to the engine. At that moment, Wen Wan was inside, indulging her cat. Each time she stroked it, she would inquire, Ji Lengming, how does this feel? Is this pressure comfortable? If you want me to continue, you must beg. And then meow. Wen Wan would respond, yes. Quite obedient. Come, here's your reward. In Wen Wan's imagination, Ji Lengming was petted from head to toe, continually pleading for her to carry on. Ji Lengming had thought he could remain unperturbed. Yet Wen Wan always managed to find ways to tread upon his limits. Perhaps he should just check into a hotel for a few days and return to the dormitory after classes commenced. It was evident that Wen Wan could always anticipate his every move. As Ji Lengming gathered his belongings and stepped outside, he discovered that the only alleyway was being guarded by Evan and several other bodyguards. Upon spotting Ji Lengming with his backpack, Evan immediately blocked his path. Second young Master Ji, please do not make it difficult for us. Alternatively, you could proactively seek out our young lady. If you discuss matters with her sincerely, she is certain to consider your thoughts. Ji Lengming understood. Wen Wan was pressuring him to extend an olive branch. By approaching her, he would be signaling a desire to ease their relationship. Wen Wan had long sought to mend their connection, yet every attempt had yielded no progress, often pushing him further away. She wished to show Du Qinglin a thing or two, and was also eager to prove that she was the most formidable and reliable person. However, dealing with Du Qinglin required time. Having not seen Ji Lengming in a long while, she could not simply wait for Du Qinglin to cease his harassment before seeking him out. Thus, she chose this manner of appearing before him. Wen Wan emerged from her house, cradling her cat, adorned in a classically elegant outfit. The upper part of her attire was a hand-embroidered white short-sleeved blouse, while the lower half featured a loose, dark blue vintage skirt. Her long, raven hair was tied back, and she possessed a height that complemented her well-proportioned figure, exuding the aura of a refined lady. Upon seeing Ji Lengming, her gaze flickered slightly before she walked past him without a sideways glance, as if he were invisible. Wen Wan casually addressed Evan. Have the items from the hoeing team been delivered yet? Evan thought to himself, your employees deliver items directly to you, the boss. How could they possibly hand them to me? I'm merely a bodyguard, secretary, assistant, and emotional consultant. Must I also take on the role of a courier? What he thought internally was one thing. What he said aloud was another. With a stern expression, Evan replied, not yet. Would you like to wait here for a moment? Boss. Wen Wan lowered her head, feigning contemplation, her fingers gently combing through the long fur of her ragdoll cat. Ji Lengming, tell me, should I wait here or return home to wait? The ragdoll cat purred, meow. Ji Lengming, wishing to avoid Wen Wan, turned back. Behind him, Wen Wan remarked, do you think waiting at home is better? Very well, who am I to contend with you? Ji Lengming hurried his pace, fearful of any mischief she might attempt behind him. As fate would have it, the moment Ji Lengming opened the gate to his courtyard, the cat in Wen Wan's arms leaped away, darting straight into Ji Lengming's yard. Ji Lengming stood at the entrance of the courtyard, his fists clenched and then released, only to clench again. Beside him, Wen Wan crossed her arms, calling out towards the alley, Evan, come here. Evan approached with trepidation. He understood his employer well. With just a glance from Wen Wan, he instinctively knew what was required of him. Evan's role had now expanded to that of a messenger. Second Master Ji, our boss's cat has entered your room. May I come in to retrieve it? Ji Lengming was resolute. He could not permit Evan to enter his quarters. Within those walls lay numerous documents, vital materials he wished to keep from prying eyes. He halted Evan's advance. I prefer not to have outsiders in my room. Please wait. I will fetch the cat. With that, Ji Lengming entered his abode, slamming the door shut behind him. Outside, Evan inquired, Boss, what now? Wen Wan replied calmly, just wait. Before long, Ji Lengming emerged, cradling the cat and tossing it to Evan, who received it and handed it to Wen Wan. As Ji Lengming was about to close the door again, Wen Wan exclaimed, oh, whatever happened to the pendant around Ji Lengming's neck? A vein at Ji Lengming's temple throbbed with agitation. He realized that Wen Wan was being deliberately provocative. Now, she claimed the pendant was lost. Soon, she would concoct other grievances, perpetually tormenting him. If it's lost, it's lost. I won't search for it any longer, he declared, slamming the door with considerable force. Evan asked, Boss, what are we to do now? Wen Wan smirked, glancing at her bodyguard. Now, you may take your men and leave. Evan was perplexed, but what about Second Master Ji? Wen Wan turned back towards the house, her voice light, yet resolute. Rest assured, he will come to find me. Once inside, Ji Lengming splashed water on his face, attempting to regain his composure. After finally settling his emotions and finding the neighboring house quiet once more, he intended to tidy up and prepare for an imminent departure. He placed stacks of documents into a box and set it down on the floor. Suddenly, a glint caught his eye. Ji Lengming froze. The light shone not far from his feet. Bending down to reach it, he discovered it was a diamond. A gem of remarkable clarity and cut, valued at no less than 6 million. This was an item he could neither keep nor discard. It must be returned to its rightful owner. With a frown and a heavy heart, Ji Lengming picked up the sparkling stone and set off to find Evan, only to find that Wen Wan had already dismissed him, leaving Ji Lengming at a loss. He glared at the high-security door of Wen Wan's residence, gritting his teeth and sneering. You wish to force me to knock on your door, do you? In your dreams. Ji Lengming dialed the police instead. Hello. I have found a diamond, initially valued at 6 million. I know who the owner is, but I cannot return it directly due to pressing matters. I kindly ask you to facilitate the transfer. As evening descended, the last rays of the setting sun faded, and Wen Wan stood in the courtyard, gazing at the waning light, waiting for the sound of a knock on her door. Finally, as the last hint of dark crimson disappeared from the walls, the long-anticipated knock echoed through the silence. Though she maintained a composed exterior, her brisk steps betrayed her excitement as she opened the door, her eyes lighting up in surprise. Miss Wen, a gentleman has found your valuable possession and has entrusted us to return it to you. Please take a look. Upon seeing the unfamiliar face of the officer before her, Wen Wan's heart sank. Yet, within 3 seconds, she pushed past the officer and rushed out of the yard, her body radiating a chilling aura as she pounded on the neighboring door. Come out, or I shall summon an excavator to demolish your dwelling. Her threats proved effective. Within 5 seconds, Lengming appeared at the scene. As the door swung open, it was as if two long-lost adversaries were facing each other, their gazes aflame with animosity. One was cloaked in icy disdain, while the other burned with fury. Wen Wan's eyes glimmered with an icy resolve, yet upon seeing Lengming's familiar face, slightly weary from lack of rest, her heart ached, reigniting the pain she had struggled to suppress. The intangible chill that enveloped her dissipated under his fierce gaze. Her eyes sparkled with both stars and tears, yet she held back. You are not allowed to move. You shall remain here. Be my neighbor. I assure you. I will not disturb you without your consent. However, if you dare to leave, I will see to it that your every new residence is demolished. Do not test me. Chapter 56, Equal Standing. As long as Wen Wan did not disrupt him, Lengming truly did not mind where he resided. He swallowed hard. I hope you will keep your promise. A sense of relief washed over Wen Wan. Thankfully, she had salvaged the situation, and they could remain neighbors for the time being. She regarded Lengming with hopeful eyes. Then tomorrow, with a resounding thud, the iron door slammed shut. Compared to Wen Wan's secure smart lock, this thin and fragile iron door could easily be breached with a heavy hammer. Standing in the alley, the rising moon shone brightly, casting elongated shadows behind her. In the stillness of the moonlit night, memories of the past flooded her mind. It was also a summer night in the old town, filled with the incessant chirping of cicadas. This was the event that transpired 3 months after Lengming was brought back to the Ji family. After enduring the torment from a group of adults and children, Lengming had fled, returning to his mother's residence. Hung learned of this and insisted on taking Wen Wan to see Lengming's original family. Eager to confront those who had disrupted his happy home and to punish them, they hid in the shadows of a narrow alley. Surrounded by the foul stench of a polluted ditch, the bitter aroma of traditional Chinese medicine, and the acrid scent of burning coal, all mingling together and momentarily overshadowing the cramped, dilapidated, and leaking houses that resembled graves. That night, the moon was bright and sparse. She witnessed a child of about 10 years banging on a rusted iron door, from which flakes of metal fell. After a moment, a gaunt woman appeared to open the door. Upon seeing Lengming standing at the threshold, her face lit up with joy, yet she promptly shut the door, never to reopen it. Lengming stood outside, recounting the torments he had suffered at the Ji family's hands, vowing never to misbehave again and promising to earn a living for himself. Yet all night long, that thin and fragile iron door, much like the one before her, resolutely barred him from entering. Wen Wan returned to her own home, gazing at the magnificent crystal chandelier and the ornate decorations adorned in champagne gold. The floor covered with handcrafted rugs, a space as lavish as a palace. Her life was opulent, yet she shared it with no one. Though the house was not large, it encompassed the entirety of winter. The following day, Lengming rose early, determined to leave a mature impression on the new employees he was training. He changed out of his usual casual attire into a professional suit, consisting of a white shirt and black trousers, a staple for any businessman. He appeared remarkably youthful, with gentle features and soft, expressive eyes, reminiscent of an innocent high school student. However, upon donning professional attire, an aura of profound maturity and composure emerged from his depths. The training venue, as notified by Du Qinglin, was situated near the culinary street, within a rented office space. Lengming arrived early, yet reached the location late, finding the modest area already occupied by the 8 recruits. Du Qinglin stood at the entrance, glancing at his watch as Lengming entered. So close. You almost arrived late. What a pity. Otherwise, I would have had a valid reason to deduct your attendance for the month. Lengming retorted, you truly spare no effort in cutting costs. Du Qinglin replied, otherwise, how would the quintuple overtime pay for weekend work materialize? I haven't turned a profit yet, and I'm already bleeding funds. Lengming quipped. There's no such thing as a risk-free venture. You can't adopt the capitalist mindset. The two exchanged light-hearted banter as they entered the room. The air conditioning was set to a chilling temperature, swiftly drying the sweat Lengming had accumulated while climbing the stairs. Inside the training room, the 8 individuals were arranged in 4 rows, 2 per row. Their ages ranged from 25 to 35, but they all appeared somewhat older than their years. In comparison, Lengming's youthful visage stood out like a tender green onion among them. One man in the front row expressed astonishment and dissatisfaction. Boss, this kid isn't here to train us, is he? Du Qinglin narrowed his eyes and smiled, his mouth wide, revealing a set of white, even teeth. If you lack faith in him, feel free to showcase your skills and test him to see if he is indeed qualified to guide you. Lengming cast a sidelong glance at Du Qinglin, retrieving his laptop from his bag, along with 8 USB drives. Distributing 1 USB drive to each person, he explained. The materials I intend to cover are all on these drives, which you can review later. The same man from the front row tossed his USB onto the table dismissively. I heard the training content is about cloud computing, right? Are you certain you're the one instructing us? You can't be more than 20. Have you even attended university? Have you worked in an IT company abroad? Do you have any hands-on experience? Do you understand Java, VB, and PHP? Young man, this isn't a playground for you. You should spend more time studying. It's the most important thing in your life. Lengming had perused the profiles of the newly hired employees, noting that half of them had previously worked for Oracle. The man questioning him, named Gao Longwan, was 35, a master's graduate who had worked abroad before returning home. His impressive resume boasted a high education level and overseas experience, having served at one of the world's most formidable software companies. Thus, he questioned Lengming without hesitation. Lengming remained unfazed, swiftly connecting his laptop to the projector. Soon, the words distributed computing illuminated the screen. The cool white light reflected off his youthful, collagen-rich face. Yet his tone belied the naivety of an 18-year-old. I do not wish to dwell on personal introductions. Regarding the controversies and doubts about my teaching, I believe they require no response. Let us commence directly. You are all IT elites and surely understand what distributed computing entails and its principles. I shall not elaborate excessively. With a click of his mouse, sub-options appeared beneath distributed computing, distributed skills, virtualization skills, parallel computing, network storage, security monitoring, and more. These were the focal points of his lecture. Gao Longwan interrupted. Hold on, before you rush into that, address a question for me. If I understand correctly, cloud computing entails the virtualization of hardware resources. Yet, all enterprises currently adhere to the IOE model, utilizing mini-computers that only support Unix time-sharing systems. The source code for this operating system is protected by intellectual property rights and qualifies as commercial software. How do you propose to virtualize hardware that exclusively supports proprietary software? Lengming paused for a few seconds, a duration that, for the 8 IT elites present, felt akin to conceding defeat, admitting their own incompetence. Gao Longwan, disappointed, remarked. If you cannot provide an answer, Lengming interjected, I simply did not expect you to pose such a rudimentary question. It has left me momentarily speechless. Gao Longwan's mouth fell agape, and the others were equally taken aback by Lengming's unexpected response. Lengming continued decisively, since the mini-computer only supports Unix. Then let us abandon it entirely and switch to x86, shall we? Furthermore, regarding the operating system, if Unix is not open-source software, we can substitute it with an open-source alternative. The core source code of Linux is accessible, devoid of copyright, cost-effective, highly functional, and versatile enough to replace Unix. Are there any further questions? Gao Longwan's mouth opened and closed, clearly unable to keep pace with Lengming's line of reasoning while being unable to counter his claims. The concept of alternatives has gained immense popularity in the 21st century. One may not afford an expensive skincare line, but can opt for a more affordable, high-quality set. Unable to visit the Maldives or Hawaii, a trip to Hainan Island would suffice. Much like major internet enterprises, there is no necessity to utilize mini-computers. x86 can serve as a budget-friendly substitute. Gao Longwan was taken aback. His previously assertive tone began to falter. What about the mini-computers? What of the accompanying software services? Lengming dismissed the concern. They can be phased out. Gao Longwan exclaimed, but that IBM we're discussing. Do you even understand? Lengming replied, of course. It is a global giant. My objective is to elevate everyone present to a status that rivals it. Lengming's words may have sounded absurd and impractical to outsiders. Yet they resonated with an exhilarating fervor. The nation's economic development lagged, and technological progress was slow. Citizens were just beginning to build their software and hardware infrastructure, only to discover that these resources had long since been monopolized by foreign giants. Gao Longwan, having spent 3 years at Oracle, understood how this foreign software titan regarded domestic engineers and employees. They were the oppressed, the exploited, and the undignified. Oracle had made it abundantly clear they would never cultivate a talent from Huagua within the company. It was explicitly stated that any Chinese employee could never rise to an executive position, relegated instead to menial roles. There was no choice. Being behind meant suffering the consequences, for their skills were simply inferior. Now, however, a brash young man emerged, proclaiming that they could stand shoulder to shoulder with these international behemoths. Absurd and laughable, yet filled with an intoxicating sense of hope. Gao Longwan's eyes gleamed with aggression as he thundered, you better clarify your plan. Otherwise, I guarantee that every time I see you, I will make it my mission to teach you a lesson. Lengming merely smiled and opened his presentation. Embarking on the first lesson of his course, Lengming's lectures are as succinct, straightforward, and pragmatic as he himself is, devoid of any ostentation. Specialized terminology, often encountered only when writing papers or reports, is conspicuously absent from his discourse. His language is concise, yet profoundly clear, greatly facilitating the comprehension of the programmers who have merely heard of cloud computing but have never engaged with it directly. In the span of a morning, Lengming elucidated the essence of cloud computing, traversing topics from cloud computing systems to virtual servers and software like hypervisors that virtualize physical resources, eventually delving into KVM's virtualization solutions. Thus, time slipped away unnoticed. All right, it's time for lunch. After you've eaten, take a brief respite, and we shall resume theoretical training in the afternoon. Du Qinglin's voice resonated as the 8 IT professionals remained in a state of eager anticipation. Only upon hearing the announcement of lunch did they realize their stomachs were growling in protest. Du Qinglin generously declared, "There is a food street not far from here. Feel free to indulge, dinner is on me." Someone promptly inquired, "Boss, does this count as a company gathering?" Du Qinglin, notoriously selective about dining, would never opt for a food street if he intended to host a gathering. No, a proper gathering entails savoring exquisite delicacies, not the fare of a food street. The crowd erupted in cheer. "Then we shall await the boss's treat for a grand feast." Groups of 3 or 4 trickled out of the office building, with Du Qinglin being the last to lock the door, only to find Lengming waiting for him. "What is the matter?" Lengming replied. "I wish to discuss market matters." Du Qinglin retorted, "Why must you bring this up during lunch?" Lengming insisted, "Certain matters require preemptive consideration." As they descended the stairs, they engaged in conversation. "Go ahead, share your thoughts." Lengming's perspective is notably long-term, diverging from conventional viewpoints. As he organized his thoughts, Du Qinglin, sensing his silence, prompted, "Why have you fallen silent?" Lengming furrowed his brow and cut to the chase. "Are you aware of monopolies?" Du Qinglin acknowledged, "Yes, I am." Lengming continued, "Did you know that apart from Amazon abroad, you are the first to implement this technology domestically?" Du Qinglin grasped Lengming's intent. Technology often serves as the swiftest route to market monopolization. He is the pioneer in cloud computing, uniquely positioned to capture the entirety of this untapped market, inevitably leading to a monopoly. Du Qinglin, imbued with the instinct of a businessman, considered the situation from a commercial perspective. "Isn't it delightful to have such substantial profits? I recall you mentioning ambitions of hundreds of millions, billions, even trillions. Wouldn't monopolizing this field expedite your goals?" Lengming shook his head. "I aspire to achieve those figures, but not through such means. Monopolies wreak havoc on market environments." Du Qinglin, "I hope that while you navigate the upper echelons of the market, you also consider the lower tiers. After all, the common folk constitute the majority. They have families to support and children to care for. And life is not easy for them. I am merely a technician. You are the one investing the capital, so I hope you deliberate wisely on your decisions." Du Qinglin remained noncommittal. But we haven't even established it yet. Let us wait until the cloud platform is operational." With that, to signal an end to the topic, he pursued Gao Longwan and his companions, leaving Lengming behind. Lengming understood Du Qinglin's stance. Why would one who could potentially earn hundreds of billions voluntarily choose to share the cake with others, thereby earning less? Humanity is inherently selfish, and capital is driven by profit. Hence, he felt compelled to preemptively caution Du Qinglin. Monopolistic actions bear grave consequences. Should Du Qinglin persist in pursuing this path, Lengming would undoubtedly retaliate. During lunch, Lengming and Du Qinglin tacitly agreed to refrain from revisiting their earlier unpleasant conversation. The 10 of them gathered at a noodle shop, each with a bowl of beef noodles, a can of beer, a plate of mixed beef offal, and a large beef bone, indulging in hearty enjoyment. As they relaxed, casual conversations evolved into discussions about personal lives. The camaraderie among men is uncomplicated. A meal, a bottle of wine, a pack of cigarettes often suffice to reach a point of open-heartedness. Gao Longwan retrieved his wallet, his expression somber. Clutching a beer bottle while gazing at the photo within his wallet, he sighed deeply. "This is my former girlfriend. I shall never forget her." Lengming, not wishing to pry into others' affairs, found himself seated closest to Gao Longwan and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the woman in the photograph. With a sharp memory, he instantly recognized her as Zheng Jiejia. With reddened eyes, Gao Longwan continued, "She was a wonderful woman, but I was impoverished and unable to provide her with the life she envisioned. On the day she proposed breaking up, she wept bitterly, expressing her reluctance to leave me. Yet, her father was gravely ill and required substantial surgery fees. She did not wish to burden me, hence the separation. Truly, that was the most painful day of my life. I failed her." Lengming pondered how to alert Mr. Gao about the woman he idolized, who not long ago flaunted a 100,000 yuan handbag, drove an 800,000 yuan car, and commanded a high-achieving student to wash her car while adorned in luxurious designer clothing. Chapter 58. Disturbance is not the same as harassment. Miss. This is the list of IT personnel recently recruited by Du Qinglin's company. While Lengming was conducting training for the employees, A letter containing detailed information about the technical staff of Qingling Technology was delivered to Wen Wan. As Wen Wan opened the thick envelope and began perusing its contents, the reporting personnel hesitated, stating, "You instructed us to monitor Mr. Ji Lengming, but he is exceptionally cunning. We lost track of him this morning." Wen Wan raised her head and swung the documents in her hand at the reporter, exclaiming, "Incompetence." The papers scattered across the floor. "Pick them up." The reporter complied, gathering the documents and rearranging them in order. Wen Wan, with a stern countenance, questioned, "Where did you lose him?" The reporter lowered his gaze. "In a very remote village. He took a bus there, disembarked at a landmark, and then he just vanished." Wen Wan lifted a cup of cool tea from the table, taking a sip to quell her rising temper. She had never realized that Ji Lengming possessed such astute counter-surveillance awareness. This morning, around 5:30, Ji Lengming had departed. In a bid to track his movements, Wen Wan dispatched someone to follow him discreetly, but unexpectedly, he had detected their presence. Her subordinates truly were inept, having been toyed with without realizing it. Forget it, there's no need to tail him anymore. If I hadn't been discovered, I might have been able to approach him surreptitiously. Now that he is aware, attempting the same strategy will only deepen his aversion. Wen Wan revisited the profiles of the new employees recruited by Qingling Technology. Among them, the most impressive resume belonged, of course, to Gao Longwan. As the saying goes, to kill a chicken to scare the monkey, one must target a representative figure. If the most outstanding individual in a small circle is eliminated, others will naturally feel apprehensive. By ruining Gao Longwan and tarnishing Qingling Technology's reputation, she would see whether anyone would dare to apply for a position there again. Thus, Wen Wan focused intently on Gao Longwan's information. When discussing Gao Longwan, one cannot overlook Zheng Jiejia. This woman was Gao Longwan's ex-girlfriend, and although they had parted ways, he had never truly forgotten her. Instinctively, Wen Wan perceived Zheng Jiejia as a potential breakthrough. Investigate Zheng Jiejia thoroughly, the more detailed the better. While Wen Wan sought individuals to investigate Zheng Jiejia, Ji Lengming was also discreetly looking into this woman. After a day of training, Ji Lengming took the bus back to his rented accommodation. As he entered the alley, he happened to encounter Wen Wan exiting her residence. She was carrying a basket of Qingwan grapes, each one plump and glistening green. Upon seeing Ji Lengming, she did not hesitate but directly stated, "This morning, one of my staff acted thoughtlessly and followed you without permission. I apologize." Wen Wan's mention of the incident cast a shadow over Ji Lengming's mood. That morning, he had chosen to jog to the training venue, which was not too far away, combining exercise with his commute. To his dismay, he soon noticed someone stealthily trailing him. In an effort to shake off the follower, Ji Lengming took a random bus and traveled a considerable distance before finally losing them. This was why, despite leaving early, he nearly arrived late for training. "Are you certain that this has nothing to do with Miss Wen?" Ji Lengming thought to himself. Wen Wan, with her eyes wide open, lied effortlessly, even raising her hand as if swearing to the heavens. "I swear on the heavens, if I were responsible for this, may my beauty diminish." Ji Lengming thought. It wasn't he that he was complaining, but that this oath held no weight. Regardless of how much Wen Wan's looks might decline, she would still remain extraordinarily beautiful. "Fine, just don't let me catch you doing this again." Wen Wan nodded obediently, then offered him the Qingwan grapes. "This is my apology. If you refuse, I will continue to punish that employee of mine until you accept my contrition." Ji Lengming frowned disapprovingly. "Is this moral coercion?" Wen Wan replied, "Indeed, aside from you, I possess neither sympathy nor patience for anyone else. Accepting these grapes is tantamount to saving him. As for the grapes, you may either eat them or toss them." As Ji Lengming passed by Wen Wan, he said, "Then please dispose of them for me." With that, he lifted his leg and headed towards his small yard. Wen Wan followed closely behind with the fruit basket. When she saw him struggling with the keys to open the door, she chided him irritably. "What are you still doing with me?" Unfazed, Wen Wan raised her wrist to indicate the grapes in her hand. "I'm going to throw them in your yard. Is that not permissible?" Ji Lengming retorted, "Absolutely not." Wen Wan appeared utterly indifferent, embodying a persistent quality. "If you insist I throw them, I will throw them in your yard, unless you take them. Then I can toss them anywhere." Ji Lengming was at a loss for words, wanting to curse, but ultimately refraining. "You promised me yesterday that you wouldn't disturb me again. Are you already going back on your word?" Wen Wan, with an innocent expression, replied, "But I haven't disturbed you at all. That counts as harassment," she argued. "Disturbance and harassment are not synonymous. I only promised not to disturb you, but I never claimed I wouldn't harass you." Ji Lengming was taken aback by Wen Wan's shameless reasoning. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Then I am now informing you that you are forbidden to disturb or harass me, and take your grapes and scram." Frustrated, Ji Lengming slammed the door with great force, causing the fragile metal door to bear an undue burden once more. Wen Wan stood outside, leisurely plucking a grape to eat. The evening glow was splendid, and her mood remained rather pleasant. She understood that Ji Lengming would not accept her offering. This act was merely meant to help him forget the memory of being followed earlier that day. Human memory is peculiar. After enduring a terrible breakfast, one might lament about it, but after experiencing a car accident by lunchtime, the morning's unpleasant meal would be forgotten. The incident of being followed was akin to that unsatisfactory breakfast, while she, Wen Wan, represented the car accident. Lengming took some time to compose himself before resolving to prioritize the matter at hand. He set aside his personal emotions and sat down at his computer, delving deeply into the background of Zheng Jiejia. Zheng Jiejia was rather self-absorbed, her Weibo account filled with selfies and ostentatious displays of luxury goods. Hence, locating her account was quite simple. He then proceeded to track the accounts that liked, commented on, or followed her posts. To his surprise, he discovered that nearly every sultry photo of Zheng Jiejia received likes from the same individual. Clicking on this person's profile, he noted the impressive credentials. The individual was none other than Wang Mian, the CEO of Hexin Group. Consequently, Lengming began to investigate Hexin Group and soon found that Wang Mian was the legal representative of over a dozen electronics companies, with business dealings spanning IC packaging, mobile phones, computers, televisions, fans, chargers, and a variety of other electronic products. What unsettled Lengming was that most of Wang Mian's electronic companies were engaged in partnerships with educational institutions, entering into talent supply agreements with various colleges and universities. These institutions range from technical schools to junior colleges and universities, creating a diverse landscape. Everything appeared quite normal. Yet, as he glanced between the educational institutions and the numerous electronics factories, several terms began to surface in Lengming's mind. Internship, disaster area, students, and cheap labor. Combined, they formed the unsettling conclusion. Interns were indeed the disaster area of cheap labor. Chapter 59, A Counterattack. Miss, we have gathered the information on Zheng Jiejia. Wen Wan, known for her wide connections and high efficiency, had the complete dossier on Zheng Jiejia placed on her desk in less than a day. As she examined the second version of the assessment for the new greenhouse construction, she did not lift her head, merely allowing a fraction of her attention to drift towards the report. Just tell me directly. The staff member replied, certainly. Zheng Jiejia is ostensibly an associate professor at a university's Materials Institute. However, her title is dubious. We have uncovered her consumption records, and her monthly spending has never dipped below 600,000. Her family background is quite ordinary, her salary is not particularly high, and she owns no companies or additional side businesses. Therefore, based on her current financial habits, it is impossible for her to sustain such extravagant expenditures. When one inquired, who was financing her? The staff member had intended to create suspense but quickly divulged, she is being supported by a businessman named Wang Mian. We have also gathered information on Wang Mian. Would you like to hear it? Wen Wan set down the document in her hands, stretching her shoulders. Wang Mian is of no significance. Knowing that Zheng Jiejia is fond of money and vanity is sufficient. Find someone reliable to approach this woman and encourage her to pursue Gao Longwen. The staff member, perplexed by the purpose behind this directive, asked, Miss, what is the intent behind this? Wen Wan's gaze was cold and serene. I personally hold a disdain for the company named Qingling Technology. Hence I shall first deal with its employees. Is there any objection? The employee hastily shook his head. No problem, miss. Whatever makes you happy. Wen Wan instructed. Ensure that no one suspects our involvement, understood? The employee affirmed, understood. Wen Wan's efficiency in executing tasks was remarkable. In less than 2 days, Zheng Jiejia had been bribed and controlled, with even the script on how to entangle Gao Longwen prepared meticulously. That day, a thunderstorm loomed. Lengming and a group of 10 colleagues finished work together and headed to the food street for dinner. Due to the rain, the food street was sparsely populated, and in the beef noodle shop, only Lengming and the regulars were present. As they awaited their meal, a loud argument erupted outside the noodle shop. The commotion was jarring, with so few people around, even with the glass doors separating them. The few patrons inside could clearly hear the heated exchange between a man and a woman. Lengming turned his head to glance through the glass door, and upon seeing the woman, his brow furrowed instantly. There was no mistaking it. It was Zheng Jiejia. The identity of the man was unknown to him. The content of their quarrel was strikingly melodramatic. Zheng Jiejia, in tears, chastised, you scoundrel. You got that woman pregnant. Have you ever thought of me? My income is the result of my own hard work, and yet you, behind my back, use my money to support another woman. I truly misjudged you. I want to break up. I want to end this right now. The man, attempting to embrace Zheng Jiejia, responded with feigned affection. No, I will not let you go. It was that woman who seduced me. My darling, I love you more than anything. I simply made a mistake that all men make. I swear, I will treat you far better. Lengming kept his head down, pretending not to hear the ruckus outside, while secretly observing Gao Longwen, who was intently focused on the scene beyond the glass door. At 35 years old, the toll of the IT industry had rendered him more mature than his years would suggest. His lips were pressed into a thin line, and his eyes blazed with suppressed fury. Lengming feared that he might soon explode and confront the couple outside. Meanwhile, Zheng Jiejia and the scoundrel had escalated their confrontation. She attempted to push him away, but he clung to her desperately. You scoundrel, I don't want your embrace. It's disgusting. You smell of that other woman. Don't leave me, darling. I truly love you. The man began to forcefully kiss her. Inside the noodle shop, Gao Longwen could no longer contain himself. He slammed his hand on the table, rising with the agility and intensity of a coiled leopard, ready to charge outside. Ji Lengming, quick on his feet, seized him. What are you doing? Gao Longwen glared fiercely. I'm going with you to see. Du Qinglin, observing their interaction, curiously inquired, what is happening? What are you planning to do? Ji Lengming replied, the woman outside is Gao Longwen's ex-girlfriend. I've seen her photo in his wallet. Du Qinglin then stood up. Then I shall go take a look too. The other 7 members continued eating or watching, while Ji Lengming, Gao Longwen, and Du Qinglin, exuding an air of authority, proceeded to intervene on behalf of the distressed woman. At the entrance of the noodle shop, the temporary actor, pulled by Zheng Jiejia, intensified his performance upon noticing others emerging from the establishment. He held Zheng Jiejia's waist with one hand while the other secured her head, leaning in for a kiss. Gao Longwen strode over, grabbing the actor by the collar and forcefully pulling him backward before pushing him to the ground with a kick. Zheng Jiejia's acting was remarkably convincing. She rushed forward, tears streaming down her face, throwing herself onto the actor and shielding him with an intense glare directed at Gao Longwen. You shall not harm him. Gao Longwen felt a pang in his heart at her defense of another man. He sorrowfully pleaded, Jiejia, do you not remember who I am? Zheng Jiejia's performance was masterful, completely overshadowing any amateur theatrics. She hesitated for a moment, as if discerning something, her eyes reflecting a fleeting struggle before she bowed her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. I do not know you. You have mistaken me for someone else. She embodied the essence of a fragile flower, humiliated, helpless, yearning for support, yet too fearful to seek it. Gao Longwen, unable to resist, moved closer to her, his eyes brimming with tears as he hoarsely declared, I have not mistaken you. You are Zheng Jiejia, the woman I have always loved. Ji Lengming regarded this farce with disdain, labeling it as mere theatrics, while mentally strategizing how to utilize Zheng Jiejia as a pawn. If he were not already aware of the woman's true nature, he might have thought that this unfolding drama was a stroke of fortune for Gao Longwen. However, in this era, fairy tales were scarce. The question remained as to who had orchestrated this ruse. Ji Lengming, both emotionally and rationally, leaned towards the belief that Zheng Jiejia had been sent by Wen Wan to create chaos. Du Qinglin's company was still in its nascent stage, merely in training, making it unrealistic to consider him as having made any enemies in the business realm, save for Wen Wan. Furthermore, Zheng Jiejia was clearly not a naive flower, but was strategically playing the role of a heartbroken one. Such meticulous plotting could not simply be for amusement. Her attitude towards Gao Longwen indicated that she was indeed targeting him. With multifaceted deductions, Ji Lengming was convinced this was Wen Wan's handiwork, an enemy concealed in shadows. He resolved to remain discreet for the time being, finding an opportune moment to discuss matters with Du Qinglin, aiming to turn the tables on Wen Wan. Chapter 60, The First Strike. With Gao Longwen's backing, the actor retreated obediently. Zheng Jiejia, having cried profusely, was temporarily taken to the office lounge to rest. The team marveled at Gao Longwen's good fortune, incessantly praising Zheng Jiejia's grace and beauty, with the bolder ones affectionately calling her sister-in-law, causing her to blush furiously, her eyes still glistening with tears. In a separate lounge, Du Qinglin and Ji Lengming enjoyed the cool air conditioning. Du Qinglin remarked, I never imagined I would witness such an event in my lifetime. Gao Longwen is truly fortunate. Ji Lengming merely smiled in silence. Du Qinglin retorted, why the sardonic smile? Are you unable to bear seeing others prosper? Ji Lengming pulled out his phone, showing Du Qinglin several screenshots. This is, Ji Lengming prompted. Search for this Weibo account. I believe it will be more persuasive than my explanations. Du Qinglin promptly searched for Zheng Jiejia's Weibo. However, she had prepared meticulously, setting her account to be visible only to friends, leaving Du Qinglin momentarily at a loss. She locked her posts. I can't see anything. By the way, how did you come to know about her Weibo? Ji Lengming recounted his first encounter with Zheng Jiejia, omitting any mention of Song Li and Zhou Honglu, simply stating he had stumbled upon it while strolling through campus. Du Qinglin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Is she truly that outrageous? Such a person can be an associate professor? Ji Lengming replied, that's why I suspect she has someone backing her. Through investigating her social connections, he discovered a close tie with a certain individual. Ji Lengming shared Wang Mian's information with Du Qinglin. He remarked, I possess no evidence to substantiate the claim of an affair between these two individuals. Yet it is evident that only this person has the capacity to allow her to lead such a resplendent existence. Du Qinglin cast a glance at Wang Mian's profile before inquiring, do you believe it is this Wang Mian who has dispatched his mistress to seduce my employees? What could he possibly gain from this? A realization dawned upon him as he contemplated a possibility. I understand now. Wang Mian intends to steal my technology. Thus, he has sent his mistress to infiltrate Gao Longwen. Ji Lengming interjected, Du Qinglin, why the silence? Ji Lengming, no longer mincing words, asserted, this matter has no connection to Wang Mian. The one who commanded Zheng Jiejia to approach is most likely Wen Wan. She must have become aware of your company's establishment and seeks to teach you a lesson. By investigating your employees, she fortuitously discovered Zheng Jejia and seized the opportunity. Du Qinglin appeared perplexed. Zheng Jejia herself seems rather innocuous, does she not? Ji Lengming chuckled at the remark. What if she were to sow discord among your employees? She could entangle Gao Longwen while simultaneously engaging in flirtations with others. Have you heard of the term green tea BTCH? Do you think any of our straightforward male colleagues could withstand her charm? I fear that the camaraderie you have painstakingly built, along with the cohesion of the company, could swiftly disintegrate into mere fragments. Do you still perceive this woman as weak and harmless? At Ji Lengming's words, alarm bells rang loudly in Du Qinglin's mind. He clenched his teeth in indignation. I shall confront Wen Wan immediately. Ji Lengming restrained him. Hold on. The enemy is in plain sight while we remain in the shadows. As long as Wen Wan remains unyielding, your side will continue to be troubled. Du Qinglin sat back down. Indeed. You are right. The ancients taught us that a single blow can prevent 100 retaliations. If I cede to her today, she will only grow more arrogant tomorrow. A mischievous smile played on Ji Lengming's lips. So, after being bullied for so long, do you wish to strike back? That final statement ignited a fervor within Du Qinglin. The world has long suffered under Wen Wan's tyranny. Her immense influence and unpredictable actions, driven solely by whim, render her exceedingly perilous. Yet, to challenge her, no one currently possesses the means to do so. Du Qinglin could only glare in frustration, employing a method of mental victory, drawing circles in his mind to curse her. Now, Ji Lengming proposed a way for Wen Wan to face some hardship. What a momentous occasion that would be. Du Qinglin grasped Ji Lengming's wrist in excitement. Lengming, if you can manage to make Wen Wan suffer, I shall immediately include you in my family tree. Ji Lengming shrugged off the gesture. That won't be necessary. Let me instruct you on how to utilize Zheng Jejia. Zheng Jejia, oblivious to Ji Lengming's prior acquaintance with her, was entirely focused on Gao Longwen. In truth, even if they were to meet face to face, she would struggle to recall him. On the day Zhou Honglu washed her car, her attention was devoted to guarding against Song Li, leaving little room to notice the almost invisible freshman. Thus, when Du Qinglin took the initiative to introduce Ji Lengming to Zheng Jejia, she failed to recognize him, treating him as a complete stranger. Miss Zheng, is it? I am Du Qinglin. A pleasure to meet you. Du Qinglin, clad in fashionable attire, exuded elegance. His wristwatch a luxurious piece of considerable value. Zheng Jejia, perceptive as she was, quickly deduced that he was Gao Longwen's superior and the adversary who had provided her with a substantial sum to undermine his company. She shyly rose to her feet, offering a brief handshake, their fingers barely grazing. Hello, I am Zheng Jejia. Thank you for taking care of Longwen. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Oh, so you're already calling him Gao Ge. Haha, Gao Ge, when shall we celebrate your wedding? Zheng Jejia's cheeks flushed with color. As the eldest in the group, Gao Longwen naturally assumed the role of the big brother. He turned red in the ears and spat. You rascals, behave yourselves. Du Qinglin joined in the laughter, yet did not lose sight of the main objective. He asked, I overheard your conversation with my employee. You are a professor at a university, correct? Zheng Jejia tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, her profile serene and beautiful. She nodded in affirmation. Yes, I teach at a university. I have a class this afternoon, so I must return shortly. It's already September, apart from the freshmen who haven't reported yet. All other grades commence classes on September 1st. Du Qinglin drew Ji Lengming forward. Perfect. This is my younger brother. He will be attending a university in 2 days. Since Miss Zheng is a professor there, would you kindly look after him? Ji Lengming, serving as a trainer at a technology institute, had kept his identity under wraps. It was likely that even if revealed, few would believe it. Zheng Jejia glanced at Ji Lengming. He was slender, his skin delicate, lips full, with tousled hair framing his forehead, exuding youthful charm. His features, unlike the chiseled countenance of a typical handsome man, leaned towards a softer appeal, evoking the image of clouds drifting lazily in a blue sky. At first glance, he seemed unremarkable, but the longer one looked, the more comforting he appeared. Zheng Jejia, accustomed to the company of beautiful faces, had conducted her share of studies on beauty. In her eyes, immediately striking appearances often succumbed to the ravages of time. Conversely, a gentle, enduring charm like Ji Lengming's could truly captivate for a lifetime. Ji Lengming also regarded Zheng Jejia, offering a slight smile laced with playfulness, momentarily startling her. Aunt Zheng, hello. I hope to receive your guidance. Zheng Jejia's facade crumbled in an instant, her previously soft demeanor transforming into one of fierce indignation. Who are you calling it? Realizing her loss of composure, she quickly coughed to cover it. Ji Lengming tilted his head slightly, his expression a blend of innocence and naivety. Shall I call you Sister Zheng then? In Chapter 61, holding an umbrella, under Du Qinglin's persuasion, Zheng Jejia reluctantly agreed to accompany Ji Lengming on the day of registration at the university, guiding him through the process of submitting documents, obtaining a campus card, and collecting books. Ji Lengming retained Zheng Jejia's contact information. Early in the morning, he called her to discuss his estimated arrival time at a university. After hanging up, he deliberately paid attention to the movements next door. As he closed the door behind him with his backpack, Wen Wan mirrored his actions almost simultaneously. In unison, they both stepped out with their right foot, turning to close the courtyard gate. Lengming walked ahead, with Wen Wan trailing closely, intentionally narrowing the distance between them. Once they reached the alley's exit, Wen Wan quickened her pace, aligning herself shoulder to shoulder with Lengming. The sunlight was blinding, and she opened her parasol, casting a shadow over Lengming's head. He glanced down at her, adjusting the parasol to its proper position, but the shade immediately returned to Wen Wan's side. "Take care of yourself," he remarked, his tone devoid of emotion, yet it sent Wen Wan's heart racing. Yet, fearing she might be overthinking, she insisted on tilting the umbrella toward him, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I wish to shield you from the sun." Lengming cast another look at Wen Wan. The breathtakingly beautiful girl half exposed to the glaring sun, her skin glowing, a light sheen of sweat forming on her forehead, radiating youthful vitality. Uncontrollably, memories of the past flooded Lengming's mind. In the past, it was the gentle bodyguard who sheltered her with an umbrella, but eventually, the one holding the umbrella became him. Wen Wan had high standards. When holding the umbrella, his hand was not allowed to tremble, his steps had to synchronize with hers. They were to maintain a certain distance, and he could not casually switch hands. Even if his arm grew weary and could barely lift, he had to grit his teeth and endure. At times, for the sake of amusement, Wen Wan would insist he hold the umbrella for over 4 hours. Until muscle spasms set in, blood flow to his upper limbs was critically impaired, cold sweat drenched him, and his shoulders ached terribly from prolonged strain. Only when he stumbled and fell, trembling and disheveled, would she burst into cruel laughter. She indulged in inflicting pain upon him merely for fleeting, superficial amusement. At that time, he was entirely absorbed in the prideful, spirited young lady, and did not perceive any wrongdoing. Rather, he felt a humble satisfaction when she laughed at his expense. However, the tides had turned, and now it was the young lady who held the umbrella for him. A flicker of thought crossed Lengming's mind, soon followed by darker, more malicious intentions. In his ever-calm tone, he remarked, "If you are to hold the umbrella for me, your hand must not shake. Maintain a distance of at least an arm's length, synchronize your steps with mine, and do not stray too far or too close, nor switch hands at will. Can you manage that?" Wen Wan's eyes sparkled with eager determination. "I can." Lengming responded, "Very well, then follow me." Their residence was not far from the school, a mere 10-minute walk. During these minutes, they exchanged no further words, yet Lengming could sense the umbrella remained steady above them. Today marked the registration day for freshmen at a university, and the campus buzzed with excitement. Numerous private cars lined up at the entrance, security personnel maintained order, and the main thoroughfare teemed with students, parents, teachers, and various administrative offices guiding newcomers through the enrollment process. Lengming selected a spot that was not overly crowded, with sufficient ventilation, yet devoid of any cover. He had arranged to meet Zheng Jiejia, fully aware of her tendency to be late. As Lengming waited in the dull monotony, Wen Wan stood under the sun, her collar already damp with sweat. She could not comprehend what Lengming was doing. Assuming he was unfamiliar with the university process, "Hand me your enrollment materials, and I will assist you." Lengming replied, "If you leave, who will hold the umbrella for me? Then I shall call Evan." Wen Wan retorted, "No need, just wait here. Someone will handle it for me." Lengming insisted. "Who will handle it for you?" Wen Wan pressed. "That is not your concern. Adjust the umbrella, it's tilted." Suppressing her frustration, Wen Wan complied with Lengming's request. The weather grew increasingly oppressive, the sun more punishing. Beneath the scorching rays, Wen Wan's damp clothing clung to her front and back, her hair stuck to her cheeks, her complexion an abnormal shade of crimson with lips devoid of color. Her arms ached more intensely, shoulders throbbed, and due to insufficient blood flow, her vision began to blur and whiten, yet she persisted through gritted teeth. Perhaps she recalled the past and understood Lengming's intentions, a hint of pain flickering in her eyes. "If you wish to torment me, go ahead. I can endure it. I owe you this." Lengming felt a twisted satisfaction at Zheng Jiejia's tardiness. Observing Wen Wan's state only deepened his morbid delight. He chuckled lightly. "Miss, it would be wise not to overexert yourself." Wen Wan met his gaze, her eyes both obstinate and frenzied. "You need not provoke me. You may treat me as you wish, just as I treated you. Indeed, you may even double the repayment. I grant you that right." Lengming's eyes darkened with an icy resolve. "We have always been equals. You have no right to bestow anything upon me." Wen Wan dismissed his words, having heard him claim their equality numerous times. Yet, to her, it was merely his naive delusion. In the realm of existence, where was true equality, it was merely a benevolent lie concocted by those in her circle to safeguard their interests. Only a fool like him would naively accept it as truth. Wen Wan chose not to shatter Lengming's beautiful illusion, replying instead, "Indeed, you are right." Lengming recognized her insincerity, but chose not to dwell on it. The topic closed, and a lengthy silence ensued until Zheng Jiejia's arrival. Upon seeing the woman approaching Lengming, Wen Wan's pupils contracted. Zheng Jiejia, impeccably maintained and in her 30s, appeared no older than 24 or 25, exuding a blend of maturity and sensuality, every movement dripping with allure. Wen Wan involuntarily compared the woman before her to Wang Sisi. Wang Sisi possessed a fiery figure and an air of boldness. Yet her conduct remained within the bounds of propriety. Conversely, the woman before her exuded a blatant sensuality, every smile and frown meticulously crafted. A socialite molded to meet male desires. While Wen Wan was lost in thought, Lengming had already approached Zheng Jiejia. He observed the interaction between Wen Wan and Zheng Jiejia, relieved to note they were unfamiliar with one another. It seemed his assumption was correct, given Wen Wan's pride. She would never personally confront Zheng Jiejia, preferring to send an intermediary. Teacher Zheng. Lengming transformed into the model student. Zheng Jiejia appeared apologetic, repeatedly expressing her regret. I'm terribly sorry. I encountered an unexpected situation and was delayed. Have you been waiting long? In her mind, however, she thought, last time you dared to call me auntie and older sister, I shall ensure you learn your lesson. Lengming smiled gently. I haven't waited long at all. Rather, I have inconvenienced you. Please don't hold it against me. With that, he seized the umbrella from Wen Wan's grasp and positioned it above Zheng Jiejia. What are you doing? Wen Wan exclaimed in disbelief. Zheng Jiejia, however, was quite pleased with Lengming's actions. As she approached, she had already taken notice of Wen Wan. This young girl, vibrant and elegantly dressed, was strikingly beautiful, possessing a face that stirred jealousy, a beauty that made her want to tear it away. Yet now, no matter how lovely, the boy who had been holding the umbrella for her was dutifully shielding Zheng Jiejia. Zheng Jiejia smiled shyly, her delicate hand playfully nudging Lengming. Her gaze filled with a familiar, teasing intimacy. You should hold the umbrella for your young girlfriend. Look at her. Her face is already sunburned. Lengming replied with a smile. I have no girlfriend. Please don't say such things, teacher. Zheng Jiejia covered her mouth, her eyes fixed on Wen Wan, appearing surprised, yet brimming with provocation. That young girl certainly doesn't cherish herself. Under such a blazing sun, her face is turned this way. She turned to Lengming. You students, always indulging in frivolity. At least she is a girl. Shouldn't you show a little tenderness? Why let her suffer like this? Lengming seemed to scrutinize Wen Wan's face seriously before responding. Her skin is naturally like this. There's no need for you to feel guilty, teacher. Besides, she is merely a loyal admirer. Admirers are not human, so there's no need to feel pity for her. Standing beside Zheng Jiejia, Lengming leaned in to whisper. His gaze gentle, exuding an air of patience as he spoke. The contrast in communicating with Wen Wan is striking. Wen Wan stands to the side, drenched in sweat. Her lips chapped, having held an umbrella for someone else for an entire hour. Her arms ache painfully, and she must endure a barrage of continuous mockery. Her nails dig deeply into her palms as she observes their blatant display of flirtation and banter. Understanding that this is merely Lengming venting his frustrations on her through this woman, and that their relationship is far from genuine. However, what infuriates her most is the fact that Lengming would use such a lowly woman to assail her. If it were Wang Sisi, she might have regarded her as a worthy opponent deserving of respect. But now, confronted by this vulgar individual, she feels utterly humiliated. Wen Wan's eyes blaze with fury, radiating a heat fiercer than the scorching sun. Lengming, if you seek to exact revenge upon me, please do so with someone of a more respectable caliber, rather than this cheap commodity. Before Lengming can respond, Zheng Jiejia steps forward, forcefully shoving Wen Wan, causing her to stagger back several paces. Who are you calling a cheap whore? Did your mother not teach you to speak with virtue? I am a dignified associate professor, with national funding, status, and prestige. You filthy little girl, do you wish to bear the disgrace of insulting a teacher? I can report you to the authorities. Do you believe I can ensure you cannot continue at a university? Zheng Jiejia is incensed. It is the first time anyone has dared to speak to her in such a manner, among her many students, who has not groveled at her feet. Yet here stands someone audacious enough to insult her. Wen Wan can tolerate Lengming's resentment, having owed him much, but she will not endure the indignities inflicted by others. When Zheng Jiejia pushes her, she is determined to break both of her arms. Lacking additional support, Wen Wan must suppress her revulsion as she prepares to retaliate. The mere thought of touching such a lowly woman fills her with a sense of contamination that will take considerable time to cleanse. With eyes blazing red, she seizes Zheng Jiejia's arm and hurls her against the concrete wall. Taking advantage of Zheng Jiejia's disorientation, she kicks her leg at the joint. Zheng Jiejia, in pain, collapses to her knees, her short skirt affording no protection, resulting in a scrape that draws blood. Next, Wen Wan grips one of Zheng Jiejia's arms, channeling force through her foot to deliver a brutal kick to her elbow joint. With a wretched scream, Zheng Jiejia's arm snaps sickeningly, resembling a broken stick. As she crumples to the ground, Wen Wan's rage surges. Go ahead, call the police. Tell your superiors. Let us see who will be unable to continue. Wen Wan glances at Lengming, who seems entirely unfazed, and her anger intensifies. To insult me with such a wretched creature, Lengming, you truly are ruthless. Lengming's demeanor is remarkably nonchalant. His attention is not on Wen Wan, but rather on the concealed camera he had just retracted nearby. He muses that the video of Wen Wan mercilessly assaulting Zheng Jiejia will undoubtedly be recorded in its entirety. Presumably, by noon today, this footage will reach Wang Mian. Who is Wang Mian? Recently, Du Qinglin dispatched individuals to conduct a discreet investigation, revealing him as a leading figure in C-City's electronics industry. The legal representative of numerous electronic factories employing over 100 individuals, and the owner of a publicly listed company that specializes in foreign electronics manufacturing. Moreover, Zheng Jiejia is undoubtedly his mistress, having skillfully captured his affection and often indulged in extravagant shopping sprees with him. If Wang Mian discovers that his beloved concubine has been beaten by Wen Wan, and so brutally at that, one wonders if he might not seek to avenge her honor against Wen Wan. Even if Wen Wan possesses connections, she is still an outsider to the tech circle. And in C-City, this is not her domain. This calamity, dear heiress, you cannot escape. Ji Lengming closes the umbrella and places it gently at Wen Wan's feet. His task is complete. There is no need for further pretense with her. Here is your umbrella. Wen Wan takes a deep breath, dispelling the violent thoughts that clamored in her mind. As Ji Lengming turns to leave, she calls out, "Stop!" Ji Lengming glances back. Wen Wan meets his gaze, her eyes cold and unyielding. "You intend to walk away just like that?" Ji Lengming, well acquainted with Wen Wan, counters, "What else would you have me do?" Wen Wan demands, "What is your relationship with her?" Ji Lengming retorts, "What is our relationship that I should disclose anything to you?" Wen Wan presses her lips together, her fists clenched, her back straight. "You may seek revenge on me, but do not insult me." Ji Lengming knows Wen Wan all too well. She possesses an immense pride, an innate arrogance that reflects her noble lineage. The more she is compared to those she despises, the deeper her anger and humiliation grow, challenging her self-esteem. This is why Ji Lengming is certain she will retaliate against Zheng Jiejia. With a slight smirk, Ji Lengming quips, "Is that an insult to you? Pray tell, miss. When you referred to teacher Zheng as a whore, was that not an insult? When you confined me in a dog cage, used nail clippers to cut my flesh, and made me consume the tissues you had used, was that not an insult?" Wen Wan's eyes burn with rage, nearly spilling over with fury. "Miss, one cannot be so hypocritical. It paints one as insincere and loathsome." Chapter 63, Divestment, Dining, Investigation, Corpse. Zheng Jiejia was taken to the hospital by fellow students. The school administration soon became aware of the incident. Given the severity of the situation and Zheng Jiejia's connections within the institution, they swiftly decided to expel Wen Wan for her violent actions. Any other compensatory measures would be calculated separately. Wen Wan sat in the principal's office, exhibiting little reaction to this resolution, casually making a few phone calls. Shortly thereafter, the principal and secretary received a call from the project leader for the West Campus, announcing that the investors had just issued a notice to withdraw their funding. The principal was beside himself with rage. Why would they withdraw funding at this juncture? The blueprints are complete, the construction team is in place, the materials have been procured, and we are on the verge of erecting the building. What do they intend to achieve by pulling out now? The project leader of the West Campus was equally perplexed. I hear the investor is being expelled from the school. What does that even mean? Are the benefactors of the two buildings students? The principal instinctively glanced at Wen Wan, seated on the sofa, his heart racing. Wen Wan coldly regarded the middle-aged man in his 50s, tossing the expulsion decision onto the desk. "Do you still wish to expel me?" The principal's heart plummeted. While Wen Wan was being condemned by the Academic Affairs Office, the Faculty Union, and the Admissions Office, Ji Lengming had already completed his enrollment process. He had collected his textbooks and campus ID, and without accommodation arrangements, he decided to grab a bite at the cafeteria before spending some time in the library. At the South Garden cafeteria, having passed the mealtime, the crowd was sparse. Ji Lengming chose a counter, casually selecting some dishes. Just as he was about to find a place to sit, a voice called out to him from behind. "Ji Lengming." The voice was bright and lively. "What a coincidence. I just saw your name on the class roster and didn't expect to run into you here." Turning to see the speaker, Ji Lengming recognized Zhao Shuiying. "What a coincidence. Are you here for a meal as well?" Zhao Shuiying nodded enthusiastically, clapping her hands in delight. "Just wait for me a moment. I'll join you for dinner." How wonderful it feels to meet a familiar face. Haha. Today, she was dressed quite stylishly. Her hair, which she usually tied up, flowed freely, and the black-framed glasses perched on her nose had been replaced with contact lenses. Clad in a vibrant orange long dress, she exuded vitality with every gesture. Though her appearance may not have been strikingly beautiful, she radiated a refreshing energy, akin to a juicy sweet orange. Zhao Shuiying was destined to become a leading figure in the field of microelectronics, a rare talent with technical prowess. Ji Lengming held a deep respect for such individuals and naturally harbored goodwill towards her. The two chose a cozy corner to sit down. Ji Lengming dined with an air of elegance. His chewing was nearly inaudible, and the sounds of his spoon and chopsticks meeting the small bowl were completely muted, demonstrating impeccable table manners. Observing Ji Lengming's dining etiquette, Zhao Shuiying suddenly felt rather uncouth, lacking in restraint. Ji Lengming, oblivious to her youthful demeanor, struggled with social interactions. Out of politeness, he could only awkwardly attempt to make conversation. "You saw me on the class roster?" Zhao Shuiying set down her soup bowl. "Yes. We're in the same class. By the way, has our homeroom teacher contacted you? I heard there's a freshman commendation ceremony this afternoon. And since you topped the college entrance exam, you must be on the list. Lengming vaguely recalled such an event, but had declined to participate. He was quite disinclined to attend such public occasions. I believe there was an attempt to reach out, but I had matters to attend to, so I politely declined. Lengming responded ambiguously before shifting the topic to his thoughts. I know a senior who is a graduate student in microelectronics. He's quite capable and knowledgeable. If you have any questions, you could consult him. Would you like to meet him? The senior he referred to was, of course, Songli. Zhao Shuiying was positively inclined towards getting to know a distinguished figure in academia. Sure, I'm genuinely interested in this major, but I have no foundation at all. If someone could guide me, it would be far easier to grasp. Seeing Zhao Shuiying's agreement, Lengming sent a message to Songli, informing him that a passionate junior would be adding him on WeChat. The meal proceeded pleasantly, without any awkwardness in the atmosphere. Zhao Shuiying had to return to tidy her dormitory, so she took her leave. Before departing, she reminded him, there's a class meeting at 7 tonight, don't forget. I heard they're selecting class officers. Lengming smiled politely. I probably want to attend. Be sure to converse with the senior. He is quite academically strong, and you'll benefit greatly. With that, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and turned to leave. Zhao Shuiying stood at the entrance of the South Courtyard cafeteria, watching Lengming's receding figure, lost in thought. She murmured to herself, what a peculiar person. The more I interact with him, the stranger he seems. When Lengming visited the library to gather materials, Du Qinglin had already completed the video edit of Wen Wan giving Zheng Jiejia a good thrashing, and discreetly sent it to Wang Mian's assistant's email. Wang Mian learned of the incident involving Zheng Jiejia that evening. Upon discovering that Wang Mian was driving to the hospital to visit Zheng Jiejia, Du Qinglin intended to bring Gao Longwen along to broaden his horizons. Over the past few days, Gao Longwen had been utterly enchanted by Zheng Jiejia's sugary allure. Not only that, but other employees were also becoming quite close to her. She visited the company daily under the pretense of checking on Gao Longwen, while subtly spreading the notion to other men that they too could pursue her. With a flirtatious demeanor, she had captivated the hearts of these grown men. Du Qinglin estimated that in a little while, these men would almost forget who their boss was. Now, while Wang Mian was at the hospital visiting Zheng Jiejia, it was essential to let Gao Longwen witness this woman's true nature. At 10 o'clock that night, Wang Mian arrived at the Sea City Traditional Chinese Medicine Hospital with his assistant. Upon seeing this man, Zheng Jiejia was momentarily taken aback, then immediately burst into tears like a rain-soaked flower. All right, stop crying. I've seen the video. You were indeed wronged. Hearing this, Zheng Jiejia immediately grasped Wang Mian's arm with her uninjured hand, leaning against him for comfort. She feigned concern, saying, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I really don't want you to worry about me. You're so dedicated to your career, it's better not to let it distract you. Otherwise, I would feel guilty. Wang Mian felt a sense of relief at Zheng Jiejia's perceptiveness. The reason he was willing to support her was that she was sensible. She didn't harbor dreams of becoming his wife, wouldn't cling to him, nor would she hound him for money like a woman who had never seen wealth before. She was always available, her skills impeccable, and once finished, she would even take her medicine without prompting. Such a hassle-free woman. A woman who is easygoing yet occasionally reveals vulnerability naturally evokes sympathy from men, especially successful ones. Wang Mian gently patted Zheng Jiejia's back, comforting her. Rest assured, I've had someone investigate this Wen Wan. Her family background is indeed respectable, but in Sea City, she lacks any real competitive edge. The Wen family has business interests here, and currently, only the dairy farm is profitable. Everything else is in the red. It wouldn't be difficult to deal with this young lady. Zheng Jiejia's eyes sparkled. Mr. Wang, are you willing to stand up for me? Wang Mian left his response somewhat ambiguous. Let us wait and see. After all, you've been through quite a bit. I can't be heartless. However, the Wen family isn't exactly a small fry, so you must consider my position as well. Zheng Jiejia nodded vigorously, her words flowing smoothly. It's already wonderful that you're considering coming to my aid. I don't expect much. After all, who can go through life without facing grievances? I've grown accustomed to it. But you, treating me so indulgently, how will you ever find another man appealing? This remark made Wang Mian's heart flutter, stirring certain thoughts within him. He then instructed his assistant, you stand guard outside. The assistant, aware of what was about to unfold between the boss and his mistress, stepped out to keep watch. Before long, the sounds of entangled breaths emanated from the hospital room. In the adjacent room, Gao Longwen sat on the floor, his face buried in his hands, overwhelmed with sorrow. Du Qinglin stood beside him, using incessant chatter to console him. So now you understand what kind of woman is next door, right? You treated her like a treasure, but in reality, she's just fishing in a broad pond. You should be grateful you came. Otherwise, you'd never witness such explosive scenes. If you really married her in the future, your family's grave would probably glow green. Gao Longwen curled into a ball, motionless, resembling a statue. Du Qinglin sympathized with him. The white moonlight he had long admired was revealed to be so unworthy of his affection. This kind of pain was akin to the collapse of one's beliefs. Du Qinglin sighed deeply. As they say, the wise do not fall in love unless the river is filled with gold coins. Clearly, Zheng Jiejia's murky waters were devoid of any treasures, only dead rats and mud. When Lengming emerged from the library, he held several freshly borrowed books. The night sky was devoid of moonlight. Only thick clouds loomed overhead. The main road of a university was illuminated, casting away the darkness of the night, accompanied by a refreshing evening breeze. As Lengming turned a corner, he suddenly spotted a figure standing in the shadows. The person was slightly hunched, holding a bag of something, and was meowing towards the flower bed. Upon noticing someone approaching, the figure straightened up, turned around, and looked at Lengming. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment. In an instant, a tumultuous current surged between the two individuals, accompanied by the chaos of tumbling stones and the cataclysmic eruption of a volcano. All the unsettling, restless, murderous, and hate-fueled dark thoughts writhed in the cold darkness of the night, exploding in an instant. Standing opposite Lengming was Ji Hung, clutching a bag of cat food. With a few domestic cats nearby clamoring for the sustenance he offered, Ji Hung's smile was unambiguously malevolent. "Ah, it is my younger brother. What a long time it has been." Lengming did not find it strange that Ji Hung appeared at a university. Although he had lost sight of the Ji family's movements, he could still infer some of Ji Desen's reasoning. If all was well with the Ji family, sending Ji Hung abroad would pose no issue. However, now, with Ji Desen bereft of Chun Guangxiang and the coveted land, and amidst the scandal surrounding Qinhe, his near-obsessive desire for control would inevitably seek an outlet. This outlet could only be his son, Ji Hung, whom he had always tightly grasped in his palm. On the surface, Lengming maintained a calm demeanor, but deep within, tumultuous currents stirred. The last time he left in haste, he had not wished his brother a happy birthday. This thought successfully transformed Ji Hung's smile into one of ferocity. Ji Hung's teeth clenched, his gaze as frigid as that of a ferocious wolf. "Your birthday wish, I shall temporarily accept. Rest assured, when your birthday arrives, I will repay you in kind." Lengming was seized by an ominous premonition at this abrupt remark. Being a person of intricate thought, he could not help but ruminate on any untraceable sense of unease that lingered in his heart. Alas, he still could not discern the source of his trepidation. He suppressed the gloom within. His voice, though low, was distinctly audible. "There will be no such day. I am but a lowly bastard, unworthy of celebrating a birthday. You are more likely to not live to see that day." Ji Hung, unwilling to engage in a war of words with Lengming, scoffed, saying, "Whether you celebrate a birthday or not is hardly your decision." With that, he departed, clutching his bag of cat food. The night was thick with darkness, fog beginning to rise, and the air was perfumed with the faint scent of osmanthus flowers. Lengming's mood soured, furrowing his brow as he resolved to return to his rented room to ponder further. After taking a few steps, he was suddenly startled by a series of low coughs emanating from the grass behind him. Lengming turned to investigate. It was the very domestic cats Ji Hung had just fed. As he approached, he witnessed the cats foaming at the mouth, mewing weakly before they collectively collapsed, their bodies convulsing in spasms. Within 3 minutes, all 6 cats ceased to breathe. This scene sent a chill coursing through Lengming's veins. However, the transition from mere chill to an icy abyss took but 2 hours. Upon returning to his rented room, Lengming took a shower, prepared to read or perhaps reflect on Ji Hung's forthcoming actions. Suddenly, the screen of his phone illuminated. It was a news alert. Typically, he would filter out such notifications without a second thought. Yet this time, an inexplicable impulse compelled him to click on the article. The news detailed a homicide case. The police revealed that the body discovered in the outskirts of Yang City was indeed that of Du Min. According to insider accounts, Du Min's corpse bore numerous wounds, having suffered inhuman torment during her life, and the scene was utterly horrific. Du Min had previously accused Chun Guangxiang of murder and rape, and it could not be ruled out that this was an act of retaliatory murder. Currently, there were no leads on the perpetrator. Lengming read the article repeatedly, even searching for related news in disbelief. Yet the cold, hard text confirmed that the woman whose life had been shattered by Chun Guangxiang was truly dead. Moreover, her death was excruciatingly tragic. Lengming's mind was a tumult of chaos. The image of Du Min intertwined with that of the lifeless cat corpses in the flower bed, evoking a profound sense of physical discomfort. This feeling of helplessness was all too familiar to him, having endured it repeatedly in the Ji household's daily torment. Later, beside Wen Wan, he had succumbed to utter despair. Why is it so difficult for those at the bottom to survive, to live well? Chapter 64. He has other women protecting him. The tragic death of Du Min loomed over Lengming like an inescapable shadow, tightly enveloping him. After nearly a night without sleep, he rose in the morning, splashed cold water on his face, and donned military training attire, preparing to head to school. As he closed the door to his small courtyard, he smeared a layer of transparent glue along the seam. This way, if anyone were to enter his room, he would be alerted at once. As he left the alley, he instinctively slowed his pace and listened for any sounds behind him, noting that there were no extra footsteps. The previous night, his neighbor had not returned. It seemed that after their confrontation, Wen Wan had come to realize that their relationship was irreparably broken. 2 kilometers away from a university, in a private villa, Ji Hung finished his breakfast and also changed into military training attire. The butler, puzzled, inquired, "Young master, you need not participate in military training, do you? It's so hot and stifling. What if you suffer a heat stroke?" Ji Hang gazed at his reflection in the mirror. Satisfied with his appearance in camouflage, he replied nonchalantly, "What status do I have to stand among those people under the sun? I'm merely going to school to witness the spectacle." The butler, intrigued, asked, "What spectacle, young master?" Ji Hung smiled with a wicked glint, remaining silent. 5 minutes later, the driver brought the car around, and Ji Hing got in. Besides the driver, another person occupied the vehicle. Dressed in a white dress, her skin, once scalded by boiling water, had gradually been repaired through multiple cosmetic procedures. Her makeup was thick, meticulously applied to conceal her mottled complexion. She wore sunglasses and held a luxurious Hermes white crocodile leather handbag, exuding elegance and grace. This was Ji Hang's mother, Qin He. As the car door closed, Qin He removed her sunglasses and stated, "I have already had your uncle investigate. This is Ji Lengming's residence." Saying this, she handed Ji Hung a piece of paper. "Furthermore, I've spoken with the instructor. Should Ji Lengming dare to attend military training, I will ensure he pays dearly." The thought of Ji Lengming's misfortune ignited a surge of vengeful pleasure within Ji Hung. He inquired further, "What about the school? Sharing an institution with Ji Lengming would tarnish its reputation. Have you communicated with the school leadership to devise a plan to expel him?" A glint of malice flashed in Qin He's eyes. "Merely expelling him is not enough. Isn't he a top scorer in the college entrance examination? I intend to make him a pariah, a target of public scorn, so that no institution would dare to accept him." Ji Hung was quite pleased with Qin He's arrangements. Yet, he could not help but recall the words Ji Desen had imparted to him that night. His father had said, "If you wish to inherit the Ji family's fortune and continue basking in opulence, first make a sacrifice of your mother." This phrase lingered in Ji Hung's mind, a constant reminder. But this woman was, after all, his mother. He could not yet bring himself to harm her. What of the uncle? How has he been lately? Qin He scoffed. What else could he be doing, relying on foreign benefactors for his livelihood? You know how the H country tycoons are. There is a banquet coming up, and the leaders from H country have peculiar tastes. They require a dozen young girls, all of whom must be virgins. I'm quite troubled by this. Ji Hung's interest was piqued. If one were to heed the counsel of Jitsun and eliminate Qin He and his uncle, perhaps it would be possible to recruit a few young ladies from the current batch of hostesses. Ji Hung took on this task with determination. "Mom, let me give it a try. I am your son and a grown man now. I can share some of your burdens." Upon hearing this, Qin He found the suggestion plausible. Ji Hung, a student at University A, was handsome and hailed from a prestigious family, embodying the quintessential wealthy and attractive young man. University A, while average in many aspects, boasted an abundance of beautiful students. With Ji Hang's personal charm, it was conceivable that he could indeed cultivate a stable group of affordable hostesses for entertaining foreign guests. Very well. You are indeed no longer a child and should be acquainted with some business matters by now. Remember, above all else, connections are paramount. To achieve one's goals, one may resort to any means necessary. After all, history is written by the victors. Ji Hung replied, "I understand, Mom." At 9 in the morning, the sun was not overly bright, yet the weather was stifling. Standing on the expansive concrete playground felt akin to being trapped in a steamer. University A featured 6 large playgrounds and several smaller ones, each bustling with numerous teams. Thousands of individuals had their faces flushed from the heat, yet none dared to rest. Compelled to follow the instructor's orders, Ji Lengming was among this crowd, inconspicuous as an ant. He could excuse himself from class meetings, but military training was mandatory. Military training for university students was overseen by the Ministry of Education and the military, and as an ordinary citizen, he had no privileges. As Ji Lengming sweated profusely, in a certain leader's office within the teaching building, the air conditioning was set to a chill, with a desk adorned with chilled fruits and fine tea. Wen Wan stood by the window, observing the sea of first-year students clad in army green uniforms below, feeling somewhat bewildered. Despite the uniformity in their attire, she spotted Ji Lengming immediately. Yet, recalling his words pierced her heart like a cold wind, causing her eyes to sting with tears. Upon reflection, she, a young lady of both status and wealth, questioned why she felt compelled to pursue a man with nothing to his name. The world was vast. What type of man could she not find? Moreover, living without a man was hardly insurmountable. Why should she devalue herself by acting like a mere dog? Even if she had wronged him in a past life, what did it matter? She had wronged many. Ji Lengming was but a fleeting concern. "My lady, everything has been arranged on our end. You may attend school at your leisure. Should you choose not to, that is perfectly acceptable. Rest assured, you will receive full credits. And if you wish to graduate early, we can accommodate that. Furthermore, any certificates, accolades, or honors you desire, merely express your wishes, and we shall strive to fulfill them." The university leader looked at Wen Wan with obsequiousness, adopting a lowly demeanor. After all, she was a significant benefactor, if pleased. She could fund the construction of 2 buildings or even several laboratories and dormitories. Wen Wan's gaze remained fixed on the throng below, her tone unyielding. Understood. Should you require funds in the future, inform my assistant. The 2 buildings I pledged will commence construction as scheduled, and I will ensure you face no challenges. She paused momentarily, her words trailing off. The university leader awaited her next statement, but in the next instant, he sensed a surge of fierce determination emanating from the young woman before him, a ferocity that seemed unbefitting. Find out who that instructor is, Wen Wan commanded, her eyes sharp and fierce. The leader felt a chill run down his spine. Following her pointed finger, he observed a military instructor brutally kicking a freshman in the training squad below. His heart sank. Understood, I will investigate immediately. Just as he was about to rush out, Wen Wan's gaze caught sight of a familiar girl sprinting towards the victim, positioning herself in front of him. It was a girl she recognized from a dinner hosted by Du Qinglin at a private restaurant. Wen Wan's previous concerns morphed into anger. He has another woman protecting him. Why should I care about his fate? Let him be beaten to death. He deserves it. She promptly called the university leader back. You need not intervene. Let him fend for himself. With that, she drew the curtains, wishing to shield her view. Chapter 65. Only those who cry matter. The individual receiving the instructor's merciless kicks was none other than Lengming. 2 hours prior, he had been singled out by the instructor for marching drills. Despite his steps and posture being impeccable, the instructor insisted he was unfit and demanded he repeat the exercises. The oppressive heat drained their energy, and while everyone else was dismissed for a break, he was left standing on the concrete ground, ordered to practice relentlessly. With no water or rest, he continued marching. Sweat soaking his clothes, lips cracked and bleeding, muscles aching to the point where he could barely lift his legs, yet he was not permitted to cease. Lengming, accustomed to regular exercise, found even his robust physique faltering under such brutal training. Gritting his teeth, he understood he could not afford to fail here. Suspecting the instructor's motives were questionable, he ventured a remark. Instructor, there's no need to rush. We have plenty of time. If I were to suffer heat stroke and end up in the infirmary, it would provide me an excuse to skip training, and you would be the one at a loss. Unbeknownst to him, this statement triggered the instructor's ire. The burly man, muscles rippling, unleashed a flurry of kicks upon Lengming. How dare you instruct me? I am the instructor, and it is my duty to toughen you up. Do you dare to retort? Lengming, weakened from exertion, lost his balance and fell to the ground. The rough concrete scraped his arms and knees, leaving several bloody abrasions. His classmates, sensing the situation was amiss, hesitated to speak out. Zhao Shuiying, returning with water, rushed over upon seeing Lengming sprawled on the ground. Instructor, you are assaulting a student. You will face legal consequences for this. The instructor, not a serving military officer but an employee of a third-party training organization, had been paid to torment Lengming. Someone had assured him that no matter what happened to the student, he would be covered, even exempt from civil liability. The prospect of receiving money while inflicting pain was undeniably enticing. Initially, the mention of legal consequences had unsettled the instructor, but recalling his benefactor's assurances bolstered his confidence. Legal consequences? I am the law. Believe me, if I were to kill him today, no one would dare question my actions. With that, he delivered a final, vicious kick to Lengming, striking his open wound, causing blood to gush forth. Lengming, clutching his injury, managed to rise, his face as pale as a sheet. He glanced at Zhao Shuiying and softly urged, you should return and rest. I can handle this myself. Zhao Shuiying refused to leave. What can you handle? Such a ruffian. Such a scum, should be reported to the school. You, come with me to the academic affairs office to denounce him. As she spoke, she attempted to drag Lengming along. Before Zhao Shuiying could reach out, the instructor forcefully shoved her, causing her petite frame to nearly topple backward. Fortunately, Lengming caught her just in time. Otherwise, a fall on the back of her head would not have been trifling. I am currently engaged in individual training with certain students. What business do you, a mere girl, have meddling in this? Zhao Shuiying, unaccustomed to such ferocity, felt tears welling in her eyes at the instructor's harsh shout. Lengming, wishing to keep her out of his mundane troubles, suggested, Zhao Shuiying, perhaps you should seek out the homeroom teacher instead. It's best if you don't linger here. Zhao Shuiying nodded in agreement. All right, I will find a teacher. You wait here. Once she departed, the corner was left with only Lengming and the instructor. The sky gradually darkened, devoid of wind, with the summer cicadas wailing piercing the oppressive heat, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly uncomfortable. Who sent you to target me? The G family? The mention of the G family caused the instructor's pupils to constrict. Initially unaware of his employer's identity, he later discovered, out of curiosity, that the one who had bribed him was indeed the G family, notorious in real estate. Observing the instructor's reaction, Lengming comprehended the entire situation. Since his encounter with Ji Heng, he had remained vigilant. Yet he had not anticipated that the other party would go so far as to bribe the instructor to harass him. The instructor's willingness to act against him signified that there were powerful forces at play within the school's upper echelons, and even the education department might be entangled. What targeting you? Clearly, it is you, the student, who refuses to be restrained. I am merely educating you on behalf of your parents, the instructor insisted. Attempting to justify his actions, grasping Lengming's hair, he forcefully slammed him to the ground while threatening, and let me tell you, no one can help you. Not even your homeroom teacher, and certainly not the principal. Do you believe that the one in the wrong will not be you? Lengming was forcibly thrown to the ground 5 or 6 times, his body covered in wounds, the ground beneath him stained with blood. Meanwhile, Zhao Shuiying's attempts to find her homeroom teacher were met with repeated refusals. When she learned the teacher was not at school, she proceeded to the academic affairs office, only to be told that the difficulties of military training were quite normal and not to make a fuss. Dismayed by their indifference, she then went to the student affairs office, where the student council president seemed concerned and intended to accompany her for a visit, but after receiving a phone call, he dismissed her with, "I have other matters to attend to." Frustrated, Zhao Shuiying attempted to reach the inspection department, but found no one there, leading her to escalate the matter to the alumni association, where she was promptly expelled. Having traversed the entirety of a university, she found herself empty-handed, overwhelmed with grievance. She crouched beneath the administrative building, tears streaming down her face. Sweat dripped from her brow, her clothes soaked, and her hair clung to her cheeks, rendering her utterly disheveled. "I thought you had some significant power, yet it seems you can only cry." Zhao Shuiying lifted her gaze to the source of the mocking voice. The figure before her was strikingly beautiful, exuding an air of elegance that rendered the blooming roses in the garden pale in comparison. Not only was she stunning, but she also possessed an imposing presence, akin to a rugged mountain piercing the azure sky. Recognizing her, Zhao Shuiying recalled that she had served her as a waitress, having overheard patrons refer to her as Wen Wan. "You, the one who dined here, are you also a student of a university?" Wen Wan, with a frosty demeanor, yanked Zhao Shuiying to her feet, her tone laced with disdain. "I will take you to someone who can resolve this issue." Zhao Shuiying stumbled in her wake. "There is but one stipulation. Do not disclose that I am the one who brought you." Zhao Shuiying was perplexed by this statement. "What do you mean?" Wen Wan walked briskly, her tall stature dragging Zhao Shuiying along, indifferent to her ability to keep pace. "Regardless of what it means, you shall do as I say." She cast a glance back at Zhao Shuiying, her gaze sharp and intimidating, causing Zhao Shuiying to instinctively shrink back. "Dare to defy me, and you will learn the meaning of dire consequences." Chapter 66. Fortunately, it has nothing to do with her. Wen Wan's domineering demeanor propelled her forward, leading Zhao Shuiying directly to the student affairs office. "I have been here before. They said they were busy," Zhao Shuiying quietly reminded her. Wen Wan scoffed, "With me here. Let them dare to be busy." The student affairs office was expansive, with numerous offices on the first floor, including those for ideological education, administration, the student union, admissions, and employment. At that moment, the student council was deserted, and the meeting room, adorned with banners, was empty. Wen Wan activated the air conditioning, guiding Zhao Shuiying to a seat before retrieving her phone to contact the higher-ups of the school. "I care not for your pathetic excuses. I give you 10 minutes, only 10 minutes, to assemble all necessary personnel for a meeting. Additionally, send someone to the infirmary to check on the condition of the injured student. Just because I agreed not to withdraw funding does not mean I will not expose your actions. My family holds shares in various social platforms." With the Damocles sword of her influence hanging above them, it was inevitable that the higher-ups at a university would spring into action. Within 10 minutes, those who had previously eluded Zhao Shuiying's pleas appeared en masse in the student council meeting room. This sight left Zhao Shuiying utterly astounded, her jaw agape. The attendees included deputy directors, deputy section chiefs, and staff members from various departments, 8 individuals in total, most of whom carried work notes. They had received the summons for a meeting but were unaware of who was convening them. Upon seeing Wen Wan seated prominently at the head of the table, several attempted to dismiss her. "Excuse me, we are holding a meeting here." "You." Wen Wan slammed her hand on the table with a resounding crash that startled the group of adults in their 30s and 40s. Her piercing gaze swept the room, radiating authority without a hint of anger. "On the playground, a student is being bullied by an instructor. Some of you certainly know more about this than you let on. I am aware that some of you have been informed about this situation. I will not pursue the specifics, but I implore you to proceed with caution. There are always greater powers at play. You are merely minor clerks and section leaders, lacking the capacity to wield such power. I advise you to tread carefully. This is the first and last warning. Should I witness that student, Lengming, in a similar predicament again, it will not merely be a warning." One individual, unable to contain his dissent, interjected, "Who do you think you are? This is the student council, and you cannot just speak here as you please. What is your name?" Wen Wan merely glanced past him, as if brushing aside a speck of dust. "You are expelled." In under 5 minutes, a representative from the staff office arrived at the student council to inform the individual who had just provoked Wen Wan to gather his belongings and leave the campus promptly. The sight of the girl commanding the meeting room left everyone in a state of shock, akin to encountering a tempest or a sea of malevolence. The commotion in the student council reverberated throughout the student affairs office, even reaching Ji Hong, who was discussing the development of student part-time work with the section chief at the employment office. The section chief poked his head out to investigate the source of the noise, discovering it originated from the student council. He deemed it unworthy of attention. Assuming it was merely a significant event being organized, closing the door once more, he resumed. Now, Ji-hung, let us continue our discussion. Ji-hung donned his military training attire, exuding a strikingly handsome demeanor and an upright posture that captivated the department head, who wished to fixate his gaze upon him. Ji-hung had grown accustomed to such scrutiny, and fortunately, the department head was not unattractive. Thus, he occasionally exchanged a glance or two with him. The phenomenon of university students engaging in part-time work had become quite prevalent, and I believe the employment office ought to take this matter seriously. At the very least, the university should promote guidance for part-time work, out of humane considerations, to prevent students from falling victim to scams. Furthermore, the institution could facilitate connections to create part-time positions or collaborate with companies in the community. This would not only aid students in need, but also address their practical challenges. The department head found Ji-hang's observations to be quite astute, noting that part-time work for university students could indeed be a lucrative endeavor. These young men and women had yet to enter society and were largely unaware of the market realities. Their undeveloped value systems rendered them easily manipulable. A slight maneuver could yield substantial profits. The department head enthusiastically concurred, asserting that with the university's involvement, students would no longer need to laboriously seek employment. And the endorsement of a university would foster trust among students and employers alike, ensuring a mutually beneficial arrangement. Ji-hung revealed his ultimate objective with an enchanting smile. Since the director endorsed his viewpoint, it would be prudent to draft a report for the office. He assured that he would bear all expenses related to establishing a part-time job website, and the vetting of companies would also fall upon them. Should the university harbor any reservations, they could assign someone to oversee the process. If the website generated profits, the earnings would be split evenly with the university. If it incurred losses, those would be absorbed by them, sparing the university any financial burden. For the university, this was unequivocally a risk-free venture. No investment of funds or effort was required. Merely granting authority would result in a substantial influx of revenue. Such a golden opportunity would be hard for anyone to decline. The department head readily assented, exclaiming, "I shall write the report to the office immediately. Await my good news." On the training ground, students from other classes gradually resumed their military exercises after a break. However, in the class where Lengming was situated, he was the sole recipient of the instructor's intense reprimands, while the others lounged in the shade, idly passing the time. When Zhao Shuiying arrived with the school nurse and campus security, the instructor was in the midst of kicking Lengming's lower back, urging him to stop feigning unconsciousness and to get back to marching in formation. Zhao Shuiying, seeing this, had yet to intervene when two campus security officers rushed forward, seizing the instructor's arms and restraining him. "What are you doing? I have backing. You don't move," the security officer retorted, brandishing a baton. The instructor winced in pain, relying on his limited training to struggle, but the security officers swiftly produced a stun baton, cranking up the voltage to maximum and applying it to him. The electric current coursed through his body, rendering him numb and cramping. In mere moments, he lay incapacitated on the concrete, allowing the two security officers to drag him away as if he were a lifeless carcass. Lengming was bewildered by the sudden turn of events. He attempted to rise, but as he made a move to support himself, the school nurse and Zhao Shuiying flanked him, lifting him up. The school nurse, a man in his 50s with spectacles, surveyed Lengming's numerous bruises and contusions, his sparse brows knitting together in concern. "This is excessive. How could someone be beaten to such a state? Can he even walk? Are any bones injured?" Lengming's bones were unharmed. He had adequately protected his vital areas and sustained only superficial injuries. Compared to the brutal beatings from Qin He and Ji-hang's malicious pranks, the instructor's infliction of harm was trivial. "I'm fine, thank you, teacher," Lengming exhaled warmly. "You don't need to worry about me. I can endure." The school nurse adjusted his glasses. "Endure what? Look at you. You're in this condition and still talking about enduring. Young man, rest assured, the school is aware of your situation. This instructor, having assaulted and bullied a student, will not escape consequences. Come, let us head to the infirmary." With a glimmer of worry in his eyes, Lengming did not refuse. He was taken to the infirmary, but due to the multitude of injuries on his body, he was subsequently sent to the hospital at the school nurse's insistence. Since Zhao Shuiying was also a student and tied up with military training, the responsibility of accompanying Lengming to the hospital fell upon the homeroom teacher. After a series of procedures involving disinfection, suturing, and bandaging, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The homeroom teacher remained by his side throughout. Upon exiting the hospital, he remarked, "Lengming, your medical leave has been approved. You need not return to military training until you recover. The medical expenses will be covered by the school, which will hold the involved instructor accountable for both civil and criminal liabilities." Lengming was indifferent to these matters. His curiosity lay in discovering who had come to his aid. The instructor was a pawn of the Ji family, who wielded considerable influence at a university. The school's decision to pursue action against the instructor indicated that Ji-hang's clout had triumphed. Ji Lengming was eager to uncover the events that transpired. Thank you for staying with me for so long, homeroom teacher, but I wish to know, who rescued me? The homeroom teacher regarded the young man before him, whose cheek bore slight swelling. A trail of blood marred his lips, his arms stitched in several places, and his legs wrapped in multiple bandages, leaving him a patchwork of wounds. He felt a deep sympathy for this student, yet the identity of his benefactor was one he could not disclose. The homeroom teacher's gaze was laden with complexity. Ultimately, he resolved to attribute all credit to Zhao Shuiying, as per Wen Wan's instructions. It was Zhao Shuiying. She aided you. The young lady is remarkably courageous, boldly venturing into alumni associations, the student affairs office, and the supervision department. She is both wise and principled. Coincidentally, the school has intentions to rectify its disciplinary standards, and the leaders took Zhao Shuiying's account very seriously. Thus, your incident has become a case study. Upon hearing this, Ji Lengming sighed with relief, his heart's burdens lifted in an instant. Thankfully, it had nothing to do with Wen Wan. Chapter 67, Attacks on Flatulence. As Ji Lengming departed the hospital, he remained oblivious to the inconspicuous vehicle parked across the street. Inside, Wen Wan peered through the window, her gaze greedily scanning the individuals across the road, confirming that he appeared to be in good spirits and bore no significant injuries. She instructed the driver to head to the food market. The driver was puzzled as to why the young lady was going through so much trouble. First, she had swapped the Aston Martin for a Wuling Hongguang, and now they had been idling here, accumulating quite a few parking tickets. They had waited for a full 2 hours. During this time, the food market incessantly called in to report that there had been a mishap at the family dairy farm. However, the young lady remained steadfastly waiting at the hospital entrance. Finally, when the second young master of the Ji family emerged from the hospital, she merely glanced at him, neither approaching to converse nor following him, as if entirely unwilling to intrude upon his life. Such behavior was indeed perplexing. Wen Wan had no intention of openly seeking Ji Lengming again. She had devised an alternative strategy. Wen Wan realized that the more she entangled herself with him, the harsher his words became, and the more resolute his actions were, as he meticulously accounted for every detail. If she truly desired to forge a bond with him, pursuing him directly would be futile. Instead, she needed to covertly bestow favors upon him, ensuring he remained oblivious to her intentions. Once her kindness had accumulated sufficiently, transforming her into a figure he owed, and when the accounts between them became irreconcilable, she would finally have her opportunity to exploit the situation. Ji Lengming was not ungrateful. He was acutely sensitive to the matter of debts. What she needed to do was to discreetly and comprehensively place him in her debt until he found it impossible to repay her, no matter how hard he tried. Wen Wan's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts until her phone rang once more. Miss, do you recall Zhang Jejia? We sent her to disrupt Qingling technology, but unexpectedly, someone emerged from nowhere and gave her a thorough beating. Now, Zhang Jejia lies in a hospital bed, demanding various compensations from us. How should we handle this? A sense of unease washed over Wen Wan as she involuntarily recalled the individual she had recently struck. However, she dismissed it. What a coincidence that would be. Whoever struck her should be the one to compensate. Did it really require my guidance? The assistant continued. I inquired with the school, and all they confirmed was that the assailant is a student from a university. They seemed intent on shielding this person, remaining tight-lipped about any further details. A flicker of something unusual stirred within Wen Wan. Have you questioned Zhang Jejia? I have. According to her, the assailant is a freshman with particularly poor manners who verbally insulted her upon arrival, causing her significant mental distress. Thus, in addition to medical expenses and labor fees, she insists we cover her emotional damages as well. At this revelation, Wen Wan discerned the source of her earlier discomfort. Send me a photo of Zhang Jejia? Quickly. All right. In mere seconds, Wen Wan received the photograph of Zhang Jejia. Upon glancing at it, she was struck by the undeniable resemblance to the person she had recently assaulted. What an uncanny coincidence. It seemed that in future endeavors, she must ensure to observe appearances more closely. But how did Ji Lengming come to know Zhang Jejia? The assistant provided an explanation. According to Zhang Jejia, Du Qinglin introduced Ji Lengming as her brother, coincidentally enrolled at a university. Zhang Jejia also has a teaching position there, and Du Qinglin hoped she would look after Ji Lengming, hence their acquaintance. Wen Wan found no logical flaws in this statement for the time being. The closeness between Du Qinglin and Ji Lengming was evident, with Du Qinglin even willing to accept her challenge for Ji Lengming's sake. Their relationship was evidently quite extraordinary. Previously, at the private dining establishment, she observed Ji Lengming carrying a laptop bag, seemingly preparing to report some work to Du Qinglin. They likely became involved around that time. She could only wonder what collaboration they had embarked upon. Did Zhang Jejia divulge anything unusual she observed at Qingling Technology? Not particularly. She mentioned nothing extraordinary, only routine training, the specifics of which remain confidential, as Du Qinglin seems intent on safeguarding them from outsiders. Wen Wan understood the nature of Du Qinglin's undertakings. Based on the timeline from her previous life, he was likely preoccupied with cloud computing, yet it would take him at least 3 more years to fully realize it. Should we continue monitoring Qingling Technology? Wen Wan pondered and concluded that her current priority lay in addressing the dairy farm issues, leaving little room to focus on Du Qinglin. Besides, with cloud computing still 3 years away, there was no need to rush. No need. I will soon arrive at the food city. Notify the upper management to convene in 30 minutes. The Wen family operated in Sea City predominantly within the agricultural sector. Aside from the consistently loss-making vegetable wholesale and livestock ventures, they also dealt in fresh milk. The Chua Group maintained a farm in Sea City, housing 5,000 dairy cows to supply fresh milk throughout the city, making it their only profitable venture. However, since morning, representatives from the Environmental Committee, Quality Inspection Department, and Taxation Department had been incessantly appearing, causing considerable dismay among Chua's staff. The taxation personnel declared their intent to levy a fart tax on the farm. The reasoning was quite elaborate. Cows consume grass but release methane, a potent greenhouse gas and a primary culprit of global warming. Thus, the imposition of a fart tax aimed to combat climate change was deemed justified. Naturally, Wen Wan and her company leaders dismissed such claims. Yet it was evident that someone was deliberately targeting Chua. The identity of the individual orchestrating this scheme remained undetermined. Through Wei Zhen's channel, Ji Lengming learned of the troubles plaguing Chua Group, and it was not difficult to surmise that Wang Mian was behind it. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Lengming opted not to return to school or his rented accommodation but headed straight to Du Qinglin, requesting the continuation of their engineering training program. Du Qinglin was taken aback upon seeing Ji Lengming, bloodied and bandaged. You didn't go for military training, did you? You look as if you just returned from the battlefield. Ji Lengming had no time for lengthy explanations. Gather Gao Longwan and the others. For the time being, we must complete the final theoretical foundations of cloud computing. Within half a month, we will conduct experiments in your reconstructed SBK data center. By the way, how is the IDC data center coming along? Du Qinglin was baffled by Ji Lengming's sudden urgency to advance their endeavors. Despite his bloodied and bandaged state, Ji Lengming remained fervently devoted to his ambitions. Truly a testament to his relentless spirit. The IDC data center is still under construction, barring any unforeseen events. It should be completed this week. There's no need to rush. There is every need to rush. Ji Lengming interjected. Time is of the essence. Wen Wan's company is currently under attack from Wang Mian. We cannot afford to delay our progress. Once she resolves her issues with him and turns her focus on us, it will be far more challenging. Du Qinglin felt the urgency radiating from Ji Lengming's words. Are you certain Wen Wan is being targeted by Wang Mian? Have our traps begun to take effect? Ji Lengming affirmed with a nod. Du Qinglin exhaled a sigh of relief. With a clap of his hands, he declared, all right, let us work tirelessly during this period. Are you sure you can endure? You appear to be in rough shape. Ji Lengming exhibited the fervor of a quintessential workaholic. I am fine. I won't perish just yet. He turned, leaving only a silhouette behind. I will wait for them at the training room near the food street. Hurry. Chapter 68. Data Center, Collaboration, and Part-Time Work. Ji Lengming, citing his injuries as an excuse, ceased attending school. Over 5 days, he worked an average of 17 hours daily. Under the intense training led by Gao Longwan, the 8 engineers finally completed the last segment of their learning. Coincidentally, the IDC data center also announced its completion, prompting Ji Lengming to lead Gao Longwan and the others for inspection. This medium-sized data center, spanning 200 square meters and equipped with precision air conditioning, with each cabinet boasting a power capacity of 3,000 watts and a UPS backup time of half an hour, had a total cost of approximately 3 million. It presented itself with the grace of the goddess Venus. The silver racks shimmered with a cool glow, while yellow connecting cables cascaded from the towering cabinets, ultimately converging into the main bus. Though the cabinets numbered fewer than 40, they provided an entirely new experience, making it feel as if they stood on the precipice of a burgeoning revolution rather than within a newly constructed data center. Gao Longwan was exceedingly excited. The pursuit of dreams could make one forget their troubles. He was nearly ready to cast Zheng Jejia to the far reaches of the earth. His hand caressed the metallic shell, akin to tracing the exquisite contours of a woman's body. His eyes ignited with fervor. Shall we proceed with cloud integration for these servers? Ji Lengming felt buoyant. Despite having barely slept in 5 days and nursing poorly healing wounds, he was still experiencing a low-grade fever. However, this did not diminish his profound sense of fulfillment. Indeed, time waits for no one. The multitude of tasks they face is indeed overwhelming. Distributed storage, task scheduling, structured storage and processing, monitoring, deployment, and the meticulous coordination of each subproject all represent formidable challenges that demand resolution. This IDC data center has been transformed from SBK's original facility. The objectives of Ji Lengming and his team are remarkably clear: to develop a self-researched hypervisor, operating system, and database, ultimately transitioning all business operations of the SBK shopping center to the cloud. Fortuitously, Ji Lengming's extensive coding efforts at the outset have significantly reduced the time required for rewriting code, allowing certain programs to run immediately while they focus on addressing the bugs, thereby greatly enhancing both time and efficiency. While Ji Lengming works relentlessly, the delicate Chua company finds itself beset by a series of unforeseen complications. The situation escalated when individuals from the tax department stormed in, clamoring for the imposition of a frivolous tax, akin to stirring a hornet's nest. Subsequently, the Agricultural, Forestry, and Water Resources Bureau issued repeated rectification notices regarding compliance failures in epidemic prevention and disinfection standards at the Chua dairy farm. Following that, the Environmental Protection Bureau declared that the dairy farm was excessively polluting and mandated comprehensive improvements. To compound matters, the Market Supervision Bureau incessantly contacted them, citing customer complaints regarding the quality of their fresh milk, leaving the entire company in a state of exasperation. However, Wen Wan remained unfazed. Having a tenuous foothold in Sea City, she recognized that relying on the patronage of a few established leaders was utterly ineffectual. She needed to re-establish connections from the ground up. Fortunately, she possessed vivid memories from a previous life, retaining a remarkable recollection of the preferences, weaknesses, and vulnerabilities of the city's leadership. During a staff meeting, Wen Wan proposed a two-pronged strategy: to ascend and to expand. Ascending entailed cultivating relationships with the higher echelons of Sea City's leadership. The interplay between government and business has a long-standing, historically entrenched collaborative dynamic. Born into a distinguished family, Wen Wan was well-versed in these intricacies from the moment she opened her eyes to power and wealth. Wen Wan instructed her secretariat, "Contact these individuals on my behalf. If they do not answer, send them emails. If they do not respond to those, inform me, and I shall pay them a visit. I aim to arrange a dinner with them." As she spoke, she handed her secretariat a list. The seasoned members of the secretariat, well acquainted with the intricacies of the game, felt their hearts race upon seeing the names. The list included over 30 prominent figures, from the mayor of Sea City to district heads and directors across various sectors such as supervision, finance, justice, economy, commerce, and auditing. Chua was a company that had long since seen better days. It seemed implausible that they could attract such influential individuals. The secretary expressed her concerns, but Wen Wan waved her hand dismissively, asserting, "It is merely a matter of approach. For instance, the mayor, others may be unaware, but I know well that he has a penchant for collecting Moutai. If I present him with a few bottles of hard-to-find liquor, he will surely be more inclined to engage with me. Proceed." The list includes each person's vulnerabilities, so we can tailor our approach accordingly. The secretariat members, hesitant to inquire how Wen Wan acquired such knowledge, obediently nodded and set to work. Just as they departed, Evan entered the office. "Miss, we've identified the individual who is opposing you. His name is Wang Mian." Wen Wan paused, her hand faltering as she processed the information. "Wang Mian?" Evan inquired. "Have you heard of him?" With her gaze lowered, Wen Wan rifled through her memories, recalling that name. It belonged to the individual who had been financially supporting Zheng Jiejia. She felt a sense of unease, sensing something amiss, though she could not pinpoint the source of her discomfort. "Is this Wang Mian acting against us out of vengeance for Zheng Jiejia?" Evan replied, "As it appears, that is indeed the case." Wen Wan requested, "Show me Wang Mian's file." Evan handed her the dossier. As she opened the sealed document, her eyes scanned the contents with remarkable speed. Wang Mian was indeed a figure of considerable stature. The information she held regarding Wang Mian was far more comprehensive than what Lengming had uncovered. Wang Mian was the head of the XIN Group and owned numerous electronics factories. While that was noteworthy, the more significant revelation was that his companies had established talent supply agreements with nearly all schools in Sea City, including 21 vocational colleges, 32 secondary technical schools, and 25 universities. Graduates from relevant programs would be funneled directly into Wang Mian's factories. Additionally, Wang Mian's network was extensive, with connections to various educational institutions, village chiefs, and city mayors alike. Unlike Wen Wan, who operated in the commercial sector, Wang Mian was entrenched in the technology sphere, with his XIN Group undertaking several research projects and receiving preferential treatment from talent pools in both academies. It could be said that he was deeply intertwined with the technological community. If he were merely a run-of-the-mill businessman, Wen Wan could wield public opinion and commercial sanctions as weapons. However, in the technology sector, her reach was undeniably limited. It was unrealistic to expect to eliminate Wang Mian in the short term. Adaptable and strategic, Wen Wan understood that one should not confront a strong dragon in its own territory, embracing the principle of joining forces when unable to overpower. She swiftly resolved to establish a cordial relationship with him. Meanwhile, Lengming was engrossed in his entrepreneurial endeavors, and Wen Wan was equally occupied. Jihang was not one to lag behind either, diligently advancing the student part-time platform he had previously signed with the universities. Approximately 30,000 students from various institutions received notifications. On one hand, they aimed to standardize part-time employment regulations. On the other, they sought to promote the part-time platform endorsed by the universities. Jihang's business company's website, Part-Time Hub. Within a mere day of its launch, over 2,000 students registered their information. Among the various job listings, the modeling positions posted by Liangren Entertainment attracted 260 vibrant young women eager to apply. The requirements for the modeling roles were as follows. 1. Good appearance and excellent temperament. 2. No romantic experience. Must be a virgin. 3. Age not exceeding 22 years. Despite the peculiar stipulation regarding virginity, many young women, envious of the glamorous lives in the entertainment industry, were eager to seize this opportunity to forge a brilliant future. Ji Hung, as the orchestrator of this initiative, was thoroughly pleased with the outcome. Recently, he was organizing a reception for guests from Country H, who had particular preferences and only accepted virgins. Ji Hang's efforts proved invaluable as he successfully assembled a group of beautiful young women to host the foreign dignitaries.